He ran as fast as he could, but with every step, his strength left him, and this feeling made his whole body tremble with fear. Did these men in cloaks really have it all figured out from the start? Prince Han reached there in only half an hour, and he did not know what to do because he no longer had the strength to run away. He didn't understand why they wanted to destroy him, because he didn't even have a chance to become king, and he was going to give up life in the castle. Whether he didn't want to live in the castle or whether he had a magical gift from birth, none of this mattered, which the prince knew perfectly well. The Khan also had the right to become king, so it was a necessary procedure, and his life had to end there. Despite the fact that the prince had low-class blood, the mercenaries decided to take into account the fact that he was the son of a king, so they would destroy him painlessly. He couldn't stand the fact that the men dared to insult his mother, and he also doubted that they would actually do as they said. Since the prince was destined to end his life here, he decided to fight to the end. Khan was not a fighter, but he did not want to give up, and this was even more fun for the warriors, so they decided to destroy him immediately. He tried with all his might to resist them, but deep down he knew that his death was inevitable. One of the mercenaries grabbed him by the neck and told him to surrender immediately, because this was the end. However, unexpectedly for everyone, Khan took out his second knife and stuck it into his opponent's throat. The mercenaries were shocked, because the boy did not even study martial arts, but he had already destroyed one of them. They didn't understand whether he was bluffing or whether he really didn't know how to fight, and in such a situation, to decide on such a rash act was surprising. And if Khan had truly learned martial arts, then that would have been a problem for them. The mercenaries decided to take revenge on the guy for their ally, so one of them left a huge hole in the guy's stomach. The prince managed to deceive only one of them, so the consequences of such an act were fatal for him. One of them didn't like this method at all, but since their group member died, there was no other way. How suddenly they were surrounded by an incredibly bright pillar of light, which destroyed another mercenary. None of the men understood what was happening when the same stranger who had helped the prince appeared behind their backs. They did not understand who this man was and why he was wearing such strange clothing. When one of the mercenaries wanted to strike him, the guy instantly disappeared. It was a skill of lightning-fast step, when in one moment everything disappears and becomes transparent as water. He demonstrated the light of strength of a fighter whose skills had reached the highest level. However, the mercenaries did not understand why such a great fighter was helping such a helpless prince. Khan had already lost a lot of blood, and it would not be possible to save him, so it could be assumed that the mercenaries had completed their mission, and they decided to leave immediately. However, as soon as they tried to do this, they were immediately destroyed. The boy was surprised that his ancestor was still smiling even after being deprived of all his life force. Khan did not understand who was standing in front of him and what he was talking about, because his eyes were closing and it felt as if his body was getting cold. The guy wanted to come early and give the operating instructions, but he had already been found and he had to hurry. So he injected the prince with an unknown substance and hurried to finish his business as quickly as possible. And after that, he wished his dear ancestor good luck, and that he would also get a good beating from him in the future. He told the prince that this was a state-of-the-art nano machine, so it would be easy to operate. However, Khan did not understand what this incomprehensible creature was trying to convey to him. How suddenly inside his head he heard the invention number from the Sky Corporation, and that the 7th-generation nano machine was starting to be used. Long ago, the warriors of the Celestial Empire developed a martial art for their defense, and over time it evolved from a means of self-defense into a way of life, and now it was a complex system that included methods of nutrition, breathing, spiritual development, and much more. Warriors passed on their knowledge to the next generation through special writings and sacred books, which over time began to resemble a full-fledged teaching. Compared to ordinary people, warriors who mastered the art possessed simply incredible powers, which is why they began to be called Morins. One day the young students united, wanting to quickly gain more power and knowledge that the elders possessed. However, they did not want to share this with them ahead of time, and as a result, The Murin society was split into traitors and loyalists. Being unable to defeat each other, a precarious balance reigned between them for a very long time, until a completely different third force appeared, who were called magicians, and their teachings were magic. And this is the story of the one who wanted to overthrow the Lord of Magic and become the new ruler, and he was none other than Han Wu-yan. When the prince woke up, he could not believe that he was alive, because just recently a sword had been stuck into his stomach. He didn't know what happened to him and why he was wet, and his whole body was black and sticky and had an incredibly poisonous smell. How suddenly did someone start asking him, or did the user come to his senses? There was no one around, so the boy thought it was his inner voice. But this was unlikely, since the prince had heard it only once in his life, and it sounded different. The voice he heard came straight from his head, which was very surprising. It was a 7th-generation nano machine that established a direct connection with the nerve center of his brain. The Khan thought that it was the spirit that people received with the attainment of the magical sacred fire. At the same time, the White Advisor was shocked by the situation that had happened quite recently and believed that it was an attempt at secret destruction. This was far from the first time in recent times, but until yesterday he had not dared to speak so openly. Since they decided on such insolence, then most likely they were from the magical organization of the North, and yet the decision of the ruler to leave them alive was fatal. It was obvious that someone had helped young Master Han, but it was impossible to determine who exactly, and even with his status as a man, he could not have guessed it. What the man had recently seen was indescribably horrible, because on the cold ground lay pieces of bodies torn in half and scattered in different directions. Only one of the attackers was lucky enough to be unharmed, but the knife he had given the young master was sticking out of his neck. Suddenly, the man heard someone's breathing, and nearby lay a body almost completely covered in blood, and it was Han Wu-yan. However, to the man's surprise, there was not a single wound on his body, and his breathing was even, as if he was sleeping. And although there were clear traces of a sword blow on the clothes, the body itself was clean without a single scratch. The White Advisor could not understand who had helped the prince, since the heads of other factions would not have taken part in such a minor skirmish. This was very curious, so the men decided to first look at the young gentleman himself and his condition. Khan thought that it was the spirit that saved him, but if we talk about the enemies that threatened him then this was not so, but it was he who restored his body, preventing the onset of a fatal outcome. The boy didn't understand the meaning of the words the nano-machine was telling him, so it decided to rummage through its user's head to find a more appropriate word for the era. So soon after that, his dialect changed, and the nano-machine told him that it was not the creature the guy called a spirit. She was going to download basic information and instructions for use into the brain, so she asked for his consent, to which the guy gave a positive answer. The nanomachine said that this always happens during the first transmission of information, and there should be no dizziness or nausea in the future. After this, the prince realized that there was now a huge number of very small mechanisms in his body, and to be precise, at the moment, 6 million nanomachines were evenly distributed in his body, and she could not leave his body at his request, because, as was indicated in the transmitted information, her program included the possibility of completely leaving the master's body only in the event of his final destruction. Khan realized that the mysterious stranger who dealt with the magicians from the north had inserted this very nanomachine into his body. The prince's thoughts were interrupted by a knock on his door and the news that the White Advisor had finally arrived to see him. The guy asked his device to be a little quiet, because if they saw that he was talking to some mechanism in his head, they would definitely decide that he was crazy. She said that she could communicate with him through thoughts simply by reading his brainwaves, but decided to go into sleep mode for a while. The men thought that the young gentleman had not yet woken up, so they decided to be extremely careful. But as soon as they got closer to him, they felt an incredibly terrible smell that came from the guy. The White Advisor was not sure that the young master remembered an old man like him, but Khan could not forget the man who answered the call and came to treat his mother. The man asked the young gentleman's permission to measure his heartbeat to check his health. The white advisor was incredibly surprised, and the bodyguard could not understand what the reason was and whether the young master really had some kind of illness. However, everything was just the opposite, and the white advisor did not understand at all what had happened to the prince. It seemed as if all the toxins had left Khan's body, and his pulse had become healthier than ever, as if he had taken some kind of magic medicine. And what was surprising was that the prince's body was in the most suitable form for the comprehension of art. Khan realized that the smelly, sticky black substance was slag that came out of his body, and that it was the nano machine that helped him do it. While in the master's body, the nano machines removed all harmful toxins present and changed the circulatory and muscular systems to make them best suited for sports. The guy couldn't believe what he heard, but he was almost sure that it really wasn't a spirit. In their world, there is a magic cult that was created from many clans and families, but among them, there were only 6 main clans, such as the clan of darkness, sword, stream, poison, blade, and sound. The Lord took an oath that he would marry women from each major clan so that they would bear an heir. The successor was born, raised according to tradition, and when they reached a certain age, they were accepted into the Magic Academy. It opens its doors every 10 years and was founded to train the best warriors of the generation and is led by a leading expert of the magistrate. There was also a time of unusually intense rivalry when several principals entered the academy at once, and it was called the time of the battles of the magistrate's heirs. At the same time, the young master was thinking that Dr. Park was from the Poison clan and he shouldn't let him know that he had a nano machine. The man did not know who helped Khan, but he told him that although his body was fine, he would prescribe a tonic that would help restore his energy. After the doctor left, he couldn't believe how a person could change so much in such a short time. Long ago, he was sure that the prince would simply be disposed of, given his weak body and lack of knowledge of martial arts, but now, taking into account the state of his physiology, he has greater potential to learn the arts than other princes. Khan was the illegitimate son of a lord, so the man assumed that he could simply pretend to be indifferent while actively getting involved in everything. And if the lord secretly helped him, then in that case he simply had no need to advertise it, because the newly opened Magic Academy would be noisy. Han breathed a sigh of relief, because he was sure that Dr. Park hardly understood anything. But if you think about it, the guy stayed alive thanks to his bodyguard Chan, and even though the nano machine healed him, if Chan hadn't come in time, he would have definitely died. The young master wanted to thank his bodyguard, but he interrupted him and said that he should take a bath first. Before this, the guy's body was in a state of self-healing, so he was wondering what kind of damage could be healed. All internal and external damage caused by an external source can be repaired. However, blood loss and decapitation will take longer as they require cell division. But all these words were very difficult to understand, so he decided to test it all in practice. He left a deep cut on his hand, but at the same time, the self-healing function of the left palm from the knife wound was activated. And literally a minute later, there was not even a trace left on the young gentleman's hand. Even seeing it with his own eyes, he found it hard to believe. But now he knew exactly how it worked. Han was also shocked at how his body could be so muscular and fit, but the nano machine told him that it had rebuilt his body so that the boy could master martial arts more easily. And although, as science knew, it is impossible to create something out of nothing, there is nothing difficult in rebuilding an existing body part. This was a choice of words beyond his understanding, because when he listened to all this, it seemed that everything he had learned before was absolutely meaningless. A little later, the prince came into his office and did not know what to do now, so Nana advised him to find a book and flip through the pages. The only books there that had anything to do with martial arts were about blood points and chi. Triju was a breathing technique designed to train the body and mind, but even with a lifetime of study, it is very difficult to reach even the lowest level. So Khan decided to read up on the blood points and warned Nana that he was starting. He flipped through the book without missing a single page, so she informed him that he had successfully scanned the book's bloodstream and asked for his permission to transfer all the information he saw into the user's brain. The transfer of information was completed, and the guy again felt the same weakness and nausea as the first time, but Nana told him that he would soon get used to it. The young master didn't know what to do next, but the nano machine told him that if he wanted to apply the knowledge he had gained, he simply had to think about a certain topic for it to appear. Blood points play an important role in the blood circulation of the human body and can also be simply called blood. There are two types of points. Some paralyze and others can destroy, and if you poke at the point of paralysis, then the person's body will also become paralyzed. Khan thought that this was complete madness, because it was not just memorization, and he could fully understand the contents of the book. The prince could not believe that with such information, he would be able to learn and hone martial arts faster than anyone else. The candidates from the 6 clans had been learning many techniques since they could walk, and even watching those assholes, he still couldn't understand the 3 Jew method, but he heard that there were many of them in the Magic Academy. With this ability, he will become stronger faster than anyone in the academy, so the prince decided for himself that this would be his goal. In the chambers of the Heir candidate, in the southern castle of the demon cult of the Pakmajan house, the boy was very angry that he sent everyone to get rid of one boy, and they all ended up destroyed. One of the warriors realized that this made no sense, and thought that someone had helped the young master. Prince Mu Kim was furious because no one had the right to call him by his name at his whim. He thought that Han was a bastard with low-class blood, so it would be easy to eliminate him, but the young master had a couple of trump cards. Mu Kim even tried to get rid of his bodyguard, but it seemed like there was someone else who could protect the guy. Therefore, looking at all these circumstances, the guy decided to destroy Khan already in the Magic Academy. All night long, Han couldn't sleep because of his nerves, so when the morning came, he firmly decided that today was the day he would enter the Magic Academy. Was he thinking about whether it would be better if he mastered Chan's dagger technique? But in that case, the people watching him wouldn't just leave it like that, because when his mother left this world, he swore that he wouldn't learn martial arts until he entered the academy. How unexpectedly Nana asked him, or did the young master want to scan the movement of Chan's bodyguard? The guy was shocked that she could scan other people's movements, and that meant she could scan the bodyguard's training and transfer it all into his head. All of this was doable, and besides this, the program has many techniques of other martial arts that can be learned, and Nana could even pass this knowledge on to the prince right now. But Han wasn't sure if it would be okay if he borrowed Chang's bodyguard's technique without getting his permission. But after lunch, he had to go to the academy without any regrets, so he didn't have time to think about how he could protect himself. So he asked Nana to activate the scan of his bodyguard's movements. The scanning time lasted for about half an hour, and soon this entire motion scanning process was completed. Immediately after this, the transfer of information into the user's brain began, and this time the young gentleman endured it more easily than yesterday. He was still surprised that he could now also master the bodyguard dagger technique, but he knew that he had to be very careful so that the man didn't notice it. Han was shocked and delighted at the same time, because he was able to do almost the same thing as Chan's bodyguard after 20 years of training. The scan allows him to completely ignore all aspects such as daily training, holding a pose, and honing his movements, which could not help but shock the young master. In addition, when the motion scanning was activated, muscle contraction analysis was also performed, so Nana asked for permission to transfer information to the muscles again. After that, his whole body was suddenly racked with pain, and the guy could not understand what was happening to him. Through long-term training, his body builds up specific muscles needed for specific movements, but it is not developed enough for this, so his muscles will become damaged. Master Han had not trained for a long time like Chan, and even if his brain had absorbed the information, his body would not be able to adapt. Therefore, the muscles of the young gentleman need stimulation, because in this way, the movements will become habitual for the body, and only after the transfer of information will he be able to fully use these movements. If Han transferred the information to the muscles, the pain would go away, so he asked Nana to do it as quickly as possible. She warned him that this transfer requires every nano machine in his body to work, so this process will take a couple of hours, and this transfer will be accompanied by pain, so the prince will be under the influence of anesthesia for some time. There have been 1 million recorded cases of loss of consciousness caused by muscle transfer, but Han decided to try without anesthesia, and if he couldn't handle it, Nana would return the guy to the option with her. The prince was very excited, and at first it felt like a tickle, but soon after he felt an incredibly hellish pain. Therefore, Nana made the decision to urgently administer anesthesia to her user. At the same time, Chan was thinking about whether he should prepare something special for his young master today, but ultimately decided to prepare the usual dishes that the prince liked. It had been 5 years since the man had learned to cook for him, even though he wasn't even a good cook. In the past, the young master's mother asked the bodyguard to look after her son. The man couldn't believe that it had actually been 5 years since Lady Sarvana died from poisoned food, and that today Prince Han was entering the academy, so he mentally turned to the woman to grant her son protection from the heavens. How suddenly he heard the cry of the young master and, dropping all his affairs, rushed to his aid. Khan was unconscious, but judging by his pulse, everything was fine, so the man was extremely confused and did not understand what had happened. To his surprise, the man saw strange marks on the floor that reminded him of his martial arts technique. Prince Han had been watching his training for the better part of 2 years and had already achieved what a man could achieve in 20 years of training, so this news shocked him. At this time, the young gentleman had already come to his senses, because the requested transmission to the muscle fibers and anesthesia was completed. The guy decided that he would never repeat something like this again, even though Nana had warned him about it in advance. He wondered whether it was painless to use the dagger technique now, because due to the transmission to the muscles, it should have the same fiber structure as people who had practiced the necessary movements for 20 years. Khan used the same techniques as before, but his strength and accuracy increased hundreds of times. The feeling as he cut through the air was simply superb, which could not help but please the young master. That was all that was needed for the first formation. As for the first step of the second formation, even though he didn't use the light style, there were still traces left, and that was a bad sign. He had already mastered the heavy style, but if the bodyguard saw this, it would be really bad. He heard Chan heading into the room and trying to cover his tracks, but they wouldn't disappear even if he pressed on them. So when the man came in, he saw the young gentleman drag the table to the place of his footprints, which was very funny. The guy explained that since he would not be home for a long time, he would like to have a snack in the center of the room, which seemed completely stupid. The man prepared for him fried Chinese cabbage and pork, as well as egg on rice, which were the prince's favorite dishes. Han realized that the bodyguard was caring for him, as today was the day he entered the academy, and this could be his last breakfast that the man made for him. The guy decided to eat everything to the last drop, and the man asked him to do it more slowly, otherwise his stomach would get upset. After the young master finished eating, the man asked him when he had mastered his dagger technique. The guy pretended that he didn't understand what was being discussed and made a maximally surprised face. So the man decided to move the table and check if his eyes had deceived him. This mark was left by the first movement into the second formation of his technique and looks much clearer than the one he saw before. Han knew that stealing someone else's martial arts technique was a taboo in Murim, and it was obvious that he had committed a crime by stealing someone else's technique using Nana, and even if the bodyguard hated him, he would not be able to justify it. However, instead, the man was proud of his young master and praised him for doing a great job. After all, there was nothing wrong with the prince being trained in secret. After all, if he had not been a bodyguard, and if it had not been for the oath given to the 6 clans, the man would have taught the young master this much earlier. He decided to give him the energy consumption method for the light style of the dagger technique and give him some advice to master this style, even though there would be many things in the academy that were much better than what he offered him. And despite the fact that Khan promised his bodyguard never to cry again, at that moment he could not hold back his tears. It had been 5 years since Lady Sarvana had left for another world, and during that time, the man had gritted his teeth and put up with the prince's character. But Khan was still a boy who needed parental care. However, Chan couldn't stay with him after he was admitted to the academy, so he could only cry today, and after that, the prince needed to stay strong. Han was incredibly grateful to his bodyguard, but he understood that from today on, there was no longer any room for fear or doubt, and even if his mother was no longer with them, he still had a place to return to. After a while, all the clans were assembled and some of the students standing in front of the academy began to get nervous and make noise, since this was a competition between the heirs, as part of a small clan, and they were forced to line up. The man was angry that everyone gathered there was so noisy because due to such disorder he could not see any hint of their souls. The left bodyguard, Fire King Li Hua Myung, was very angry because did they all come here without due determination, because this could be the place of their death? This red hair indicated that this man was one of the strongest of the magic cult. He also drew attention to the fact that all the heirs of the 6 clans stood in the first row. The first of the guys was from the Clan of Darkness and number 1, Yung Mu Yon. The second in line was a guy from the Sword Clan, and also number 2 was Jong Kyung Woon. The Brook clan was represented by the guy number 3, Chun Mu Kim, who was incredibly annoyed by what was happening around him. The fourth was an incredibly calm guy from the Poison clan, and also the student number 4, Jung Jun Sum. The fifth in line to enter the academy was the young master from the Blade clan, number 5, Chong Yu Chong. And the last in this row was the only girl from the Sound clan, number 6, Jong Won Ryu. But when Hua Myung tried to find the 7th heir from the main clan with his eyes, he couldn't do it, so he wondered where he was. At the same time, they didn't want to let Khan go ahead because he didn't have the 7th prince's name badge, so he would have to wait until the workers found him. The boy thought that it must have been the work of one of the 6 clans because they did not want him to stand in the same row with them. Khan understood that nothing good would come of quarreling with them from the very beginning, so he calmly stayed away. These were the same bastards who had tried to destroy him at every opportunity, and it was obvious that they would be ready to do it again as soon as they saw him. Well, even despite this, the prince still came there, after their countless dishonest attempts on his life, and decided for himself, no matter what, to become stronger than all of them put together. When he finally got his badge, there were a lot of people ahead of him, and Han realized that it would be very difficult to get ahead. The people around were whispering that the black name badge with the number 7 belonged to a guy who was a candidate for the successor and did not belong to any of the 6 clans, and so there were rumors that he did not know any martial arts style, so they were sure that he would fail first. Although the young master did not hear what the people were talking about, it did not take much intelligence to understand what they were whispering about. Hua Myung noticed the guy in the back row and had mixed feelings about seeing him at the very end, so he thought it was a funny way to get attention since he was the illegitimate child of a lord. The servants around began to blow their horns, so it became obvious to everyone around that the clan leaders and the lord would soon arrive there. All the people could not take their eyes off such high-ranking people and the lord himself, because such a status delighted them. How unexpectedly one of them, namely the right bodyguard, the crazy blade Seob Myung, stumbled and became very angry at Hua Myung because he looked down on him after such an unpleasant situation. But the chief bodyguard of the great kings of the Guardians, Marakun, ordered everyone to be silent, and no one could disobey him. And finally, one of the 5 strongest in the Murim cult, Lord Chonma, the heavenly devil Chon Yu Chon, arrived at the scene. The man's presence overwhelmed everyone around him, as befits a master, and no one could even raise their head. Yuchun began his speech and greeted everyone, and also said that everyone present there was responsible for the future of this cult. This is what they called Nigong because it sounded like he was just talking, but it was all so clear and distinct. In this place, the teaching and the shackles become the power of the cult, so everyone around began to shout, welcoming their lord, and glorifying the demonic cult. How unexpectedly in the crowd of people the man noticed his seventh illegitimate son. After looking at him for a moment, he turned around to simply leave, and although Khan met him for the first time, all he noticed were his cold eyes. However, the young master did not expect anything else, because this man did not appear even after his mother left for another world. And now that the master's welcoming speech was over, they could begin, so Hua Myung gave the order for everyone to stand in order. It wasn't that difficult, so he told everyone to listen carefully to everything he told them. The training at the academy will last 4 years and will consist of 6 stages, and after each of them, all students will have to pass a test and will have only one chance to pass it. All the students were shocked that they only had one chance, because if they couldn't do it the first time, they would fail once and for all. The man was pleased that his words had reached them, because indeed, anyone who did not pass would be excluded that very second. Ken Woon of the Sword Clan decided to be bold and ask the question that interested him. However, Hua Myung didn't understand who allowed a bastard like him to ask questions. The boy was furious at his mentor's words because he believed that no one dared to treat the heirs like that. However, they should have known that once they were enrolled in the academy, they would lose all the privileges of the 6 clans, so if the guy didn't want to be expelled before the competition even started, he should shut his mouth. The second heir of the clan asked for forgiveness because he understood that he had no other choice. It was obvious that the young master still wanted to ask something, so the rest of the crowd decided to find out whether the man thought that one chance for 6 stages was unfair, but the one who moved on to the next stage would receive a special reward. The first reward of all this was the healing Black Dragon Stone, which allowed the one who used it to gain 20 years, comparable to a Nigong. Therefore, if you go through all the stages and earn 6 stones, you could get 120 years, and this would be similar to the level of high professionalism, and they say that the more you use it, the less effective it becomes, and it is difficult to absorb it all in one sitting. Han understood that he didn't have any Nigong now, but if he went through all 6 stages, he would be able to increase his Nigong many times over. The second reward was a book of martial arts secrets, and although all the students were proficient in martial arts, they still understood the importance of such books. The library of the Demon Academy is located on 5 floors, and each time they pass the test, they will be given access to 1 floor. And depending on the effort they put in, they will have the opportunity to learn the secrets of the 6 clans and even secret manuals on various martial arts, such as the divine phonology of Master Murim. Han realized that martial arts books were much more important for survival than Nigong, so he decided to focus on them. But first, most of them won't make it to the 5th floor even if they are resurrected, so the man advised everyone to come down to Earth. And the third and final incentive was that all the boys could achieve a rank they had not had before. It is for this reason that candidates there have no ranks or privileges, and everything changes after entering the academy, because from that moment on, only the strongest will survive. Each time they pass a stage, they will receive a rank, a low warrior rank for the first stage, a medium rank for the second, and a high rank for the third, and the rank of team leader for the 4th stage and clan leader for the 5th. And the 6th, however, may not affect them, so the man decided to miss this moment. Most of them won't even pass 3 stages no matter what they do, but still, even so, wouldn't it be a shame if members of high-ranking clans became low-ranking here? However, it was impossible to call the 6th stage a test at all, because it was practically impossible to pass it, and in the centuries that the academy has existed, not even a dozen people have passed this test. If the students can advance to higher levels, their rank will be counted, but they will all start at cadet rank, and later these ranks will vary. If survival was previously the main problem of the young master, now survival means rising in rank. With the explanations over, Hua Myung told everyone to split into groups to check into the dorms and begin the first test. Everyone around them, including Han, were terrified that right now their first test was awaiting them, because they all thought that they had to learn something first. However, Hua Myung told everyone to immediately shut up and that those who failed the test would be expelled, and they didn't even deserve to be called low-ranking warriors, so the first test was to evaluate their fighting skills. They were required to have at least a basic level of Nigong to become warriors of their academy, and those without Nigong would be redirected into agriculture, commerce, or service industries. Han at this moment realized the reason why the ladies of the 6 clans made him swear that he would not learn Nigong, and if he did not pass now, he would become part of the lowest clan of the cult, and if that happened, anyone would try to destroy him. Mu Kim of the Stream clan didn't know whose idea it was, but it was clearly a good one because it would save him from having to destroy Han himself. How unexpectedly, the leader of one of the 5 oldest clans of the demon cult Sound clan, Han So-yun, appeared before them, having come there to oversee the progress of the first test. And to be honest, this test was very simple, and if any of them failed here, they would never be able to become even a low-ranking warrior. Everyone understood that the leader of the Sound clan did not just appear there for no reason, and most likely it was some kind of unusual test for such a great person to be present at it. To the surprise of the young gentleman, all the cadets around him began to cover their ears. But Hwamyoung said that if the 5th head really started releasing her waves of musical energy, then little kids like them wouldn't have a chance to resist, but she would control everything, and if they were lucky, they would be able to do without even Nagong. At that moment, Khan finally realized that they were really about to experience a wave of musical energy. So Yoon said that even with a small amount of Nigong, they would be able to withstand her wave of musical energy for a minute. So the man announced that whoever could remain conscious for a minute would pass the first test. As expected, those who were from the small clans had already lost consciousness. But compared to them, the candidates of the 6 clans and other children of high-ranking clans are still holding up. After all, they had been taking medication since early childhood, which allowed them to accumulate enough Nigong, so Mu Kim was sure that the 7th heir had long since been unconscious and lying on the ground. How suddenly the Sound clan leader's pinches became faster and faster, and no one around could understand why she was doing this. However, the woman took such measures because their greatest enemy had not yet been defeated. When almost half of the people on the field were on the ground, he was completely fine, because powerful high and low frequency waves were detected coming from the instrument, and there was a possibility of serious damage to his body, so Nana activated an emergency defense to block the influence of the sound waves. The guy realized that she had helped him once again, and now he would not be able to hear sound waves, because she had temporarily frozen his body's ability to perceive sounds. Hwamyoung felt that the 5th elder was starting to lose patience, because the history of the Sound clan had become much stronger than before, and this must be too much for those with less than 20 years of Nigong. As expected, it was the 7th prince who was the cause of this, and it was incredible that he was extremely stable, because everyone around him knew that he had no outstanding abilities. For the first time since he got his place at the academy, the man saw the first test go so excitingly, and he wondered how long this guy could last. Even Mu Kim didn't understand why the 5th elder was acting so strongly, and there was clearly something wrong with her expression, as it looked like she was angry. How suddenly all 6 heirs turned back and looked at Han, who even without Nigong managed to remain in perfect order. The young master realized that all the children in front of him and the 5th elder were absolutely furious, so Nana decided to scan the movement of their facial muscles, and So Yoon's face clearly showed confusion, surprise, irritation, and anger. Because the young master's hearing was cut off, he did not know what was going on around him, but he could see their hostility, and it was obvious that their pride was hurt, since they thought he had no Nigong, and now everyone could see that he was holding up very well. If he passes the first test in good condition, they will not believe him because he has never had any outstanding abilities. So he asked Nana to do damage to his internal organs, even though she clearly advised against it. But it didn't matter, because as soon as the show was over, she had to cause him internal damage and make him vomit blood, because that was the only way they couldn't believe him. The minute of the wave of musical energy was almost over, and Khan, who was not yet 15 years old, endured it so easily. So the woman couldn't just leave it like that, because her pride couldn't allow her to do that. So she decided to play music that required half of her body's strength. Hua Myung tried to stop her because continuing such a concert would be dangerous for all the students of the Magic Academy. Finally, this terrible music ended, and everyone around could breathe a sigh of relief. The fifth elder herself couldn't believe what she had done, because she couldn't control her anger towards the seventh heir and used half of her strength, and all of this was because of the enemy of the 6 clans. How unexpectedly the prince began to vomit blood in incredible quantities, which he clearly did not expect. But Nana said that the program was executed in accordance with the given order, and 30% damage was inflicted, which caused maximum bleeding. Hua Myung rushed to his aid, because if the young master died because of the test, then he would be the one responsible. And maybe the guy was not from the 6 clans, but you can't let a member of the leadership line die there. And although dizziness caused by the loss of 7% of blood was registered, and the self-healing mode of internal organs and blood supply was activated, Khan asked his assistant to hold off on this. She said that the master was in a very dangerous condition, but he persistently continued to mentally ask her to wait a little longer. And the man could only ask himself one question: how much Nigong must this child have to withstand such a test? Hua Myung felt that the 7th heir didn't actually have him, which was complete madness. And even though there were bad rumors about him and the man did not expect much, he still could not believe that the guy passed the first test only on mental endurance and willpower. When the man gave the order to take the 7th prince to the infirmary, Han finally asked Nana to treat him as soon as possible. So Yoon was simply shocked that the child had endured the waves of energy as if it was nothing, but in reality he had so much internal damage. Immediately after the boy left the battlefield, the man said that even for the 5th elder this was all too much, because she almost destroyed him. So Yoon wondered if by any chance this child didn't have at least a little bit of Nigong. However, Hua Myung assured her that he had nothing, and he gave Han a little stimulation, but he had no Nigong at all, and this meant that the guy really kept his oath. The woman was furious, because it was impossible to withstand so much of her energy without distinctive abilities, and if he really didn't have Nigong, he would have passed out like the other children. The man said he was left with very serious wounds, and that he had passed the test thanks to his own will. And if he weren't illegitimate, the man would want to raise him as one of his students, but nothing good would come of it, due to the resistance of the 6 clans. Sabai found this situation funny, because it was very funny to hear that the young master passed the first test, thanks to his own will. Hua Myung said that it was none of his business, and so the man advised him to hide in a corner as usual and continue drinking. The man was very angry because the guy, who would have been destroyed already, if not for the bodyguard, seemed to like to pick on him. However, the guy who manages to speak even with a mouthful of alcohol, as he said, if he weren't a bodyguard, he would have been destroyed long ago. How unexpectedly they released an incredibly powerful energy into each other, which was felt by everyone around, because this is how the right and left bodyguards collided. But still, Sob Men decided to leave, and on the way, he mocked all the students because they were spread out on the ground from just one wave of energy, so he thought that modern children had no courage at all. However, despite everything compared to the other guys, he couldn't help but appreciate Khan's efforts, so he concluded for himself that he definitely liked him. At the same time, in the main building of the Demonic Academy, on the 2nd floor, there was an infirmary, where Dr. Baek Jong-myun was informed that a patient was being brought to him. He was incredibly happy that he actually got a patient on the very first day, and he knew that the Demon Academy was the best. Everyone around knew that this doctor was a student who was obsessed with medical practice. Well, when the young gentleman was finally brought into the infirmary, the man was very surprised at how difficult the test must be to be in such a state. He asked the men if he had been hit in the stomach, but they explained to him that the guy only had internal injuries. Chung Myung was very surprised, but the young master did not have a Nigong, so the left bodyguard asked the doctor to take special care of him. He had seen various cases during his 10 years of studying with the teacher, but this was the first time he had seen so much blood from internal wounds. Previously, Han had not thought about being transferred to the infirmary and had almost healed his internal injuries, but he was still in pain, so he had to wait until the doctor finished. His pulse was obviously uneven and rapid, and it was probably because the young master had received a lot of damage, but it was still strange because even if he bit off his tongue, there would clearly not be that much blood. The doctor decided to use acupuncture to help Khan when suddenly there was an explosion behind him. The one who caused this commotion was the right bodyguard, who did not understand what Chun Myun was doing there, because he was the boy who clung to his teacher like a coward, and now he became a doctor of the academy. The doctor was irritated by the man's tone, but he calmly asked what exactly brought him to the infirmary, because he was sure that, being the right-hand bodyguard, he was unlikely to be hurt in this situation. Sobmen felt that his presence irritated the guy, so his aura began to be felt by everyone around, but the doctor assured him that the man could settle in the infirmary with all the comfort. The right bodyguard noticed the guy and said that he was really an amazing kid. Khan wondered to himself why this man was in the infirmary, and did he really realize that he was pretending to have internal organ damage? How unexpectedly the man moved closer to the guy, and a clear smell of alcohol was felt from him, but he continued to ask why the young gentleman was pretending to be asleep, because he felt that this was not the case at all. The right bodyguard, thanks to his abilities, was able to lift the guy without even touching him, which greatly surprised the infirmary doctor. Han realized that the man had lifted him up using Nigong, but he was unable to move as he was still not recovered. Sobmen said that if the seventh prince continued to pretend to be asleep, he would slap him in the face. It was obvious that the right bodyguard had figured him out, so the guy asked how he did it. The man started laughing loudly because this whole situation was extremely funny for him, because the guy dared to be so impudent and disgraced himself in front of his bodyguard. Sobmen called the young master strange, because any experienced warrior can determine whether a person is sleeping or not by the sound of his breathing. Khan was surprised, but the average number of breaths for a man between the ages of 15 and 20 is 12 to 20 per minute, but previously his breathing was 8 counts per minute, which was extremely implausible. However, despite everything, the right bodyguard said that he does not think that today's children have the same strong guts as he did, because the current generation had no endurance, and they want to take the easiest way out as soon as the situation gets difficult. But none of this could be said about the seventh prince, because he hinted that he had a will that others did not possess. When the man stopped the effect of the Nigong, he decided to get to the point and said that he really wanted Han to become his disciple. The boy couldn't believe his ears, so he asked the man again what he had just said, but Sobmen repeated to him once again that he really wanted to take him on as a student. Everyone around knew who Han really was, so if he accepted this offer, there was a chance that the 6 clans would hate the man if he took him in. The right bodyguard found it funny to hear this, because he was sure that they couldn't do anything to him, and besides, they would still have to compete with each other, with or without him. Khan knew that this was a great opportunity for him, but he was not sure whether such an offer was a trap for him. Beck thought that in front of him was indeed the famous seventh prince, and although he knew that the 6 clans would pull tricks at the Demon Academy this time, but forcing the guy to lose so much blood was too much. At the same time, the young master did not know what exactly he should answer to this, because it was so unexpected, and besides he already had a teacher at the academy. Sobmen understood that this child had doubts, and this was expected, considering the kind of life he led. So, despite the fact that the guy was still unsure, he decided to offer him something that he couldn't refuse. He placed in front of Han what he needed most to survive in the Demon Academy, since he was stuck in the infirmary as soon as he got there. If he's afraid of falling behind others, then he'll obviously need it. And although he was able to pass the first test through sheer willpower, did he really think that someone without a Nigong like him would be able to pass the next test? Anyone who hoped to be a warrior had to be one step ahead of the rest, and if the guy planned to lie in the infirmary for these 2 weeks, then that could only mean that he would fall behind everyone from the very beginning. And while he was locked here, the rest, his most ardent opponents, would advance 100 steps forward, so the guy couldn't deny it, but he definitely needed to stay there to avoid suspicion. Sobman asked the young master if he knew why Hua Myung had sent Han here. The young gentleman suggested that the reason was that his internal organs were damaged. It was true that if a person was wounded, he was sent to the infirmary, but what was strange was that there were many other children with internal injuries, but the man did not send any of them there. Most Morima people can heal internal injuries through meditation, and of course it will be faster if they are treated by a doctor or with medicine. Therefore, the right bodyguard hinted that everyone else was able to heal themselves at least a little, so there was no need to send them to the infirmary. A child who cannot even be cured by meditation, could he possibly be cured of internal injuries in such a short period of time? Han understood that everything else was exactly as the bodyguard said, and it was clear that if he wanted to move on to the next stage, he would need Nigong. The young master heard that if he passed the first test, he would receive a healing stone and access to the first floor of the academy library, so he wanted to take advantage of it. However, the right bodyguard told him that the left bodyguard forgot to mention something very important, because the academy library is not a place where you can enter and exit at any time at your own discretion. You can only go there once after passing the test, because no one would allow you to freely explore all the important books that were there, because this place was extremely protected. In addition, there was a time limit that one could stay there, and it was only 2 hours, but the higher the students rose, the more time they were given. Also, rewriting the contents of books was prohibited, and the cadets had to memorize everything before they left, and memorizing 2 books was already a lot. Han realized that this gave him a huge advantage, because with Nana's scanning skills, in just 2 hours he would be able to scan not 1 or 2, but hundreds of books. The right bodyguard said that such a boy without a Nigong would definitely be tested for strength in 4 years at the academy. The young master thought that the man meant that he was different from the others because the other guys who entered the academy were trained in martial arts by their clans. But he had no fighting skills, no Nigong, and in order to deal with the threat of the 6 planes, the guy really needed to become his disciple. At that moment, Han thought that the piece of paper near his head was the breath of the Nigong. The right bodyguard was pleased that the boy had figured this out, so if he became his student, the man would teach him the Nigong breathing right there and then. Khan didn't know if the man really wanted him to become his disciple, but he needed to have at least someone on his side, and everything he couldn't learn because of the oath of the 6 clans, the young master could do now, so he decided to accept the right bodyguard as his teacher and bowed to him and asked him to do it. And although the student must bow to his teacher twice, the man raised him up with his abilities, because the blood of the heir should not bow to anyone lower than the Lord himself. Sobman said that the young master would be resting today, or rather, by his arrival he should remember and learn the key points of the Nigong breathing, and immediately after that he hurried to leave, asking the doctor to take care of Khan. Beck began his work and said that due to internal injuries the guy was in a very weak condition, and it would be very difficult to cope with all this, because his pulse was also not right. The man said that he would return with acupuncture instruments, so he asked the young master to remain conscious. At the same time, the 7th prince was thinking that with Nana and the right bodyguard, he would really have many opportunities, and finally, among the enemies here at the academy, there was finally someone who was on his side. At the same time, at the Demon Academy's training ground, senior martial arts teacher Ho Jin Chong was reporting to the left bodyguard about the results of the first test, which was that including Cadet 7, who was taken to the infirmary, the total number of those who passed was 415 people. This was 200 people less than the results of the first test 10 years ago, and as predicted, Elder Seo Yoon's energy waves were too powerful. Those who failed found this situation unfair and did not understand why they were being excluded just because bubbles came out of their mouths. Therefore, all those who could not come to terms with the results of the first test were thrown out of the Demonic Academy that very second. Those people who are at the forefront have remarkable skills, and those who are excluded will not be able to resist them, and because of their stubbornness, they will not be able to learn a lesson from it. In their place, the left bodyguard would also consider this unfair, since because of Cadet 7, the difficulty of the first test was inflated. Therefore, for those who had no failures or skills, this loss became their destiny. And among those who passed the first test, there were many children with outstanding abilities, and even though many of them had internal injuries, they continued to meditate. The candidates from the 6 clans and the 8 people from the high clans easily passed this test because they were originally on a different level compared to the rest of the cadets. After all, in order to not suffer any damage from the energy waves, Elder Seo Yun would need hundreds of years to wield such a Nigong, and it was obvious that they were indeed a level higher than the other candidates. The Dark Clans number 1, Muen, and the Blade Clans number 5, Yuhan, were the only ones to withstand the energy waves without sustaining any damage, and rumor has it that the battle between their clans will be incredibly exciting. Huamian congratulated the cadets on passing the first test and told them that they would all receive a bronze medal, signifying the lowest rank in the academy, and they would spend the next 4 years as cadets of the Demon Academy, and after that, he decided to begin dividing them into groups. At the same time, Dr. Beck informed the young gentleman that his condition was very bad and the guy would need at least 15 days to take part in the next tests, which surprised him greatly. He didn't know what he had to do now because if Nana was put into self-healing mode, then the treatment would end before it even started. But if he recovered too quickly, then he would definitely be suspected. If the young master agreed to the usual treatment, he would fall behind in training, and even more so, he did not know anything that happened after the first test, due to the fact that he was carried to the infirmary. However, the man told him not to be so upset, because if the young master were treated by ordinary doctors, it would take months, but the period would be shorter because his teacher was Baek Jung-woo. The doctor didn't know if it could help, but he said that he would pretend not to know that the 7th prince was learning martial arts from the right bodyguard, for which the young master was very grateful to him and said that he would definitely repay him for it in the future. Beck was determined to do acupuncture, so he needed to get rid of Han's clothes, but when he saw his muscles, it impressed him greatly, and not even though the young master had not studied martial arts, his body was in much better shape than he expected. The doctor allowed the first needle to be placed in the middle of the chest, but Nana detected an attempt to cause damage to the user's body using a sharp iron needle and activated self-defense mode. Han managed to force Nana to stop doing it in time, so she deactivated her self-defense mode at the user's command, and it seemed like she didn't know the difference between attacking and healing. She explained to him that without prior knowledge of his body's actions, she would treat any attack as damage, so the 7th prince asked her from now on not to react to actions he took voluntarily. Since Beck started treating the boy, his stomach pains have become much less, so Nana decided to bring out information related to acupuncture of the embedded systems. Acupuncture needles enter points on his body such as the lower sternum, under the heart and arms, and the 5th and 6th are points that enhance regeneration in the abdominal area. Nana could heal his internal injuries and the healing could go faster, but if he recovered too quickly, she wouldn't necessarily suspect anything. So he asked her to heal him and make it look like he was still injured. Nana told him that after his self-healing treatment was complete, she could change his pulse rate in such a way that it would create the illusion of internal organ damage. Although Han asked this just in case, he was glad that it was possible, and if he could fool the doctor for 2 weeks, it would be his chance to learn Nigong with the right bodyguard. Immediately after that, he asked Nana to cure him now and deceive Beck when he came to check on him, so she began the self-healing process at the user's command. After a while, the man gave the order for the cadets to line up and then began to explain to them what the next test consisted of. Before the 3rd test, all cadets would be tested at the same time, and in order to pass the 2nd test and become a mid-level warrior, they needed to have basic knowledge of tactics and strategy, and they only had 20 days at their disposal. There were 20 groups there in total, because after 3 weeks, only 10 groups would be able to move on to the next stage. Everyone around was shocked that they were given so little time, because it was almost impossible to remember all the tactics and strategies. Most of the groups didn't have a single strong cadet, and so half of the cadets were eliminated before the third test, and 6 clans had an undeniable advantage in all of this. This will be the first and last test that requires teamwork, so if they wanted to compete against each other as a group, they might all fail together. With that, he concluded today's meeting and told everyone that they could return to their dorms and rest. After all, starting tomorrow, all cadets will be trained under the guidance of the mentors who stood before them, and they will kindly teach them tactics and techniques. The instructor of the 8th group, Peter, asked the cadets under number 3 why he was still there. Brook Clan candidate Moo Kim knew that his teacher couldn't answer questions regarding training, so he had a slightly different question. He was almost certain that he would be the leader of the 8th group, and the cadet number 7 who was assigned to his group was in the infirmary, so due to one person missing from the group test, he didn't want his entire team to fail. And since he wasn't at the ceremony, cadet number 7 doesn't know anything about the upcoming events, so the guy wanted to enlighten him about everything he learned today. Well, in fact, he was thinking that the illegitimate prince's luck had deserted him the day he found himself in the same group as him, because Mukim personally decided to come to the infirmary to finish him off. The teacher thought this was a great idea because he saw that the young master had already mastered the basics, so he decided to congratulate him on his first day. However, the man decided to take the boy's advice into account, and as the group's instructor, he would go to the main building to pass on the information to cadet number 7, which surprised Mukim immensely. Peter suspected something was wrong, and so told the insolent student that children were not allowed into the main building except in special cases, and his was clearly not one of them. The young master was very upset because he didn't even think that he wouldn't be able to get into the main building and everything didn't go according to his plan at all. He was a candidate of the Brook clan, but he couldn't even use it here, so he had no other choice, and asked the instructor to do a favor for him, and after that, the man told him to return to his dorm immediately. But finally, he asked him if the man could at least let him know when cadet number 7 would join them. It was not a problem for Peter, but he said that it was too late today, and he would give all the news tomorrow. And if everything turned out exactly like this, then Mukim will have to wait until Khan returns to the hostel in order to quickly make him suffer so much that he himself wants to go to the next world. A little later, in the main building of the Demonic Academy, Peter was shocked that it would take 14 whole days to restore the 7th principal. However, his internal injuries were so extensive that this was the minimum amount of time he could remain in the hospital. The teacher knew that if the boy stayed there for so long, it would not be easy for him to reach the highest level, so he asked the doctor if there was any way to speed it up. Beck also wondered about this, but cadet number 7 didn't have any Nigong at all, so it was impossible. Peter couldn't believe that he was being hospitalized for 2 weeks, because the second test was starting in 3 weeks, and he didn't want his group to be excluded just because of this guy. So he asked the doctor for permission to talk to cadet number 7, because he had a lot to say. However, the doctor said that the young gentleman was currently sleeping, so the man decided to come tomorrow. He thought about how Han had barely managed to pass the first test, and that must have been where his luck really ran out. Early in the morning, Sobman burst into the hospital to see the young master to check how his new student was doing. The Khan was so surprised by such a night visit that he didn't even know what he was supposed to say. So the man asked if the boy had finished the homework he had given him yesterday. And although the 7th prince was taken away by the presence of the Lazarus only yesterday, he still said that he had successfully learned everything because it was clear that the man was very impatient. The right bodyguard was completely shocked that the guy did this even when he was sick, because in fact, he only said this to provoke him. And such an early visit from the teacher was justified by the fact that he would only be able to teach him for 2 weeks, which greatly surprised Khan. The man will be able to visit him while he is in the infirmary, but once he returns to the dormitory, he will no longer be able to contact him. And he has to teach during the day anyway, and he can only come very early, otherwise people will become suspicious of them. The Demon Academy was forbidden from training with outsiders, so if he was caught, it would be even more trouble. Sobman thought that the guy would be stubborn, but he listened to him very carefully and thanked the man for warning him about this. And since their conversation was already over, they had enough time left to finally start their joint training right now. Before Khan could rejoice at all this, Sobman began to burn with rage and said that they had too little time, so the young master should not relax. He told the seventh prince to immediately turn around and sit on the floor and not to test his patience. Khan wanted the man to explain to him why he was doing this. The teacher praised the boy for memorizing the breadth of 1,000 martial arts, but since they were short on time, he decided to force his flow into him. This difficult path was created by his great-grandfather, so he asked Khan not to worry, because his teacher will do absolutely everything for him. He asked the guy to clench his jaws, because if he screamed, the guards would come and it would be considered over. And in the next moment, non-material energy was included in the user's bloodstream, so Nana began an analysis based on the available data. The energy was detected and identified as chakra, so further analysis was carried out into the effects of this power on the user's body. Han understood that the teacher's Nigong was making his veins bulge, and it was too much for him. At the same time, Sobman was incredibly surprised, because it seemed that no one had really taught this child anything, because there were no obstacles or hindrances in his circulation. The young master's muscles looked very toned, but as far as he knew, the boy had not studied martial arts. Of all his 7 wives, the Lord was only concerned about Lady Sarvana, so he assumed that perhaps the man had secretly taken care of this child as well. But in any case, everything was going just fine because with such a state of the body, it would only take 7 days to create a sufficient amount of Nigong. At the same time, in the dorm of the demon fortress, one of the guys attacked the prince, and his classmates were incredibly angry because they were sure that after attacking Junsum from the Poison Clan, he would definitely be in trouble. However, the Demon Academy is based on strength alone, and now that the number 18 cadet from the top clan, Baek Gi, has won, he will be the one to lead Group 12. At the same time, Sobman asked the guy if he remembered the flow exactly, and although it was quite painful the first time, it was the best way to hammer knowledge into people like him, without Nigong. The guy had only 7 days to collect enough Nigong during this time. Judging by how tired the man looked, he must have used up quite a lot of his own strength, so the guy needed to be able to withstand at least that much of a load. Khan promised that with the care of his teacher he would try to do everything he could, so the man said that the training was over and asked the guy not to forget about the breathing method and the flow, because he should know them just perfectly. After Sobman left, Han was determined that he would be able to accumulate a huge amount of Nigong within a week. The next day, at the Demon Academy's practice grounds, Huaman was looking at the leaders of all the groups. As expected, the heirs of the 6 clans had indeed become the leaders of their groups, and many children were seen with their faces spoiled by yesterday. The reason why the instructors were not in the dorms on the first day was because it was necessary to give the students a chance to fight among themselves to determine their ranks. In the 12th group, the leader was supposed to be a candidate from the Poison Clan, but to his surprise, their leader was cadet number 18, and looking at them, it was clear that they had a hard time. The guy dared to attack the prince with the black name badge, which meant that not only did he know what was what, but he was clearly not a coward. It was time to begin training the cadets, so the senior teacher said that for 7 days, starting today, every morning in the classroom to their right, they would learn basic tactics and strategy, and in the afternoon after lunch, they would train here on the training ground. When everyone had absorbed the information, they began to move to the auditorium, and a conflict arose between the 2 princes, because Mukim said that the guy had fallen very much in rank, because the Poison Clan without poison was a non-entity. Junsum thought that because of this upstart Baek Gi from the top clan, he was insulted, so he definitely needed to take revenge. The young gentleman firmly decided for himself that everyone around him could have fun and play a stupid game called Who's the Boss, but his opponent would clearly regret being in the same group with him. After some time, in the dorm of the Demon Academy, the instructor praised Mukim for showing himself quite well during the group training. And after that, the man told him that cadet number 7 would remain in the infirmary for another 2 weeks, which could not help but shock the guy. After all, even if he remembered the theory, the practice would be problematic, and it was interesting how the young master without a Nigong was going to catch up with everyone else in his group. But he decided to visit him again anyway, and the rest of the guys in the group would have free time, so he asked them to try their best. Immediately after the instructor left, Mukim began to destroy everything in his path, even despite the fact that it would be even more difficult for everyone if he began to show his bad character. The guy couldn't believe how Khan could remain in the infirmary for another 2 weeks, because he wanted to destroy him as soon as possible. Cadet number 80 from the loyalty clan, Ja Hyun, tried to calm the young master down, because if the doctor said so, then it wasn't a lie. However, Mukim did not want to believe this and was sure that his opponent was simply pretending to be ill, and the mere thought that this man with his dirty blood would lie quietly drove him crazy. And instead of getting angry for no reason, one of his group suggested that he do something that would clearly harm their enemy. 4 days later, the doctor was incredibly upset, because for the last 5 days, he had not had a single patient, and he was simply dying of boredom. Suddenly, Peter burst into his office, informing him that one of his cadets had gotten hurt while training with real swords, and that he hadn't pulled out the sword just in case it made things worse, so he had brought the guy in as is. So the doctor set to work, and they got through it pretty quickly, as befits someone who had learned from the best, but it was all because the instructor hadn't pulled the sword off his back in the first place. Peter was worried about his student, but fortunately his vital organs were not damaged, and the guy was clearly lucky. There seemed to be no reason to worry, but the instructor was indeed worried about the students, because until the second test, they were all under his responsibility, and 2 of them were already in the infirmary, which could not help but disappoint the man. The doctor stitched up the wound, but it was deep enough that the boy needed to be hospitalized, but not for as long as cadet number 7, so 3 days would be enough. The instructor said that he would come later when the evening training was over, so he asked him to take care of cadet number 23. But at the same time, he couldn't believe that this happened right after the students switched to real swords, so an explanation was definitely needed. Late at night, the same wounded guy decided to damage the young master's body, because from the very beginning this was their plan, but the guy did it for the sake of his survival, so he asked Khan in advance not to blame him. However, before the boy could even touch the young master, he jumped up and delivered an incredibly strong counterattack, because such an attack was very much expected. After some time, Bon came to his senses and could not understand why he lost consciousness and was tied up. Khan explained to him that it was he who dealt the boy a crushing blow, tied him up, and sat him on the bed. The guy thought about how he could have passed out, but the more important thing was that the prince should have had internal injuries, but the guy looked very healthy. The prince kept calling the guy bald, but he couldn't figure out what it was about, so Khan showed the cadet a reflection of his face, and he couldn't believe that he no longer felt the smoothness of his beautiful hair. Because Han's opponent began to panic, he slapped him in the face and told him to shut up immediately, causing Bon to pass out instantly. After a while, the guy calmed down and came to his senses, and also began to say something unintelligible, because there was a gag in his mouth. Initially, the prince seemed so innocent that when the guy first saw him at the ceremony, he couldn't even believe that he was actually like that. Hans asked him how he thought he was still alive when scum like him were always trying to poison or destroy him. There were so many of these attempts that the young master got tired of counting them, so he decided to ask his opponent another question. Or did he know how painful it would be if this knife was stuck into his body? He cut Jakin's gag and told him to tell him immediately who the person was who ordered the boy to commit this sabotage. Bon told him that he did not understand what the young gentleman was talking about, and if he stabbed him in the hospital, he would definitely be blamed for everything. After all, There are rules about training and duels in the Demon Academy, and outside of these classes, students are forbidden to hurt each other, so there were always guards around. Han realized that it would be difficult to get information out of the guy, because it was obvious that even if he tortured him, Bon would not answer him. His opponent was proud of himself for not falling for his provocations, and he was wondering what the young gentleman was going to do next. Khan decided to check whether the guy would be able to open his mouth after what he did or not, so he stuck the gag back into him again. There was little where the young gentleman lived, but here in the infirmary there was so much that he did not know where to start, so he first took needles to experiment. Bon was so afraid that he clenched his hands with all his might, because he didn't expect that a moron like the seventh prince with no martial arts skills could be so strong. He did not understand why the young master was trying to open his hand and did not even suspect what he wanted to do next. Han warned that it would hurt a little, but judging by the look on the boy's face when Han stuck the needle under his fingernail, it was incredibly painful. The boy could not stop crying and mentally begged the young master to stop this torture, although he himself had recently claimed that he would not speak even under it. During this entire time, he passed out several times, and again, Han kept telling him to think of it all as a place. Therefore, after another awakening, Khan decided to move on to the next hand, but the guy shook his head with all his might, begging him to stop all this. Khan realized that the boy finally felt ready to talk, and it would be easier if he agreed to it right away. Bon thought that the seventh prince was just a psycho and he definitely wouldn't survive or go crazy after all this, so he decided to tell him everything he knew. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise when the young gentleman himself told him that Mukim was the instigator of all this. He thought about it thanks to the sensitive care of the great Mukim, because their instructor comes to give him lessons every day, so the guy knew exactly which group he was in and who else was in it, and so he immediately guessed everything, but wanted to hear confirmation. Besides this, he knew perfectly well that in front of him was cadet number 23, whose name was Bon. Those who called the seventh prince a worthless person were absolutely wrong, because he was actually a monster and hid his power, pretending that he did not have it, and Bon could not even imagine what he would become when he gained maximum strength. Han got everything he wanted from his opponent, but now he needed to sleep. So he decided to end it, and Bon told him that everything that happened earlier would remain a secret, and also asked him not to be angry with him. Suddenly, the young gentleman turned around and with a strong blow of his fingers dealt his opponent such a small but incredibly powerful blow. It was Chom Hul, a technique that targeted specific blood flow points in the body, neutralized the enemy, and before he passed out, Bon thought about how Han had fooled everyone by pretending that he didn't have a Nigong. The day before, Sobman had not expected that his student would learn everything so quickly, because in just 5 days he was able to gain Nigong, and usually it takes 2 to 3 weeks, or maybe even a month. Khan not only did this, he exceeded all of his teacher's expectations, because he truly was amazing. The man originally planned to help him gain Nigong within 2 weeks, and then teach him the basic breathing techniques, but he had to change his plan. The next morning, Khan wished his teacher good morning, but the man immediately asked him where he had put the thing he had given him. He put the black dragon stone under the bed, and it was the same healing stone that students who passed the first test receive, and it was made by the Demon Academy from medicinal herbs. After proper use of this stone, it allowed one to acquire 20 years of accumulation of Nigong. However, after its assimilation, the body becomes resistant and becomes less accustomed to subsequent doses. And besides, it smelled terribly. But if the young master accepts him, he should receive the full maximum of 20 years of Nigong and will finally be able to take care of himself. Unexpectedly, Sobman noticed another person present in this room, and it was that same Bon, who was completely unconscious. The man couldn't understand what Khan had done to his blood flow points, because one of the students was completely in pieces. The seventh prince explained to his teacher that he had tried to attack him when Dr. Beck had left, which greatly surprised and angered the man. Han heard that since yesterday, just 5 days after they had enlisted, they had started using real swords in training, and he thought that the boy had deliberately allowed himself to be hit in order to get closer to him. Sobman was very angry because how dare this brat act like that in the infirmary of the Demon Academy, and it was obvious that he would be thrown out of the academy as soon as this was discovered. But Bon had the courage not to be afraid of such a scenario, and this can only mean that someone ordered him to do this, with which the young master completely agreed. Khan's reaction revealed that he knew the person who ordered this to be done, so the young master said without a shadow of a doubt that it was Mukim from the Loyalty clan, who studied in the same group with him. The teacher had never met normal people in this clan, because they had a problematic family and many rebels, but it was clear that an ordinary student would not be able to go against their will. Sobman said that the young gentleman had a really difficult life, but the guy said that he had long since gotten used to it. This reaction upset the teacher even more, because it was difficult to even imagine what his student had experienced throughout his life. Finally, the guy decided to use the Black Dragon Stone, and he had to not just swallow it, but also chew it, because this increases the healing effect. Khan hoped that despite the foul smell, at least the taste of this stone would not be bitter, but as soon as he began to chew it, he realized how wrong he was, because this taste simply paralyzed his tongue, and he almost vomited. After the young master swallowed it, he began to use the breathing technique, and his teacher decided to help him best assimilate the black stone. A substance that supports vital energy and activity was introduced into his body, so it reacts and increases the flow that is present in the young master's body. So Nana asked her master for permission to absorb the substance through metabolism acceleration, to which Khan happily agreed. After this, the stimulation of the body's metabolism began, and the man could not believe how this was possible, because it felt like this child was born with the body of the god of war. It was as if he was absorbing the medicine to the last drop and enhancing its effects, although he should have absorbed only 80% of the stone, so the man thought that he had worried in vain after all. After some time, the guy finally finished digesting the Nigong and was shocked by the power he now possessed. Sobman praised his student and said that this time he himself really did sweat. But after that, he surprised the guy even more because he managed to master and increase the effect of Nigong by 1.5 times, which was equivalent to 30 years. And this was just an approximate figure, but other students will take the medications on their own, so it is not a fact that they will be able to absorb even half. The Khan was very grateful to his teacher because none of this would have happened without his help, which flattered the man very much. But besides the man, he thanked Nana because his luck mostly depended on her, but she said that she was just programmed to help him. It was already so late and Sobman decided to go back, but the young master stopped him and asked him to teach him the skills of fighting with blades starting from tomorrow. Sobman readily agreed to this because he really wanted to help such an underestimated warrior become as strong as possible. Mukim was incredibly happy about such a wonderful morning, and it seemed to his partner that he was in a really great mood. Thanks to Jahen, he thought that his main opponent must be suffering from the pain of his broken limbs right now, and he wanted Han to crawl on the floor like a bug, which would give him goosebumps. However, at the same time, in the infirmary, the doctor was mocking Bon because he had become completely bald. The guy couldn't say a word or yell at Beck because of his roommate, which made him very angry. When Beck looked at Khan, he suspected that something must have really happened that night. However, he decided not to pay attention to this because his teacher said that it was necessary to concentrate only on the treatment and not ask unnecessary questions. 2 days later, in the dorm in the wing of the 8th group dorm, Mukim was angry that his enemy was not expelled from the group as he had previously assumed. Bon explained that he had intended to cut the tendons of cadet number 7, but probably due to numerous injuries, the doctor had stood over Khan all night without leaving for a minute, so the guy was unable to harm him. Mookum couldn't believe that the doctor hadn't slept all night and thought that these were empty excuses, so he got really mad and dealt an incredibly strong blow to the innocent guy. He hit him with all his might because he didn't understand how he couldn't cope with such a trifle. However, John asked to give him 1 second and asked the guy if he knew the name of the doctor who was with Khan during this time. The guy was so scared he said without a doubt that it was Dr. Beck. Jahyun said that Beck was most likely a disciple of Dr. John Woo, which greatly surprised the prince of the Brook clan. This doctor was a member of the Poison clan, but he chose to practice healing rather than poisoning and then became the Lord's personal doctor, and they all heard that he was among the top 30 martial artists in the Demon Academy. It wasn't certain, but if their doctor was his student, then most likely his martial arts skills could be amazing. So Mookum became even more angry and began to hit Bon even harder, because sending this idiot was a waste of energy. And after that, the guy told him that he couldn't even dream of helping his clan, which brought the guy to tears. After all, they had an agreement that if he carried out the young master's order, then he, as the heir to the Stream clan, in the event of his exclusion for any reason, would definitely help his small clan. Bon thought that if he kept his promise, he would tell him the truth, so he let the guy beat him up further and wanted to see how far he could go when Han returned to them. In addition to this, Mookum tore the boy's bandana off and became even more aggressive, because in his opinion, it was stupid to come to him with a shaved head, asking for forgiveness. All the other students thought that everything was relatively under control, but in the dorm wing, things become noisy again. 7 days later, in the Demon Academy's infirmary, Han continued to train in blade fighting techniques. As Sobman thought, this guy was really a genius, because he only demonstrated the butterfly technique a couple of times and adjusted his body position in these few days, but his movements were smooth and natural, as if he had been training for months. If Khan trains constantly, he will have no problem mastering all the other elements. Thanks to Nana scanning the teacher's posture, he was able to reproduce it exactly, but it was too suspicious, so he began to do it a little slower. The transitions in the Nigong technique consist of 24 elements, and the first 3 elements are counted as 1 and create 8 elements. It took too long to teach him the basics, so the man couldn't teach him the ligaments, and if Sobman had a month or 2 with him, he would be able to learn everything completely, but at the moment, they had too little time. After they finished training, he gave him the first elements of the butterfly technique and the methods of controlling the Nigong, because the young master's teacher would have liked to teach him this himself, but since today was the last day, then, with the help of his mind and intelligence, the guy himself could easily master the basics. So he just decided to test everything he learned when they met later, so he advised Han not to be lazy and give it his all. The Khan bowed to his teacher, thanked him, and said that he would never let him down. Suddenly the man took his long blade in his hands and threw it to the young master, telling him to practice with it. And although the blade looked very heavy, it was actually incredibly light and comfortable. Normal swords weighed 2 kilograms, but the priceless swords of the Submenya clan were ideal combat swords and weighed only about 1 kilogram. The sword was really very sharp, so it cut everything in its path, and if Dr. Beck saw the damage to the ward, he would definitely get angry. Although the sword was narrow and light, it was made of the finest metal, and its sharpness and strength earned this sword its name. He asked Han to step back and show him what he wanted to see, which was the butterfly exchange technique. As soon as the man began demonstrating his abilities, Han asked Nana to prepare for scanning, and immediately after that, she began memorizing at the user's command. At the same time, Huaman watched as the right bodyguard left the 7th prince, and he pretended not to see well because he couldn't disobey the order. But on top of that, he was happy that he got to watch as Sobman appeared and hid in his mouse hole. The unknown masked man said that they needed to change the guards on the 2nd floor, and they would have enough time to rest. The man turned to leave, but Huaman asked, what was the reason for his concern about the 7th prince? The masked man said it was obvious because the situation was simply fair. The left bodyguard asked, or was there really a finger that wouldn't hurt if you bit all 10? However, there was no point in asking this guy, because it was very much in the spirit of the Wind King to disappear, because you never know where he will rush off to next, and if he decides to run away, there will be no point in catching him. But in any case, the man did not believe that these 10 days would be able to put everything in its place. Beck was surprised by this, because usually when he came, the young master always woke up, but today was an exception, and the guy slept soundly. And that was the last time he slept so peacefully, because once the guy was discharged, he would have to go through a lot. So the doctor decided to leave and let him rest a little more. However, in reality, at this moment, changes were occurring in the user's muscles to match the butterfly technique level, and the simulation of the elements was started, and when the doctor came to him, only 80% of the set goal was completed, and there was 1 hour left until 100% completion. An hour later, Beck rushed to help the young master, because suddenly he felt sick and his whole body was shaking. But the man did not understand why the seventh prince suddenly felt unwell. He told the guy to lie down if his attack had let up a bit, but when he measured his pulse, he was very surprised because he had been lying down the whole time, and his pulse was so fast as if he had been training before. After a while, the young gentleman's body's reaction to the change that had occurred stabilized, and the guy clearly felt better. Beck couldn't understand why he had suddenly calmed down so much, since he had never heard his teacher mention anything like that, but he still decided to let him sleep, since it was already lunchtime. After some time, Han woke up, and the power that appeared in his hands was very different from what he had 6 hours ago. So he could imagine how many teachers he had gone through to train himself like this, and if his teacher found out that his body had become like this in just 6 hours, he would probably be scared. After a while, the man showed how he could create so much pressure from just the initial elements without even using Nigong. It was simply amazing, and Khan asked his assistant if she had managed to scan everything, to which Nana gave a positive answer. Sobman said that he hoped that the boy was watching this carefully, because he had to teach his student the basic elements properly. But today was the last day, however, the young master would still be able to improve the butterfly technique just by watching his teacher. The young master thanked Sobman again for these few weeks and for teaching him so much. The teacher said that when Han returned to the academy, it would be very difficult for him, so he just hoped that his student would not fail. Khan was very surprised that in this world there was actually someone who truly cared about him, so the guy had to live up to Sobman's expectations. At this time, Nana completed the analysis of the scanned movements, and according to it, in order to acquire a body capable of reproducing these movements, the muscles and venous system need to undergo serious changes, and the approximate time for this will be 6 hours. It was just great because after a while Han used only one starting element, and it was exactly the same as his teacher's. When he decided to use the second initial element, he felt someone walking down the corridor, and he couldn't believe his feelings, because he had never been so sensitive before, and now somehow his perception had become sharper. So he realized that not only his body had changed, but all his feelings too, so he was very happy that all the preparations were finally complete. Beck was sad that his only patient was already ready to be discharged, and he didn't know what to do when the guy actually left. However, the young gentleman told him not to worry, because as soon as he returned to duty, new patients would definitely appear in huge numbers. Khan thanked the doctor for the help he gave him, but the man said that everything was fine because the young master had a lot to go through, so he decided to pray for him. The seventh prince understood that if the doctor hadn't pretended not to know that Sobmenya had taught him martial arts, the infirmary would have been extremely uncomfortable all this time, so the guy would never forget the man's care for him, and the patients he wanted so much would definitely come to him with the help of his powers. 2 weeks later, at Mado's house, in the main training ground, there was supposed to be an afternoon group training session, and the heir of the alien clan finally came to his group. He informed his instructor that his body had fully recovered, and fortunately, he was absolutely healthy. The man asked him if the young gentleman remembered the theory and position that he had explained to him earlier. When Peter heard a positive response from his student, he told him to go to the others. Mukim told him that the guy was probably so afraid of all this that he dared to show up only now. The boy from the Brook clan began to insult him, but not a single muscle on Han's face moved. Mukim was very angry that a bastard like him did not dare to ignore him. Khan was thinking that his opponent had started to rejoice ahead of time because he hadn't even seen him in action. The instructor said that they were starting their practice right now using real swords, so he asked his students to be careful and keep the required distance, because if a similar incident happened, he gave his word that he would expel one of them and the academy. Mukim may have been incredibly arrogant, but he still controlled the members of his team, as the heir of the clan was obliged to do. Peter thought the problem was with Han, so he put him in a position with the least amount of movement on purpose, and he just hoped that the guy wouldn't make a mistake. But to the man's surprise, the young prince did better than he thought because the guy kept up with the actions of the rest of the team. Peter gave the order for all his students to align their shields properly and keep them stable and in a straight line, and not to move until he said so. 15 minutes later, one of the boys started moving, so the instructor shouted that at this rate, they wouldn't be able to beat the other groups in the next test. The guys who were training all this time were not okay, but Han was coping with everything and did not move, so Peter could not believe that this was the guy who was lying in the infirmary all this time. He decided to evaluate the seventh prince again, so he gave the order to change the positions of all the disciples. Mukim was very angry because his main enemy never made a mistake and followed all orders very clearly, so he could not just watch him succeed. The prince of the Stream clan turned to Jakin and told him to simply nod if he could hear him. After this, there was a change of ranks, and the order was given to quickly put up shields in 3 levels, and after that, it was necessary to stick the spear through the holes, but it was necessary to maintain caution and speed. Jahan saw Khan's back, so he decided to stab him because he believed that the bastard should crawl on the ground. Unexpectedly for him, the young master noticed his actions, and earlier Jae-hyun was just going to use a little bit of Nigong since the seventh prince doesn't know martial arts at all. But apparently, he will use the force of the blow instead. But the guy didn't have time to commit his crime because the guy, with the help of his abilities, threw Jahan a great distance away. He was very angry because he believed that someone like Khan did not dare to mock and laugh at him. The instructor was clear about Jakin because he was the one who stabbed number 23 in the back last time, so this time it was this villain who was getting what he deserved. And for the next 4 days, Peter told him not to even hope to rest, because until lights out he would be going through hellish training with his leader. Peter was very angry, because even after his order, this idiot continued to make stupid excuses. But from the expression on Mukim's face, one could tell that he was the most angry of all about this situation, because again, Khan had ruined his entire plan. At this time, Hwaman was still watching the young master, and he realized that his Nigong was much stronger than he expected, and even if the right bodyguard taught him, it was still strange. Jahan has a Nigong, which is about 30 years of training, because he ate a healing stone, but it turned out that Han was stronger than him, and it was a tragedy for the man that the drunkard was able to train him correctly. But the man also suggested that the boy simply had a natural ability to absorb the benefits of the medicinal stone to the fullest extent, since it was impossible to explain it otherwise. Even though the guy was a half-breed but being descended from a tiger, he remains a tiger cub, and the confrontation between 2 heirs in one group will be an incredibly interesting adventure. In the main training ground in the large hall, after a hard training session, all the students came to lunch. Khan was delighted with the food because it was torture to eat only porridge for 2 weeks. And even though that idiot Mukim was going to stare at him all dinner, the guy decided it was better to just enjoy the food. Khan didn't know why his opponent hated him so much, but he wasn't going to forgive the actions of the 6th clan, because they would never be able to understand what it was like to lose a mother and not be able to do anything. So from that moment on, he decided that it would happen to all of them. After dinner was over and Friday's schedule was completed, everyone except cadet number 80 was free to go. The young master was heading to the 8th room, which was the room of the 8th group, and it was easy to remember because of such an interesting coincidence. However, he was called out by Mukim, who asked the seventh prince where he was going without his permission. As Han expected, this guy always lived up to even his worst expectations. Besides this, he was always with his servants, probably because he wanted to look like a master wherever he went. There were many people gathered there, and even Wanryu from the Sound clan was there at that moment. So Mukim decided to humiliate the guy in front of everyone and started calling him an illegitimate brat who cannot exist in this world. He told the boy that he hadn't really tried hard since he was just lying in the infirmary and continued calling him dirty blood, but the young master asked why he was insulting the Lord. After all, when he called Khan a bastard, he was insulting the greatest man for them, and it was unlikely that his status was so high that he could insult a lord who was akin to God for them. Mukim was going to destroy Khan in front of everyone, but it turned out that he was the one who humiliated him in front of everyone. The girl was delighted because the heir of the Stream clan was indeed very stupid. Ken Wun from the Sword clan also didn't understand why this guy was so angry over such trivial things. But despite everything, Mukim decided to teach the arrogant chatterbox a lesson and destroy him on the spot. However, instead, Khan managed to land an incredibly powerful blow on him with just one fist. The heir of the Brook clan had blood flowing from his nose, so he was simply furious and horrified that someone like him could overcome him. And he went for his next attack, but before he could blink, the seventh prince simply jumped to the side incredibly quickly, and after that, he started to run away, and no one could believe that the young master had the technique of weightlessness. Mukim gave the order to his dogs to immediately go after him and catch him no matter what. The boy couldn't understand how Khan dared to hit him first and run away, and if he left it like that, he would no longer be considered a human being. Khan ran incredibly fast and no one could catch up with him, and this was very strange for everyone, because it felt like he was running at exactly the right speed so that his enemies could not reach him. Therefore, the prince himself decided to catch Khan with his own hands and destroy his face and all the bones in his body. The seventh prince stopped, so Mukim thought that he was tired of running. However, this was absolutely not the case, because there was no point in showing others everything he had become capable of. Mukim managed to block the guy's attack using the 7-star defense skill, but he was still thrown very far away, and it was obvious that Khan's blow was incredibly strong. The young master's opponent could not understand how the boy could know martial arts techniques. And now that he thought about it, his weightless movements were quite fast, and he had absolutely no niggung on the first test, so it was even more unclear what had happened during this time. Khan was pleased that his opponent was starting to get nervous, because that was exactly what he expected. So he decided to stretch out the moment and hit the guy with an incredibly strong blow using the second position of the butterfly dance, the circular border. However, Mukim dodged and struck the seventh prince using the second position of the first technique of the Stream clan, long fist fight. And although this attack really got the guy, at the last moment he was able to protect himself, putting his hand forward. After all, no matter what, he still couldn't match his Nigong, because his opponent's strength was probably higher than others even before he was accepted into the Magic Academy. And since Muki took the healing stone, his Nenigong increased even more, but the guy, despite everything, was confident that he could still fight with him. He needed to attack his opponent without giving him time to counterattack, so he used a glowing trail as a form of martial arts, which his opponent definitely did not expect. However, even this did not work on Mukim, because Khan was only good at short attacks. The seventh prince had no idea how to respond to his opponent's attacks, which was very important in a battle between rivals. Khan was only thinking about his strikes and didn't anticipate such an attack, so Mukim was surprised that the guy used skills that weren't suitable for him, but now he can say that he was just experimenting. This was exactly what the Stream clan prince had expected, as Han was simply trying to copy others without knowing his own limits. Han didn't know if he understood that the seventh prince had only learned 2 positions, and that he didn't have the same experience as him, because he didn't even expect that having experience would make a huge difference between them. Mukim didn't know how his opponent learned martial arts, so he decided to ask these questions later because now he was planning to use the fifth position of the first technique of the Brook clan, the Roar of the Brook, to destroy his enemy. Khan didn't know what he should do or what position to use, so Nana immediately detected the danger from external forces and increased her visual abilities to react to the threat. Immediately after this, the operation of the defense and training battles mode took place, and the young gentleman used the built-in combat self-defense option, namely boxing. This was an indication of independent learning, as they created the result based on analyzing the opponent's movements every second. The guy didn't understand what his assistant was talking about, but he asked her to use the butterfly dance instead of boxing, and after that the analysis was completed and Khan accepted it with pleasure. Mukim couldn't believe that the seventh prince had learned fist techniques, and it seemed like he still had an ace up his sleeve, but he was sure that it wouldn't work anymore. After changing his defense mode from boxing to butterfly dancing, Khan could see exactly where his opponent wanted to attack. Therefore, having such knowledge, he easily dodged all of his opponent's blows, and instead he dealt Mukim an incredibly strong blow that left him no chance of winning. At this time, the prince of the Stream clan remembered how his mother asked him to try his best, because if he was good, then the lord and his father would leave that dirty woman and return to her. And although she asked him to win no matter what, he couldn't cope because he was bad at everything, and if only Khan's mother hadn't appeared in their life, then everything would have been fine, but the woman could only blame her son. She hated the lord and his new lover so much that she was ready to destroy the only thing that connected him with him, namely her son, because she considered him a mistake. Mukim didn't understand why such a disgusting memory appeared right now, and he wasn't ready to lose to such an illegitimate idiot like him. However, Khan easily dealt him another incredibly powerful blow, which definitely decided the winner of this fight. And although Mukim kept saying that all his problems were only because of Khan, he in turn said that his rival deserved only such a turn of events. No one around could believe that the seventh prince had actually beaten Mukim, whom they all together could not calm down, although 10 days ago everyone around was saying that Khan had no Nigong at all. The Khan asked if they wanted to feel his power too, but the boys nodded their heads, so the young master allowed him to take their friend with him. And all this time the guy was thinking that if he had more authority and power, would they obey him as well? Mukim was only interested in one question. Why didn't this illegitimate bastard destroy him completely? However, if the second test had not been a group assignment, Khan would have definitely smashed his head into the ground. The heir of the Brook clan thought that these were stupid excuses from a weakling, so Han suggested that he test it out for himself, because he could actually do it if he continued to attack him. Mukim couldn't even stand up on his own, but continued to spit poison, so the seventh prince decided to leave there and not listen to this stupid chatter anymore. His opponent was so angry that it could be seen both in his facial expression and in the tension in his body. Han knew that it was dangerous, and if it weren't for Nana, he would have definitely lost. And even though he learned martial arts faster than anyone, he couldn't discount experience and couldn't compare himself to his teacher just because he had perfected the butterfly dance stance. If he wanted to reach a higher status, he needed Nigong and experience, but the sixth clan wouldn't leave him alone while he got into shape, so he first needed to learn how to use what he already had. Therefore, the young gentleman decided to ask Nana how many of her functions he had already managed to use, to which she replied that after checking the user status, he was currently using 3% of all the functions of the nano machines. The guy was simply shocked by such information, but he really did not exceed 3 out of 10 functions of the nano machine according to the data stored in the internal memory. Then this meant that there were functions he could use, so he asked Nana to tell him in detail about the functions she presented. In order for Han to understand everything more accurately, Nana downloaded a manual on the functions of the 7th generation of nano machines, as well as additional language, into his brain. She gave him much more information than usual, but she felt only slightly unwell and he did not feel sick at all. An incredible number of abilities that he could use in battle opened up before him, which could not help but surprise the young master. These were repetitive battles in virtual reality, so he could get all the experience he needed. The motion analysis had to be completed in order to create a simulation, so Khan decided to try it with Mukim, and even though there wasn't enough information, the avatar could be created with the fight in mind earlier. Khan was very sorry that there was not enough information, but he still decided to try it right now because everything should go well, and it seemed like there was no one around. Immediately after this, Nana activated the avatar simulation in her user's visualization. It was a virtual reality avatar and only Han could see it, which was really surprising. The simulation settings change before the avatar is formed, so Nana asked to set the percentage of the avatar's impact on the user, which was the amount of impact that the guy would receive from the avatar's attacks. And if he wanted the normal effect, then he had to set it to 100%, and if it was too much, then set the percentage lower. Khan decided that the simulation would have 100% effect, so the real Mukim appeared before him. The seventh prince couldn't crush his head because of the second test, but here in the simulation it didn't matter at all, because he was just an avatar. So everything is the same as before. Mukim said that if Khan does not attack him, he will do it himself, and use the fifth position of the first technique of the Stream Clan, the Roar of the Stream. But Khan was unable to repel this attack, and Mukim again dealt him an incredibly strong blow. Khan didn't understand why he felt pain, but the nanomachine transmitted to him the same amount of pain that he felt in a real fight, using the information collected earlier. Their fight continued for a very long time, and the young gentleman decided to rest a little, so he asked Nana what time it was, and she told him that at the moment it was quite late, because it was deep night. Khan fought the avatar 15 times, but only won the last round, and the first battle ended after 5 positions. He couldn't even defend himself properly just by using his body, and if he had fought Mukim properly, he wouldn't have gotten anywhere near his head and would have simply lost on the spot. Han's skills increase according to experience, and if he continues to train, his movements and the frequency of his use of the butterfly dance stance will also improve. He lost to a guy who used the same 3 positions and a few basic moves over and over again, but in his mind, he told him to wait, because in 7 days, Mukim's avatar would be nothing to him. A little later, in the Mado dorm house, the boy was looking for his bed to finally rest after this hard day. He had just defeated the clan's heir, but everyone around him was dispersing, which couldn't help but surprise Khan. However, only Bon was friendly, and pointed out a place where the 7th prince could rest. No one around understood why the guy started to behave like that, so the young gentleman asked him why his attitude had changed so much. Mukim had already abandoned Bon, so he had nothing to lose and decided to take a risk and asked the 7th prince to serve him as his master. No one around, including the 7th prince himself, could believe that this guy was ready to serve someone who had no powers. Bon said that he was extremely sorry for his past terrible manners and repented, so he asked to be accepted as a servant and allowed to serve the Khan as faithfully as he could. Khan didn't know how to take this because he was a man who always had trust issues. The one who wanted to become his servant impressed the boy because he was not forced to be his protector, and also called him young master, so he nodded in agreement, agreeing to all this. Bon was very happy and said that he would try his best to serve the 7th prince. Mukim was very unhappy because as soon as he left this place unattended for a short time, something stupid happened, and also Jaqen could not understand why Bon decided to express his loyalty to Khan. These two scared Bon, but he decided for himself that he should not show his fear. Khan became very angry because someone like Jahan had no right to call someone else's servant an insect because he himself was one who kissed someone's ass. This angered the boy so much that he decided to attack the young master with his powers. However, Khan managed to react in time and dealt the guy a crushing blow in return. After all, this guy couldn't even come close to being comparable to the avatar he fought earlier, so defeating a moron like him wasn't difficult. At the same time, Bon was thinking that he had made the right choice because the 7th prince was really cool. Khan asked, Or does the Prince of the Stream clan also want to get some extras like last time? However, Mukim told him that nothing would change just because Khan had a servant and hurried away. No one could believe that this evil Mukim began to leave and did not answer the young master. It looked like the Brook clan was losing its authority, and the seventh prince would bring great changes to the Demon Academy. A week later, the day of the second group test arrived, and at Mado's house on the main training ground, the instructor told his students that he had taught them everything they needed to know, and now the responsibility for their performance lay solely with them. Before they could begin, they had to draw lots, so each of the 4 groups would draw lots among themselves to see who they would be fighting. Therefore, Huaman asked the leaders of groups 1 through 4 to come forward immediately. The leaders of group 2 and 3 had changed, but in group 3, Muen of the Dark Clan was still the leader. After the group leaders drew lots, it was decided that the first match would pit group 1 against group 3, and the second match would be between group 2 and group 4. So next were the leaders of groups 5 through 8, and they came forward, and just like before, there were changes in the 2 groups, namely that Khan became the leader of his 8th group, which surprised everyone around. The heiress of the Sound clan was very angry because she warned Mukim so many times about the danger, but still it didn't turn out the way they wanted. After finishing training on the last evening, Mukim watched everyone else still continuing their group training and thought they were complete idiots because they didn't realize that their strategies were visible to everyone else, so he decided that he had nothing else to watch and decided to train. How unexpectedly, when he was about to leave, Wonryu appeared behind him, wanting to talk to the guy. However, Mukim had no desire to talk to the girl, so he hurried away from her, but the girl managed to catch up with him. Wonryu was upset that the guy ignored her even though she called him after so much thought, but he spoke to her in a bad tone. However, the girl had previously said that all the guys from the Brook clan were complete idiots, so he had no desire to talk to her. She really thought they were all narrow-minded, so she decided to speak quickly and asked the guy to listen carefully because when the girl was training last night, someone attacked her and injured her. Mukim found it funny that the girl had actually been attacked because he couldn't understand who could have had the courage to do this. Wonryu said she couldn't answer that question for sure because all of those people were wearing masks. The guy thought she was being attacked because she was careless, but this made the girl very angry because he started twisting her words, although she was not careless with those masked bastards. Mukim thought that she was warning him to be careful because the girl was hurt, which made him laugh. However, he became more serious when she told him that he should know that there was a chance that he would be next because they were in the same group. After all, they were told that they would be divided into groups of 4, and then they would draw lots to determine their opponents, and she asked the guy why they were divided into groups of 4 when they could have just made them fight each other. He became irritable because he did not understand what the heiress of the Sound clan was leading to. Mukim was really not that smart, so she told him that since they told them which teams would be in which group, then everyone knew exactly who they would be up against. He assumed she was implying that they had announced all this in advance for a reason, but to make the leaders a target. And this was a correct assumption, because if there is no leader in the team, it will be difficult to maintain positions. Anyway, she was just telling him to be careful since they had a test tomorrow, so she asked him not to go and train alone. And all this was because she didn't want to hear the shameful stories of the heir of the Brook clan getting his ass kicked without even the chance to take the second test. While Mukim was thinking that the weakest of them was warning him and crossing all boundaries, he did not notice the most important thing. He knew he shouldn't ignore it, so he should have taken Jaehin with him, but the masked man was already watching him and preparing to attack. That same evening, Khan achieved a win rate of about 60% in his matches against Mukim's avatar, although he said he could beat him within a week, but he only beat him that much in that time. His practical skills and posture perfection had improved greatly after 106 training sessions, and it was determined that he could achieve what he wanted in a few days, but the seventh prince was still frustrated by this situation. However, he was not going to lose hope, but for now he decided to go to the dorm to rest before the second test. When he was halfway home, he suddenly heard the obvious sounds of a struggle. So he hurried there as quickly as possible, but he could not see everything because of the darkness. But he noticed that one of them was standing and the other was lying on the ground. Nana activated the night vision mode in the user's eyes so that he could better see the scene in front of him. And it became clear that Mukim was attacked by this strange guy in a mask. This man was able to suppress Mukim, so Khan thought that his action should not be underestimated. The masked warrior began to attack the heir of the Brook clan again, and it was clear that in just a second he would be finished. Khan was very reluctant to help Mukim, but he couldn't allow the team leader to be injured the day before the test. So Han decided to strike him, but the masked man increased the distance between them just before Han's attack reached him, so it was obvious that he was an expert whose skill level he couldn't determine. But as soon as the man found out who was trying to attack him, he immediately ran away from there. Khan thought that he should pursue the man, but he simply asked Mukim if he was okay. The heir of the Brook clan was very angry, because he could not believe how he allowed himself to accept help from a person like him, but he still did it because he was holding on with all his might. None of the students could understand what had happened to them, and they were all very worried about the boys, but Khan said that all the explanations would come later, because first they needed to take care of the wounded. Bon was worried that something had happened to his master, but the seventh prince was quick to reassure the boy that he was not injured and was absolutely fine. Han asked Nana if Jaehyun would be okay, so she started scanning his body. A wound, presumably from a sword strike, was found, and its length was 4 centimeters, and its depth was 2 millimeters, so there should be no problem if the lesion was sutured immediately after disinfection, so Khan realized that this wound was a trifle. The guy was focused on Jaehyun, so he didn't pay any attention to Mukim, who was incredibly pale and had shed a lot of blood. So they immediately called the leader, who was able to cure him with what they had on hand. However, there was one problem because this guy would not be able to walk normally for some time, which shocked Mukim. Mukim was very angry, because of this idiot in a mask, he now had big problems. Everyone around was whispering that tomorrow's test would definitely be failed, because their leader could no longer walk. So the instructor suddenly grabbed Mukim and said that he would personally take him to the infirmary, but Khan tried to stop him because besides the prince, they had another victim. Bon offered to help him personally carry him to the infirmary, but the seventh prince said that there was no need for that since he could take care of the boy himself. So literally moments later, Khan was already running with Jaqen on his back and asked the instructor to wait because another victim needed help. Peter knew for sure that the seventh prince would follow him, so he did it on purpose. Han wanted to know the reason, but there was nothing special, because tomorrow was supposed to be a test, so Peter did not want the team to get hurt. So he asked the young master to hand over the second victim to him and return to his quarters, because the cadets should not walk at such a time. The seventh prince thought about how such a situation could happen, because there was a possibility that it was completely one of the opposing teams in tomorrow's test. If so, it would be a dirty way to pass the tests without even having to get your hands dirty. After all, in this way, they united to kill the most dangerous enemy and thus not suffer serious losses. Perhaps the instructors specifically wanted them to think that the opposing team did it and all this in order to give them the opportunity to choose the best tactics to pass the test, and then this meant that there were no rules that they had to respect. Team 8 felt like they were doomed and had lost all hope because it would have been better to just lose. However, it was obvious that they needed to choose a new leader for tomorrow's test because there was no point in continuing to suffer. All the team members thought that only Prince Mukim had experience in such a role, but Bon said that he knew an excellent candidate for this role, and it was the seventh prince who could handle it even better than his rival. It was precisely because Khan was also a prince that almost everyone voted unanimously for his candidacy. At the same time, Khan even won the fight with Prince Mukim, and everyone around thought that they would not be able to pass the test without a leader, and this was their priority. Han was pleased that his entire team approved of his candidacy for the role of leader, so he told them all that he had a plan. At about 3 in the morning, Khan began his sortie and asked Nana to activate night vision mode. He didn't expect to find the main window of the 7th room open, because he probably was lucky. He didn't know if all the students were still asleep, so he asked Nana to analyze everyone who was in this room. She informed him that all 20 people in the room were asleep, so the prince was pleased. After that, Han asked his assistant if she saw someone who attacked Mukim here, so Nana started the facial recognition process, and after the scan was completed, no matches were found. In that case, he decided to start his work when suddenly the leader of this group woke up. Therefore, the 7th prince had no choice but to knock this guy unconscious because he might wake everyone up. He continued his work and took the needle with which they would partially solve their problems, so he decided to touch 20 vital points, and this would deprive the leader of mobility for several days, and although Khan did not want to hurt them, he definitely wanted to pass the test. Right after that, he decided to get out of this hole and go to the 5th room, and if he was not mistaken, their leader was a girl named Voryu. The masked man definitely wasn't a girl, so it was better to go to Team 6 first. He decided to check if he could find the masked man among the people who were in the 6th room. When he entered the middle, Nana informed him that all 16 cadets were asleep, which surprised the guy greatly, because even if you take the 3 girls who were sleeping in the women's section, someone was still missing. So Han asked Nana to start the facial recognition process again, and no matches were found in this room either. Khan thought that the man in the mask was one of the leaders, and didn't know what to do next. But when he thinks about it, there are no rules that prohibit hurting the leader, so he clearly decided for himself that he will find this bastard one way or another, because an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. After some time, Huaman was surprised that the 7th prince became the leader of his group, but this still meant that Mukim was injured, so the second test would definitely be interesting. The man knew that all the cadets were prepared for this test, and he hoped that they would follow the rules, so he wished everyone good luck and told them to proceed with the test. Khan noticed one of the group leaders and noticed that he was acting very suspiciously. So he turned to Nana again and asked her to activate the facial recognition mode. After the protocol was completed, the nano machine informed the 7th prince that the target's profile matched the masked man's identity 100%, so Han was incredibly happy that he was able to find him. Soon after, the second test began, and in the first round, the number 1 team played the number 3 team. The team that defeats the enemy with their strength and strategy wins this round, so team number 1 leader Muen orders his cadets to line up and attack. He had a very unusual strategy, so everyone around was interested in watching this battle. His team continued to advance, leaving their opponents no chance, so the leader of the opposing team told all his cadets to retreat immediately. However, Muen managed to get him and told him to surrender immediately before he took any damage. The guy didn't have a chance, so he said he gave up, and the match ended very quickly, because their strengths were not comparable. Next up was Team 5 versus Team 8, so Han was really glad it was finally their turn. He didn't understand why his team members looked so scared, and it felt like something was wrong. Han said that he knew they were worried about what happened earlier and that things were changing too quickly, but he intended to pass the test or they would be expelled from the Demon Academy. That's why he wanted to become one of the strongest in this academy of mysterious history, and it seemed to him that this was the dream of everyone around him. So he told the cadets to shout with him that victory would be theirs, because they couldn't afford to lose today. Huaman thought that although the young master had managed to raise the team's morale, it was still not enough to win this battle. But still, the man really wanted to see who the 7th prince would become, the victim or the hunter. Team number 5, leader Wanryu, was unhappy because she had hoped to fight her brother Mukim. But instead, she had to fight this mixed-blood guy, and even if he didn't have a nigong, she wasn't going to hold back. When the girl went on the attack, Han asked Nana to activate the training battle, so she immediately followed his order. Immediately after this, the guy shouted to his entire team to stay in their places. Nana reported that the opposing team had changed their formation and was preparing for a spear attack. As the 7th prince thought, they would immediately lose if they attacked head-on, so he gave the order to his team to stand in the 6th position. Huaman didn't understand why the young master made such a stupid choice, because such a formation was only acceptable if the leader was unarmed, and his mind must have been clouded to think that the boy was training with an old drunk. When the girl screamed and asked how Han dared to greet her like that, Han put up a block and fed his shield with Nigong. Huamyan was in complete shock because he couldn't believe how the 7th prince could keep the girl for so long. But since Han had absorbed the Dragonstone earlier, his Nigong was higher than his rivals, so everything went according to plan. Wonryu was very angry because the team's formation would be destroyed if this continued, and she also couldn't understand when the 7th prince had become so strong. Therefore, the girl decided to immediately retreat and change her formation to the 1st position. After such an action by the opponents, Khan immediately ordered his team to move and change their formation to the 3rd position. The girl was sure that these idiots could not even hope to defeat them, just like the number 1 team defeated the 3rd, because even with Han's Nigong, he would not be able to go against her attack. Wonryu ordered her team to form into the 6th formation, since with this tactic, the opposing team wouldn't have a chance, and Han wouldn't be able to move freely because of his friends on the other sides, so his movements would be limited. The girl thought that walking straight towards her was a very stupid move, but it was not that simple. After all, literally a couple of seconds before the attack, team number 8 changed its formation, which made the opposing team start to worry. No one from the 5th team could even expect that they would change their formation to the 2nd position again and start attacking them from all sides. So literally, in a second, the enemy team was completely surrounded and they had no escape routes left. Wonryu was incredibly angry, so her eyes were blazing with rage because she thought they were all making fun of her. Just before the competition, Han told everyone to listen to him carefully, because tomorrow they would need to use the knowledge of all the formations that the teams had learned to gain an advantage. So when he said to change formation to position 2, they would surround the opposing team and they would not have time to react, so this was their only chance to win. Wonryu realized that Han had fooled her in this way, and she couldn't believe that this bastard dared to do this. The entire 5th team decided to surrender and lowered their shields, because they could not withstand the onslaught of their opponents. The girl couldn't believe her eyes and ordered all the cadets on the team to immediately line up and raise their shields back up. It was all because she didn't want to hear the voices of men who laughed at her just because she was a woman. Therefore, Wonryu made the decision that she would never give up and decided to attack the 7th prince on her own. However, the guy, using his abilities in sword, began to inflict incredibly strong blows on his opponent. And finally, with his final blow, he cut off her arm, causing the girl to scream in pain. Han wasn't sure if he had done the right thing, since his original goal was to block her blows and make her surrender. But things didn't go according to plan, so it was obvious that he would have to train with the sword more than once. A moment later, Team 8 was declared the winner of this battle, so the entire group and their leaders passed the 2nd stage of the test, which made all team members happy. Huaman thought that the 7th prince was really not bad, and besides his high Nigong, he used really interesting techniques, and it was obvious that Sabman taught him everything in such a short time, because Han managed to improve his Nigong, not to mention strategy, so the man realized that he had greatly underestimated him. He regretted that he couldn't take Han as his student, and maybe they were faced with a martial arts genius, and he wondered how far he could advance. The 3rd battle was about to begin, so the teams began to move forward, and the leader of the first group could not even think that Khan would dodge his attack and even counterattack him. The boy thought that the illegitimate prince was playing with them, keeping his true potential a secret. The opposing team thought that if they directly attacked the first team, they would easily win, so they decided to use the 6th formation and rush towards them at full speed. However, Kinwon thought they were crazy and ordered his team to use formation number 2. And as soon as his opponent came close to him, he delivered an incredibly strong and crushing blow. Therefore, the leader of the first group and his team suppressed their opponents and did not allow them to rise, which meant that they won this fight. At this moment, Khan realized that he had a new annoying enemy, which intrigued him very much. In the main hall of the Mado house, on the first floor in the teacher's office, the man was given a list of the failed participants and their scores, all the way down to team number 5. Many failed this time, and the disciples without clans aim to become guards of high or middle-class clans, so there will be no problem here. But the heirs of high clans will feel that something is wrong, because they would have reached the 3rd round if not for the group test. None of this would have happened if they had followed the old rules of the Demon Academy, but nothing could be fixed, and if they didn't reevaluate the failed participants and duties based on their performance, the higher clans would rebel against them. The heirs of the high clans will be fine with their own martial arts systems, but unfortunately, the middle and low clans will not have access to the healing stone and the sacred library. But on the other hand, all those who passed the second test must have gathered right there now. At the same time, those students who were able to win in the second round actually go to that very sacred library of the Mado house. This sacred library seems to look more majestic than the main hall of Mado's house. The other candidates were already on the first floor while the 7th prince was in the infirmary, so logically they should have been given access to the second floor today. A little earlier, Sobman told the boy to devote himself entirely to swordsmanship and the breathing method of the stream dance into the butterfly dance, without wasting time on other useless things, because he needed to increase his chances of passing the test. And by useless things he meant that very sacred library that everyone wanted to get into. Han had already learned the art of the 4th and 5th floors thanks to his teacher, so the man told him not to be upset that he didn't get to the first. And all this was because there was nothing there that could even come close to his martial art. However, the 7th prince was determined because he had Nana, with whom he could scan everything possible from the 1st and 2nd floors. So Khan went to the 1st floor of the sacred library, and for the first time he saw so many books, it was also obvious that he was there completely alone. The guy only had 2 hours to stay on the 1st floor, so he needed to hurry. He told Nana that he would be leafing through the sanctuary books, and that she should continue scanning them all, to which she responded positively. In just 1 hour, including sword blade mastery, breathing techniques, and other books, 56 textbooks were scanned. Han asked Nana not to send them to his brain at the moment, because he did not have time for that. The guy only looked at the outer row of books, so he decided to check the inner shelves as well. How suddenly he noticed a man who looked like an expert, and probably he was the warrior who protects and controls the 1st floor of the library. But the guy did not understand why such a huge stone was in the middle of the library. Suddenly, a man spoke up and said that this was a tombstone left by the library's main founder, the ancestor of the heavenly demon. He carved it on graphite, and it looked like a poem that was carved on top of the stone, and the 7th prince was also incredibly surprised that it was all done with fingers. It was amazing, but the ancestor concentrated his Nigong in his finger to carve us on sapphire, which is difficult to scratch, that you got drunk and immediately everything went away even with a sword and a huge amount of gong. The man said that people are usually busy reading books and do not pay attention to such things, but the guy was able to find the great trace of the ancestor, perhaps because his blood flowed in him. However, Khan also almost passed by without noticing this stone, and this was expected because who would pay attention to the tombstone on which an ancestor carved a poem when there are so many books around? The warrior said that he had been protecting this place for about 20 years, but no one had looked at this tombstone, including the descendants of the heavenly family. The man had already taken up the young master's time, so he told him to continue doing what he came there for. Suddenly Khan noticed traces of scratches from something sharp on the back of the stone, as if they were hiding something behind them. Therefore, he immediately ordered Nana to analyze the marks on the surface of the tombstone, and after finishing, she informed him that according to the analysis, the marks were left by a sharp sword, which greatly surprised the young master. He didn't know who would do such a thing on the tombstone of the ancestor of the heavenly demon, but according to the analysis of the depth of the traces, there were 2 people who could have left them. After this, The seventh principal asked his assistant to show him the sword marks in a three-dimensional virtual reality, so Nana turned on the additional reality for the user's vision. There was a huge difference in the force and angle of the sword strike, and now it was obvious and easy to miss the fact that the marks were made by two people, so it was possible that they were trying to hide the original scratches by leaving useless scratches on top of them. Nana said she could tell the difference between the tracks from two people, so the guy asked her to get rid of all the tracks except the ones that were there originally. And after she did this, as the prince suspected, these marks were unusual because it was the movement of the sword formed by an unknown bundle. It was difficult for Khan to determine what these movements were because he lacked understanding. So he again turned to his assistant for help and asked her to analyze the traces and create a simulation in virtual reality, and it was possible. But before that, the hardness of sapphire was a way to measure a person's strength. The library guard approached him again and said that there were rumors that the ancestor of the heavenly demon left his insight into sword technique here. And although they won't know who did it or why, it could all be because they wanted to be the only ones who could use their ancestors' legacy. The guy couldn't believe that all this was just evidence of vandalism. The man said he needed to make his rounds, so he advised the boy to look around before leaving, which the young gentleman was very happy about. Nana said that the hardness of the sapphire could be measured by the young master placing his palm on the surface, so he hurried to do so. The hardness measurement was completed, and if the hardness standard is set at 10 units, then this sapphire has a hardness that is equal to 7. Using hard sapphire analysis, the sword marks were created in virtual reality, so the simulation of the marks being applied to the tombstone began immediately after. The analysis ended with all the connections being put together, and according to the young master's martial arts, it was just one movement. This couldn't be because even the butterfly technique consists of 8 strands and is complex enough to take half a year to perfect, but that doesn't even compare to what the young master saw in front of him. He didn't expect much from the first floor of the library, but he encountered such an opportunity, so he asked Nana to save these movements and transfer them to his brain a little later. The guy might have missed such a treasure because of the messy tracks above and he didn't know who did it, but he was obviously angry. But only Han got this move, so he should be grateful. Nana continued to tell him that according to the analysis of the sword marks after removing the surface marks, 45 interconnected, intertwined movements were discovered. The seventh prince couldn't believe his ears because the analysis showed that 45 movements were carved at different times and they weren't traces to hide the technique, but were the movements of the sword. So the boy asked Nana to create an additional simulation in the order of the sword's movement, and he saw that the movement became more and more perfect with each strike of the weapon, which could not but impress him. He turned to his assistant again and asked her to imagine the originally saved sword movements and the 45 movements copied right now as a fight in virtual reality, which she did a moment later. After Han saw everything with his own eyes, he realized that the first movement that seemed to him to be perfect with distinction in the first sequence was not an attempt to get rid of their original movements, because the 45 sword marks were a record of a long process to simplify the original movements. So Khan hurried to the caretaker of the library and asked him if such a sapphire tombstone was only on the first floor. The man didn't know for sure because he only worked on the first floor, but he heard that such a stone was on all floors of the library of Mado's house. The seventh prince was incredibly happy to hear this information, so he told Nana to cook because he was ready to go to the second floor. Once on the second floor of the Mado House Reserve Library, he began to look at the other students who had not yet finished reading, apparently because 2 hours were given for the first floor and 3 for the second. He was very surprised when he noticed the heir of the Blade clan, Yuchen, because the other clan heirs did not even come there, as they were too confident in the martial arts of their clans. Han thought that the guy must be very cautious since he was studying low-level art, so he needed to be wary of more than others. Quietly slipping between the other students, he found himself near the second sapphire stone and decided to immediately see what was on the other side. As he thought, The surface of the tombstone was completely covered with sword marks, so he asked Nana to analyze it all the same way she did on the first floor. She found the same sword marks as on the first floor and the first movement of the sword. This movement consists of 24 bundles, and the sword marks left by the second person consist of 5 or 6 movements, and it became clear that they were clearly studying how it was possible to modify the first movements carved here. Han wanted to check it right now, but it would be difficult considering how many strangers were there, so he asked Nana to select only these sword movements and save them. The 7th prince was incredibly happy that he had obtained the 4 peerless moves and couldn't wait to transfer them into his brain and body. Everyone around him began to get irritated by the young gentleman. It was difficult to understand anything, even if you read word by word, and he just skimmed through everything in a row, and no one could concentrate because of him. But the guy knew what he was doing and did not pay attention to the others. The actions of the 7th prince also interested the heir of the Blade clan, Yuhan, so he began to secretly observe Han. At the same time, 156 books had already been scanned, so the guy asked to analyze the scanned books and save them in the database, because that should be enough. Han was confident that the original butterfly technique was one of the top 10 martial arts in the academy, but one could not be too confident no matter how good he was. After all, his understanding is exceptional, but in order to be able to achieve mastery in martial arts, one must practice the combinations and movements hundreds and thousands of times, and experience was also quite important. So the 7th prince just had to try out Nana's augmented reality ability, and if everything went according to plan, he would be able to get a wide variety of experiences. When the boy was about to leave, the library caretaker told him that someone had asked him when the 7th prince would leave the library. The Khan did not know who might be waiting for him, but that was not the most important thing then. They said that the individual training rooms would be open after the second test, so the guy wanted to get there as soon as possible and translate all the special moves. Soon after, he came to the Motto House private training building when suddenly a guy appeared in front of him. The leader of the 6th team in the second test was looking for the young gentleman everywhere, since he was not in their rooms, but he turned out to be right here. Han didn't understand why the boy was looking for him, but from the expression on Kyung-won's face, it was clear that he was very angry because he noticed what the 7th prince did to the legs of the other members of his group. Even though his opponent's eyes were blazing with rage, the 7th prince said that he was damn busy and didn't have time for such empty talk. Looking at how he wanted to quench his thirst for blood, it was clear that he wanted to fight with Khan, but the guy decided to be cheeky and simply asked who told him to leave his team alone. Kenwin said that he had someone he had to thank, but he also didn't respond to the provocation like that Mukim. It was clear that this guy was clearly not weak, so Khan decided to take him seriously. Suddenly, the Blade clan's heir appeared between them because due to their concentration on each other, none of the boys noticed him. Johan said they both had excellent concentration as expected of the leaders of the groups that passed the second test. He told Kyung-won that he had waited enough, so he asked him to deal with Han first and that it would not be for long. Kenwon felt very sorry to see the clan heir bowing his head to another cadet, which was wild to him. However, he didn't want to pay attention to the fact that the guy wanted to be first, because he had been looking for the 7th prince all day, so he told Yuhan not to anger him and to leave there immediately. However, the Blade clan's heir didn't react to this at all, so the boy decided to attack him because no one dared to look down on him. He was quite daring, but Johan easily stopped his attack. He had only slightly modified the move that Han had first seen, which meant that his skills were incredibly advanced. Kavan couldn't believe that this guy was able to suppress him so easily even with the wrong stance. Johan said his opponent was off balance, and his arms were tense when he made his conclusion, so he assumed he had a bruise on his ribs or something similar. Kenwon realized that this guy was definitely not on the same level as the other cadets, and even if his body was normal, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. Eventually, Yuhan got what he wanted and told Kenwon to wait here for a while he talked to Han. Kenwon told him to do whatever he wanted and hurriedly ran away from there, which made Johann laugh a lot because he thought he was impatient. Han didn't understand what business Johann had with him, so he assumed that the guy wanted to beat him up before the next test, but whatever it was, he clearly wouldn't be able to handle him with his skills. So he asked Nana to activate augmented reality, the training mode, and install the butterfly sword technique. However, Johann told the boy to stop being so tense and wary, because this was just their first meeting as brothers from the same father. The young master clearly didn't expect that this guy really just wanted to get to know him, but he looked really friendly. But Han was very angry because he thought this guy was making fun of him, because one couldn't expect a warm welcome after what the 6th clan did to him. However, Johann really wanted to get to know them well, because he began to like Han, since they were walking the same path of the sword. The Blade Clan's heir told him that he was very surprised when Han tore off the Sound Clan's heiress's arm, so he became his fan. However, Han told him to stop talking nonsense and tell him his real intentions. Johann realized that it was pointless, and it seemed that getting close to the 7th prince would not be easy, so he decided that he would not propose twice and told Han to work for their Blade Clan. Khan didn't even know how he should react to this, because such words surprised him very much. Johann had been waiting for him to leave for the library all this time, so it was obvious that he wasn't joking and he didn't know about the others. But he personally didn't consider Han an enemy and wanted him to become part of the Blade Clan and protect them together with him. The 7th prince realized that this guy was hinting at him giving up his status as the heir, which couldn't help but anger him. Johann said that if his brother were to follow the path of the sword, he would have to meet him, so the boy had no choice. However, the heir of the Blade Clan became his passionate fan, so his brilliant future would be guaranteed if they followed the same path. Johann didn't even see the 7th prince as a rival, so the boy refused and said that he needed something else, because Johann wouldn't be able to handle him. So the young master told him not to block his path, and he would let his brother hold on to life. But Nana noticed that the strong energy was quickly focused on his enemy's right hand, so she advised the young master to use the 2nd position of the butterfly dance, a slight circular movement, after moving to the left by half a step. This made the guy laugh a lot, and Nana said that the strong energy of their enemy, which was focusing in his right hand, began to dissipate. Johann was indeed angry at first, but when he thought about it, he found it funny, because not blocking the young master's path sounded pretty cool. Johann said that it was all a waste of effort, and they would meet again since they were on their way, but suddenly a strong energy began to focus in his right hand again, and he delivered an incredibly strong blow. He used the blade's inner strength and told the 7th prince that he was not even close to being strong enough to dare threaten him. The boy must have already reached full maturity, because he was able to extend the blade's power to his hands only, and the rumors of him fighting with Muen of the Dark Clan for the position of heir were not an exaggeration. They were on different levels, so Johann said goodbye to the young master and hurried away from there. Han thought that he was on the same level as them after he beat up Mukik and Wonryu was expelled from the academy. However, this was clearly not the case. But the 7th prince's goal was not to be equal to them, but to become better, so he was ready to go all the way. The young master had calculated Johann's attack in advance, as he was planning to cut off his right arm in one move, but he had moved out of the way of his trajectory before he even released his clinique power, so it was obvious that he was different from everyone else. Soon after, in the private training room at home, Madong Han thought that the width and length of this place was about 2.5 meters, which meant that there was not enough space to practice the stances using shadow steps. However, the stone wall was quite strong, so he would be able to study calmly without being distracted, and even if he failed to gather internal energy here, it should be enough. Nana activated the user's augmented reality vision and created a simulation of the positions scanned from the sapphire of the 2nd floor tombstone. These movements were faster and more complex than what the guy saw on the 1st floor, and even if he used the last position and the butterfly dance, he would not be able to block any of the movements, and it was unlikely that there were people at all who could block this combination. Nana created a simulation of the positions left by another person in ascending order, and it was complete madness, because it is impossible to perfect such a technique without having an obsession with the sword. It was obvious, and judging by the process of practicing one position, the rough and unnatural position became so perfect by the 56th movement that the 7th prince had goosebumps. So he asked Nana the machine to create a battle with the 56 positions originally carved out in order. The augmented reality simulation was completed and, as on the first floor, the absolute positions that were first carved were modified by a single movement. Han suggested that he went against this absolute position by using the butterfly dance, and the sword positions were initially unable to block any movement from the absolute positions carved on the back. So he decided to give it a try, because there must be a way to counter this with the butterfly dance. Nana informed him that the neural activity in the user's brain was rapidly increasing, and the stimulation of the blood pressure points due to the airflow of energy was increasing, and the user's energy was increasing in the lower abdomen and becoming active. How suddenly strange things began to happen to the young master's body, and although he was concentrated, it still felt like he had entered a state of trance. His internal energy was 30 years old, and suddenly it increased to 40, and this at first meant that he finally reached the realization, which could not but please the guy. Accumulating strength without Nana's help was truly worthy of the title of the best among Murim's martial arts, so the boy thought that he would be able to use the butterfly dance better now. His movements now cut the air differently, and the awareness he achieved increased not only his internal energy, but many other things as well. Khan realized that he was able to materialize his internal energy, which surprised him quite a lot. Although he couldn't manifest it into a solid sword form due to the lack of internal energy, but he would be able to have energy equal to 60 years after taking the medicinal stone very soon, and when that happened, the difference between him and Yuhan would rapidly decrease. It would be difficult to transfer all the information into his body, so he needed to return to the room and ask Nana to transfer the positions that were originally carved into the sapphire tombstone on the 1st and 2nd floors, as well as the 45th and 56th positions into his brain. He didn't know when his headache would finally end, but Nana said that according to the analysis, the process of changing his muscles and energy flow would take about 10 hours, which was too long compared to the butterfly dance, even though the level of martial arts had changed. When the guy returned to the dorm of Team 8 at Mado's house, not all the students were there yet, and they probably hadn't returned to their rooms from their training yet, but Bon was already there and greeted his master. He noticed papers in their hands, and this meant that they were all studying the materials they found in the library, so he asked his new friend if the guy found something useful. Bon said that it wasn't much, since it was only 2nd-grade martial arts, but he studied the step technique because he wasn't strong in pure fist techniques. This was the moment when everyone was fully committed to their work, and the 4 days they were given to rest were not worth wasting if they all wanted to move forward even a little. At sunset the next day, in the private training room of Mado's home, the process of transforming the user's muscles and energy flow was 100% complete. After the sleep mode was cancelled, the young master began to feel incredibly nauseous, and Nana tried to stabilize the body's biological reaction to the transformation. After a while, the guy finally felt better and was able to breathe a sigh of relief, but he still couldn't get used to it, even though it had happened many times already. The strength in his hands has become on a completely different level, and it seems he has become much stronger now than when he was perfecting the butterfly dance. When he undressed and looked at his body, he was simply shocked at how much all his muscles had changed. At the same time, in the next room, Kanwon was thinking that his skills were not enough, and he was too self-confident when he injured Mukim, and knowing the terrible difference between him and this guy from the Blade clan, he needs to learn so much to regain his honor. He decided that he needed to forget about Khan first and set his sights on something bigger. Suddenly, an explosion of incredible power thundered, which was noticed by everyone around. Kanwon couldn't figure out who dared to attack him, but he guessed that it might have been a mercenary who was asked to eliminate one of the heirs. However, Khan did all this without calculating his new powers, which left him in complete shock. Soon after, the instructor was scolding his student, and even though it was his personal training room, he couldn't punch a hole in the wall where everyone else was training because he might destroy someone on the spot. So he had to be thankful that Cadet 108 was still alive, or else he would have been expelled from the academy, which the boy felt very sorry for. The instructor said that he is now banned from using the training rooms on the first and second floors. He can use the rooms in the basement instead, but if he breaks those too, he will be banned from using the rooms for personal training forever. But still, the guy managed to break through a wall of stone that had stood for decades, so this meant that his internal energy exceeded the permissible limit. Han became so strong because his muscles and the flow of mastery energy reached their maximum, and his body was greatly transformed to the point where he can leave marks on the sapphire with his physical strength, which surprised the guy incredibly. The power he possessed was limited by the limit of his body, and it was the result of slightly changing his body in such a way that it would not affect his physical growth, according to the assessment of his physique. So the guy had to wait until the process of his growth was completed, and then he could become stronger and change his current state. A little later, Han came to the basement floor to the private training room and thought that with Nana's help, a technique that had been practiced for decades had been transmitted to his brain. But he was a little worried because he would be practicing the ancestor heavenly demon's insight technique for the first time. So he decided to start with mastering the sword, but something was wrong, and no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't do it. However, after a while, he was still able to perfectly work out the first and second movements of the sword, which could not but please Khan. However, he still had the feeling that the absolute sword technique was somehow incomplete, and it was completely different from what he saw in the recording, so he asked Nana to compare his movement in 3D with what was in the video. He realized that his technique looked unnatural, and he was simply connecting the movement, and also his rhythm was lagging at the end, but he couldn't understand why this happened. Maybe it was all because it was a normal technique, but even if he was out of breath, the techniques themselves didn't come together, which made the guy very nervous. If you think about it, the last secret martial arts method also didn't work properly without energy rotation, and if that was all true, then all that training was meaningless. Khan was very tired and concentrated only on the sword technique, but missed one of the most important things, namely breathing. As unexpectedly as the seventh prince asked Nana to show him the stone facade on the first floor in 3D, the nano machine decided to try to search for the saved videos using the user's visual data. But she still found the saved information and showed him only the appearance of the tombstone, and the guy decided to read what their ancestor left there. A strong wind rises, the clouds fly high. He returned to his hometown and dreamed of becoming a brave warrior and defending his homeland. The young master tried to find some hidden clue in this text, but Nana got ahead of him and said that it was a tale about the state of Han, and this poem was written by the future founder of the state of Lubang when he returned home after the defeat of Xianyu. However, the nanomachine still decided to check if there was any small clue in this text, and as a result of the analysis, it checked every letter, including the small holes at the bottom, and the number of dots was different. Han thought that these holes might indicate acupuncture points, but this was not accurate. The first book he scanned through Nana was related to acupuncture, and all the points there were numbered in order, and this was strange, because for normal breathing you need to start from the Giho point, and for this, you need to open only 7 points. However, suddenly Han realized that there were 3 large lines and 4 dots, so it was obvious that there were 7 in total. After some time, when the young gentleman analyzed all the lines and dots, he was very happy because he found the hidden airway. So he decided to quickly return to the training room and try out the technique along with the breathing, when suddenly someone called out to him. It was Chan, student number 200, who told the boy that if he wasn't busy, could he agree to spar with him? The seventh prince did not understand why this was necessary, because they were not at an exam and he saw no reason to fight him, and he did not want to waste time on this, so he hurried away. Zhang told Han that if the young master were to win the duel between them, He would share with him information about the third stage exam and give him something as a gift. Although the seventh prince agreed to this, he still couldn't understand what the reason was for such stupidity. Exchanging information for a duel. Jongom told him that, to be honest, he wanted to test his strength, and he couldn't deny that the seventh prince's moves when he cut off Wanryu's arm weren't that bad. But he wanted to show his opponent a technique that his clan of strength would be proud of. And literally a moment later, the seventh prince's opponent went on the attack to show off his abilities in all their glory. However, Khan had become incredibly strong, so with one blow of his hand, he was able to destroy his opponent, but he himself did not expect that he would put so much strength into this blow, so he began to worry that his opponent might not survive. Jong himself didn't expect that he would lose so stupidly, but when he saw his fight with Wanru, he thought that he would be able to use thousands of techniques. However, it was still amazing, because it was immediately obvious that the blood of heaven flows in Khan, and although the guy suspected that he had the ability of a first-class warrior, he still did not expect such a turn of events, but as he promised, he shared information with him. The young master asked the boy not to rush, because he was interested in why Jong wanted to fight him, because regardless of the outcome of the fight, it was not beneficial for the boy. As the guy suspected, Khan didn't believe him, but as he already said, he just wanted to test his strength. He spoke not only about his own strength, but also about the capabilities of the young master, because there was a high probability that in the third test they would all be divided into teams. But the young gentleman was sure that this would not happen, because they had been told that there would no longer be division into groups in any of the tests. However, this was not the second level, and this time it would be necessary to demonstrate much more personal abilities, and therefore it was obvious that the goal of the third test was to become a high-class warrior, and only the best could become one, possessing at least first-class martial arts. Among those who passed the second level, there were very few of them, which meant that to compensate for the missing skills, they would have to borrow the powers of the Order of the Magic Dragon. And with their help, a fair number of students can lose a lot of energy. But there is another, more serious problem. It was about high-class martial arts, because the library on the second floor only had them. So if this continued, most of the students would fail the exam, and if the test did not involve inventing high-class martial arts, then the only thing left was that the test would be given out martial arts manuscripts. But if it were only that, then the test would be too easy and only about 80% of students would be able to master martial arts. So if Jongnom's father is right, then these manuscripts will contain the secrets of the Chol sword technique, which is owned by the strongest warriors. There is a rare technique that was invented by a sword master, and this martial art was originally created for the Shaolin 18 and 36 Step School, and although it is meant to be the best, there is one oddity about it. 12 people use 12 techniques, and 36 people use 36 techniques, and if a technique is used by 108 people, it will expand to a sword-fighting technique, and this meant that usually the martial art turns into a dangerous technique, and the martial artist gains the strength to resist. Father Chanam said that back then, there were 12 people in each group, and they were able to master the Chol sword technique. This was the standard number of Beanart's sword techniques. But even those who have mastered the Chol technique are not so easy to master the sword technique, and unless they are outstanding warriors, it will be difficult to understand even the basics. That's why the guy wanted to find out the young master's abilities through a duel, because it's impossible to see the whole picture from just one technique. Chanam needed to test his abilities to see if the boy could trust this test. But the guy didn't say the most important thing, because in this test, the cadets act at their own discretion, starting with mastering martial arts, and the group leader can give some advice based on the results of the second test. This meant that the established leaders chose their team members, although there were some who refused to join the group. And it was possible that the third test was aimed no longer at ordinary cadets, but at those from the 6 major sects or nobles. It turns out that the third test is a fight for the place of the head of the school, and if the cadets cannot master the sword techniques within a certain time, they automatically fail the test, However, it was possible to refuse to join the group, but the cadets have no choice but to hope for the leader of the group if they want to pass the third test. That's why Jongnom mentioned trust, because it's the basic prerequisite for assembling a team and preparing for the test, so it's natural that the cadets will seek out the most capable leaders, even if they use methods like confrontation or refusal. Therefore, the promised gift after winning the duel was that very student number 200, Chan. Han said that it was not a fact that he would become the leader of the group, but the guy thought that he would definitely become one, and it would be more profitable for him to take a skilled person like Chan than inexperienced cadets if he was going to pass this test. Khan thought that this guy was still kind of weird, and even if he was right, he would have to use that same method. So he asked Jongom why he chose him, because according to him, there are already candidates for leadership or those who have already passed the second test. However, initially, Jongom did not say so that the seventh prince would not be upset, but to be honest, he had already made the same proposal to the other two princes. Khan realized that he was a backup option, so he didn't like it much. He turned to leave, but the boy told him that he was not asking the seventh prince to accept him, but simply wanted him to take him in, even if only for a short time, to pass the test. However, Khan was determined and told the guy that he would not accept his offer no matter what. Khan couldn't detect a lie 100%, but if he saw something strange, he would ask Nana to turn on facial recognition mode. There are slight changes in the guy's facial muscles, and the probability of deception on the part of the interlocutor was 45%. Immediately after this, the guy's facial muscles continued to tremble, and the probability of deception on his part increased to 62%. It was just a possibility, so Han wasn't entirely sure about it, but the guy was talking about the path, and he had already suggested the same thing to others, which was very funny. After some time, Johann was very amused by the fact that the seventh prince rejected cadet number 200 after he heard everything about the third test. He thought the guy was very funny, because he himself provided Khan with all the information and did not even think that the seventh prince would guess everything. The guy planned to join the team and run away on the day of testing so that he would be disqualified for lack of people, and if it had worked out, then of course it would have been funny. But it would be a pity to fail someone like Han on the test, and if he had not been Johann's competitor, he would have tried to pull him over to his side. How suddenly, cadet number 200 fell to his knees and began to beg one of the heirs to give him another chance because the guy had other plans. However, Johann told him that there was no need to try any longer and recommended that the guy look for a team before it was too late, and perhaps he himself would want to become one of the leaders. The Blade Clan's heir had no use for worthless people like him, so he told him to just get out of there. Johann thought that the seventh prince had knocked out Chongom with one blow, but what he saw 2 days ago was completely different, and his level was not that high, so he couldn't tell if it was luck or really his ability. At the same time, the seventh prince was thinking about the 11 talents, and perhaps it was not certain until the head of the academy said anything personally, but it was definitely worth thinking about. He had someone in mind from group number 8, but it wasn't enough, and there was no guarantee that people would follow him. But the guy decided that first he needed to finish his daytime training and think about all this later on the way to the dorm. But Nana informed him that she had already finished analyzing the martial arts books that they had scanned yesterday on the first and second floors. So the guy asked her to create a hologram of a certain person after analyzing their internal energy and body movement, and then make the hologram show the result. After Nana fulfilled the young master's request, a fight began between him and Mukim's avatar, and the seventh prince was able to deliver an incredibly strong blow to his neck, which killed him. This surprised Han incredibly, because just 4 days ago, using the same martial arts technique, it only sent the avatar flying backwards. Khan realized that he had surpassed Mukim in his abilities, and so asked the nanomachine to create 10 avatars of Mukim and give each of them different intermediate-level martial arts. They started attacking him at the same time, and he was able to fight off only the first wave of attacks, and if we talk about the second, the guy had to jump up as quickly as possible. He hit his head hard on the ceiling, and the virtual reality was temporarily suspended, because Han forgot how small the place he was in was. When he looked at the ceiling, he realized that he had messed up again, and that he would definitely get into trouble. So a moment later, the instructor came to him and said that this time he was really forbidden to use the rooms for individual training. However, after this, the man took him to a building that was half the size of the individual training building, but the doors were much wider. The instructor told him that from now on he would train there because he would just break down all the walls again if he used the private rooms. But it turned out that this building was much larger and more comfortable than the building with individual rooms, and it was a training faculty, which was usually only accessible to those who had reached the expert level and passed the 4th test. Khan had not yet passed this test, but after another incident, with the consent of the head of the academy, this place became available to him earlier. The instructor knew that the 7th prince had already reached the expert level, because in order to break through the walls of the private training building, he needed at least the internal energy of an expert level, and the walls in this room were made much stronger, so they would not break no matter how angry the guy was. The man told the boy not to worry about it, and to concentrate on his training, for which the young master was incredibly grateful. In a room this size, he wouldn't have a problem using augmented reality, so he was thinking about continuing the duel with 10 mukim since one advanced warrior was too weak for him. However, an idea suddenly came to his mind to fight Sobman's avatar based on the butterfly dance moves he demonstrated in the infirmary. Khan realized that even if it was just an avatar standing in front of him, it would still be much more stressful than Mukim's avatar. Sensei was one of the 10 greatest warriors of the demon cult, and the 7th prince was no match for him in terms of martial arts, so he wanted to target his weak points with a preemptive attack. However, even his teacher's avatar reflected Han's technique incredibly easily and struck back. The 7th prince knew that he couldn't handle him, but he never imagined that he would fall after just one technique. This was what the skills of one of the 10 greatest warriors of the demonic cult meant, but the guy decided to continue the fight despite everything and use the absolute technique of the sword. He managed to hit his teacher more than once, but as soon as he decided to use the finishing move, Sobman struck him with an incredibly strong blow again. Khan was very disappointed, because even with the absolute technique, he still couldn't match the sensei. However, the 7th prince noticed that his teacher still had wounds from the blows on his body, and the final blow of the sword had also hit him, but all of these injuries were superficial. In terms of pure sword technique, he could surpass Sobman's avatar, but he would not be able to handle the critical impact and the huge difference in combat proficiency. He won't be able to surpass a real master with just an absolute technique, but he has 4 years to pass the 6 tests of the Demon Academy and try to do so. 4 days later, in the main training ground of the Demon Academy, Han thought about how he trained all day yesterday, but he could only fight equally with 10 of Mukim's avatars, so he still had a lot to learn. Huaman hoped that all the students had made good use of these 4 days of rest, and as announced 4 days ago, they would talk about the 3rd test and distribute the black medicinal dragon stone. In the 3rd test, 12 people will have to present a formation, and the minimum requirement for members belonging to a 12-man formation is to have advanced martial arts skills. He pointed to the base for the demonic sword stance that the demonic cult was proud of, and it was the secret books for advanced martial arts, the 7 demon sword. If students accept the medicine stone and study it diligently, they will have no problem reaching the advanced level. So far, everything didn't seem difficult for Han, but the 3rd test would be on the 28th, and the countdown would start from today, and each group that submitted the formation would have to fight the martial arts instructors that were currently in front of them. Han realized that everything was happening as Jongom said, and all they had left to do was announce the group leaders. The man said that the process would be different from the 2nd test because they were leaving everything to the students, so he told them to try to get together in a group and learn the sword position. And after he explains to the group leaders how this choice will need to be made, they will hand out secret books and medicinal stones to them. This information surprised Khan very much, because he thought that these people would be selected based on their grades. Each of the 17 martial arts instructors had a nameplate, and the students who were able to collect the yellow nameplates from them within 7 days would become group leaders. This meant that if they couldn't get all the nameplates, the number of groups would be reduced, and there were only 207 people there, so with 17 groups of 12 people, 3 people were already inevitably doomed, so it was clear that they wanted the students to start stealing the instructors' nameplates before the main test even started. Huamin told the students not to worry so much because the instructors with yellow nameplates will not use special techniques and will only use the 7-demon sword, but this did not make it any easier for anyone because the instructors will use advanced martial arts anyway. The teachers actually had hidden intentions, because in order to be able to counter the 7-demon sword in a short time, one must have a deep understanding of the sword's movements, so they decided to use this method not only to increase the difficulty. 7 days is a very short time to learn the 7-demon sword, and they did it on purpose to put the cadets into a state of stress and despair. Huamin asked if there were any cadets who wanted to challenge the instructors right away, because he was hoping for at least one volunteer. If they had the skills and guts, it was a great chance to make a reputation for themselves. Literally at the same time, the leader of the first group and the heir of the Darkness clan, Muen, and the leader of the 8th group, Han, raised their hands to undergo this test right now. And also the leader of the 12th group, Cadet Baek Gi, who defeated the heir of the Poison clan, Jong Som, also raised his hand and was ready to enter this battle immediately. Huamin didn't expect that these guys would volunteer, but he was terribly curious about what this would all lead to. Han thought that the leader of the 12th group gave the impression of being a strong warrior, so this made the young master think. One of those who would fight one of the 3 guys was the most experienced martial arts instructor, Jin Chang. The curator of the 8th group of the 2nd stage of the exam, Peter, thought that if this man was here, he had no chance to interfere in this, and he understood that Khan would now have to act on his own, because whoever his opponent was, there would be no leniency. Huamin thought that he probably planned to fight everyone present except his former charges in order to deprive them of the opportunity to become a leader. But Jin Chang's instructor barely managed to stop him, so he managed to form groups. The first round was to be between the number 1 cadet and the instructor, so the leader of the 12th group of the 2nd stage of the exam, martial arts instructor Song, proposed himself for the role. Jin Chang was furious because he had a special interest, but the man apologized because if the most experienced instructor entered the fight, he would not be able to restrain himself, and Sun also believed that Muen should be the next leader because he did not want to disgrace himself. Therefore, Jin Chun decided to take on cadet number 18, which greatly surprised his partner. The price for ruining Jin Chun's mood will be a duel with cadet number 18, who was once under his command. When the first fight began, the guy showed that same 3-finger technique, which was one of the special techniques of the Dark Clan. However, the man used 7 demonic swords, namely the 5th sword, the Chalma technique. The man was happy because Muen was able to easily block his attack, and even judging by technique alone, this guy's skill was at the peak of perfection, and his skills were superior to those of ordinary cadets. Muen had a high level, so the man decided not to treat him as a simple cadet, and used the 2nd and 3rd sword out of the 7 that existed. The guy couldn't believe that he was able to counter his special technique in such a way, but it was obvious because the instructor had advanced martial arts. Khan couldn't believe that his techniques were different, but the basic movements were the same as those left on the sapphire stone, and if we talk about the difference, then Chilma's technique had only 12 sword techniques, which is half of Pahue's technique. Muen realized that the strength of the teacher's breath was similar to his own, but much stronger, and it was obvious that the man had extraordinary experience, judging by the way he blocked his technique. If he loses, it will be extremely disadvantageous for him, so he decided to switch to another tactic and changed his position. The man noticed this, and it seemed like he wanted to use the technique and win with it, so he decided to go all out and block it. The guy used his right hand, so the instructor decided to defend himself first, but at the last moment he changed his hand, so it was very difficult to react in time, and Muen managed to deliver an incredibly strong blow. Everyone around was delighted because the first of the volunteers was able to defeat the mentor, and it was clear that this guy had already reached the highest level, and there was no doubt that he was the closest to the Lord. The absolute master who used techniques from both the right and left sides took second place, and Hua Meng heard that no one had yet been able to master this technique except for Mu Jin Wan, who had the Machanda technique, so it was obvious that this guy was a real genius. The instructor was quite happy, so he told the boy that he had earned the right to be the group leader in the third stage of the exams and handed him his name badge. Han realized that Muen had taken the title from his instructor, and it was clear that everyone could only get one board, but there was no time to think about it, because this fight would determine his future, so he needed to prove his abilities in front of everyone. Despite everything, the battle with the instructor actually made the seventh prince's fighting spirit rise even more. The instructor who fought against the young master was very surprised, because he thought that this guy would not even be able to handle the first stage, but he decided that this was the end of the seventh prince's adventures, because he was determined to crush him in front of everyone. Although Han had reached the peak of the initial stage, compared to the instructor's skills, his internal energy was still insufficient, so the proof that he thought he was weak was his proposal to attack first. Khan decided to use the 10 stars technique because it would determine which of the two would win this fight. The instructor defended himself with a 7-star attack, but the 7th prince pushed him away with just his steps, and it was clear that the young master's external energy was truly strong. The man thought that the boy had not yet reached complete perfection, so he decided to use the 4th and 6th demonic sword to attack the 7th prince. But even without Nana's help, he knew that the instructor's blade skills were not perfect, and compared to the devastating attack of the blue jade, it was just a joke. And only with the help of the butterfly dance, Han was able to destroy the master sword technique, which incredibly surprised everyone around. The man was very angry because the 7th prince had thrown him back with his attack, and since his internal organs would be damaged, he decided to crush him with 10 stars. The instructor decided to use the Salcho technique, so Huaman thought that he was completely crazy because this technique was aimed at completely destroying the enemy. Because he hit him with this technique, all of his internal organs were damaged as a result of the energy entering his body, so the young master told Nana to immediately accelerate the self-healing of his internal organs, which saved his life. The instructor couldn't believe his eyes, because he was absolutely sure that he had caused him irreparable damage. But the guy was still standing on his feet. The man decided that he needed to hold out in this fight with the help of an energy wall of self-defense, but Han dealt him an incredibly powerful blow before the man could use it. Yuhan thought that Zheng was telling the truth, and that Han was quite dangerous, which couldn't help but irritate the guy. According to one of the magical legends, the technique of 7 swords created by the sword demon, although it consisted of basic movements, was incredibly stable and incredibly difficult to destroy, so Huaman thought that the 7th prince could be called a real genius of martial arts, because the guy was clearly not inferior in skills to Sob men. Khan managed to get a name badge, so he hoped that now the instructors would not look down on the cadets, because they had already suffered defeat twice. Jinshin thought that with such skills and the natural character of a fighter, one could easily defeat all the instructors, and despite the joy of the birth of such young talents, all this did not work in their favor. And although the man had no right to judge them, he failed to recognize his talent and chose cadets number 18 as his opponents, which was a complete mistake, because he did not expect that Han would be the strongest of all 3 students who volunteered to become volunteers. There was one last fight left, and all the instructors were thinking that they shouldn't lose face, but it was hard for them to even imagine that Jinshin would lose in this fight. However, before the fight began, the guy told the instructor that his abilities were not yet sufficient, but he wanted to get a good lesson from him, so they both decided to give it their all. An unimaginable power emanated from Jinshan, although literally a second before, he was calmly smiling at the guy. Baek-gi decided that he shouldn't have any regrets, so he decided to use the leg attack technique. However, the instructor easily dodged his attacks with just his upper body. When Jinshin noticed that the guy's leg was open during his next attack, he decided to aim for it, but the guy was able to predict this and dodged his attack. And immediately after that, Baek-gi decided to take advantage of the moment and tried to attack the man with the element of surprise. However, Jinshin was able to create a sword in such a short time and was able to deal damage to the guy, so it was obvious that he was able to reach the highest level. However, the instructor only used simple swordsmanship, and even the 7 demonic swords technique did not work properly, because he sealed his right leg using the method of representing the shape of an object, and this was much more painful than 2 fractures. The guy knew that he couldn't defeat him with such a difference in skills, but he decided to win by using a clever trick. This guy was determined, and even with a wounded leg, he was still strong, so he used a false target to deceive his opponent. The instructor really thought this kid was the best of the best, but it was clear that he wouldn't be able to beat him with such tricks. So Jinshin used the afterimage and dealt the guy a crushing blow. The man made a perfect kill, and he didn't spare Baek-gi at all and just punched him in the chest. However, if Cadet 18 hadn't fought against a top-level master, he would have had a chance, and Han thought that the other masters would be freed after this defeat. The instructor said that if the students could gain the enemy's trust, they would be able to intimidate him even more, so he was looking forward to it. Han noticed that Baek-gi looked strangely pale, but his entire neck was very red, so the guy asked Nana to scan him. He told her to get ready so that he could test it immediately after completing the 3rd stage of testing. After that, the wooden swords for the 3rd stage were ready, and they were calculated 1 for each person, so the instructor asked to handle them carefully and not to break them, and also reminded the students that if any of them can get a yellow plate, then they immediately become leaders. Khan decided that he needed to take a pill first and then check something, but other cadets began to surround him from all sides. Khan did not understand what the other guys wanted from him, but suddenly Bon appeared in front of them, who decided to distract everyone and pretended that the young master had some business with him, which the guy was very happy about. Last night in the 8th group dorm, the 3 guys were talking about how they didn't think the 7th prince could change like that, but it was still too risky because everyone around was afraid of the 6th clan. However, rather than being a weak clan for the rest of their lives, Bon would rather risk everything with Lord Han, because people like them should have hope. And since the boy sincerely believed in this, Mashil, Unchan, and Damon also decided to join him in this gambling game and swear allegiance to Mr. Han. It was for this reason that Bon decided to stand up for his master at the Demon Academy training ground, but Han convinced him that everything was fine and asked him to step aside for a second. Therefore, Cadet number 857. Van Hill introduced himself to the 7th Prince and thanked him for his valiant service. This guy was a straightforward person, so he decided to get straight to the point and said that he really wanted to be on the 7th Prince's team. Despite his incredibly cool victory, Khan still did not expect that people would want to fight hand in hand with him. However, the rest of the guys on his team were expecting this from their master, and if they could quickly form a team, they would have more time to train, so they only had 7 people left to recruit. Van Hill was a representative of the highest clan of the Magic Circle and was currently ranked 1st, so he promised Han that as a cadet of the team, he would never let him down. Cadet number 920 from the Dark Magic clan Hoken also decided to join them and told the 7th Prince that his skills were still at the 2nd level. However, if he could swallow the pill this time, he would become a first-class master and would never drag the team down. One by one, the other cadets found it necessary to say that they would be very useful to the young master in order to raise everything and reach the highest level. One of them thought that out of the 16 people gathered, 5 were representatives of the top clans, and there were only 2 places left, so it was obvious that the remaining 11 would have to compete. There were a lot of people there who wanted to join the young master's team, but he had to let everyone know that he was recruiting a team not only to pass the 3rd stage of the test. After all, When he leaves the training camp, he will have to face dangers, so he is looking for comrades who will shed blood with him and go this way back to back. So if the guys wanted to join him, it didn't matter to him at all whether they were from a small or a large clan, because at the end of their journey, the size of the clan or reputation would not matter at all. And besides this, Khan was going to change the very basis of the 6 schools, which amazed everyone present there. However, the guy continued and said to follow him, and if they did so, they could become the founders of a new school of heavenly mastery. And these were the conditions for joining the 7th Prince's team. After such a speech, most of the students began to apologize to Khan because they were simply looking for a leader who would help them pass the 3rd stage of the test without any problems. Bon thought that this was the end because he had to say this after he accepted people into his team. However, not everyone was frightened by the young master's speech, because cadet number 857 from the top clan of the Magic Circle Vanhill, cadet number 77 from the middle clan of the Golden Gate Min, and cadet number 999 from the middle clan of the Blade, John still remained in place and did not intend to leave. Vanhill had seen many candidates for leadership, but the aura emanating from Khan was unlike any other, and at the same time, the path he spoke of was very dangerous, and in the process, he or his comrades could be confused. So the guy said that, to be honest, he would like to give up too. As Han thought, the members of the higher clans should deserve the support of a stronger and more stable candidate, so he was not at all surprised by the fact that no one agreed to his conditions. However, people born as warriors must always dream of superiority over others, and the moment Vanhill heard about the 7th Prince's aspirations, he realized that this was what attracted him to him. So, unexpectedly for the 7th Prince, he knelt down and told him that he swears allegiance to Master Han. And although this is not enough, he told the boy that he would never bow to anyone else but him, so he asked to use himself as the Master's first sword. Following him, Min of the Gold Clan, as well as John of the Blade Clan, also swore their allegiance to Master Han and told him that they would go with him to the end. And although the 7th Prince was quite surprised by this turn of events, he was incredibly grateful to those who were willing to stay by his side. Shortly after, in front of the private rooms of Malo's house, Han told everyone that after his team took the pills, they would sit down to study Kugel, and from tomorrow onwards, they would begin training together because he was going to show them the 7 swords technique. As they were all about to leave, Vanhill called out to him and said that he might be wrong, but he believed that they would all need to move because he was worried that someone else might take possession of the yellow badge that the young gentleman had already received. Come to think of it, Guangzhou also said that he became a leader by getting that badge, and the real goal of many is not to learn martial arts, but to get a tag with their name on it. Vanhill said that there were some candidates who were stronger than the 7th Prince, so he could become their target. But if he was careful, everything would be fine, which Han completely agreed with, and thanked the guy for his good advice. Vanhill also told him that he was using the room next to his master, but Han said that it was no longer his, because he had moved to a room with stronger walls for advanced fighters. The guy was shocked and delighted at the same time, and told the young master that he would try to reach his level as soon as possible so that they could use the neighboring rooms. Soon after, Han finally realized what the highest level actually was, as this technique was over 60 years old, and if used in combination with a sword, it would be possible to increase the depth of the strike. The young master also did not forget to praise Nana, because thanks to her help in absorbing and controlling the body's resistance, he was able to do this. Right after that, the guy asked Nana to show him the saved videos of the last fight, so she opened an extended version of the video recording of reality at the user's request. As he wanted, he decided to see what exactly happened to Baek Gi, so he asked the nano machine to stop the video and zoom in on the boy's face and neck. His face was indeed very pale, but his eyes were red from burst blood vessels, and those red spots on his neck could mean exactly what Khan suspected. At the same time, martial arts trainer Du Wei was fighting against Yu Han, because his abilities surpassed those of many cadets, and he was at his peak, just like a man, and he was also not someone who could be attacked by the 7 swords technique. Like Cadet number 7, he was not as famous, but he was able to correctly react to changes in the battle, although before the man did not even think that this guy would be able to pass the first 2 tests. However, he managed to learn the 7 swords technique in such a short time, and it was clear that this guy was as brilliant as the 2 cadets who were in front. The man said that there was no point in continuing and that he thought that they could stop there and that he would give him his badge because he hoped that he and his comrades would achieve great success, for which Johann was very grateful. At the same time, in the dining room of the Mado house, one of the Sogeja candidates from the Blade clan, number 2, Gyeongwon, sat down next to Baek-gi and told him that he enjoyed watching his fight with the martial arts trainer. However, because the boy was enjoying his lunch at the time, he told the Blade's heir not to miss him. He was a cheeky guy, so Gyeongwon told him that they were just talking because his skills impressed him, and the guy had already begun to reach the highest level. So instead of being the leader of some pathetic group, Kenwon suggested that he go further, but the guy didn't pay any attention to him, which made him very angry. However, he decided to keep his cool, because if he lost his temper now, his plan to attract talent would fail, so he simply asked the guy to think carefully, because he would only benefit from this situation. Baek-gi thought that this was already the 2nd time, because that guy from the Blade clan also came and asked the guy to become his right hand. However, he was not interested in the position of commander or a higher position, and he certainly did not want to return to being under someone's command, because his goal was to become as strong as possible. Suddenly, someone else sat down next to him and apologized for interrupting his meal, but he really wanted to talk to him, but Baek-gi said that he was not interested in that, and asked him to leave him alone. However, it was Han who said that if they didn't talk now, then Baek-gi might not be alive anymore. However, the guy told him that he was even more impudent than the previous 2 guys, although he was not the heir of the 6 clans, and the 7th prince would definitely not be able to recruit many people into his team like this. Han said that the guy must have misunderstood something, but this phrase made Baek-gi even more angry because he took it as if the 7th prince was first threatening him, and then saying that he had misunderstood something. However, the young gentleman did not mean this at all, so he decided to get to the main point and said that someone was trying to poison him because he had seen his fight recently, and the guy had a pale face and red spots appeared on his neck. However, Baek-gi couldn't believe it. After he became the commander of the 12th group, he had always been very careful with the guy from the Poison clan. Besides, he couldn't understand why Han was even telling him about this, because even if they really were trying to poison him, the 7th prince shouldn't have any business with it. But despite this, Baek apologized to him for jumping to conclusions, but if they really were trying to poison him, he would have noticed it during breakfast. When eating, one can feel the poison, and it seems that the 7th prince did not know about it because he had not studied martial arts before, but the symptoms he saw were definitely similar to my toxin poisoning. Suddenly, the young gentleman noticed Dr. Peck, who had not seen him for quite some time, so he decided to ask if Khan had already had lunch. However, the 7th prince apologized and asked the doctor to examine his friend because he felt that he had been poisoned. The doctor dropped everything he was doing and went to the 2nd floor of the Demon Academy in the infirmary and asked Baek-gi to inhale the vapors through his mouth. The more the better. When the boy did as the doctor asked, he began to choke, so it became obvious to everyone around that he had been poisoned with my toxins without a doubt. The doctor explained that my toxin is not a poison that spreads through the blood vessels, but a poison that is activated over time, accumulating in the stomach or lungs, and can be poisoned through food, but it can also be ground into powder and allowed to be inhaled during sleep. If you use a small amount, it's almost impossible to notice, so he asked the student if he had any guys in his dorm who knew about poisons. On the first day of the Demon Academy, in the 12th group dorm, Baek-gi defeated Junsun of the Poison clan and said that the Demon Academy is a place where strength decides everything, and if he wins, then he can take the place of the leader. Junsun told him to enjoy his fleeting victory, but told him to remember that even his nails were laced with poison and would only get thicker with time. So remembering this now, Baek Gi became incredibly angry, because what his opponent said was probably true. Peck said it was good that everything was discovered quickly, and that if the medication was taken regularly for 7 days, all the poison would come out. However, Khan said that he already had red spots on his neck, and it looked too serious, and after he was hit in the chest during the battle, it caused lung irritation, so his neck turned red, and if the symptoms of poisoning appeared in everyday life, then such people could no longer be saved. Peck was surprised that Han knew so much about the poisoning, but the guy explained it there, that his mother died from toxin poisoning, and at the same time, they tried to poison him too. Baek Gi began to apologize and incredibly thank the 7th prince because he didn't even introduce himself, and the guy actually saved his life. However, Han said that he just didn't want anyone else to get hurt by that sneaky guy from the poison horde, and also said with a sinister grin that he was already looking for the one who tried to do it. How unexpectedly the doctor suggested that the guy take a rest in the infirmary today, because if he returned to the hostel, that guy would probably continue to harm him. But Peck still hoped that Baek Gi wasn't going to find him and take revenge, because it looked like the guy's leg was still hurting. Han said that first all the poison had to be removed, so he told his new friend to stay here and rest, as the doctor suggested, and Junsum said to bet on him. How suddenly he heard a voice that told him that the guy he was looking for would be in the forest opposite the 5th building. So if this was really true, then in response he would send him to the place next to him. Mukim would only be happy if Khan and that crazy guy from the Poison clan bothered each other properly, although it would be best if they simply finished each other off. At the same time, Junsum said that the instructors lived in the 5th building, which meant that no one would dare to come here, and it was an ideal place for collecting poisonous plants. His Nigon had already reached the highest level, which meant that in just a couple of days he would be able to access the 5th floor, and then he would be able to greatly improve his fighting skills. And besides that, he will make that freak Baek Gi kneel before him even without the help of poison, and he will also finish him off with his own hands before his toxin has time to do it. Suddenly, Khan appeared behind him and asked the guy what had made him so happy that he was smiling from ear to ear. The guy didn't expect that someone would appear there, but he was sure that it wasn't the instructor. However, the light was too weak and he couldn't see his opponent. How suddenly the 7th prince stepped forward so that Junsum could take good notice of him and simply ask him why he liked poisoning people with my toxin so much. Junsum didn't expect anyone to find out about his antics and thought he was just hearing things. However, immediately after this, the guy began to burst into laughter and said that the mother of the 7th gentleman was poisoned in the same way, but he did not have time to finish his speech, as Khan dealt him an incredibly strong blow. The guy couldn't expect such a blow, so he couldn't even believe what just happened to him. However, Khan was so angry that he asked the guy not to put on a show because this whole game was just beginning. The 7th prince said that Jun had gone too far and also dared to insult his mother and mention her name with his filthy mouth. When the young master's opponent finally managed to move, he thought that by using the element of surprise, he would be able to strike back at the boy. However, he was so weak compared to Khan that it was no problem for him to parry his blow with one hand. Jun was cunning, so immediately after that he used his abilities from the Poison clan and dealt damage to the guy. Level 4 skills allowed him to use up to 7 saturated poisons, and the one he used on the young master was the most dangerous of all. Although he was told not to use it against the other cadets, he had no choice now because the young master had decided to take his life first. When Nana felt that a toxic, acidic substance was trying to penetrate the carrier's body, the emergency protection mode was immediately activated, so literally in a minute, the guy's entire skin regenerated. Jun was simply in shock and did not understand what had just happened before his eyes, and how was this even possible? After all, it was impossible that wounds of this kind could evaporate without a trace in the absence of any neutralizer, because even the strongest master could not do something like this. Jun thought that the seventh prince was a real monster because no amount of logical thinking could explain what he saw with his own eyes. Khan was so irritated by watching the clan members who were bullying everyone around them continue to calmly evade the problems that they themselves had already provoked that he dealt the guy another crushing blow. Immediately after this, Jun knelt down and began to beg him for the seventh prince to spare him, because he was ready to do anything to stay alive. However, the seventh prince was so angry that the bastard who made his mother languish in hellish torment dared to beg for his mercy. So Jun decided to immediately call someone for help, but Han predicted this and made it so that the guy could no longer speak. And immediately after that he crushed his hand, with which he threw poison at him. However, Khan decided to remain benevolent towards him, because he did not want to be expelled because of trash like him. But he would not have to go to extreme measures, because Jun, under the weight of suffering, would himself beg for a speedy destruction. And immediately after that, Han broke all of the guy's bones, so Jun couldn't even remember what he had done to deserve all of this. But the word poison kept spinning around in his head over and over again. 6 years ago, in a pharmacy, a guy overheard his mother selling a poison whose effects would take a year to manifest. The woman was happy, because if a person had never studied martial arts before, then he certainly would not be able to suspect that he had been given poison. Jun's mother, Mrs. Beck, said that everything would go extremely smoothly, but she still decided to ask what the goal was. However, the woman was in no hurry to answer this question and told the saleswoman to figure it out herself. A year later, the district was filled with news of the death of the seventh wife of the venerable ruler, and Mama Jun did not like her very much, because after all, the lady was from a low class, and therefore such a coincidence of circumstances only amused her. But when it was revealed that Khan's mother had died from poisoning, the mood in the house quickly changed, and his father became furious. Fortunately, with the help of a healer who knew that the poison could be bought at any publicly available market, the terrible punishment was avoided. And given that the cook who prepared the ill-fated dinner very quickly said goodbye to life, no one was able to unravel this tangle to the end. But Jun remembered how a year ago his mother spoke with a certain woman, but he didn't know who she was. After that incident, the grandfather, who had already held the post of elder of the Poison clan for the 6th generation, was immediately expelled, and the boy's father forever broke off relations with his wives. However, Jun's mother was sure that she was not guilty of this, because she simply sold this poison to that woman, but it was enough to tell anyone about this, and she would immediately be listed as involved. So she asked her son to keep this information a secret, because otherwise his father would despise them for the rest of his days. A few years later, Mrs. Beck passed away from this life, and the boy was suddenly overcome by a crushing feeling of despair, and he wanted to tell everyone that that old crime was the work of a certain woman from the outside. But he still couldn't do it, because he couldn't break his mother's last promise. Instead, he only swore that he would definitely take the place of the ruler and find out the name of that vile woman and avenge her. And he thought that Khan's mother and her carelessness were to blame for everything, so in addition to everything, he decided to find and destroy the 7th prince with his own hands. However, no matter how hard Jun tried, he couldn't fulfill this promise, because he simply couldn't defeat a monster like Han. Khan said that if his rival stayed in Mataquan, he would definitely send other students too, so he decided to throw him into the dungeon, because from there he definitely wouldn't be able to cause trouble. Suddenly, the 7th prince noticed that the boy was trying to say something, so after thinking for a moment, he returned his voice and tried to figure out what Jun wanted to tell him. So Nana started doing an analysis and said that the guy told them that the Poison clan was not to blame for the destruction of his mother. In fact, his mother was killed by the wife of the owner of one of the other 5 clans, but the guy also realized that if he revealed all his cards, he would have to tell about who exactly sold this poison, but he still continued to beg Khan to spare him. The 7th prince realized that Jin Sung was clearly hiding something, so he asked Nana to analyze his facial expressions, and she informed him that the change was not noticed, and the probability that the guy was lying was 5%, so Hana was simply stunned by the news that he was wrong all this time. And if she was so, then it turns out that he was punishing a completely innocent person. So he decided to clarify with the guy or his mother was absolutely not involved in this. At that moment, the boy's pupils and facial expression changed dramatically, and the probability that he was lying became 75%. So in some ways, Khan was right after all. When Jun wanted to explain everything, the guy dealt him another blow, but the energy began to run out, and he did not understand what the seventh prince was going to do. At the same time, in the medical center, Peck felt with all his gut that something was wrong, and decided to prepare an antidote just in case. And his instincts did not fail him, because the next second Khan burst into the hospital with a bloody guy on his back and asked the doctor to urgently examine him. Even Mukim didn't understand what had happened and how the guy ended up in such a state. According to the book that contains the secrets of the poison clan, if a toxin appears in the middle dantian, the body blocks its spread with the internal energy accumulated in the lower one. But this guy had it destroyed too, and so the poison seeped into the corners of his body without any obstacles. And although Beck was not a martial artist, he clearly understood why they valued the dantians so much, and as he suspected, something terrible was going to happen today. When the doctor started his treatment, he felt that the guy smelled incredibly bad, and he couldn't understand at all how Jun remained alive. He assumed that there were antibodies in the blood because the deposits mattered, and now he was certainly holding on, but in the end, he would definitely die, so the doctor did not know what to do. However, the man came up with a brilliant idea, because he remembered that he had an antidote that his teacher personally prepared, and although he knew that it was extremely nasty, he told the guy to drink it if he wanted to live. Han felt sorry to see such a picture, and he could not let this guy die, so he asked Nana to go into Jun's body and heal him herself, but she said that the young master's genome was registered as a carrier, and therefore it was not possible to transfer it to anyone. When the guy already thought that there was no other way out, he noticed his opponent's blood on his shoulder and asked Nana to analyze it to find out what kind of poison was there. To do this, she asked him to touch the liquid with his finger, and when he did, she said that this substance consisted of 7 different components. After Han asked which ingredients among all those in front of him needed to be mixed together to make the antidote faster, Nana assessed the situation and told him that dandelion, thistle, goji berries, and pueraria should be used. At the same time, Dr. Peck was thinking that it was not in vain that he had saved this antidote, because at least it certainly would not make things worse. How suddenly he smelled the scent of herbs and hurried to check where it was coming from, and when the man came to that place, he saw the 7th prince preparing some medicine. Pa couldn't believe that the student could make an antidote, but all these herbs were really suitable for him. But in order to really make the right antidote, you need to follow the correct proportions. When he tasted the tincture, he realized that it was prepared perfectly, but he couldn't figure out when the guy had managed to learn pharmacology so well. The man said that although the 7th prince had done a great job, they first needed to find out what kind of poison was in Jun's body, but the 7th prince had already found out that it was acidosis, which was made up of fish and fungal poison from insects, frogs, and the red spider. The guy looked very confident, so Peck decided to trust him, and soon after that, Junsum absorbed everything to the last drop, and everything they could, they had already done, and now all that was left was to wait for the result. The man decided to fix this picture with acupuncture and was almost sure that the guy would get better, but he also told Khan that this time he did everything right, but next time he asked to tell him about it first. And Pak also did not understand whether it was really necessary to go so far, and although he understood that only the strongest survives in these tests, in his opinion, all this was clearly too much. Both the Lord and the Poison Clan itself would not leave the guy alone, so Khan did not know how he would get out of this situation, but since he had done all this, he would have to deal with it gradually. All this time, the 7th prince pretended to be an adult, but after all, in front of the doctor stood only a 15-year-old boy, But since he had made such a decision, Peck had no right to tell him what to do and hoped that in the future he would act more wisely. Peck knew firsthand that only the most cunning survive to the end, but he asked the boy not to run ahead of the planet, because there was a time for everything. Khan just wanted to become stronger, and thanks to Nana, he managed to make his dream come true. But it wasn't enough, because it seemed like he was going in the right direction, but he still managed to stumble so terribly. Suddenly Peck came up to him and asked him why the seventh prince destroyed Junsum's Dantian. Khan was unable to stop in time and realized that if he did not put Junsum in his place now, the sad incidents would continue, and the trouble might not even affect him. Of course, the seventh prince was not perfect, but he clearly thought much deeper than the others. Soon after, all the remaining members of his team started running towards him, incredibly worried about their master and thinking that he was attacked, but the guy apologized for making them nervous and said that everything went quite well. He had a fairly large army of fans, and Peck was thinking that now he would go to the team camp and hardly anyone would be happy to see him there. However, even despite this, the guy hurried to leave, and everyone, like him, decided to hurry up in order to do more important things. After some time, Khan told his team what had happened just recently, and Van Hill said that the guy had clearly done so for a reason, but, in his opinion, for now it was necessary to accumulate strength, and although it was officially agreed that for 4 years none of them would dare to interfere. However, the opponent of the young master was one of the 6 ruling clans, and it was not completely known how they intended to put pressure. Because of what happened, the Poison clan would definitely want to settle scores with the guy, so he needed to prepare well and focus on increasing his combat power. Bon thought that the most important thing was what the owner would say about this, and he did not hide the fact that this worried him very much, even though nothing terrible had happened. The rules do not state that it is forbidden to damage the Dantian, but given its importance and value, it can easily be equated to the most important thing in life, and this was the 7th prince's mistake, because he could not control himself and stop in time. The next day, on the 3rd floor in Madokwan's office, the headman called the team's cadet number 7 to him, and Han realized that the situation had become worse than ever. When the young master entered the office, he bowed to the owner and said that the student had arrived at his command, but the man did not say a word to him for a very long time. Hua said that because of the 7th prince, he had to write a long letter of explanation, and he just finished and asked the guy in advance not to be offended by him and ordered him to sit down. At first, Huaman decided to say a couple of phrases on behalf of the head, because he could not even imagine a more stupid act, and something like this happened for the first time in the entire history of the Motto House, and if the man now closes his eyes, then there remains the possibility of repeating this offense by other students of the school. So he ordered team leader number 7 to return the yellow sign and train facing the wall in a prison cell for 5 days. Han was incredibly surprised because literally a second before he thought that he would be thrown out of the demonic academy forever. However, Huaman told him that there were only 2 reasons for being expelled from Madonnaquan: failing an exam and destroying another student outside of the competitive trials, but the man said that if Han really realized that he had done something wrong, then he shouldn't be happy. Khan agreed with this, but still, if he gave up the yellow plate, then at that very moment he would cease to be the group leader, and thus, given the 5-day confinement, he would only have 1 day left to return it, so Khan was afraid that the teacher would not wait for that time and would simply find a replacement for him. The man said that according to the rules the offender should be sent to prison for a week, but in that case, the guy would simply not have a chance, so he said to consider it a gift. At that moment, Khan experienced incredible power, and he was not even able to determine its true greatness. Huaman, as the master of Madokwan, had his say, and now he decided to move on to friendly instruction, so with the help of his powers, he blocked the possibility of eavesdropping on them, because there was no need for outsiders to know what they would be talking about now. Khan said that he thought that the 7th prince was worth more, but it was a complete disappointment, and he could not act differently. But since he had done something wrong, he had to somehow get out of it on his own, but apparently he did not have enough brains. The director knew that Junsum used poison on him, and he thought that he was related to his mother, so the guy suddenly decided to take revenge and destroyed his dantian, but only then realized that he could die, so he dragged him to the infirmary because he was afraid of being expelled. Khan shouted that since the seventh prince had started something, he needed to see it through to the end, and if he was counting on leaving the guy alive, he needed to use another method, because now the people from the Poison Clan would definitely not let Khan live. And henceforth, if the guy doesn't gain his wits, he will fall and will not rise on his own, so he needs to be smarter if he wants to continue on his way, and he needs to think not one step ahead, but 3 or even 4. When Healer Peck told him the same thing, the boy thought that he was making some kind of mistake and nothing more. But after the words of the head, it finally dawned on him what exactly his problem was. When Huaman asked why the young master had joined them at Madaquan, Han replied that it was all in order to become the strongest. Anger and hatred are certainly the main catalysts for his development, but the position of junior master is at stake. The man asked if the guy really was going to conquer him with such vile vices that he couldn't help but be surprised. His feelings would set fire to not just one tree, but an entire forest, so he had to be careful, otherwise Khan himself could end up in a ring of fire. And the last thing the man emphasized was that if student number 7 wanted to survive and rule this place in the future, he had to keep his heart warm and his head cold, otherwise the path would end before it even began. Khan was consumed by rage, but the ultimate goal was more important, and each of the existing 6 clans was obliged to bear punishment. And then, revenge was not his main attraction, because he had to think more globally, and it was clear that composure was exactly what he lacked the most. The 7th prince was not a fool who turned a blind eye to everything, and if he understood what he really lacked, he would be able to overcome any obstacles and become an invincible monster that the magic cult had never known before. The Khan said that now and forever he would carve into his head all the words of his teacher, and also thanked him for everything. Suddenly, men appeared behind him, and Huaman gave the order to lock the 7th prince in a prison cell, but the guy began to ask for at least 2 minutes to explain himself to his comrades. However, the left bodyguard said that the order for his punishment would be posted for everyone to see, and they would know about it anyway, and now he was a former headman for them, so there was no need to use formalities. These were the consequences of the 7th prince's actions, which he had to simply come to terms with one way or another. The next day, a chart was put up for everyone to see that student number 7 had destroyed the dantian of student number 4, thus throwing his future to the winds, and as retribution, the head ordered that he be stripped of his position in the group and locked in a prison cell for 5 days. So let this one serve for all the lessons in that case. When everyone around started discussing this incident and were simply shocked, Yuhan started laughing as hard as he could and considered Han a complete idiot for thinking of destroying his opponent's dantian. The Blade Clan's junior master candidate had been worried about how to eliminate the 7th prince, but now he didn't have to worry because he could say that Han had done it himself. Kenwun, the number 2 disciple and the candidate for the position of junior master from the Sword Clan, was also happy about this news because it was clear that the 7th prince's stay in the Demon Academy was over. At the same time, all the members of the 7th prince's team gathered together and were simply shocked by what was happening. But the fact remained a fact, and even if the headman returned, he would only have a day to receive the yellow plate, and he might have to fight for the same post, but in a different group. How suddenly they all turned around because Baek Gi came to them, but no one understood the reason for this action. The next night, despite the fact that the 7th prince was in prison, he continued his training with the help of virtual reality. When the augmented reality simulation was completed, Khan decided to have some food and thought about how the conditions in this prison were terrible, because the stuffiness and dampness did not give him even a minute to breathe, and he assumed that an ordinary person would not last a day there. But on the other hand, it was very calm there, and that made it easier for him, because while there was time, Khan needed to train without stopping. How unexpectedly an unknown man burst into his cell with an incredible thirst for blood, who came there for his soul. Last night, in the western part of the cult fortress, in the clan manor of the Poison Clan, Baekmun-un, the second overlord and Junsum's uncle on his mother's side, saw his nephew and said to immediately report this to their overlord. After they received the letter, everyone thought that they couldn't just leave it like that, and they couldn't wait for Han to graduate from the Demon Academy, so they decided to send a mercenary there and hoped that no suspicion would arise. However, the leader told everyone to be quiet, because they probably forgot what happened to their clan 6 years ago after Lady Hua passed away. One of the elders began to be indignant, because they couldn't leave everything as it was, because it would undermine the honor of their ancestors. However, Ochul continued to insist that there was no need to make hasty decisions, because they first had to wait for the boy to finish his training. But before that, he wanted to meet the seventh prince in person first. Therefore, when the clan leader came to Han and used the void area, the guy could not resist him, because this old man was simply incredibly strong, and the seventh prince felt an incredibly powerful thirst for blood and did not know where such a master came from, but it was obvious that he came with bad intentions. However, Khan decided that he urgently needed to do something, otherwise he would be finished, and the man was quite surprised that he tried to resist, because he had never seen a boy equal to him. The man reacted faster, and his hand emitted overwhelming energy that could kill the wearer, so Nana decided to activate the defense module. However, the seventh prince told Nana to stop, because it was not worth provoking him, and it was her actions that could harm him. But since he came here to see him, it means he has a reason for it, so the young master wanted to know about her. Ochul realized that the boy was quick-witted, because he no longer tried to resist, so the man decided to tell him that he really wanted to see the man who beat his grandson. The lord of the Poison Clan stood before him, so the boy finally realized why the man had come there. Khan thought that the leader had come to personally deal with him, and he did not know how he should act and get out of it, because if the man even slightly squirmed his hand, he would instantly break his neck. And although he was only a child, before his destruction he did not convulse in fear, but on the contrary, he exuded only anger. The man thought that it seemed that the seventh master's light instruction was not enough, so he dealt an incredibly strong blow and wanted to see if his face would become obedient. However, even despite this, the guy was still filled with rage, and the man of course assumed that he had a reason to hold a grudge against his grandson, but to have such pure hatred, you have to be a monster, and you can't leave him like that, because he will grow up to be a strong threat to their clan. Khan asked the elders if he wanted to break the rules of their school and destroy him on the spot, but the man only needed to pour acid on his body and there would be no trace left of him, so obviously no one would know that he was the head of the Poison Clan. However, Khan knew that if he disappeared from Madokwan without a trace, then their clan would be the first to be targeted. The man was amazed by the fact that despite the fact that the guy could soon die, he did not become any more expensive, and he was also quite cunning beyond his years, but still dared to attack Junsum, thereby shortening his life. Still, Khan was right, because the man could do nothing in this situation, but he promised him that as soon as he left the school grounds, a terrible pain that was impossible to even imagine would follow him on his heels. He said that he would break every bone of the seventh prince's mortal body and give his skin to be torn apart by monsters, as well as destroy his Dantian and force him to plunge into a world of complete hellish torment. The guy seemed to be being beaten down by surges of energy, and Okol didn't want to upset him, but he decided to leave him one small gift at the end, which was a means of transmitting the subscriber's thoughts at a subconscious level. All this was so that he could find it faster, and even though the balls were smeared with poison, it is not at all life-threatening. But if the guy dares to tell anyone, it will certainly appear in front of him, and no rules or regulations will stop him. After that, he threw the guy into the wall with incredible force and hurried away from there unnoticed. However, this could not go unnoticed by Huaman, so the man almost immediately came to the aid of the young master, because Ochul promised not to do anything unnecessary. However, if he were in his place, then having met the guy who made fun of his family, the man would have reprimanded him in the same way. The head of the Poison clan apologized for not holding back, but the guy didn't have internal bleeding, so it wasn't a serious matter at all. Ocho thanked the leader for granting his humble request, but the man asked him not to embarrass him, as he had only done so because the elder had promised not to touch him for the next 4 years. However, there was no need to worry about all this, because the man was ready to take this secret with him to the grave. Unfortunately, Huaman can protect the 7th prince for no more than the agreed period of time, and his future fate depends only on him. Nana informed the young master that a poisonous substance had entered the host's body through the oral cavity, so Han asked to immediately take it out. However, as a result of the analysis, it was found that when trying to extract the poison, the internal energy of the host is completely blocked, but the toxin can also be used as a catalyst, so in this way, it will be possible to increase strength due to it. It became clear, therefore, that Ochul hoped to weaken the 7th prince, so that he would fail the exam and be quietly expelled, thereby signing his own terrible sentence. This plan was only good in the dreams of the head of the Poison clan, because it was destined to fail, because Nana immediately began the procedure and began to extract the poison from the host's body. The extraction process was completed, and the nanomachine redirected the obtained fuse to the center of the Dantian, and it looked like it was working like Merendon. So Khan decided to repeat the good old breathing technique, and if the assumption is correct, then he might even be able to play the situation to his advantage. It was simply amazing because before the breathing technique was only enough for an hour, but now he can last for half a day, and it was clear that this grandpa gave the guy a pretty big gift. But there was an unexpectedly quick reaction from the Poison clan, and if Nana hadn't been there, the guy would have definitely died. Hasty decisions lead to unjustifiably serious consequences, and this time, the 7th prince was lucky, but next time the coin may well land on its edge, so it was obvious that it was time to finally grow up. How suddenly Khan felt cold air and saw a crack in the wall, and there was a possibility that when the man threw him into the wall, something happened, and there was some strange crackling sound, as if there was emptiness behind. It turned out that this wall was very easy to break, and it was obvious that a passage had been made there. After some time, Khan found himself in a huge cave that definitely led somewhere, so he asked Nana to turn on the night vision module. Perhaps this cave was closed on purpose, and if that was really the case, then there was a chance that the guy could find something interesting there. At the end of the tunnel, Nana noticed a shimmer, so Han suggested that perhaps glowing stones had been placed there. Everything around was becoming more and more visible, so the guy asked Nana to turn off the module, and he found himself in an incredibly large secret room. It seems that in the past there was an exit there, and judging by the fact that it is blocked up, this place has been empty for quite a long time. The 7th prince also noticed strange tracks, and apparently, there used to be huge boulders there. He asked to reproduce this painting in augmented reality and to transfer here the image of the sapphire tombstone from the 1st floor of the library. Khan wanted to know if these marks were related to the fact that the sapphire stone could have been in this room before, so Nana conducted a detailed analysis. And according to the results, the stone was indeed located in this room before. So the 7th prince also asked Nana to move the monolith from the 2nd floor of the library here, and the location of the said object was also restored. Finally, it became clear to Khan where these stones came from, and he wondered why they were placed on different floors of the library and why this column was located here. How unexpectedly he noticed on it an inscription about the technique of controlling the heavenly demon sword, which delighted him. When they remember the founder of the heavenly demon cult, they talk about his fighting skills, and Koi made up a cluster of techniques, the great martial art of the heavenly demon, which in turn was once considered one of the 3 strongest in all of China. He learned about the technique of controlling a sword using internal energy, and the guy had never heard of anything like this before. Although Guardian Chang said that the most powerful form of martial arts that the current cult leader learned was something similar, but could it really be that very thing? He asked Nana to compare the strong outlines on the pillar with those carved on the sapphire stones, so Nana immediately set to work, and after that a complete match was noticed. And these scars also looked very much like a dragon striving upwards, but Khan did not understand what meaning they carried, but he still decided to count the number of holes that were there. There were 24 of them in total, and apparently this technique consists of just this number of techniques, since Khan had no other explanation. How unexpectedly the young gentleman looked up, because it was not without reason that on the stone there was such a clear correlation with a dragon reaching towards the sky. However, when the young master did this, his eyes began to hurt, because it seemed like someone had decided to keep secrets with the help of a piercing light. Therefore, the guy had no other choice but to ask Nana to adjust the brightness of the luminescent elements. When the nano machine fulfilled his request, he noticed that there was something written on the glowing stones, which made him incredibly happy. So immediately after that, the seventh prince gave his next order for Nana to scan every single text and reconstruct the overall picture so that he could study them. Nana scanned the objects in 3D projection and left only those that were related to combat techniques, and after that, it became clear that only 24 such inscriptions were found. It became clear to Khan what those dots on the posts were for, so he asked his assistant to leave only the painted elements. It seems that this was a technique for managing internal energy, and to start using it, you need to take the basic stance and then follow the indicated poses one by one, while concentrating on the flow of energy. This was one of the 24 components of the Heavenly Demon Sword Control technique, and it was clear that each of the stones contained something important. It was indicated there how to properly manipulate internal energy when all the conditions were met, but usually they were taught to concentrate it while in a lying position, and it was also indicated there that it had to be done while sitting, and it was quite strange, but the guy still decided to try to do it that way. Therefore, Khan asked Nana to save in his head one by one all the actions described before him. After that, he inhaled the air and, immersing himself, he explored her along with the flow of Nagong along the meridians. After that, his body began to emit a powerful pressure, so Nana decided to conduct an analysis. All this time, the carrier was subjected to continuous physical impact for 2 hours, but there was no fatigue, and the weakness, on the contrary, disappeared as if by magic. His strength was overflowing, and with each repetition it felt as if his fighting power was increasing more and more. The guy decided to take a risk and meditate, and after that, he realized that he really could emit his fighting power with such ease, and he couldn't even believe that this was the secret of the necessary technique. When performing each technique, it is necessary to follow the correct sequence of movements. Ideally, feel the flow of energy and hold the sword correctly. And now it has become clear what it is indicated in the name, because the founder of the demonic cult was indeed a god. 4 days later, Yuhan from the Blade clan had 4 yellow tablets, Kenwun from the Sword clan had 2, and Machan also had 2 tablets, and almost 7 more guys had 1 each, making a total of 11 people who had already become elders. This situation was incredibly awkward, and meant that Coach Jin Chang was left with the only available tablet in existence, and what Team Han least expected happened. 3 of them bought the signs for money, but no one blames them for it, but the skill of these guys is truly superior to the rest. According to rumors, they have already reached the highest level, and of course, the most important thing is that each of them has been expanding their influence for a long time, so the guys realized that they were in a dangerous situation. However, perhaps this whole situation was for the best, because now they knew for sure that only their own people remained. Un Chun and Dae Myung turned out to be traitors, and went to other groups, and on this path, they finally diverged, and they behaved strangely when they found out that Han had destroyed Jun's Dantian. They said that they might have liked to go through with them until the end, but unfortunately, there were many reasons not to. As soon as the head man was punished, they immediately rushed to leave, and such opportunists are unlikely to be able to get along with others. It seemed like everyone was losing heart, so Van Hill tried to support them and asked all the guys to think as positively as possible, because instead of the two traitors, Beck Gee, who was damn famous, joined them. And he was right, because if their new ally, the situation could have turned out even worse than it was now, because if Becky hadn't won the sign 4 days ago, their group would have been disbanded long ago, so all the guys were extremely grateful to him. He said that he simply owed their elder, so he decided to do so, although he himself does not know what Han will think about all this, but the guy told him that if they had not become friends, then Beck would not have helped them. However, they decided that they had enough of talking to each other because it was time for them to practice, because tomorrow their headman was getting out of prison and everyone would have to prepare to help him somehow. That evening, during dinner in the courtyard of the Madaquan dining hall, Beck said that he usually did not have lunch but just ate in the evening, but today, thanks to them, he would not mind having a drink. Although it was temporary, Beck was currently the leader of their group, so all the boys were obligated to protect him. However, Becky said that he was going to a private room, so he asked everyone not to worry about him, because after his training, he would be moving around in the crowd. However, the guys still decided that they and Bon would follow their temporary leader, so that nothing would happen to him for sure. They decided to go at any cost, because the last thing they needed was for someone to beat Beck up, and the guy himself was thinking that he couldn't even imagine how they would take care of the real leader when he appeared. In the courtyard of the building for individual training, the guys came to a closed room, so they were sure that no one would get in there, but suddenly they began to be surrounded by a crowd of other students, and judging by the fact that they were holding wooden swords in their hands, they had already arrived there a long time ago. And the leader of this gang was none other than Hamen, who took Beck Gee's former classmates with him. The guys from Khan's group didn't understand what these guys were doing, but it was obvious that they came there to get that yellow nameplate. Hamen said that if the guy didn't go to the meeting in a good way, then he would have to act in a bad way, but Beck Gee assured him that he would never give him his tablet. Therefore, Hamen, with an incredibly angry expression on his face, said that since they were all following the seventh prince around the construction site, he actually had no thoughts of treating them well. Beck Gee didn't know what he had to do, because no matter how high his skill level was, he would have to fight against as many as 30 fighters. And yet, among them was Kamen, with whom he was approximately equal in his abilities. Beck Gee told John to take the yellow sign and run away from there as fast as he could, while the guy himself would hold them back. His new comrade was against this turn of events, but Beck told him not to play the fool, because if they couldn't save it now, the group would fall apart and then Han wouldn't have a chance, because no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to defeat the teacher. Kamen guessed that it seemed that his opponents were communicating through Chanim, and that there was definitely something unclean there, and that they were going to escape, so he gave the order to all the students to immediately attack them. In all this confusion, the temporary headman handed the tablet to Bon, which the guy certainly couldn't have expected. And even though Beck Gee failed as a headman, he couldn't forgive everyone for such dirt, so he immediately went on the attack. The energy coming from his blows was not that powerful, but Hamen was confident that Beck Gee would definitely not yield to him in this battle. After the temporary leader defeated most of the students, he gave the order to his team to escape from there immediately. When the others noticed that Bon was the one with the yellow nameplate, they decided to stop him and take it away immediately, and despite the fact that they ran as fast as they could, Bon was too slow, so there was a small chance that he would still be able to escape. Therefore, without thinking twice, John asked to give the tablet to him, and after that, he ordered Bon to immediately run away from there and get to the dining room as quickly as possible and call Van Hill at any cost. When he finally arrived at the scene, he told the boys to head to the individual training building as quickly as possible, as Beck, Gee, and Jong were currently fighting there with a huge number of opponents. Van Hill and everyone else, without thinking twice, immediately dropped everything they were doing and rushed to help their friends, because what they feared most had happened. When they arrived at the scene, Buck was still hanging on by his last strength, and John, to everyone's regret, was already lying unconscious on the cold floor. And it became obvious that it was Johann who had organized this entire ambush and was clearly not happy that uninvited guests had come to visit them. Van Hill was incredibly angry that the guy called them uninvited guests, because it was he who had set up an ambush for the whole group, and now he decided to blame it all on them. However, Beck told his partner to calm down because Johann did not attack them. The guy said that from that moment on, the temporary headman was in his debt, so he asked him to think about the offer, especially considering that he no longer had the sign, so the guy had nothing to lose. Baek Gi was grateful to Johann for his help, but despite everything, he decided to refuse the offer made to him by the heir of one of the 6 clans. Johann didn't want to back down and said that the guy still had enough time to think about it, so he gave him another chance to get the guy to agree to this whole adventure. Van Hill was worried about his partner's wounds, but they were not deep at all, and what was more important was that Beck had failed to keep the yellow nameplate, so he apologized to the guys. At the same time, Bon cried over John's body, because not long before that, he had done everything he could and everything that was in his power. After John received the yellow plate from Bon, he tried his best to run away, but ended up surrounded by 20 opponents, and as a result, he simply could not withstand their attacks. At the same time, there was a battle between the other 2 guys, but even with his excellent skill, Ilman would never have been able to defeat Beck on his own. But suddenly, student number 5 appeared in front of them and said that he had noticed something about Beck for a long time, so he asked the guy to leave him alone. Ilman said not to interfere in other people's affairs and told the guy to get out of here immediately, especially since there were many more of them than the prince's comrades. However, Johann defeated many of them with one blow because it didn't matter how many there were if his guys were worth nothing. Ilman had no other choice but to gather all his guys and leave there immediately. Beck understood that from that moment on he was in debt to Johann, so the guy said that he would definitely not be able to get the nameplate back, so he suggested that Beck go over to his side. Of course, the guy refused him, and just at that moment his friends appeared in front of him. Van Hill didn't expect that it would be the 5th disciple who would be waiting for them, but was it really because of that notorious title of Junior Master? But it didn't matter at all, because the main thing now was that they couldn't change anything on their own. But Uman said that maybe they could gather all the guys and pay them back in the same coin. But in that case, they would have to select even those who might well turn out to be opponents of their elder, so such a plan was clearly a failure. They had only one chance to take that very nameplate that was kept by the teacher, but it was obvious that getting it was literally impossible. Beck knew this well, because he was the one who fought with the teacher, and besides, the other candidates also did not want to compete with him, but despite all these facts, Van Hill decided to still try to trust his headman. Bond decided to take John to the medical center and, putting in his 2 cents, said that he, like Van Hill, also believed in Khan, and perhaps even more. However, simply waiting was not quite the right decision, and since they were his subordinates, he said that they should act accordingly. If there really is no other way out, then in that case, before Khan leaves the prison cell, they had better try to recruit more useful, like-minded people. Vanihal was amused by this speech and said that at least they should try to do their best, and it was obvious that he was a truly loyal comrade. The next morning, Master Imren hurried to meet the young master and hoped that he was completely fine. The term of imprisonment had come to an end, so they ordered the guards to release the 7th prince immediately. When the 7th prince came out into the street, everyone around him was incredibly surprised at the state of his body. And even the guy's gaze was incredible, and you couldn't tell from it that he had sat in a cave for 5 days, because now he began to look much better than before. One of the guards went inside the cave to check if everything was in place, and Khan hoped that no one would notice the entrance to the secret room covered with stones. However, everything went well, so the guy hurried to leave the prison where he was, and decided to ask his teacher how many nameplates were left. Imran was glad that the guy had not yet lost hope, and said that there was only 1 tablet left, which was with the senior martial arts teacher Jinshin, but it was possible to try to take another tablet from the others and students. However, the seventh prince firmly decided for himself that he would fight for this tablet with the strongest opponent, namely, the senior martial arts teacher. The man was shocked by this news, because there was no point in overdoing it, and the less time there was, the more sensibly he needed to behave. Han thanked the teacher for the advice, but if he realized that he couldn't win, he would drop out of the race, so he simply asked to give him a chance. The seventh prince insisted on this so much that the teacher decided that it would be as he wanted, but asked him to try not to get hurt, because in any case, this was the last chance to get the tablet. At the same time, Bon tried to pull the guys over to the side of the seventh student, but the fourth of them already refused such an idiotic offer. Although Bon was upset by this turn of events, he did not want to give up and decided to try again. How unexpectedly, on the way to the other students, he noticed his class leader, who had already left prison and was preparing for his fight. He actually decided to fight the senior teacher, but no one around believed that the boy could handle him. The teacher came out of the building, and he had really been waiting for a long time for the seventh prince to finally come to him to fight him. The man asked if the boy was okay, since he would most likely have a hard time fighting right after being imprisoned. And when the choice arose between fighting with wooden swords or hand-to-hand combat, the seventh prince chose the second option and decided to take on the challenge. The man simply gave off a tremendous amount of power, and everyone around was sure that the seventh prince would lose to him, because due to the man being incredibly strong, the fifth disciple gave up right at the start of the fight. Khan knew that the punishment had dragged his reputation into the dirt, and that in order to gain support, he would have to do something stunning. Jinchan decided to give the advantage to the seventh prince and told him to attack first. In a demonic cult, only the strongest survives, so the best way to surprise everyone is to show an overwhelming difference in combat power, so the guy thanked the man for such a part and prepared to act. The guy began to attack the man incredibly quickly, but the man was confident that he knew all of his opponent's techniques. However, a second later, the seventh prince surprised the man incredibly because he decided to use one of the sword control techniques, which was not at all easy. The man was very pleased with this fact, and to be honest, he did not expect anything like this, so he decided that he would have to increase the intensity of their battle. Immediately after that, he used 4 techniques at once, and everyone around was shocked by such an incredible combination, because this is what the owner of the highest level of the demonic sword looked like. However, the seventh prince had no intention of retreating and used the heavenly demon sword control technique to counter the man's strike. Jinchan couldn't do anything against him, so he decided to quickly strengthen his control over his internal energy, but he didn't have time to do this because Han managed to get him with his attack. The young gentleman was incredibly happy because he had finally managed to recreate the complete sequence of this technique, and yet, compared to what he had seen, the man's tricks were worth nothing. However, the coach's enthusiasm had clearly not died down yet, and it was clear to everyone around that this fight would continue. The man was glad that he had managed to strengthen his body, because if they had fought with real swords, he was sure that he would have definitely died. The man knew that putting all his cards on the table was just stupid, but he didn't try to spare the seventh prince. But since he decided to fight to the end, Jinchan wanted to show him all his power. Khan was incredibly shocked because at that moment the man got rid of the alien energy and the guy could not understand why he did this. And although he had heard that masters of the highest order were capable of such things, he realized that it would only get harder. However, unexpectedly for everyone, the man calmed down very suddenly and that incredible energy stopped emanating from him. Khan could not understand why this happened, but the men told him that day by day, the seventh prince was advancing further and further. And who knows, maybe in the future he will become as all-powerful a monster as his distant ancestor. So the man said that in today's fight he definitely lost, so he handed Khan the nameplate, because it was rightfully his. The Khan could not contain his delight and thanked the senior teacher with all his heart. How unexpectedly Bon, who had been waiting for his elder to return for so long, ran up to him with tears in his eyes. The seventh prince was very glad that despite everything, he still had this guy's support, and he apologized for making him worry. They were also joined by Beck, who surprised everyone present on the battlefield by kneeling down in front of the seventh prince and thanking him. After all, it was thanks to Khan that he managed to avoid death at the hands of a student from the Poison Clan and thus saved his worthless life. Beck knew that the seventh prince had ended up in the prison cell only because of a simple desire to help him, and although he had asked for forgiveness, he now definitely admired this act to the depths of his soul. The other students were shocked by the news that the seventh prince was punished for standing up for another student, and it was clear that it was definitely true, because otherwise Baeki would not have bowed his knee to him. The boy owed his life, so he decided to swear his boundless loyalty to the seventh prince right now in front of all these people. The rest of the guys on the team were smiling at everything that was happening, but still, Beck was playing absolutely terribly, and the guy realized that this was the first and last time he was drawn into such adventures. At the same time, the young master's instructor was asking Jinshin if he was okay, since it was obvious that the man could be grieving because he had lost face in front of the other students. However, he said that he agreed that the seventh prince was truly worthy of winning this fight, because everyone around him was also amazed by the guy's skill level, and everyone was wondering if his right bodyguard taught him these techniques. No one could answer this question for sure, but there was a high probability of such an assumption. But the man had not based most of his training on hand-to-hand combat, so it remained a mystery where the seventh prince had learned such a technique. Immediately after this conversation, Jinshan went to the left bodyguard and the main one in the house, Mado Huaman. If he hadn't sent him a mental message, the man would have continued the fight, without a doubt, just like any other person in his place. In his youth, he took part in hundreds of battles, and sometimes he had the chance to see how the founder of the demonic cult himself fought. And being a former left bodyguard, the man also noticed the techniques of controlling the Khan's sword, which completely copied the technique of controlling the sword of the heavenly demon, which the ancestor possessed, and perhaps they were much more accurate than his. The heavenly demon sword control technique is a martial art that was invented by the heavenly demon known as the founder of the cult, and his style is considered invincible to this day. However, it is only passed down to the next leader, because the heavenly demon was an expert of a truly transcendental level, and with just a sword in his hands, he could bring all his enemies to their knees. And to tell the truth, the sight of his movements really did resemble some kind of obsession, but in reality the situation is quite different. Khan's sword control technique is superior to that of the heavenly demon, which is still considered a symbol of the unattainability of the founder's stage, so it was unclear where he could have learned it from. Huaman had only one guess that the boy was able to read the commandment on the sapphire stone, but its surface was completely covered with marks from the sword, and no matter how many times the man personally tried to make out what was written there, it was all useless. Therefore, the senior teacher assumed that the seventh prince had somehow managed to read the ancient scriptures and master this technique. Huaman said that they should keep this moment a secret for now, at least for a while, which the man completely agreed with and decided to also turn a blind eye to it for now. At the same time, a girl began to approach Khan and told him that she was delighted by the story of how he stood up for a good man. Disciple number 220 of the Fabu Sanhua clan heard that gender doesn't matter to the seventh prince, only skills and abilities matter, so if he accepts her into his team, she will be willing to serve him until the very end. How unexpectedly another young man joined her, who also asked to be accepted into the team, despite the fact that he was a weak idiot, but he promised and swore not to let his team down. The seventh prince believed that weakness was something that could always be improved upon, so he was grateful for such a despised act, and happily agreed to take these guys into his team. Jinguk of the Jin family was incredibly happy and said that he would swear allegiance to the respected seventh prince. However, Van Hill thought that even taking into account these two guys, they were not enough, and 3 more were missing, because after such a fantastic victory, he expected much more. but since the headman got the tablet, one could hope that someone else would join them. Soon after, when all the team members had retreated to a quieter place, Van Hill said that Unchen and Ho Dai Meng had betrayed them. Well, whatever the case, Ma Chil and Wu Ming had done a great job, so the seventh prince was quick to praise them for their work. Everything was clear with these two friends, but Khan was worried about the question of where John was now and what had happened to him. The guys briefly told about why John was now lying in the medical center, and the seventh prince thought about the fact that Ilman had allowed himself to go too far before, and it seemed that he still hadn't corrected himself. Baek realized that their leader had changed in these few days, and even when he was furious, he tried to think calmly, and it was clear that the seventh prince had learned the right lesson from what happened. No one forbade taking tablets from other students, so formally the guy was not guilty of anything, and the question of etiquette was of absolutely no interest to anyone here, but it was clear that no one present was ready to forgive Ilman. Since debts had to be paid, it was obvious that the time had finally come. At the same time, one of the students pushed Ilman to take the yellow tablet from Beck, as Johann had asked. The leader of their gang was Urin, who was badly injured and was currently in the medical center, so he was replaced by another guy, who asked Johann to fulfill the promise he made to him, so the guy took out one of the tablets. However, Johann said that on their part, the agreement was not fully fulfilled, because they said that they would be able to conquer Beck, but he was clearly not visible here. Johann simply thought that in order to get Beck, he would have to show him how nasty reality can be, but even this time, he failed. They say that to know the sweetness of life, you need to know its bitterness, and the guy also believed that in Urin's group, there was no one who could become a worthy headman, so he decided not to give the yellow tablet to them. Instead, he decided to give another chance to Yemp, so that he would take his guys and destroy Beck and Han's group, and also so that he would take away their yellow nameplate from them. The guy was ready to do everything for the prince, so he bowed to him and said that he would never let him down. If Empa can still take this tablet, then he will become the headman of the other boys and will be directly subordinate to Johann and Emina. Finally, a smart person will be in charge. Soon after, Empa arrived at the battlefield where Ilman was training. The guy realized that the guys standing behind were the ones who attacked Beck yesterday, so he asked why they dared to disturb him. Empa said he needed help to pass the third-level exam, and for that they needed a yellow plate. This made the former headman of the sixth group, Ilman, laugh, and he said that such an activity did not interest him at all, because it would not benefit him, so he asked the guy to leave and not interfere with him. How unexpectedly Empa told him that he was going to fight with the seventh prince's group, thereby still interesting her interlocutor. Empa had a personal dislike for him, and it was very, very deep, and if the tablet was taken away from Khan, then his group would fall apart, and it was obvious that no one would follow the headman who could not defend his place a second time. Thus, he would fail the test he had planned and would be expelled from school. So Ilman still agreed to this proposal because he wanted to end yesterday's fight. So they decided to go and immediately do what they had planned, which could not but please Ilman. Therefore, literally in a few minutes, their entire gang had already arrived at the seventh prince's group, and they were outraged by the fact that his team was constantly hiding in the shadows. The Khan was surprised that the guy had taken so long to get to him, because he himself already wanted to go and look for Ilman to take revenge on him for everything. The guy was outraged that Khan was laughing at him, because it seemed the guy had not yet realized what was happening here, because he was sure that the seventh master was not capable of anything, and he would easily defeat him. How suddenly another crowd of people appeared in front of them and ordered the boys to immediately drop their weapons. The young master's opponents did not understand what was going on here, but Khan simply decided to ask them who was really the idiot in this situation. 4 hours ago, in the backyard of the training camp, Ren Hawk was about to go get a nameplate because he was asked to, but his comrades were not happy with the whole situation. If they get the sign, they will be able to organize their own group. But One Piece is clearly not enough, because there were 20 of them, and perhaps on the contrary, they will fight with each other for such a chance. However, it was impossible to sit idly by. To survive here in Madaquan, one would have to fight to the end. The guy didn't want to win at such a price, but there was no other way, so his friend suggested that he think about his own skin first. How unexpectedly Khan appeared in front of them, who noticed that the guys were incredibly frightened by his arrival. Also, the seventh prince was joined by his entire group and by Ek himself, so the guys thought that he came to take revenge on them for yesterday. They did something very dirty and set up an ambush, so hoping that they would get out of it quietly was very stupid. These guys hadn't been taught any manners, so Khan realized that talking was clearly pointless, so he quickly decided to attack Penhak. Although Khan was thinking all this time about not overdoing the force of the blow and tried to do it carefully, he failed, and the guy flew a very large distance. Bon began to shake another student and demanded that he immediately tell him where the yellow sign was that he and his friends had taken from John, breaking all his fingers. The guy didn't keep everything a secret and said that the tablet was in the possession of Ilman's 108th student. Actually, this whole situation was extremely obvious, and it was stupid to assume that this scoundrel would give the sign to someone else. Bon hit his opponent with all his might, and even though Beck wanted to stop him, he didn't want to do it because he was incredibly angry at how they treated their team member. However, a couple of minutes ago, the guys said that they had made some kind of deal with his participation, so Beck demanded an explanation on this matter. The guy explained that Yuhan from the Blade clan had ordered that the yellow tablet be taken away and that Beck be driven into a corner in order to force him to switch to his side. Beck couldn't believe it, because until recently he was sure that Johann was saving them from trouble, but it was all part of a stupid plan. And after fulfilling this request, they had to get a yellow sign, which made the guys incredibly angry, and Bon decided to do to the guy the same thing they did to John. However, Khan was quick to stop him, as there would be no benefit to them from this guy's suffering, and asked him to trust him, because he had a good plan. Van Hill asked student number 670 if he was sure that Johann would follow their agreement, although the boy sincerely did not understand what he was talking about. However, Van Hill was sure that Johann would never give them the tablet, especially considering that they needed 2 of them, because there were 20 of them. Not only were they used, but they were also forced to fight among themselves, so this spectacle was truly pathetic. By handing over 1 tablet, Johann foresaw that a conflict would arise between the other boys, and they would fight among themselves, which in turn would benefit him. So he suggested that they stop just standing around and band together and take revenge for such impudent behavior. That's why all the other guys came to the aid of the 7th prince, because they didn't want to be led by the nose. Empa realized that someone had set them up, and of course that person was none other than the 7th prince. Khan said that they were nothing special, and that was why they couldn't take the tablet in a fair fight with the teacher, but decided to attack their own comrades as a crowd. This phrase made Ilman very angry, because not long ago the guy ran away from him in fear. However, Ilman was in deep trouble and had no time to think, but if he did decide, he would definitely not pass the 3rd level exam, and if he refused this mission, Khan would refuse him. So despite everything, he decided to try to somehow persuade them, because he could not lose. Empa said that Kalen had misunderstood something, because Johann had personally promised to include their group under his command. However, in that case, Johann had to share 2 tablets with them, because now there were 20 of them, and in order to warm everyone, there simply couldn't be less. At that moment, Empa realized what exactly had pushed the guy to do this, and if he couldn't persuade him, then this mission would be doomed to failure. But he also had no right to promise to do this on his own, so he told Kalen that he would offer Johann to share 2 tablets with them. Kalen was very surprised by such a promise, and said that he had persuaded him, so he asked the guy to answer for his words in the future if anything happened. Empa didn't understand what he was getting at and how suddenly Khan appeared behind his back to deal him an incredibly powerful blow. Ilman was very angry that the 7th prince attacked his comrade, so he also decided to strike, but Khan broke his opponent's wooden sword with one movement of his hand. Ilman turned pale at what the 7th prince did, because he had put the 7th level internal energy into that wooden sword. While the boy stood there thinking about how Han had managed to do this, Beck attacked him from behind and broke his ribs with one blow. The guy wanted to fight Ilman personally to take revenge on him for what he did to his team just recently. The guy understood that the chances of winning were too small, but it was also impossible to escape from here. However, his allies thought differently and began to scatter in different directions because, in their opinion, this monster Khan and his gang were impossible to defeat, so they decided that they needed to escape by any means necessary. While Ilman watched as all those who had supported him until recently began to run away in different directions, Beck again dealt the guy an incredibly strong blow. Empa watched as the seventh prince's allies defeated everyone around them, so he realized that they had lost and their resistance would cause more losses because it was impossible to win this battle. So he also decided to surrender and bowed to Han and said that in this battle he is the real winner. The outcome was obvious, so there was no point in resisting, so he said that they admitted their defeat and begged them to spare him. At this time, he himself was thinking that no matter how strong the rage of the seventh prince was in his chest, he still would not be able to hit the person bowing at his feet. Khan didn't think twice before grabbing the guy by the hair, and he didn't understand why he should spare him, because if he didn't want to fight, he shouldn't have started such a scam in the first place. Empa thought that if he surrendered, the seventh prince would not touch him, but this was clearly not the case, because a second later, Han slammed the guy straight into the ground with incredible force. The seventh prince felt no pity for trash like him, because he had to answer for all his actions and sins. Empa hated the seventh prince and began shouting at him that Johann would never turn a blind eye to his actions. But such a phrase was clearly said in vain, because at the present moment, the seventh prince was the most powerful disciple in Madokan. And Empa completely forgot that just recently Han almost destroyed Jun Sum, so he definitely shouldn't have threatened Yuhan. When Empa lost consciousness, Khan regretted not pressing his head with full force so that it would burst in his hands. At the same time, Ilman resisted for a very long time, so Beck blocked his meridians, and Khan decided that he had nothing more to talk about with him. Since Ilman had broken the fingers of cadet number 999, John, from the seventh prince's team, Khan decided to do the same to him, which caused the boy incredible pain. The seventh prince asked Ilman to calm down, because he had only broken one of his fingers, but soon after he would do the same to all of his other fingers. At that moment, Ilman hated the seventh prince and considered him a real bastard, but John was in just as much pain as he was now. Or rather, he was in much worse pain, because now he was half dead, lying in the medical center. And although the guy didn't say a word, all he could dream about was that he would definitely destroy the seventh prince in the future. However, at the moment he couldn't do anything, so Han, watching his evil expression, decided to wipe away that grin and dealt him another incredibly strong blow. After this, the seventh prince announced the punishment that Ilman and all members of his group had to break the fingers of both hands, as well as one leg. Kalen realized that if he had agreed to Emp's terms a couple of minutes ago, his entire group would have been included in their number as well. How suddenly Ilman stood up and with an incredibly crazy look decided to attack the seventh prince in order to carry out his plan. At the same time, Yuhan trained with his team, but they were unable to do anything similar to the technique from the Forbidden Book of the Seven Demonic Swords. All the guys who were there were excellent students, and therefore learning the sequence of techniques was definitely not a difficult task for them, so Johann did not understand why they all could not combine energy. He ordered all the boys to take a rest, because he needed to check the book again, and he also asked Kimphil to come up to him and asked him how they all looked from the outside, and whether they had managed to make at least a little progress. The guy from the Double Blade clan didn't even know what to answer his young master, because he was very afraid of his reaction. Johann told the boy to speak frankly and promise him that he would not be angry. So the guy said that, to tell the truth, it seemed like everyone was just doing the same movements at the same time, and he had never seen the results of combining energy, so he couldn't even tell what it should look like, but it was still an unsightly picture. Suddenly, a guy with a bandage on his face started walking towards them, carrying someone unknown on his shoulders. At first, Johann ordered the stranger not to approach, but he recognized Empa by his voice, so he asked what was wrong with his face and who he was carrying. Empa said that he presented Han himself, as well as his subordinates Van Hill and Bayek Gi, on a silver platter. Johann couldn't believe his eyes because he didn't expect the guys to actually manage to catch them. But if it weren't for Ilman, it would have probably all fallen through, because it turns out he was learning reverse blood circulation magic. Reverse circulation magic is a way to achieve explosive power by reversing the internal energy in the body, but this technique has its own side effects, and with each use, the meridians inside the body are gradually destroyed and the person stops thinking rationally, and that is why the demonic cult banned its use. Therefore, Ilman was not in his right mind and apparently lost his mind and began to attack everyone indiscriminately. Even despite this, Johann praised the guys for their excellent work, because to be honest, he didn't have much hope, but he was pleased with the result. In that case, before sending all the boys to the infirmary, he decided to leave a small gift for the seventh prince, so he attacked him with his abilities. Johann considered himself superior to the seventh prince, so he did not destroy his dantian, but simply damaged his arm. However, when he tore the cloth from the boy's face, it was not the seventh prince who stood before him, but his ally, Empa. Before he could come to his senses, another masked guy went on the attack and managed to land an incredibly powerful blow on him. After this, Khan ordered his team to get up, because everything was going exactly according to plan. Jiran of the Red Wind clan realized that they had simply been tricked and ambushed. When the other members of the squad began to be indignant and shout that Empa had betrayed them, and it turned out that no one believed in him, the seventh prince finally took off his mask, because it turns out he had arranged this whole masquerade in vain. Shortly before this, when Ilman decided to attack the seventh prince, Beck arrived in time and managed to deal him an incredibly strong blow. However, despite this, Ilman had incredibly dense energy, and the guy did not understand how he managed to increase it so quickly. However, when Ilman went on the attack again, the seventh prince did not lose his head and was able to neutralize him with just one hand. And after that, with his last blow, he decided to finish the guy off and hoped that he would cope, especially since he had learned the magic of reverse blood circulation. He should definitely be able to withstand it. At this point, Khan's team had already managed to punish all of their enemies, and all that was left was to send them to the medical center. They've avenged John and found out who's behind him, so all that's left is to take revenge on the biggest one of them. Van Hill understood Bond's resentment, but told him to calm down because even understanding him, there were still too few of them to do so. After all, in order to fight with Johann's team, even taking into account Beck, they still lacked 2 more students with a high level of skill. However, Kalen decided to help them in this matter, because if the guys didn't have enough people, they were ready to provide them. Khan thanked Kalen for the offer, because despite the fact that it was very dangerous, the guy was ready to send these guys to rest. Right after that, the seventh prince told everyone to get ready, because they would go after Johann right now, since he already had a plan ready. Therefore, the entire Johann team was in complete shock, because even the seventh prince's voice was incredibly similar to Empa's voice, so it was obvious that this was all a complete deception. Jin Yu was so angered by this situation that he decided to attack the seventh prince. However, he was unable to defeat him, and Han dodged his attack with incredible ease. In addition to this, the seventh prince managed to take their yellow nameplate for himself, which amazed everyone around. And without giving the guy a second to think, he dealt him a crushing blow. However, perhaps because Jin's skill had reached a high level, or maybe there was another reason, but the guy was still able to stand on his feet, even after the strongest attack. As Nana suddenly warned her master that an incredibly powerful surge of energy had been detected at a distance of 60 meters, so Khan ordered his entire team to immediately lie down on the floor. Johann used his sword energy but missed, although naturally he wanted to catch everyone around him off guard. Khan mocked his opponent, because he woke up after so much time, and the guy naturally expected his blow, because suddenly he would later start to say that he lost only because of the suddenness of the attack. Last time, the seventh principal seemed like an ordinary child to Johann, but now he saw that the guy had grown incredibly, so he thought that he should have cut off his hand back then, but since he missed that chance, he decided to do it right now. It was the first time the Blade Clan Heir's team had seen their master so serious, so it was obvious that the boy truly believed that Han was a suitable opponent for him. So literally, a second later, Johann decided to attack his opponent using the Blade Clan's signature move. This was an incredibly powerful technique, so one cannot hold back in front of an opponent who is more skilled in skill. So Han decided to respond decisively to this attack with sword energy. However, Johann believed that such a move by the seventh prince was simply nothing against Huang Doilchim, since such skill could not have been imagined by Han even in his dreams. The seventh prince thought that he could easily recoup, but he did not expect that the guy would attack him from such an angle, but such techniques put a lot of strain on the arm, and his arm was highly developed, and it seemed that he controlled energy better than Han. Therefore, the seventh prince could not draw any other conclusion than that if Johann got involved with the teacher, the man would find himself in an unenviable position. The Blade Clan's heir thought that the seventh prince was very lucky, because he wanted to destroy him a long time ago, but he failed to do so the first time, so he told him to stop using his decrepit techniques and finally show him his signature move. Johann started talking about how he knew what kind of techniques the seventh prince used, so the guy started to worry that Johann had also managed to read the commandment from the Jade Stone. However, fortunately, his opponent said that he saw that the seventh prince had added something to the 7 demonic swords, so he thought that this technique was very simple and worthless, which greatly reassured Han. Johann warned his opponent that he would beat him in just 5 moves, and if the seventh prince continued to use all sorts of trash, he would very soon forgive the guy with his hand. Hanna found this situation funny, so he offered Johann a bet with him because the guy was sure that he could defeat him in just 5 moves, which was very funny. The terms of this were that the winner of this competition would receive all the yellow nameplates. This situation made Johann laugh very much, so he told Han to watch carefully, because he had many more of them, so it was not very fair to take them all, so he suggested that if he won the take, he would take Beck with him forever. Beck hoped that their group leader would handle all of this, and everything would be okay, so he simply nodded to Han in agreement, because he hoped that his faith was not in vain. Johann was incredibly pompous and self-confident, so he told the seventh prince that he was inferior to him and that the boy should attack him first. Khan began to attack his opponent because the guy thought that he would strip him bare and gut him, because he had to reread the forbidden scriptures many times in order to prepare for the fight with the trainer, and he knew all the existing vulnerable points. However, he was very much mistaken, because Han used the magic blade from the 4th technique, and the guy could not understand what was happening, because it was not at all related to the techniques that he studied, so at the last moment, he realized that he could not defend himself from his opponent's attack. The guy began to be sucked into the whirlwind with incredible force, and Khan continued to strike him one blow after another. And immediately after this, Khan did what the heir of the Blade Clan had threatened him with, namely, with incredible cruelty, he cut off his hand. Johann was a candidate for the position of junior master from the Blade Clan, and in appearance, he was an ordinary young man. But in reality, his cruelty knew no bounds, especially towards himself, because he trained until he achieved superiority. At the time of entering Madaquan, his skill level had already exceeded the highest level, but he continued to train hard day after day and now has almost reached the desired ideal. Many of the disciples around him extolled him, considering him the most suitable successor to such an enviable post, but everything turned out differently. In this battle, Johann lost, because the 7th prince secured victory with just one movement of his sword. Just as the Blade Clan's heir was about to get up from his seat, Han, with an incredibly terrifying expression on her face, told him that if the boy took even one step, she would cut off his remaining arm. After this, Khan demanded that his opponent hand over all the yellow tablets to him, since that was their agreement. Johann was incredibly angry, because he did not understand how the seventh prince was able to do this, and how he was able to defeat him using such poor techniques. The seventh prince said that since they seemed unsuccessful to the boy, he was not yet mature enough and could not appreciate the power of true martial arts. At that moment, the guy was overcome with tremors from his own words, which he had previously told the seventh prince, that it seemed that he was still far from his level, but after a short amount of time, everything turned out completely differently, and despite the fact that Johann had been preparing for so long to become the junior master, he had no choice but to order his guys to give the seventh prince all their nameplates. When one of Johann's team members approached the seventh prince to give him the yellow tablets, he promised that they would definitely avenge their young master. However, with one sharp movement of his hand, Khan dealt the guy an incredibly strong blow, despite the fact that they had fulfilled the conditions. However, the seventh prince did not say that this condition was the only one because Johann had taught him a good lesson, and therefore the young master decided to finish them off once and for all. As soon as the boy tried to object to the seventh prince again, Khan dealt him an even stronger blow. And all this was because his opponent's team thought that attacking someone from the outside was perfectly normal, but expecting a counterattack was unfair, so he told everyone around him to think carefully with their own heads from now on. And in his place, he ordered his entire team to break one leg of each of their opponents. Soon after, Khan decided to give one tablet to Kalen because he himself had enough of them. And although only the strongest survives in the Demon Academy, and the seventh prince could have kept these tablets for himself, he retreated because he was completely different. However, after this incident, the Blade clan would start to view them as enemies, so they would definitely need protection, so the boy was thinking about helping the seventh prince become the junior master. So they decided to express their heartfelt gratitude and pledge their allegiance to Mr. Khan, and asked to be placed on his team. On the second floor of Madokwan, the infirmary was glad that he now had an incredible number of patients that he could treat endlessly, for which he was incredibly grateful to the seventh prince. Others thought he was a little crazy because it was abnormal to feel so much joy at the sight of all those sick people. The men talked among themselves about how only recently a barely alive guy had been brought to the infirmary, so no one could even imagine that Khan would turn out to be such a monster. However, Peck decided to interrupt the men and told them to hurry to him immediately to hold one of the wounded so that he would not move. At the same time, in this ward, there was also student number 999 John, who finally received justice and decided for himself that he would be faithful to his headman until the end of his days. At the same time, in the room of the owner of Madokwan, Huamin stood over the body of Ilman, who had recently used the magic of reverse blood circulation. The man decided to help his student and finally return him to his previous and normal state. When the guy woke up, he didn't understand how he ended up there, because just recently he had fought with Khan. However, there was only one serious question. How did Ilman manage to learn the forbidden technique of the ancients? The guy decided to pretend that he absolutely did not understand what the head of the house was talking about and played the fool. This made the man very angry, so he immediately created a barrier through which no one would be able to hear them, because no sound wave would pass through it. When joining, the guy wrote that he was from a small clan of the Red Warrior Sword and was not officially connected to anyone else, but had information about such a secret technique. Huamin said that the boy would not be able to deceive him, because the magic of reverse blood circulation had been under a strict taboo for several decades, and he was only 17 years old, which meant that the entire lousy clan was in the hands of traitors. Therefore, he took it as if Ilman would not mind if each of those currently involved in the existence of this clan were executed. And it seemed that even the fact that he was the left guard did not affect him in any way, but the man told him that he did not hope that he would not be able to find out everything on his own, and was very surprised that the guy decided that he could deceive someone. After all, Huamin had already guessed that the Red Warrior Sword Clan was just one of the Poison Swords divisions. Ilman realized that he was definitely finished, so he found no other way out than to bite off his tongue so that he would never be able to say a word again. This turn of events was too unexpected for the left bodyguard, because he could not even imagine that this idiot would dare to do such an act. Huamin tried to bring his energy back into order, but he failed, and the boy's last thoughts before leaving were that he hoped to become a hero, but in the end, he died so sadly as a traitor. At the same time, when Han came to the dining room of Mado's house, a crowd of guys who wanted to salute him pounced on him. In this confusion, Bon stepped in and told all those who wanted to talk to the young master to sort things out among themselves first, and if they wanted to receive the headman's blessing, they should immediately line up one after another and wait silently. Umin and Van Hill were very happy that their leader had become so famous, and it seemed to them that he had finally found his recognition. Van Hill realized that in this situation, word of mouth had worked, and although it was to be expected, after all, Han had defeated Master Ho and forced Yuhan himself to his knees, and now it was obvious to everyone that their elder was the main competitor of Muen from the Clan of Darkness. One by one, the disciples began to approach the seventh prince and kneel before him, and although many of them were from small families, they wanted to be of use with all their might. Seob Jun of the Night Blade clan, Kong Ji Ho of the Hand-to-Hand Combat clan, and disciple number 907 all began to ask Han to take them into his group at the same time, as they had all heard about his achievements and the 6 yellow tablets he had obtained, which was incredibly amazing. If he communicated with each of the students, it would take an awful lot of time, so Han decided to first thank everyone for such a strong and strong-willed decision. But he did not give them a positive answer. He wanted everyone around to listen to his little confession. Khan was not just looking for loyal people, but like-minded people who, together with him, planned to radically change their demonic cult. He understood that there was a difficult path ahead of them, but to walk it together with them was the highest reward. So if they had no intention of strictly following the seventh prince through the countless looming obstacles, then it was better to leave right now. Van Hill felt that the young master had grown a lot during this time, because before he was only possessed by bitter hatred, but now he began to think about the demonic cult as a whole, and also gave the newcomers a chance to leave, and showed himself as a candidate for the position of junior master. But compared to the guys from the ruling clans, there was no one to cover for him, so it was interesting to see how many guys would actually stay by the seventh prince's side. Soon after, one by one, the boys said that unfortunately they could not stay, because their plans were very small and were part of others. Even though most of the students decided not to join the seventh prince's team, there were still quite a few who wanted to. They said that Han's words inspired them and they hoped to become part of the team, so they humbly asked to be taken into their group. How suddenly Han was distracted from making a decision by some guy who called him by name, and immediately after that, Wu Ming mentally turned to the seventh prince and emphasized that they must definitely attract this guy to their side. After all, the grandson of Mr. Muen, the ninth elder of the cult, Mun-gyu, disciple number 408 from the demonic Palm clan, appeared before them. At the top of the demonic cult was the Lord, and besides him, 12 elders always followed him, and among them, the lords of the 6 ruling clans came to the fore. Next, come the people who have achieved this position through their own merits, such as the 9th elder Muen, who comes from the famous Demon Palm clan, and he conquered this peak thanks to his many achievements in the war, and he also has incredible strength, and his genius is unmatched, and that is why he raised his clan to the top of the chain of development. It follows that now absolutely every candidate for the post of junior master wants to lure the main descendant of the 9th elder to his side. When Mungyu came closer to the 7th prince, he said that one of the 6 yellow tablets that the young master had was rightfully his. After all, the descendants of the 6 ruling clans tried to lure him to their side, but each time he politely refused them. But this time Johann came, who told the guy that this was the last offer and that he should stop turning up his nose. The boy apologized to him, but he wanted to stay out of all these battles and just continue studying in Mataquan in peace. And then suddenly a blow came towards Moon, and in the end he had no choice but to accept defeat. Not only did he lose his nameplate, he was also left with a broken arm and leg, and in the end, Johann threatened that if the guy wanted to pass the third-level exam, he had no choice, because he would have to go under his direct subordination. Moon said that he initially planned to get into any group, and when he was completely cured, he would take revenge on Johann, but none of the elders dared to take a crippled person into their group. Khan said that since he was such a master, the elders of the other major ones could probably just wait until he was fully recovered. The heir of the 9th elder said that there was one guy who at first said that he was ready to agree to this, but after 2 hours he suddenly changed his mind, and later it turned out that the matter was in Yuhan, because he persuaded absolutely everyone. For the most part, the guy didn't care about the exam, because the immediate desire for revenge took over his mind. But soon the news came that Khan cut off his hand, and honestly, the guy didn't know what he should do next: rejoice or sympathize. However, since everything turned out exactly this way, Moon asked the 7th prince to take him into his team because he believed that Han was now obliged to bear full responsibility for him. However, immediately after that, he asked the 7th prince for forgiveness for expressing his thoughts incorrectly, so he asked him to be kind to him and take him under his wing and not pay any attention to his broken limbs, and he was also willing to help him in any way he could. The 7th prince decided to clarify whether the guy simply wanted to join at least some team and saw no other way out, or whether he really wanted to be on their side and go with them to the end. Once upon a time, when the boy was little, his grandfather told him that in Mataquan he should always try to avoid extremes, but if he did find a person whom he wanted to honor as a patron, he recommended that he take a good look at him before making a final decision. Therefore, relying on the instructions of his grandfather, the guy asked the 7th prince to simply take part in the processes at first and to resolve this difficult issue over time, but he immediately said that he would not have to think for long. Khan said that he had no use for such a proposal, but Uman asked his young master to think about the proposal again. The guy persistently began to transmit mental messages to the guy that he could regret this very much, because those around him wanted to gain this guy's trust. After all, he had once stood at the head of many people, but now he had knelt before Khan and with a broken leg, and the likelihood that he would soon become one of the main like-minded people was very high, so the guy insisted that the 7th prince give him shelter. However, Khan believed that in this case, he was no better than those who had to be refused on the same principle, so he could not renounce his own words. When Moon started begging him to give him 3 or 2 or at least 1 day, the boy asked Nana to activate the facial muscle analysis module and asked the boy why he wanted to join his group specifically. When Moon started to say that he just wanted to get to know the 7th prince better, Nana said that there was a mistake because she was unable to connect the system because the artificial skin was not subject to its analysis. Han realized that the texture and color of his skin was slightly different, so he assumed that he was wearing a mask, and as a result of the body structure analysis, it shows that the subject was about 15 to 17 years old, and also that the gender of this subject was female. Moon began to worry that Han was looking so hard at his ears and neck area, so he thought that the young master was able to notice the truth, but even the left bodyguard couldn't do it, so he didn't believe that the young master was capable of such a thing. However, unexpectedly for him, the 7th prince simply asked him if he was actually a girl, which stunned everyone around. How unexpectedly the guy began to say that he was ready to obey and asked the 7th prince to forget all the recent nonsense that he had said, because from that moment on he was ready to join the team and give his life for it without moving. Han had no choice but to agree to this, so Uman began to welcome the new cadet to his team, and the other guys also decided to introduce themselves to him. Khan realized that there were now quite a few members on their team, so he thought about how it would be better to divide them up. 26 newcomers joined them, and there were 53 participants in total, and they were all divided into 6 divisions and, accordingly, 5 new leaders were chosen. The head of the first group was Vangil, the head of the second was Baek, and the head of the third group was Sanghwa, a representative of the female group. Also, the headman of the fourth group, Khan, decided to make Uman because he believed that the guy was worthy of this role, as well as the other candidates. The headman of the fifth group became one of the newcomers, Kalen, who was responsible for the 12 guys who came with him, and thus, at the moment, Khan began to enjoy the greatest authority. Later that evening, in the backyard of the training hall, Mungyu told the boy that she had the face of her twin brother, since their father died in the war before they were born, and their mother could not survive the growing depression and passed away during childbirth. Therefore, due to the complications that had developed, my brother developed a serious pathology, and my grandfather decided to hide the reliable information from everyone. And it turned out that, fortunately for the clan, the girl had an innate talent for martial arts, and although over time the information would definitely come to light, the prince did not understand why it was necessary to take such a risk. However, the 6 ruling clans want to fix their clan by any means possible, and before they often sent a matchmaker, offering to play a wedding, but if everyone became aware of the tragedy before it arrived in Modokwan, it was clear what this would lead to. As far as was known, the Demon Palm clan was traditionally led exclusively by men, so if she were to get married in the current situation, then despite her brother's condition, he would be the one sent to Modokwan. And what is obvious is that it would soon cease to exist as a result of some accident, which would provoke their complete absorption, and as a result, the balance of power between the 6 clan rulers would gradually change greatly. That's why she entered Modokwan under the guise of a man, and when she manages to gain significant authority, no one will dare to stir up this nest. But since no one knew that she was a girl, Han didn't understand why she had to use her real name, but Moon said that if people finally found out the whole truth, it should be as if she had come up with this trick entirely on her own, and no one else should be held responsible for it. Now Khan finally realized why the girl was wearing a mask, and she asked him that he should keep their conversation a complete secret. In addition to her appearance, the girl changed her voice, although poor preparation can easily give this away. Khan was shocked, because just a second ago the altered voice resembled a young boy, but now the features of a girl were clearly heard. At that moment, it was nice for her to relax, at least for a while, because her throat had been bothering her especially for the last few days. Immediately after this, she began to apply glue to the mask again, because if she doesn't do the necessary procedures every evening, it could fall off at any moment. But unexpectedly, instead of applying glue to this mask, the girl decided to take it off, showing her real face, and her hair elastic accidentally fell off, and it stuck in front of Khan in all its glory, which made him incredibly embarrassed. To be honest, it was not easy for her to do this with one hand after the injury, and she was very glad that it was Khan who was with her at that moment. When Moon said that revealing secrets was not so stupid and there were advantages to everything, Han became embarrassed and finally realized what was called real beauty. Moon said that as the young master had seen, she was not in the best shape, so training was difficult for her. But after that, Han told her that he was now heading to the training hall and showed her that his room was in the 4th pavilion in the 7th room. The girl said that since she was now a member of their groups, she would need to move her things, so she told Han that they would see each other a little later. At the same time, Hanwon of the Devil Bone clan and disciple number 321 was fighting against the heir of the Mukimam Stream clan. During the 10 days that Mr. Mukim was hospitalized, the level of the students increased significantly, and it was practically impossible to compete against a member of one of the strongest clans for more than 30 seconds. However, after swallowing the demonic dragon pill, the young master enhanced his internal potential, but due to his haste, he was only able to obtain part of the beneficial effect. Mukim received the yellow tablet, but in order to oppose the 7th prince, he must achieve influence that would easily overthrow even someone like him, so he decided to catch up with Khan at all costs. Sometime later, in the Mataquan dormitory in the 4th pavilion in room number 7, which belonged to the 7th Prince's group, Moon welcomed all the guys back. Khan understood that things were bad, and of course, thanks to the artificial skin, no one would expose her. But the problem was that all this time she was surrounded only by guys. As soon as his entire group went swimming, the 7th Prince asked his new charge if she was okay. And although the girl assured him that everything was absolutely normal and she was used to it, because she had been through a lot, Nana immediately recorded a sharp jump in temperature and noticed that the girl did not even dare to raise her gaze. The next morning was the 7th day of the 3rd stage of the exam, and Han and his subordinates arrived at the main pavilion of the Motto House, and after reporting on the collection of yellow tablets, they were officially admitted to the 3rd stage, and in total 17 yellow tablets were collected. But the guys from the Shaman clan, who obtained 2 tablets, kept both for themselves, and therefore only 16 teams out of 17 possible were able to register. Therefore, out of 206 students, 15 were unable to obtain admission, and in the remaining 21 days, they must rectify this situation in any way possible. After breakfast in the wasteland at the foot of the mountain behind the dormitory, Bayek told Han that since all the newbies were on him, he decided to teach them the 7-demon sword technique. He thought that it would be too expensive for the leader of their group to train them on his own, so since they had taken on the helm, why not each of them train their own group? Han thought they were complete fools, because even though they said they wanted to help him, it was all because of the argument they had over breakfast earlier, because Van Hill had said that learning the 7-demon sword technique required a week of training, and Bayek had claimed that it was too long and that he would only need 4 days to do it, and he would need a week to learn the demon sword combination technique. Another of the elders in charge of his group said that he agreed with Van Hill because they already had a training plan and they wanted to follow it, so Han had no choice but to agree with this and tell the guys that they could do as they knew. Wooman and Sanghua had to recruit people for their team, so they apologized to the young master and told him to take care of their teams until they found new members. Finding people wasn't easy, because first they had to be convinced to join them, and that would take some time, and if you think about it, Beck was still recruiting people for his team, and since he didn't like accepting help from others, the 7th Prince was confident that he would figure it out himself. After some time, Han gathered his personal team, and the boys thought that due to such a large number of people, it would be difficult for the young master to pay attention to each of them. But they were also happy that the headman would be teaching them martial arts for the first time. Han had never been a teacher before, so it was a little nerve-wracking for him to step into his new role. To begin with, he decided to demonstrate the technique to everyone by deliberately slowing down, so he asked everyone around to watch very carefully. Everyone around understood that it looked exactly like the pictures of secret exercises, and they could not understand how it was possible to implement a new, barely mastered technique so precisely. Moon couldn't believe her eyes, because she had heard that Han had been imprisoned for 5 days out of 7 and trained in cramped conditions, but his movements were still impeccable, and no matter how outstanding the girl's mind was, she would not be able to so skillfully repeat the barely mastered fencing style. Immediately after the 7th Prince finished demonstrating his technique, he announced to everyone around him that he would now give each of them instructions on how to use the 7-demon sword technique. Everyone around thought that he would train everyone individually, but Han said that it would be much faster if they all performed the 7-demon sword technique at the same time, since it would take them many years if they watched each one individually. This information shocked everyone around, but Han ordered everyone to show him the technique of the 7-demon sword. Moon thought that maybe this would allow them to achieve harmony, but it was unlikely that it would be possible to simultaneously identify the flaws in each student's stance, so she decided to look at all of this and help the young master. Han ordered his students to perform the first formation and asked Nana to activate the augmented reality and analyze the 7-demon sword technique of 17 people using the training module and report their mistakes to him. Overall, Everything looked as it should, but as expected, most of the guys in the group had mistakes in their stance, and although Moon didn't notice many mistakes, she still decided to report them to the young master. Khan said that during training he would call his students by numbers, so he told the guy, number 31, that when he performed the first formation on the first sword step, he put little strength into his hand, so the rest of the steps were weaker, and that was the reason he asked him to be more careful. He told student number 95 that he had lost his balance during the first formation, and that in the third sword step, the right foot should be in front, but he had the left, so he asked him to watch this, because if he made the wrong move, the entire technique could collapse. To disciple number 23, the seventh prince said that when he takes each step, he lowers the blade down, and at the third sword step, when he puts his right foot forward, he only controls his wrist, and his back moves by inertia. Moon was completely shocked that the young master was able to notice all the mistakes of his students, because she watched Ban most closely, but the young master pointed out the shortcomings of everyone. She knew that one island of gaze was not enough for such a complete analysis, but Han continued and told student number 508 that when he took a step, he kept bending his knee, and this puts extra strain on the body during the next movement. After this, he ordered all the students to repeat the first formation again and slow down their pace to pay attention to the shortcomings he had pointed out. Even after this, many things still needed to be adjusted, but the seventh prince decided that the boys should get used to the movement for now, and they could be corrected a little later. It was clear from Moon's expression that she thought Han was truly an incredible person, because in such a short time, the students' stances had improved significantly and were incomparable to their original ones. Khan hoped that all the guys were not so stupid as to repeat their mistakes, and he was sure that with such methods, a week to learn this technique would be quite enough. However, mastering the first formation of the seven demon sword technique took much longer than expected, and the disciples of the famous clans completed it within a week, but the rest were stuck at the last step of the seventh sword, which has a complex structure. John, who spent almost a week in the infirmary, joined the training late, but fortunately, thanks to his outstanding abilities, he mastered the seven demon sword technique in just 5 days. 10 days later, Beck admitted his defeat, because Van Hill managed to train his students in just a week, although even Kalen took 9 days to do it. However, learning the seven demon sword technique is not the only thing they have achieved in these 10 days, because Beck, Seonghwa, and Woomin have finally assembled their teams, and among them, there was even a master who is not inferior in level to the headmen. It was the disciple number 708 from the West Gate Taehyung clan who came of his own free will, who told them that the stagnant water would definitely darken, and he did not want to watch the cult waste its strength on the fight between the 6 clans, so he thought that the 7th prince, as a descendant of the Jong clan, would be able to change everything. Seonghwa also took her friend, who was student number 52 from the Flame Demon clan, Woo Sojung, who believed that power rules this world, so she told Han to convince her with his abilities, and only then would she be faithful to him all her life. In the end, she lost to Han, as it only took him 3 steps of one butterfly technique formation to defeat her, and thus the 7th prince gained 2 more skilled disciples as his subordinates. And in 10 days, even Bayek and Sangwa, who had failed to hone their acquired skills, had embarked on the path of masters. But despite everything, the 7th prince hastened to congratulate the 2 of them on entering the path of masters. The guys were grateful to him for this, but they understood that they still lacked a lot, but Van Hill, as his best blade, would improve so that no one would take away this title. Suddenly, one of the crowd of guys said that although he was not trying to start a big argument, their elder Beck or Mungyu would be more suitable for the title of First Blade, because judging by skill, these 2 are most suitable for this role. However, another of the students said that their elder's skill was quite sufficient for the title of First Blade and considered such words simply a mockery of them. Taehyung mentally turned to Han and told him that he suspected that this could happen due to the large number of subordinates, but the scandal had matured too early, so he advised the 7th prince to clearly distribute ranks between them. And although loyalty is also important, for the cult, the main indicator was strength, which had to be remembered until the very end. Khan couldn't help but agree with the guy, because among a large number of subordinates, it was necessary to establish a clear hierarchy. But the third stage of the exam was approaching, and it would be bad if someone got hurt in the heat of arguments. Therefore, Khan ordered his students to immediately stop these disputes because he understood them perfectly well and decided to take advantage of this opportunity to introduce a clear system of ranks. He decided to choose the 6 strongest masters from them, and there would be no difference in rank between them, and therefore they would be 6 blades. Han explained that after graduating from Madoquan, they would have to face 6 strong clans, so he needed 6 clinics that would be able to withstand them. Van Hill thought that if he managed to destroy the 6 strongest clans and 6 blades took their place, would the sad story not repeat itself again? However, Khan emphasized that if they now become one of the 6 blades, this does not mean that they will retain this title forever, because the annual competition will identify the strongest who will be worthy of it, and the rules will not change even when he rises to the very top. If Han were to stick to this method of putting the demonic cult at the head, it could eliminate the bad effects of the power that the current 6 strongest clans have. But since the third stage of the exam was just around the corner, the choice of 6 blades would be somewhat simplified this time as well, and let only those who had already embarked on the path of the master remain ahead, while he asked the rest to take one step back. When they did this, Khan decided to check with everyone. Or did they agree that these 6 people would become those very 6 blades? Beck decided to speak out on this matter, because if the 7th prince planned to choose the first blade, then a clear hierarchy would have to be established among them. They all agreed that it would be correct to give ranks from the 1st to the 6th blade based on their skill. Khan agreed with this proposal, and as already stated, they had to do without injuries, so it was impossible to use abilities higher than the 3rd level. Moon said that she had not yet recovered enough from her injury, so she refused to participate in this battle, so it was obvious that she would become the 6th blade. Immediately after her refusal, all the other guys started fighting each other for the title of first blade, so the 2 girls decided to attack Van Hill to teach him a lesson. Half an hour later, their battle was still going on, but neither of them was able to gain the upper hand over the other. However, unexpectedly, Sawa managed to deal her opponent an incredibly powerful blow, thereby making her the loser and confirming her place as the 5th blade. Taehyung, Beck, and Van Hill were fighting each other at the same time, but Taehyung lost the battle, thus becoming the 4th blade. After that, there were only 3 of them left, but Sanghwa gave up in this battle and became the 3rd clique because these 2 guys were really strong to the point of insaneness. Beck knew that Van Hill's height and long limbs were not easy to handle, and even though the Demon Fist clan specialized in hand-to-hand combat, if you looked closely, you could ambush him from the bottom up, which is what the guy did. Beck was able to deal an incredibly powerful blow to his opponent, and finally, the outcome of this battle was determined, and the first blade was none other than the guy from the clan of Pure Consciousness. Khan understood that even though he had chosen these guys to fight against the 6 strongest clans, it was still not enough, because they needed to become much stronger so that no one from the cult would look down on them. On the day of the 3rd stage, at about 7 in the morning, in the office of the Madoquan leadership, a man said that one of the points was approved by the Supreme Law because the day before yesterday it was put forward at the Leadership Council, and yesterday the Lord finally approved it. To prevent information leakage, the essence of each stage of the exam, except for the first, is explained after the students enter the academy, and the method of conducting is determined by the cult lord and combat mentors, after which it is approved by the Leadership Council. The elders agree on the first half, the founders on the second, and then the method of conducting the exam is finally approved, and if problems arise, a formal request is made to change the method, but there have been no precedents before for changes to be made on the day of the exams. The man felt that making changes because the method was too idle was too much, and moreover, The cult lord who was implementing the policy of restraining the strongest clans had personally approved of it, so he had doubts. The man understood that the 6 strongest clans had something planned and wanted to do it during the 3rd stage of the exam, and no matter what it was, trying to stop them would only make the situation worse. Around 11 in the morning, in the main martial arts arena of the Mado house, Han thought that it would not be easy, but everyone had mastered the combined technique of the demonic sword, so they were confident in their abilities. However, he found it strange that they had been waiting for quite a long time for this exam to start, since even the mentors who usually came before them were not there. Suddenly, the 7th print noticed that their teachers were leading strange people in cloaks, and judging by the fact that their hands were tied, it could be assumed that they were prisoners. Han didn't have time to think about it for long before Huamin appeared in front of them and said that before the exam began, he would announce one change in this stage. Originally, in the exam, they had to attack the mentors with the combined technique of the demonic sword, so the difference in changing the method of execution would be small because defeating the enemy with this technique was the same. The people who stood before them were renegades from the Marima clan union, so in order to pass the exam, they had to not defeat them, but destroy them completely, and in other words, this would be their first real fight. The enemies would be pardoned if they were defeated, so they had more than enough motivation, so Huamin said that the students' negligence would cost them their lives. When Han turned around to look at the reaction of his students, he saw that not only Jin, but everyone else's faces had changed, and now the task was to fail this exam or be expelled, and now it was a matter of life and death. The first battle was about the team of student number 700 from the famous clan of shamans Simtso. Immediately after this, one of the prisoners had his acupuncture points removed, but when he saw that he was surrounded by ordinary boys, he could not believe that he had to do this, but if he defeated them, he would be freed. Immediately after this, disciple number 700 ordered all of his students to begin attacking their opponent with the 3rd sword formation opening. At that moment, the man realized that these guys were serious, so he decided not to stand aside. Looking at how they perform the steps in sync, you can tell that the guys have mastered this technique, and if it is presented incorrectly, mistakes can be made even in the same formation. The man's body froze, so he couldn't perform his formation, so taking advantage of this chance, the disciples used the 2nd sword formation, openings, and were able to destroy their opponent on the spot. Immediately after this, the mentors announced that 7 of them had successfully passed the exam, while all the rest had failed it, because some of them had collided with each other during the formation and made mistakes. Khan realized that the phrase that was said at the beginning, that everything is in the hands of the students themselves, was true, because the construction of the technique at the exam is carried out by a team, but everyone is judged individually. The next exam was taken by Mukim's team, and their opponent was the master of the illegal group, who attacked them even before the formation began, and in order to defend themselves from him, the team quickly formed into the 5th formation, but he still managed to cut off the hand of one of the students. Taking advantage of the weakness of the disciples who retreated back in fear of annihilation, the group master attacked them and successfully destroyed the demonic sword technique that had been introduced. However, Mukim, waiting for the enemy to lower his guard, pushed him back with one blow, and eventually the 5 students with swords at the ready destroyed him using the 1st sword formation. In the end, only 6 passed the exam, including Mukim, while his loyal henchman and student number 80, Jahen, failed, thereby depriving him of half of his power. The 3rd group fought with a master from a famous clan, and his tenacity allowed him to injure most of the students, and in the end, only 3 people from the group passed, and after that, 5 more teams put their lives on the line in a battle with prisoners, but only one of them passed the exam with all of them, and the leader of this team was Chan Muen, the heir from the clan of darkness. Huamin thought that there had been no problem so far, so it was obvious that in that case, the trap the 6 clans had prepared was specifically for the 7th prince. After all, waiting 4 years was too long, and he had already cut off the hand of the heiress of one famous clan and pierced the stomach of another heir, so the clans are ready to destroy him right now, but the founder keeps them in check, and the rules of the academy cannot be ignored. Therefore, it was clear that the heirs of the 6 clans had decided to act officially by changing the method of conducting the exam, but it was still questionable whether their plan was destined to come true. Finally, it was the turn of team number 7, led by Khan, and they had to fight against a man who, even with his acupuncture points blocked, could feel the power and strength of his spirit. But no matter how you look at it, he is definitely not a follower of clans. Khan found this strange, because unlike the previous prisoners, he was very relaxed and seemed to be looking for someone in the crowd. How Master Huo suddenly passed by him and warned him mentally to be careful, and it became even more suspicious because the examination method was changed so suddenly, so it was obvious that there was something fishy going on. The 7th prince didn't understand why the man just stood there and didn't move, and he was just thinking about it. Or was it perhaps because the man was so confident? When Han ordered his partners to use the 4th sword formation, the openings, the man began to hit all the students one by one, and it was obvious to everyone that the man had incredible power hidden within him. The man realized that this man had shattered his opponent's swords with just one touch, and it was obvious that he was a great sword master. Ho said that the exam would be stopped immediately and ordered Han's team to retreat, as it was incredibly dangerous to fight an exceptional master. But the man grabbed one of the students by the throat and with one touch of his hand threw him into the instructor, thereby preventing him from doing anything. The man realized that this prisoner contained an incredibly strong power because even he, who had embarked on the path of an exceptional master, could not stop him. No one could believe their eyes, because the prisoner used reverse blood circulation magic and simply went crazy, because he believed that now there were no more obstacles and nothing would stop him from destroying the 7th prince. However, the prisoner did not understand what was wrong with Khan because he had heard that the boy was only at the beginning of his path to becoming a great master, but there was not a drop of fear in his eyes, but on the contrary, it burned him with anger. He thought the 7th prince was an incredibly impudent guy, so he began his attack by promising to tear him to shreds and make him suffer in pain. However, Han used the Heavenly Demon Sword technique, the 1st formation, and was able to deal an incredibly powerful blow to the man. However, as he expected, the recoil was stronger than it should have been, and the sword entered the man too deeply, so he became even more enraged and said that he would destroy the guy immediately. Powerful high and low frequencies were detected in the sound vibrations, so Nana activated the emergency protection module to block the sound waves that penetrate the body and eardrums. The prisoner realized that since the guy had managed to put out his growl, it was understandable why he had been ordered to destroy the 7th prince on the spot. When the prisoner went on his new attack, the right bodyguard appeared in front of them, who asked the man if he knew who he dared to raise his dirty hand against. Immediately after that, Sobman cut all of his opponent's muscles and blood vessels in an instant, and it was obvious that this was a butterfly dance sword technique that was only available to a perfect master, and it looked twice as strong compared to what Han experienced in the augmented reality. After such an incredibly powerful attack, the prisoner could no longer move, so he realized that he would have to take extreme measures. However, Sobman managed to prevent this, because he guessed that the man would decide to blow himself up by reversing the flow of internal force throughout his body. After this, one by one, a security detachment began to appear under the command of the founder, which was assembled exclusively from great masters. Huaman ordered them to arrest and take away all the criminals who used reverse blood circulation magic. At the same time, the 7th principal greeted his teacher, who was very happy to see his student and was pleased that during this time he had become much stronger. The right bodyguard began to tell his disciple that it would have been better if he had used the butterfly dance sword technique in this attack, but his technique was also cool. Huaman didn't let him finish his sentence and mentally told Sobman to keep his mouth shut because this technique couldn't be revealed in front of everyone, and besides, the 3rd stage wasn't over yet. Sobman listened to the left bodyguard and told the seventh prince that there were too many eyes here, so he decided to say goodbye to him and hoped for a good result, so he wished him good luck in the battle. Khan assumed that he would meet his teacher in 4 years, and then he was sure that he would meet him as the heir to the cult. When Sobman left there, he thought that he did not understand the true motives of the Lord at all, because he thought that he considered Khan only a tool and was using him as bait. But watching the guy from the shelter, he was unable to see for sure, but he was sure that it was definitely similar to the Lord's technique, and he understood perfectly well what Huaman wanted to tell him, which meant that he also saw it and there could be no mistake. So he just decided to watch and find out everything, and if suddenly the Lord really has some hidden plans for Khan, then the demonic cult is waiting for reforms. So he decided to deal with the remaining matter and told his subordinates to immediately go to the estate of the sword clans. At the same time, Khan was thinking about how the heirs of the 6 clans had become so bold that they were attacking him in front of everyone, because to do something like that in front of the left guard, who was considered the Lord's trusted person, was incredible. This meant that even the teacher had guessed the situation since he had waited for the right moment, so Han finally realized that in this whole situation he was just a pawn. His mother had never doubted the Lord's love until her last breath, and he had not come to her even when her life was drawing to an end. So if he really had used him and his mother only to suppress the 6 clans, then Khan had finally decided for himself that he would make the man regret it. However, the head of the Sound clan and also the 5th elder, Han Soyu, succumbed to emotion during the first exam and received a punishment of 1 year. And by breaking the unbreakable rules of Madaquan and feeding Han a pill with a toxin, the head of the Poison clan, Beck, was sentenced to imprisonment for 2 years. Also, the clan of great swordsmanship that supervised the prison of the demon cult and the secret ally of the Sword clan was involved in the precedent in the exam, so even the Sword clan will lose its power for its involvement in the forbidden magic of reverse blood circulation. And the Lord achieved all this using his 7th son, but it was all too disgusting. The 6 elders were worried about Khan's unconditional victories in the battle for the title of heir, so they decided to take extreme measures and carried out this massacre, just like when they poisoned Lady Sarvana. After some time, Huaman said that the 7th prince's team had mastered the given technique perfectly and was passing as a whole team, and despite some delays, the exam would continue, and from now on, their opponents would not be prisoners, but combat instructors. Van Hill thought that it was good that 4 teams had Khan's subordinates, but he was wrong in his calculations, because the teams were judged much more strictly, and the fight was often difficult, since the mentors were familiar with sword techniques, so out of 206 participants, only 120 passed the 3rd stage, and since Khan chose subordinates based on their loyalty, 38 were eliminated due to weak martial arts skills. Immediately after this, the teachers congratulated all the students who passed the 3rd stage of the exam and declared them to be first-class warriors of the great cult. And now the ban on the rare weapon with which they entered the academy was lifted. Everyone around was incredibly happy that their favorite weapon was now with them, which gave them more confidence. The remaining students who were unarmed were asked to come here to receive them, and Han thought about what the teacher had told him, that only the rare monk sword, the wild dance sword, would reveal the full power of the butterfly dance sword technique. So the boy thought about whether there was a similar weapon that was suitable for the 7 demon sword technique. All the students arrived at the Demon Academy as completely green youths, but now it was not embarrassing to even look at them, so Huaman decided to tell them about the next stage of training, because after the 3rd exam there are no more time limits. They could take the 4th exam whenever they wanted, but he was referring to the next 4 years they would spend in Madaquan. He said that the 4th stage of the exam was the easiest, because this time they were free to choose weapons and the art of combat, and there were no restrictions to pass it. They just had to defeat the mentors who were in front of them using any means. To defeat a martial master alone meant only one thing, that all of them should at least reach the level of the great. However, it is impossible to rise to this level if there is no understanding of internal energy. So the fourth stage will clearly show who is worthy and who is not. They were warned upon admission that if they failed an exam even once, they would be expelled immediately. So he asked all the students to keep this information in mind, and with this, he ended his speech, wishing all the participants good luck in their studies. After some time, the guys who couldn't pass the third stage of the exam thanked the seventh prince, because if it weren't for him, they wouldn't even be allowed to participate in the exam. So they wished him victory in the battle for the title of heir, and even when leaving the academy, they would look forward to it. Khan was annoyed because he wanted to spend as much time as possible with all the guys and thank them for all the time they spent together. How unexpectedly the seventh prince was called by the mentor Sun Moon, whose rib the leader had broken, after which he lay in the hospital for about 20 days. The man told the seventh prince to immediately follow him to the main pavilion of Madokwan, but the boy did not understand the reason for such an action. They came to an area that was still unused, and Khan realized that no leader had called him. Sun Moon took out his sword and told Han to listen to him carefully, because this is where his attempt to pass the fourth stage of the exam would take place, because the man was only waiting for the guy to finally pass the third stage of the exam. The seventh prince dared to disgrace the teacher in front of everyone and shamed his pride, and even forced him to spend 20 days in the infirmary, although he was just a child who had just embarked on the path of greatness. Therefore, the man decided to use his own 10th formation technique to send the seventh prince to the next world, because he was sure that after this, Han would no longer be able to open his mouth, and he would tell everyone that the disciple himself had challenged him. However, Han easily repelled his attack and told the teacher that it was very fortunate that he himself said that it was the fourth stage exam. The man was sure that his powerful attack should have turned the seventh prince aside, but he didn't even move from the spot, and his own hand began to tremble incredibly. He couldn't understand how a boy who had barely mastered the first stage of the great in 20 days could increase his internal energy so much. Sun Moon realized that the guy's skills had increased exponentially, so he decided not to feel sorry for him anymore. However, when the teacher went to attack again, Han managed to stop his cutting internal energy, and it became obvious that as a teacher, he had already surpassed the level of a great one, so he was not an opponent that could be attacked thoughtlessly. When Khan decided to attack him again, the man stopped and said that he had lost, so he was surrendering. Khan clarified, or could it be considered that he had passed the fourth stage, so the man confirmed this and said that they should stop since the guy was able to defeat him. However, in reality, he didn't seem like a psychopath to let the seventh prince go so easily, and he decided that as soon as the guy let his guard down and lowered his sword, he would immediately rip his head off with both hands, through which he had imperceptibly passed internal energy. So as soon as Khan turned away, the man decided to attack him, but Khan, with an incredibly strong blow, was able to cause irreparable damage to the man. Immediately after that, the energy concentrated in both of the enemy's hands disappeared and the danger level was reduced, so Han simply said that with such a lie he would not be able to defeat him. Sangmun realized that his abilities were not enough to deal with the seventh prince, so he told the boy that he would immediately go to the head and tell him that the seventh prince had passed the fourth stage. Half an hour later, the boy brought the man's mutilated body to the headman, and everyone around him couldn't understand how one of them could have thought of such a thing, because attacking a student out of revenge was the ultimate childishness. Huaman thought that this time San Moon wouldn't even have to be listened to, since the fourth stage of the competition with the mentor was held within the rules. And the man was glad that this time Khan did not overdo it, and despite the sudden attack of the teacher, he did not cripple him too much, otherwise he would have caused hostility among half of the teachers, so he only crushed his ribs on both sides, so as not to stand out too much. So it was obvious that the guy had become much smarter and was now acting in accordance with the situation. But be that as it may, the exam was to be passed, and it was still only a matter of time, so Khan gave the order to take Sandman to the infirmary. Immediately after that, the left bodyguard congratulated the seventh prince on passing the fourth exam early, because in just 2 months he had regained his name and stood in line with the mentors, which surprised the guy incredibly. A little later, the 7th prince's mentor also congratulated the boy on passing the 4th exam and handed him a demonic dragon pill. He also told him that there were 2 more rewards for completing the 4th stage. Firstly, he would be given a personal room, and secondly, tomorrow morning he asked the guy to come to the northern forge of Madakwan. He was told that for the leaders who passed the 4th stage, the cult would make the weapons they wanted, so this was the privilege he needed most. Khan was very happy, because 2 of his problems were solved at once, such as rare weapons and housing, because it was inconvenient to share one room with Moon. Immediately after this, Huaman decided to tell the guy about the 3rd stage, because its essence was to pass the sealed demo cave, and the evidence of passing the exam would be the guy's mastery of the exceptional level. If the 7th prince achieves this, he will be on the level of the top 100 strongmen of the cult, and before he can fully master it, he will have to master 3 levels, so he was wondering what kind of cave it was if you need an exceptional level to pass it. The man said that it was rare for anyone to pass the 5th exam, since only 1 in 10 warriors could do it. Therefore, the left bodyguard decided to give him advice not to rush, because haste will not bring understanding. Khan thanked the teacher for the advice and told him that he would live up to all their expectations. After some time, Han came to the library of Mado's house and was incredibly happy that he could finally see the sapphire stones on the 3rd and 4th floors. When Khan walked inside and showed his name tag, the library security guard was simply shocked that the guy had already passed the 4th stage of the exam. It was simply incredible, because in the previous generation the best result was 5 months after admission, and here in just 2 months, the 7th prince passed 4 stages. So immediately after that, the man asked the new leader to forgive his ignorance, as he did not expect the guy to be able to do it so quickly, but Khan assured him that everything was fine, because he himself did not expect that this would happen. Immediately after this, the guy went to the 3rd floor of the library and had 4 hours to read books, which was an hour more than on the 2nd floor. He noticed that his friends were deeply immersed in studying the teachings, so he decided to do the same. Soon after, he came to the sapphire stone and decided to analyze it all thoroughly a little later, so he asked Nana to extract and preserve the sword marks on the tombstone. Then the guy, as usual, with Nana's help, began scanning all the books at incredible speed, which irritated everyone around. But after some time, 179 first-rank martial arts training books were scanned on the 3rd floor. So the guy decided to go to the 4th floor of the library to another sapphire stone, and judging by the smooth cut of the corner on it, it was clear that it was somehow connected with the movement of the sword. However, the 7th prince still did not understand why the tombstone was so badly damaged, because the scars from the sword cut much deeper into the stone. How unexpectedly Nana told him that the force with which the blows were struck was twice as great as that which left marks on the previous tombstones, which was even more interesting. The guy would like to look at them in augmented reality right now, but he will still have time to sort them out in the training room, so he just asked Nana to scan them. After that, he began to study new books, and the higher the floor, the smaller the rooms and the number of teachings on the shelves, although the noblest martial arts are collected here, and there should not be so many of them. The secret sword technique of the Dantian school, the breathing technique of the Kulin school, the plum blossom techniques of the Huashan school, this whole half here were the teachings of the strongest schools of the cult, and the remaining teachings of the famous clans and various groups. This knowledge could be useful in battles with recognized masters, so because the guy had 6 hours to spare, he decided to start by scanning the cult teachings, and after that, on the 4th floor, 112 high-level heavenly demon cult combat teachings, 83 school combat teachings, 50 occult clan combat teachings were scanned, which amounted to a total of 245 books. Han thought that it was not necessary to keep the great-level teachings a secret, and decided to distribute them to the subordinates from the middle clans. However, it was already too late, so he decided to do it a little later. A little later, Khan came to his friends, and all the members of his group were shocked that the guy had been on the fourth floor all this time, but they hastened to congratulate him on the task of the fourth exam. Moon found it incredible that the boy had overcome the fourth stage in one day, and she felt that young Master Han was the strongest contender for the succession out of the 6 clans. The 7th prince also said that today would be the last time he would spend the night with us, because after completing the 4th stage, a personal room is given out, so tomorrow he decided to move there. The next morning, the boy came to the northern forge of Madokwan to get a rare weapon. A man appeared in front of him who had no eyebrows, no hair on his arms, so it could be assumed that because he worked so much in the brazier, he burned everything. The man started laughing because he noticed that the guy was staring too openly and said that it was all just a production cost. After this, the man introduced himself and said that he was a descendant of Kuyaja, and his name was Sonun, and he was very happy to meet the 7th prince. Kuyaja lived in the kingdom during the Chunkyu era and was the one who forged the fish-gut sword, and half of the swords he forged were called famous, and such swords as Jalnu, Chunjun, Dragonpool, Great Curve, and other weapons were created by his hands, which even the people of Murim dreamed of getting. The man asked not to look at him like that, because this man had many descendants, and he considered himself not so skilled, but Han told him that the man had incredible skill, which could not but please the blacksmith, since it was clear that the 7th prince was well versed in people, so he said that he would make every effort to forge his weapon. He noticed that Khan used a sword and a dagger, but told him that he could only forge one for him. Khan did not notice the prisoner using reverse blood circulation magic immediately after the battle, but later, when he looked closely, he found a small crack on the blade of the sword, and most likely, it would have crumbled into pieces if he had also used the second formation. So after thinking carefully, the 7th prince told the blacksmith that he was choosing a sword, and the man was delighted with this excellent decision, because in truth, his main specialization was precisely in the manufacture of this weapon. However, before starting work, the man said that he would like to see Khan's fighting style in order to forge a blade that suits him, because only then would he be able to estimate the required blade length, hardness, and shape. Therefore, the 7th prince immediately decided to show his style and incredibly surprised the man with his power. When Han finished, Sonin told him that unfortunately he would not be able to forge a sword for him. After that, the man asked the 7th prince to lend him his sword for a minute, and instead of breaking off together where the hammer hit, all the blades shattered into pieces, and Khan did not expect it to break so easily, because it was not even a fight with a person. Sonin explained to him that a normal sword would not be able to withstand his incredible techniques, because his power was truly incredible. The 7th principal wondered if it was possible to make the sword more durable, because if he could compensate for this with skill, then that is exactly what he would do. But the man said that for the sword to withstand his technique, it would have to be forged from at least cold iron. Cold iron is a metal tempered by the icy energy of the northern sea, and its hardness is many times greater than that of ordinary iron, but the material is too unique and is only available to rare cult masters of the clan leader rank. Han knew that the heavenly demon sword control technique was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so inaccessible. Sonin apologized to him and said that looking at the incredible abilities of the 7th prince, he, as a master, felt the blood boiling in his veins, so he offered him to forge at least a saber and asked the guy to show him some other technique of his. Fortunately, after seeing the butterfly dance sword technique, Sonin confidently declared that his skill was quite enough and told the guy to come for his weapon in half a month. Soon after, in the training hall, Han thought that he felt more traces of presence than usual, because the number of disciples who had risen to the first-class Great Master had greatly increased, and he could not lose, so he decided that he needed to rise to the exceptional level. Therefore, when the 7th prince was faced with the choice of consuming 1 or 2 dragon pills, he decided to choose the second option, because he had very little time. Immediately after that, the guy decided to try out the heavenly demon sword technique, and asked Nana to help him master the demonic dragon pill. She informed him that a large amount of substances had entered the body that promoted energy restoration, and they reacted to the energy circulating through special points, and the generation speed had increased incredibly, so the energy prevented the substance from dissipating. But with the increase in the speed of metabolism, acupuncture could greatly expand and, to put it simply, it would be very painful for Khan. Baek Yu, the founder of the Poison Clan, nicknamed the Lord of 10,000 Poisons, was also an expert in medicinal materials along with them. But when creating the Demon Dragon pills, he failed to perfect the drug, so the size of one pill is limited for safe absorption, without unnecessary strain on acupuncture. However, Han had taken 2 pills at once, so during his training the Dajui point was torn, so Nana increased her metabolic rate and urgently repaired the damage to this area. Han understood that if it weren't for the nano machine, he would most likely die from the rupture of all the acupuncture points, so it was worth choosing the spring butterfly dance breathing method as a training method. Soon, 5 more acupuncture points expanded and burst, so Nana immediately began treatment, and Han realized that he couldn't be careless. Otherwise, he would pass out right in the middle of training, and he needed to endure all this no matter what. However, in the case of Han, who had consumed 2 pills at once, it was clear that the energy circulation of the meridians would go out of control. The 7th prince had indeed almost died during his training, so he decided that he would no longer abuse these pills, but he was curious about how much his internal energy had increased, because with Nana's help, he should have received energy equal to 40 years of accumulation. When the boy sat down to meditate, he realized that his internal energy had increased by 60 years, but these were not the only changes that had occurred. His energy flow had stabilized significantly, and it seemed as if the points had become denser and stronger after the cycle of breaking and rebuilding. It became clear that in this case the guy increased the power of his attack more than twice, and also his sword from internal energy became purer and increased in length, so now his ki is several times stronger than Mentor Ho's. Although the boy was still short of a breakthrough and could not reach the exceptional level, but with his current internal energy, he had successfully formed a basic foundation, so he decided that it was time for him to learn the second component of the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. Immediately after that, he asked Nana to extract the internal energy cultivation breathing technique from the tombstone on the 3rd floor and extract the formation that allowed the Heavenly Demon Sword technique, so she immediately began downloading the information and techniques into his brain. After the download was complete, she reported to her master that the 3rd formation and the Heavenly Demon Sword techniques had been destroyed in just 93 steps, which left the boy incredibly impressed. It is for this reason that the traces of marks on the tombstone were scattered more chaotically than the previous ones, because the 3rd formation is many times greater in power than the previous 2. When the 7th prince asked Nana to implant the 3rd formation into his muscles, she said that he had reached his limit at this point, so she strongly discouraged him from implanting it, as the additional strain on his muscles could hinder his further growth. Nana said that she could do it if the guy wasn't satisfied with his current speed of development, and despite the fact that his physical body was overloaded, he could still perform the formation once. Therefore, since the 2nd formation was much more powerful than the 1st, the guy was incredibly interested in trying it out at least once. However, as soon as he tried to do this, the muscles throughout his entire body were torn due to overload, and Nana began emergency recovery, because without the introduction of information directly into the body, it would be incredibly difficult to repeat this. When Han began to look around, he saw that from the energy of the formation alone, the floor had crumbled into pieces. Therefore, he realized why this technique had been increased to 93 steps. Although it was still unclear how great the power of the 3rd destructive formation was, so he decided that he would have to test it once all of his muscles had recovered. As expected, it was incredible, because the combination of simple steps completely destroyed the 3rd formation of the Heavenly Demon Sword technique, and although the burden on the body was great, but the formation of the steps was very complicated, so Han thought that there was a limit to how much ordinary swordsmen could master it. If it took so many steps to break the third formation, the guy couldn't even imagine what he should expect from the fourth. Therefore, he asked Nana to implant the technique and the destructive formation from the sapphire tombstone on the fourth floor into his brain as soon as possible, which she quickly did. However, all this was very strange, and the guy could not come to any conclusion, so he asked Nana to launch augmented reality and simulate their fight. When Han saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it because the destructive formation couldn't break the heavenly demon sword technique. No matter how many times he repeated this fight, the result was still a draw, but it was strange because the final move of the heavenly demon sword technique had a spin added to it, which provided a powerful attack, but it was completely blocked. After the destructive formation, there were approximately 130 scars left, and at the 24th step of the last formation, a corner was cut off by a tombstone. In order to cut through the sapphire tombstone, a simple attack would not be enough, so it was necessary to concentrate internal energy, and Han thought that the enormous power of the final step of the heavenly demon sword technique was blocked thanks to her. However, it could be that the chip was some kind of outburst of anger from the impossibility of breaking one last step with a set of simple steps. Through the scars on the tombstone, they seemed to call out the strongest of the past times to battle, and it was unclear how much one had to immerse oneself in one's work to become angry, not finding a way to break the technique. Khan did not rule out this possibility, but he could not yet understand these formations, so he could only become stronger, but strengthening the physical body or expanding consciousness to break through to a higher level had its limits. The next day, in Madokwan's dining room, Han was pleased to see the excitement of everyone being gathered around one table, and it was truly a good idea. Van Hill said he thought it would be a good idea for them all to have dinner together every night. However, Khan was sure that all the guys would be busy with individual training, so they would not all have time for this. The guys said that for this reason, they should gather everyone even more, and although personal training was important, but as the seventh prince's subordinates, they should first and foremost cultivate a sense of team spirit. It was not for nothing that they said that one cannot become stronger alone, so they all had to grow together. Soon after, in Madokwan's inventory, a man informed the seventh prince that as the leader of the squad, he could use the inventory at any time, but he wondered why the boy needed so many sheets of paper and writing utensils. The seventh prince said that he was going to rewrite the teachings, and perhaps that would not be enough for him, so he might return to it again soon. Half a month later, the guys were discussing that their leader had said that he had an important announcement, but they couldn't understand what it would be about. But whatever it was, they just had to trust him. Moon thought that Han had been acting a little strange lately because he always had some kind of spots on his face. He explained that he needed to rewrite something, so the girl thought that this announcement could somehow be connected with this. After some time, the seventh prince finally appeared in front of his boys and said that he had gathered them all to tell them about the next steps, because from tomorrow onwards, he would devote himself to solitary training. Everyone was shocked by this news, because now they did not understand what would happen to their training and what they would have to do next, and how long it might take. Khan said that, to be honest, he hasn't thought about how long it will take yet, and it could be a year or two, but he won't leave his individual training until he achieves satisfactory results. Judging from his gaze, the seventh prince was determined, so Van Hill told him that he wanted him to reach a new level and return to them as soon as possible. Beck thought that this wasn't just Han's problem, since they might also have to go into seclusion after passing the fourth stage. However, before this, the seventh prince said that he would have 2 orders for his boys, and the first of them was that by the time he returned, they all had to pass the fourth stage. All those who went to the list of 6 blades were incredibly happy about this and said that they were pleased to achieve such a result. Of course, they had confidence in their own abilities, but the disciples from the ordinary clans were quite disheartened, and although this was a good goal for them, it would clearly be very difficult. However, the seventh prince said that his second order would be that they all must learn all the teachings that he would give them. Moon realized why the young master was always covered in ink, and it was clear that it must have been hard for him to write all of this. The boys wondered if the seventh prince really wanted to pass on the secret teachings from the fourth floor of the library to them, and even if that wasn't the case, he would definitely pass on martial arts of no less than the great level to the weak students. The first one he called over was Ban, who was shocked that the boy had given him the illusion sword technique, the fallen petal sword technique, and the iron leg strike, which were all great martial arts. The boy couldn't believe his eyes and told the seventh prince that he would put his life on the line to become stronger and repay this generosity. Not only Ban was surprised, but everyone else too, because Khan took care of even those from small clans like them, so everyone around decided to show their loyalty at any cost. At that time, the subordinates did not yet know that the remaining 99 books were not copies, but contained completely different martial arts. Ban, Jin, Donjon, and Hari were students who had never been repeated, and they all received exceptionally great martial arts, so they all could only open their mouths in surprise. But more importantly, the students saw Han's actions while reading the teachings on the second and third floors. The leader had a bad reputation in the library as a troublemaker, but it was clear that he had a reason for casually walking through all the shelves. Van Hill couldn't believe that their leader had memorized all these countless teachings and decided to tell him that he sincerely admired him. The time limit in the library is to prevent a student from mastering too many techniques, but the teachings that these 5 received from the leader belong to schools that are among the top 6. With the combat techniques of each great clan, they will be able to analyze their strengths and weaknesses, and all this time the guy thought that he knew his leader, but it turned out that this was not the case, because compared to them, he sees a much broader picture. Han gave all the boys his teachings, but Baek said that there was one problem left, because even though they had already mastered breathing training, boys from small clans like Jin still needed it. One by one, all the boys suddenly found in their teachings a strange breathing technique that they had never heard of. Moon couldn't believe how such teachings could exist, because she would never have thought that using the internal energy of acupuncture, one could achieve such an incredible effect, and it was hard to admit, but it was far superior to her clan's breathing training. Khan quickly explained that this breathing technique was hidden on the tombstone on the 4th floor, which surprised everyone around. 2 days ago, Han had almost finished rewriting the teachings, so he began to think about what breathing technique would be best to teach his guys. The analysis of the energy generated through breathing was still in progress, since the existence of energy was not indicated even by future technology, and it would take some time, but Nana could scan for training methods that could improve energy. The most effective cultivation of internal energy would be the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. However, Han said that just like the stream dance breathing technique, this technique would not work. However, Nana suddenly said that there was a sample that was compiled according to the results of the analysis of the book called Origins of Internal Energy from the 1st floor and the reference materials from the 1st to the 4th floor. Han couldn't believe his ears because he thought that Nana had personally developed the breathing technique for internal energy, but she said that it was a byproduct created during the analysis process. Nana said that she had created it 40 hours ago after completing the analysis of the breathing techniques from the 4th floor, so the 7th prince asked her if she had also managed to analyze the Heavenly Demon Sword breathing technique. The analysis was not yet complete, since the technique was a complex combination of movement and breathing energy formed by the process of steps, so Han said that she should tell him about this pattern first. Khan used it for a very short time, but the technique was almost as good as the stream dance breathing technique, and on the contrary, just from the breathing method alone, it was clear that it was more stable, which meant that it would go well with any martial art. So the guy told his team that this was the first yin-yang breathing technique created, which was top secret and hidden on the 4th floor of the library. The next day, at the secluded training pavilion in the northwest part of Madokwan, the 6 blades came to see their master off, and he told them that they all had to help their lagging comrades master the martial arts. The boys were completely in agreement with this and asked their leader not to worry about them and focus on their training, and they also heard that teaching was also part of the training, so they would do everything right. Khan believed in his team and wished them incredible success, and they in turn wished good luck to their leader and told him to come back as soon as possible. When Han entered the place of solitude, it turned out to be even larger than the training hall, and although the guy asked for more food, they even overdid it, because with such supplies, he should not worry for a couple of years. Immediately after that, the seventh prince asked Nana to first transfer all the great martial arts from the fourth floor into his brain, so 245 great teachings were downloaded into the user's brain. Although these teachings exist in their school, they are not comparable in level to the butterfly dance technique and the heavenly demon sword, but by mastering various martial arts, the seventh prince broadens his horizons. He decided to split the day's training into 3 stages, which included training his formations before lunch, a fight with an avatar in augmented reality after it, and breathing training at night. It was already lunchtime, so he decided to start with a fight, so he asked Nana to activate the augmented reality with Johan's avatar. Immediately after that, she introduced augmented reality into the user's vision and formed an avatar for the simulation. And although Johan was now alone, the seventh prince later planned to increase both the number of avatars and their skill level. After all, his ultimate goal was to defeat the teacher's avatar in the first place, and he was prepared to surpass the moves he used against the prisoner. At that time, no one could have imagined how long Han's secluded training would last, and even he himself, and on the 7th day of the seventh prince's training, the candidate for the successor of the Clan of Darkness, Chon Muen, defeated the mentor and passed the 4th stage of the exams, and excluding Han, this was the fastest result in the last few generations of Madaquan. On the 10th day, Moon of the Demon Palm clan defeated the mentor and became the 3rd to overcome this stage, and on this day, the students first saw a happy girl who received a personal room. The 4th was the candidate for the successor of the Sword Clan, Kenwon, who planned to pass this stage before everyone else, but for the sake of an unconditional victory over the mentor, he approached the issue wisely, so this period was slightly delayed. In the 2nd month of solitary training, Hana, Jungmyeon, and Kyungwoon went into solitary training, and Moon, like the boys, felt the need for it, but she put it aside for the sake of teaching martial arts to subordinates from weak clans. After that, the 4th stage was passed by the first blade, Beck, and Han's subordinates were glad that they had a second one who passed this stage, but the guy, having passed this stage later than Moon, was not so happy. In the 4th month of Khan's solitary training, the candidate for the successor of the Mukam Creek clan passed the 4th stage and soon went into solitary training. Among the 6 blades, 2 more failed, the 2nd blade Van Hill and the 5th blade Sojong, and after that, 5 students failed the 4th stage and were expelled, and for some time no one challenged the instructors. In the 5th month, the remaining 6 blades, namely Seonghwa and Taehyung, passed the 4th stage, which pleased their entire team. After 6 months, the people from the middle clans, Jia Wuming, John, Yuhuan, and Jinho, broke through to the initial level of the great, and in the 10th month, 2 of them finally passed the 4th stage, but the number of excluded students increased to 15, and exactly 1 year later, a new duel for the title of 6 blades took place among Han's subordinates. The first blade was Mungyu, the second was Baek, the third was Wangil, the 4th was Sojung, the 5th was Sanghwa, and the 6th was Taehyung. And after the distribution of the ranks of the 6 blades and the breakthrough of a third of the comrades to the original level of the great Mun, Baek, and Wangil with a calm soul went into solitary training. It was the 2nd year of the 7th prince's secluded training, and most of the disciples had challenged the 4th exam, and out of the 120 disciples, 71 had passed the stage, and the rest were expelled, and among the 34 subordinates of Han, 19 people were on the list of those expelled. Bon, who trained harder than anyone, completely mastered the level of the great in just 2 years, and within 2 years, 1/8 of the students who had passed the 4th stage went into secluded training, and in the 2nd year, the competition for thrusting 6 blades was postponed, and thanks to this, the most peaceful times came to Madokwan. Excluding Han, 70 disciples had completed their individual training and emerged from seclusion. But during this time, there were less than a quarter of the disciples who had broken through to the exceptional level. 2 years and 4 months passed, and the candidate for the successor of the Dark Clan, Chon Muen, was the first to overcome the 5th stage, the sealed demonic cave. After 2 years and 8 months, 6 students, namely Kyungwoon, Moon, Kyukshin, Mungyu, Wangul, and Baekgi, passed the 5th exam. In addition, 7 students, including Mukim, attempted to pass the cave but failed, and after the 3 who failed died, the students no longer carelessly challenged the cave. 3 years later, the 6 Blades competition was held again, and unlike last time, having improved their martial arts after the solitary training, all the subordinates took part, and the result changed radically, because the best blade was Van Hill, the 2nd was Moon, the 3rd was Beck, the 4th was Sangwa, the 5th was John, and the 6th was Wuming. And again 2 months passed, and the guys thought that Moon and Bon would be sent to that place again, namely to the pavilion for secluded training. But at least it was good that there were at least 2 of them. However, with Moon's abilities, there was nothing to worry about. However, recently, the struggle for the place of the Heir has intensified, and the guys clarified, or Beck recently tried to lure the Heir to his side in the dining room. The guy began to deny everything, because he never even thought about going over to the side of his rivals, but Van Hill hastened to calm him down, because he completely trusts him, but they do not know exactly what their enemies are really up to. Van Hill had a bad feeling about this, so he suggested that everyone else hurry up and get their friends from there. In the Madokwan secluded training pavilion, Bon was outraged by what the other guys were doing, because they pushed them back with a crowd, and with weapons too. Chonmuyon said that he was not interested in him at all, and repeated one last time that Moon should think carefully about the proposal he had made to them. The girl said that she had already rejected this offer many times and would not change her decision because she already had a leader whom she followed. The heir of the Clan of Darkness expected this, and in order for the pawn to become useful, it is necessary to teach her a lesson a couple of times, so he told the girl that if she fights him and wins, then only then will he let her go, but if he wins this fight, then she will become his subordinate. Bon started shouting that it was all complete coercion, and even for the candidates for succession, it was too much. The guy was very angry that this guy had interrupted their conversation again, so he ordered his mongrels to immediately attack the members of the 7th Prince's group. However, suddenly, their bodies stopped moving, and immediately after that, someone attacked them with an incredibly strong blow. No one could understand who could have done this to the guys, but literally a second later, Khan finally appeared from the doors for individual training after such a long time. The Dark Clan's heir's comrades couldn't believe that if objects were moving using such dense internal energy, then it could only mean that it was a spatial object movement technique. The boy realized that the 7th Prince had broken through to the perfect stage of the exceptional, but he thought it was impossible because it had already taken him 2 whole years to master the exceptional, so he was sure that Han had used some kind of trick, but even if he had truly reached the perfect stage, if he retreated now, everyone would start to look down on him. Moon and Bon were angry that everyone else had written them off and that their opponents had decided to gang up on them, so they quickly began to land incredibly powerful blows on their opponents. However, the guy showed Moon the Dark Demon Sword of the Dark Clan, and in order to confront the enemy at the exceptional level, one must concentrate internal energy on one's palms. The remaining crowd decided to attack Khan, but no matter how much they tried to do so, their attempts were unsuccessful, and the 7th Prince defeated them all. The direct stream of the Genfi Dark Clan could not believe their eyes, because it was obvious that their abilities were no longer comparable to the 7th Prince, and no one present here could defeat this monster. The boy began to beg the seventh prince to stop this fight immediately and admitted his defeat because it was obvious that they had to retreat. However, Khan didn't care at all about this because they dared to attack his beloved friends, so he dealt the guy an incredibly strong blow. At the same time, Moon and Kyeon-woon were fighting each other, and the guy couldn't believe how she could use such a powerful martial art with such a puny body. How suddenly the girl's internal energy dissipated and Kenwon decided to take the chance to destroy her. However, Han stopped his attack with one hand, and it became obvious to everyone that he was indeed at the level of a perfect. Khan had no intention of sparing anyone around him, so with one easy movement he cut off the hand of the heir of the Clan of Darkness, and after that he was going to completely destroy him. And although Kenwon begged Han not to do this, nothing could stop the guy, because it was too late to ask for mercy. At the same time, Beck and Van Hill ran as fast as they could to Bon and Moon, because they were incredibly worried about their friends. However, when they arrived at the scene, they saw Bon near a bunch of guys and they didn't understand what was going on there. Suddenly they noticed that Moon was talking to someone, but they still did not realize who exactly was standing in front of them. However, literally a second later, although they couldn't believe their eyes, they realized that their leader had finally emerged from the individual training room after such a long time. Van Hill immediately knelt down, and as the first blade of his leader, he greeted his. Immediately after this, Moon's second blade did the same, because this was exactly the moment they had all been waiting for. One Beck was in complete shock because the seventh prince had an incredibly overwhelming power that even he, who had mastered the exceptional level, found it difficult to breathe. He felt as if the head of the Mado house himself was standing in front of him, so he, as the third blade, just like the two previous students, greeted his leader. Sangwa was very amused by the guy's behavior, because it was the first time she saw Beck use respectful speech so sincerely, and not long before that he said that he was very ashamed of behaving in this way. However, immediately after this, all the other blades bowed their knees to the seventh prince, because they were incredibly happy about his return. It was noticeable that Khan had changed a lot in such a long time, but he thanked all the guys for waiting for him, because it was very valuable to him. How suddenly Van Hill noticed the guy in the snow, and he realized that he was none other than the leader and successor candidate of the Kenwon Sword Clan. So the boy asked his leader, or was it possible that he had actually broken through to the level of perfection? Khan did not answer this question, but his expression and silence spoke for themselves, and one could assume that the answer to this was positive. Half an hour later, in the infirmary of the Mado house, the doctor was actually happy that the seventh prince had finally come out of the private training room. Along with the news of Han's return, the news of the total defeat of Chonmuen's detachment spread throughout Madokwan, and thus 5 of the 6 candidates for succession from the great clans fell at the hands of the seventh prince, and for the first time among the disciples the thought arose that someone else who did not belong to the 6 great clans could become the successor. The subordinates of the remaining candidate, Chongmuen from the Dark Clan, had to endure a lot of pressure, but the guy himself was not interested in this and focused on improving his own martial art. In the office of the head of the Malo house, Ho Young was wondering if they really thought that Han was currently at the stage of perfection. And to be honest, this is not a guess, but a statement of fact, because one of the teachers saw his technique of movement with his own eyes as soon as he came out of solitude. The seventh prince's training lasted longer than Huaman thought, but according to his calculations, he should have only broken through to the initial stage of the exceptional. However, this was not so important. After all, for several generations, there had not been anyone who had reached the cultivation of the exceptional without passing the 6th exam, and such a thing simply could not be explained by simple innate talent. How suddenly there was a knock on the door of the headman's office, and if it weren't for the report, he would have decided that one of the elders had come to see him, because his sense of internal energy, covering the entire Mado, revealed overwhelming power. The next second, Khan entered the office and the man told him that he had indeed improved significantly, and also asked the guy what really brought him here. Shortly after, near the sealed demon cave, Master Huo was surprised that not even 4 hours had passed since Han came out, and he was already leaving for the 5th exam, so the man thought that the guy was in a hurry. However, while he was undergoing solitary training, his subordinates had already entered the 5th stage, so he decided that it would be better not to waste a minute. This really surprised the man, because he also honed his skills for 3 years and broke through to the level of the exceptional, but his success pales in comparison to the 7th prince. When Khan entered the cave, he felt that even the wind here was colder than the winter cold that was walking outside, and the cave was also much wider than he had expected. The 5th exam consisted of going through a sealed cave, and his task was to pass all the traps in pitch darkness, relying only on the sense of internal energy, and after he entered there, they would wait for him at the eastern exit for 2 hours. The guy thought that there must be a device that activates the mechanisms inside the cave, which the guys had warned him about shortly before. The teacher said that if the 7th prince did not make it in time, they would think that something bad had happened and would turn off all the traps, and after all the rules had been agreed upon, it could finally be officially said that the 5th stage of the exam had begun. Khan was absolutely not afraid, and he was 100% ready to face the sealed cave and dungeon that harbored a demon. As soon as the guy found himself in pitch darkness, he asked Nana to activate night vision mode because he would have to go down for a long time. He smelled some kind of oil, but soon realized that it was more like the smell of blood. But in this cave, so many smells were mixed that it was difficult to understand what exactly it smelled like. But suddenly, in the middle of his thoughts, the guy saw a passage. He realized that this was most likely where the trap started, and since he had seen everything, he decided to use a combination of techniques that allowed a martial artist to move with amazing speed and jump high to quickly overcome them. However, as soon as he tried to do this, incredibly sharp arrows began flying at him from all sides, which was quite a surprise for the guy. And although he easily fought them all off, he still thought that in such pitch darkness and with a low level of skills, it would be easy to fall into a trap, so he decided to ignore his superpowers and walk. Suddenly, he stepped onto a tile with one of his feet, which activated a new trap. And although he was also able to avoid her masterfully, he still realized that one wrong step would activate all the mechanisms, and it was important to watch his step, because with Nana's night vision, this was a mere trifle for him. About half an hour later, Khan found himself at a fork in the road, and it was clear that there was more than one passage in the cave, so if you didn't watch the airflow, you could get lost. How suddenly he felt something very familiar to him, and it seemed to him that he had definitely seen this structure somewhere before. About 3.5 years ago, in a secret cave in the prison, Khan bowed to his ancestor and asked him to accept the gratitude of a worthy descendant. It was a great stroke of luck that he had the chance to study the technique he had left behind, and if the head of the Poison clan had found out about this place, he would have definitely exploded with indignation. This guy only had to erase the traces indicating the formations of the Heavenly Demon Sword technique and the breathing technique, since he had no intention of sharing this knowledge with anyone else. Suddenly, something started to fall from the ceiling, and the 7th prince managed to jump back in time, but he did not understand what was happening around him. But immediately after that, he noticed 24 balls, which were the description of the formation of the QE technique, and he realized that it was in them that the device was hidden. On one of the balls, he noticed a crooked line on the back, so he laid them out in a certain order, and from the line on the back, a map was formed, which was a real treasure map, indicating the location of some treasure. Previously, the 7th prince couldn't figure out where exactly the indicated place was, so he asked Nana to scan it and save it. And now it became obvious to him that the map and the cave had the same shape, and as the prince suspected, this was the treasure map of the sealed cave. Nana said that the coordinates of their location were currently marked on the map, but even after such a long time, Han never ceased to be amazed at her capabilities. The 7th prince understood that in order to find this treasure, he would have to go back, But he still had enough time, and it was unlikely that the great ancestor would have indicated this place without a reason, so he definitely should go there. On the way to the treasure, the guy suddenly heard a very strange sound and remembered what Moon had told him recently. The girl said that it was a little creepy to be inside that cave. However, it wasn't because of the darkness, but because of the very strange sounds she heard. When Van Hill heard this story, he said that he felt the same way. The sounds were too distinct to be attributed to hallucinations, but Khan felt no trace of anyone's presence, even with the help of internal energy. However, the road he was walking on was definitely strange, because it did not lead to the exit, but there were many more traps here. When Khan arrived at the place indicated on the treasure map, he expected to find exactly what his ancestor had left behind, but he was faced with a dead end. But how suddenly he noticed a seal and sweeping writing, so he thought that the heavenly demon and also the great ancestor had sealed something under this rock. After that, the guy heard that strange sound again, and even without knowing what it was, he felt a powerful demonic nature, which meant that it was for this reason that the demonic cave was called sealed. But he thought that careless actions would lead to irreversible consequences, so he did not understand why he needed a map to this place. However, he still realized that he did not have time to dwell on it, and if it was a heavenly demon that had left it, it was unlikely that there was anything there that would cause trouble. Therefore, Han, using the sword technique of the fifth formation butterfly dance, the execution of the butterfly, decided to first destroy this wall. However, after he did this, he couldn't believe his eyes because his technique only left scratches and the marks weren't as deep as the heavenly demon's sword, so he couldn't figure out what was behind this wall. Nana said that the strength of this wall matched the sapphire tombstone, but she clarified that it not only matched, but it was a real sapphire, and only in appearance it seemed like it was a different material. The human body is unable to withstand this, so Han had to break through to the stage of perfection, and only then did he master this formation with difficulty. He thought that due to the immense power of this technique, he would not have a chance to use it until he met a worthy opponent, but who knew that it would come in handy right here. Therefore, immediately after that, he used the heavenly demon's sword technique, the fourth formation, to completely destroy that wall. It was with such great technique and strength that the guy finally managed to punch a hole in this wall, so he hurried as quickly as possible to see what was inside. However, when he came closer, he smelled a disgusting smell, and it was at that moment that he had a bad feeling and thought that maybe he was making a mistake. And literally a second later, his weapon broke, and after all, the blacksmith Sonnen had put so much effort into this saber that he would only use it once, so once again it was clear that ordinary iron would not withstand the technique of the heavenly demon sword. How suddenly Nana began to sound the alarm and warned Khan several times that a surge of chaotic plasma energy had been detected ahead, and an atmospheric phenomenon was approaching the seventh prince. How suddenly something dealt Khan an incredibly strong blow and simply slammed him into the wall. The seventh prince couldn't believe it and didn't even understand what exactly was in front of him because he couldn't do anything and couldn't even block his opponent. However, his opponent did not give the seventh prince a break and dealt him new blows, and after that, he finally showed himself in all his glory. In front of him was a water dragon, which was a sacred spiritual creature with pure and bright scales that lived in lakes, but the guy in front of him was simply a ruthless monster. Khan understood that at this rate, the entire cave would collapse, and if its inner walls were made of sapphire, then he decided that he could lure him inside, and that would be the end of it. So as soon as Khan managed to lure the dragon out of its lair completely, he hurried to go in there and seal the dragon there again. However, when he jumped to the bottom of the sapphire ball, he could not understand what kind of black liquid was underneath him, and it also smelled incredibly strong, which gave the guy a very strong headache. As the seventh prince expected, the dragon followed him, but because of this viscous liquid, he could not fully use his qinggong, which could not help but frighten the guy. However, despite this, he decided to use the heavenly demon sword technique formation and deal an incredibly powerful blow to the dragon. However, even such a serious trick did not work, and Khan's abilities did not leave a scratch on the dragon, but instead, he threw the seventh prince aside with his incredible roar. And judging by this sound, it felt like the guy was hit by metal, so one could assume that the dragon's body was stronger than the sapphire itself. How unexpectedly Khan noticed that the water under the body of such a powerful creature did not even move, and if you think about it, when he entered inside, the level of black water should have risen, but nothing changed, so he asked Nana to turn on augmented reality for him. She activated the user's augmented reality vision and confirmed an abnormal surge of dark plasma energy throughout the cave. The energy in the atmosphere increased abnormally and reached electron ionization. However, there is no scientific confirmation of this, but the phenomenon is also called spiritual. Immediately after this, she warned her master that an atmospheric sprite was approaching him and that he should be careful. As the boy suspected, when the dragon rammed such a huge head into this lake, the water did not even stir, and he only heard some kind of cracking from below. According to the analysis results, 24 pieces of iron were hanging in the air and emitting powerful plasma energy, but Khan did not understand what these pieces were and what was being discussed at all. So he asked his assistant to urgently illuminate these pieces of iron that she had spoken about, which Nana did urgently. Han couldn't believe that this was possible, because the pieces of iron were arranged in accordance with the direction of the basic steps of the heavenly demon sword technique. The steps that he had been continuously honing for 3 years along with mastering the technique gave him the ability to now use them almost simultaneously, so he decided to take advantage of his abilities. After he realized what exactly could help him defeat this dragon, he was able to successfully use it and defeat his enemy. How unexpectedly the true essence of the water snake appeared before him, and before the boy's eyes it turned into a sword. The guy couldn't believe his eyes because in front was nothing other than the real sword of the heavenly demon, and he didn't understand what he was doing there because it was the symbol of the founder of the demonic cult. After he touched this weapon, darkness fell around him, impenetrable and gloomy, and not a single sound was heard, and even his own voice was drowned in the darkness, as if all feelings and sensations had left his body at once. But he was not afraid, because there was simply no fear in him, but on the contrary, he felt incredible calm. However, at the last second, he realized that he couldn't give in to this topic, so he was able to dispel it. A little more, and he would have really been swallowed up by the darkness, so the guy realized that he almost lost himself. When the boy began to mentally call out to Nana, no one responded to his call, and instead another water dragon appeared before him. How suddenly his horns became longer and his body larger, and the guy could not believe that he was shedding his skin, turning into a dragon. However, suddenly the dragon's body began to crumble into pieces, and its white scales began to turn black, but Khan could not understand who managed to do this to him. But suddenly the guy realized that most likely the whole picture that appeared before him was nothing more than the memories of this sword. Han saw the use of the heavenly demon technique, third formation, in front of him, and realized that the stranger's technique was nothing compared to what he saw with his own eyes. And finally, the man who did it showed up in all his glory, and looking at the guy said that it would take him a long time to release all his inner energy, but he didn't care at all. Immediately after this, Khan found himself in his world and urgently emerged from this terrible lake and realized that he must have taken a couple of sips of this liquid, so he felt incredibly disgusted. The guy asked Nana how long he had been unconscious, and she told him that he had not passed out, but had suddenly fallen when he grabbed the sword. It seemed to him that he had been unconscious for an extremely long time, so he asked his assistant how much time had passed since he entered the cave. Nana told him that less than an hour had passed, and Khan was surprised that it had all really only lasted for a moment, but he still couldn't believe it. Then the nanomachine told him that he didn't just fall, but when he touched the sword, the dark energy of the plasma flowed into the guy, and at that moment, the user's brain nerve cells were activated 100%, and the absorbed dark energy dissolved in the user's nagong and became one with him. Han finally realized why he felt like a raging rage had poured into him, but he still didn't understand why his Nagong had changed so much. However, he also did not understand where the sword he had grabbed was, because his hands were completely empty. At the same time, at the exit from the sealed cave, the teachers were saying that all this was very strange, because considering the level of the seventh prince, passing this stage would have taken him less than an hour, but almost 2 hours had already passed, and it could not be that something happened. The cave is known for having a demon sealed in it, and since Madaquan was founded here, it has become the 5th exam, and the man heard that before only the worthy could enter it, and was Han really that worthy? But soon after, Han finally came out of the demon cave, and everyone around was shocked by the terrible smell that came from the 7th prince. Instructor Ho congratulated the boy on passing the 5th exam, and also noticed that in the hands of the 7th prince there was something similar to a fragile deer horn. Soon after, Han was enjoying his bath, and at least he didn't stink much anymore, although that wasn't surprising since he had been soaking in the water for almost an hour now. Just before leaving the cave, Han was simply delighted that the black sword was superior in that it could withstand the heavenly demon sword technique, but what amazed him most was the black aura of the sword that cut through the sapphire stone like tofu. The boy realized that these bracelets could not be moved by either Nagong or physical force, and as the 7th prince thought, it only reacted to demonic energy that merged with his internal energy. By the way, recently his body seemed to be on fire, and he was also sweating, so Nana said that the viscous liquid he absorbed was circulating through the meridians of his body, removing the remaining toxins from the body. With the breakthrough to the stage of perfection of internal energy, which had pierced the meridians, it had already removed almost all the dirt, but this liquid had rid him of even those pitiful remains. And if you think about it, the black liquid was the water snake's blood, so it could be assumed that it could be of great help to his subordinates, so he decided to take it with him. How unexpectedly, during her collection, Khan felt incredible tremors, and it seemed as if some kind of earthquake had begun. The chunks from the ceiling started falling on him and almost hit the guy, and although he managed to get some blood for his subordinates, it was a shame, because with the amount that was inside the sapphire ball, they could have increased the power of the entire cult. Also, in addition to the blood, he found the horn of a water snake, which was cut off by the man from his illusion, and of course the 7th prince took it with him, but he had no idea how to use this thing, so Han again turned to his assistant and told her to analyze this horn. According to the analysis, the item consisted of components that were not in the database, so it was impossible to identify them, but she told him that the horn had a hardness that was slightly inferior to the hardest diamond, which was several times stronger than sapphire, so the guy decided to test it with an aura. Khan was in complete shock because the horn not only remained intact, but on the contrary, resisted with an unusual shockwave, and this was probably because this horn belonged to a spiritual being. It was clear that it would be able to withstand the techniques of the heavenly demon sword and the butterfly dance, so the guy decided to make a sword or a saber out of it, and although the horn was unusually strong, he thought that the descendant of the legendary master Kuya-ja would somehow cope with it. That evening, in the main pavilion of Madaquan, in the headmaster's office, the man was incredibly surprised because after spending only 2 hours in the cave, the 7th prince managed to significantly increase his internal energy. And that was not all, because he successfully completed the stage, but he felt a strange demonic nature. If the mentor was right, then knowing only the lines of the legend, one could assume that Khan was true to the cult, because first he showed this fencing technique, and now the demonic aura that enveloped his entire body, which could confirm this. Master Ho brought the leader of House Malo back to his senses, and the man apologized to Hag and told him that the man should now call the 7th prince the leader of the clan and also congratulated him on passing the 5th exam. Now Khan had truly become a worthy cult master, and the man handed him a sharp black iron dagger given to successor candidates who had reached the 5th stage. This dagger had an engraving of the heavenly demon cult carved on it, and the sword's internal energy was emanating from it, so the boy thought that it was not made by a craftsman, but by a sword master. Master Ho explained that the engraving was done by the Lord himself, and only the heirs could receive such an honor. But Han had been thinking all this time that if it were up to him, he would throw it away right now, but everyone was looking at him, so he couldn't allow himself to do that. For this reason, the seventh prince decided to change the subject and asked the men if he could now learn about the sixth stage. And although everyone around was very surprised, Huaman said that the head of the Han clan in his current position had every right to pass this stage of the exam. After all, only those who have broken through to at least the level of perfection of an exceptional master can pass the sixth stage, so Huaman thinks that he managed to witness the birth of a new legend, and that for the first time in 70 years there appeared someone who has earned the right to be called worthy. Therefore, without keeping the intrigue for long, the leader said that the sixth exam was a challenge to one of the 12 elders, who could be called the best masters of the cult, which incredibly surprised Khan. Soon after, the seventh prince came to the library of the Mado house, and could not even imagine that the sixth stage would give him the right to challenge one of the 12 elders. But in any case, after the end of Madoquan, a kind of struggle with the 6 strongest clans would begin. This exam is the same as giving the opportunity to eliminate one of the leaders before the fight even begins, so he must crush the 6 great clans, and to do this, he must master the final formation of the heavenly demon sword technique. At the same time, Huaman was thinking that the seventh prince had become quite an adult, because he thought that the guy would choose the head of the poison clan without hesitation because of Lady Skirvana, but he did not do this. Instead, he asked for some time to think about it, and it was clear that he had become much more reasonable, considering that he could officially challenge him, but on the other hand, it was quite dangerous to enter into a fight just because of a banal thirst for revenge. The 4 years in Madoquan where he could receive protection were almost up, and who knew, maybe the 6 clans would be the first to unleash their sharp claws, and when that happened, the cult would be flooded with rivers of blood, so the man could only ask himself in his mind, how would the 7th prince be able to overcome all this? At the same time, on the 5th floor of the library, Khan was discussing the fact that there were only 20 books here, which was surprising. As the teacher said, the teachings on the highest techniques were indeed on the 5th floor, but the long-awaited moment had finally arrived, and the final formation of the heavenly demon sword technique appeared before him. So Han asked Nana to immediately scan the writing and analyze the breathing technique, but when he walked around the stone on the other side, he was shocked to find that there were no scars on it. He did not understand why there was nothing on this stone, because if the ancestor did not leave traces, then this meant that the destructive formation did not exist. However, Nana said that there was a sword scar on the tombstone, presumably left by one person, so she urgently activated the augmented reality. Therefore, after she did this, Han couldn't believe that this trace was the next step of the heavenly demon sword technique, and it could be used even like this. He assumed that there could be something like this on the backside as well, and in fact the mark was on the sapphire stone, so he didn't notice it. But the hole really was through and through. However, it was clear that practically no force was applied to this blow. Perhaps the sword power from the simple formation was concentrated together and then burst out like an explosion, forming such a power, and most likely, if more force or internal energy was applied, the tombstone would have turned into a pile of stones. There is no destructive formation on it, not because they were unable to discover the formation of the heavenly demon sword technique, but because they were unable to find a way to destroy it with ordinary techniques, and the deep meaning that the heavenly demon realized in the last years of his life was that it was necessary to unify swordsmanship, not expand it, and gather the sword aspiration embedded in the technique. The aspirations that are put into this sword are the will of the swordsman, and when it all comes together, then exactly what Khan expected will happen. Everything that happened in this room could not go unnoticed by the teachers, but they decided to keep in line and communicate with each other through thoughts. Undoubtedly, this picture that they saw before them was nothing other than the unification of the internal energy of the 5 organs to create harmony of both body and spirit, and none of the men around them could believe that they would be able to see this with their own eyes. When breaking through to the level of exceptional perfection, the vital energies of heaven, earth, and man are united and combine the three treasures of the body shell, life force, and soul, thereby clearing the meridians. But such a breakthrough can only be considered half complete. Only when, through the unification of the internal energy of the five organs, even the energies of the five elements within the body merge, can one reach the limit of the stage of perfection, which is what was happening at the moment with the seventh prince. Watching Khan, no one around had any doubts that all this was undoubtedly a breakthrough to a new level. And it was simply amazing, because just now the guy was enveloped in incredibly powerful internal energy, but now the men did not feel anything, as if he had simply taken control of all the ki in his body, and perhaps now even the head would not be able to feel the internal energy of the leader of the Han clan. After the boy opened his eyes, all the teachers around him started congratulating him on his breakthrough, because it was something simply incredible. Khan himself could not believe that he actually felt this, and that he had managed to reach the truth of the peak of the stage of perfection, because this was the first time he had experienced this without introducing information into his brain. Ham in turn thanked the men for the fact that the three of them must have guarded him while he was in meditation, so it was worth a lot. Also after this, the guy asked for forgiveness, because of him, there was a complete mess in the library, but the man told him not to worry about it because it was absolutely a trifle. Since Han had made a breakthrough, the slight disorder in the library was completely unimportant, but at the same time, he told the other man to be incredibly careful with the secret teachings, which made everyone around him laugh. Khan realized that this was his chance, because while everyone else was busy with training, he decided to deprive the others of the opportunity to master the technique of the heavenly demon sword, just in case. Immediately after this, the man informed him that everything was absolutely fine with the teachings, so the guy could start reading them. The first teaching that Han scanned was naturally the martial art of the 6 strongest clans, such as the rebellious spirit sword technique of the Sword Clan, the hand-to-hand combat technique of the Stream Clan, the hidden breath technique of the Darkness Clan, the sound attack art of the Sound Clan, the poisonous hand of the Poison Clan, the ghost spirit sword technique of the Blade Clan, and their techniques cannot be called the best, but they are considered the strongest martial arts of the demonic cult. After that, Han noticed the teachings about the Red Flame sword technique, and it seems to be the martial art of the Right Guard, which goes well with his name. After that, he took up the postulate of the Wind Spirit, and apparently this teaching relates more to breathing techniques than to martial arts. And that was just great, because his Qinggong was not up to par, and the guy was curious about who donated these teachings to the library, so he asked Nana to scan it. After some time, in the 7th Prince's private room, all the guys congratulated him on passing the 5th stage. And although none of them could believe that monsters really existed in their lives, Khan decided not to talk about its existence, because it would only raise more noise, but in addition to this, he gathered them all for the sake of that very bloody liquid. Everyone around was simply shocked by this foul smell and could not stop asking their leader what the hell he brought them. It would be hard to explain if the guy said he brought them snake blood, so he said he accidentally discovered it when he got lost in a sealed cave, and right after that, he ordered everyone to drink it immediately. He said that he accidentally drank it, and this liquid removed all the toxins from the meridians, cleansing his internal energy, and it would be a big mistake to spend it only on himself, so he brought it specifically to his guys. All the guys couldn't stop grimacing when they looked at this liquid, because drinking something like this was too much, and they were sure that it was impossible. But Bond decided to give his speech and said that he was ready to drink it, because the leader did it for all of them. And after some time, exactly what the leader said happened to Bond, because his body became unusually light and his circulation accelerated incredibly. Finally convinced of the effect, all the students drank the blood except for Sanghua, who flatly refused, and Moon, who was worried about her disguise. The next day, at the northern forge of Mataquan, the blacksmith was in complete shock at the strength of this horn, because even his weapon broke when he tried to break it. And although Khan could not say where exactly he got this horn, in principle it was no longer important, because with such a magnificent material, a man would be able to create a weapon that has no equal. The seventh prince decided to trust the man because he wanted to make a saber out of the horn, and Sonin also told him that in addition to this, the guy needed cold iron, so he also offered to forge another sword for him. All this time, Khan thought that the man could only make one weapon for him, but he said that unlike the squad leader, this did not apply to the clan leader, and although there was a limit on the amount of cold iron delivered there, since he had obtained the material himself, there would be no problems. Looking at these circumstances, the seventh prince asked the man to also make a sword, and that was just fine, and he decided to hide the black sword until he found out why it was the heavenly demon sword that was engraved on it, so it was better to get something to replace it. Sonin said that given the excellent quality of the materials, it would take about a month to make one blade, but the seventh prince was not willing to wait that long, so he asked the man to make a saber for him first. After some time, Khan came to the office of the head of Maloquan and told him that he had finally chosen who he would fight against, and also told the man that he completely relied on him. Huaman thought that such an act of the seventh prince could hardly be called just courage, and it seemed to him that the guy was definitely out of his mind. After all, he chose as his opponent the head of the clan of darkness and the first elder of the 12, Mu Jinwon, who had reached the pinnacle of the stage of perfection in the distant past, and was also considered the strongest master of martial arts, along with the chief guard Marakun, who occupied the second and third places in the cult. The man thought that the boy must have planned to eliminate the head of one of the 6 strongest clans first, but it was clear that this man was beyond the boy's capabilities, because he had only just broken through to the stage of perfection, and Huaman had already decided that he had begun to think more deeply, but his actions were still reckless. But he still told the boy that he would order an official document to be sent to the clan of darkness. It would seem that everyone was following their own plan, but the world was not going to adapt to their wishes, and on the 10th day since Han submitted a petition to hold the 6th stage, for the first time in 10 years, a messenger from the Murim Association arrived at the residence of the heavenly demon cult located on the Shawandashan Ridge. What happened was so significant that it could have raised the whole demonic cult on its ears, but Khan, who was in Madaquan, cut off from the outside world, could not have found out about it. A week before the 6th stage, Han came to the head of the Mado house because he heard that the man was urgently looking for him. Huaman apologized to leader Han, but he told him that the guy would have to change opponents for the 6th stage. The 7th prince was completely shocked and did not understand why this happened, but he assumed that the elder might have changed his mind. The left bodyguard explained that this was not the case, and immediately after that, he used the primordial internal energy to separate them from the outside world, so it was clear that this was some kind of secret. The man couldn't reveal the details to the boy, since this was a significant matter for the cult, but at present there were only 4 elders left in the area, from the 9th to the 12th. Khan realized at that moment that this meant that all the strongest elders were absent, and it was clear that he would not be able to fight the heads of the 6 strongest clans. Although I didn't want to suggest it at all, there had been changes in the elders' positions recently, and the Poison clan leader Bayek had been demoted to the 12th elder. After this phrase, it was clear from the guy's expression that from that moment on, he was choosing chicken instead of pheasant, and it was even better than what he had come up with before. The next day, in the office of the Poison clan leader, this news was too unexpected for the man, because he still assumed that Elder Mu would deal with the annoying boy. Now, Han is like a cup filled with poison, and in the past 3 years, the Dark clan has become much more powerful compared to the Poison and Sword clans, and if he tried to eliminate the 7th prince under the pretext of sparring, the Lord would do everything to weaken the power of the Dark clan. However, while the other strongest clans, including the Poison clan, were eagerly awaiting the duel, the entire Murim Association had radically changed the situation. The man shouted that the clan leader should refuse this offer because it had only been a short time since he had been released from prison and reinstated as an elder, and it was clear that the Lord had not taken his eyes off them. Another man said that he thought the same, and if they continued to put pressure on them, it could upset the balance between the 6 strongest clans. However, one of the elder's assistants said that refusing would mean admitting that they had become weaker, because their nephew was still lying dead, and the man wanted to draw attention to what their clan had become, and that they could no longer tolerate this. Another assistant sided with his elder brother and said that the 7th prince had not even graduated yet, but had already risen to the level of perfection, and they had nothing in common with him, so it would be better to eliminate him, at least now. However, all 6 clans adhere to the same position, and even if his skill is growing daily, he does not yet have the authority that can give him support, so the man believed that the guy would not become a threat to them, but on the contrary, it was just the lord of the cult himself. A dark aura began to thicken around the head of this clan, and he told everyone to immediately shut up, because he of course was burning with the desire to destroy the guy with his own hands, but if they interfered with this now, they would suffer huge losses, so in the end, he decided to reject this offer. A little later, Ochul came to his grandson Junsum and apologized to him for being completely helpless in this situation as his grandfather. How unexpectedly the guard informed the man that he had a guest, but the man said to send him away immediately, because in the middle of the night this was just impudence. However, the guards mentally informed the head of the Poison clan that Lady Mu from the Darkness clan had come to him and was waiting for him in front of the infirmary, so they asked him again, or did he really want to send her away? The man of course agreed to this, and when he opened the door, Junsum could not believe his eyes. This was because standing before him was none other than the very woman who had received poison from his mother in the past and destroyed Lady Sarvana. The next day, in the office of the head of Madaquan, the Poison clan agreed to the duel, just as Huaman thought. On the morning of the 6th stage, Khan came to the blacksmith to check if his weapon was already ready, and literally an hour later the man finished making the handle, which he was incredibly pleased with. When the 7th prince picked up this sword, he was incredibly pleased because it felt very soft in his hand. And Songun also made an engraving as Han requested, and its name was White Dragon's Saber, which perfectly matches the blade. This weapon was so sharp that it could even cut through a floating rag, which made the 7th prince incredibly happy. After all, he didn't even think that Sonin would make such an incredible saber for him, and he thanked the man for the fact that he really was the best in his field. The boy was sure that with this saber he would surpass the strength of his teacher's butterfly dance technique. On the day of the 6th exam, the beginning of the snake hour, on the Madokuan training field, everyone was whispering that Han was a real monster, because he was about to pass the 6th stage, and everyone around was incredibly surprised that during his stay at the academy, he actually rose to the level of perfection. But they were still unsure whether the boy would be able to stand up to the elder, and they were incredibly curious as to who the boy was challenging, but they thought it was unlikely to be one of the 6 elders of the great clans, because he was not such a fool as to do such a thing, and judging by his rank, it would be the 12th elder. But the leader himself came to see this whole spectacle, as well as the 9th elder, the head of the Shaman clan, Sima Yi. However, after the head of the Poison clan appeared on this battlefield, everyone was shocked by this turn of events, because the man was a real poisoner, and it looked like Han had completely gone crazy, because everyone around heard that those people who were poisoned by him did not even leave behind their bodies. Before the duel began, Huameng decided to express his gratitude to the 12th elder for accepting the challenge, and also informed everyone that the 9th elder and head of the Shaman clan, Sima Yi, would be the witness of the 6th exam. It was clear from the aura around Ochol that after 2 years behind bars, the level of his poison had increased significantly. As soon as Huaman gave the order that they could begin, the Poison clan leader acted very low and started attacking the guy without any warning. However, this could not come as a surprise to the 7th prince, and he used the ability of the wind step, which was the rapid movement technique of Mauragam, the king of the wind. Everyone around was shocked and could not believe how this was possible, because this was the Guardian's main technique, and it looked like his movement technique really was on the 5th floor of the library. And although the man tried to hit the guy again and again, the 7th prince figured it out pretty quickly, and his imitation was absolutely worthy. Therefore, the head of the Poison Clan decided that he would immediately use his abilities to paralyze the 7th prince's legs. However, the boy used the explosive staff because he expected Ocho to target his legs to immobilize him. Immediately after that, the guy started using the butterfly dance sword technique second formation, as well as the butterfly surrounding warning and several other greatest techniques at the same time, which amazed everyone around him. The man simply could not understand what kind of wonderful saber was in the hands of the 7th prince, because despite the thin blade, it not only did not break from contact with his black iron staff, but also left scars on it. However, it wasn't just that, because he had assumed that even at the imperfection stage, the guy would lack experience in combat. But he was like a warrior who had gone through countless battles, and most importantly, the man couldn't believe that the guy had actually just recently reached the perfection stage. From the very beginning, the Poison Clan Lord had attacked him 10 times more powerfully than he should have, but he had not even managed to dispel the power that was enveloping the 7th prince's saber. Besides this, Ocho understood that the 7th prince still wasn't fighting at full strength, and it was the first time he had seen such a monster that was developing his fighting skills so rapidly. And now, only after starting the battle against Khan, did the man begin to understand what Madame Mu's words were about. After all, 6 days before the 6th exam, she came to him, but the man did not understand what kind of sudden request it was, so he said that it was a complete abuse of power, and even if she was the Lord's wife, she had no right to order him around as the head of another clan and an elder. However, she came there because she knew the location of the ghost, which could not help but shock the man. She knew that the head of the Poison Clan had heard about him, about the best healer of the plain, capable of raising everyone except the dead to their feet, and she gave him hope that perhaps he would be the one to save his grandson. As soon as the man began to get indignant and say that no one had the strength to find out where he was, the woman showed him the sign that her grandfather had received from the ghost doctor in the past, and told Ocholu that with its help, he would be able to meet him wherever he went. In exchange for this, she asked to destroy Khan, and even if this situation becomes widely known, her clan will personally eliminate all the consequences, because she believed that the future heir had already been determined. The Poison Clan chief realized that the woman had a reason for choosing him over the other elders, because no one other than the first 3 elders could stand up to such a skilled warrior, and it was clear that one mistake and the 6 great clans would have the worst of enemies. It was for this reason that the man was ready to gather all his strength in order to destroy Khan here once and for all at any cost. Huaman and the 9th elder of the Shaman clan were outraged that the man had released poison, and it was clear that he was going to really destroy the guy. Immediately after, the Poison Clan's leader used the 7th-degree demonic wave intoxication to put his plans into reality. The man was sure that this would be enough to burn even the bones, and believed that the 7th prince had brought trouble upon himself. However, Ochul was incredibly wrong, because Khan managed to repel even such an attack, and it was obvious that now it was his turn to deal an incredibly powerful blow to his opponent. The man was simply shocked when he saw his flesh melting and immediately regenerating before his eyes. However, this only lasted for a moment because the 7th prince dealt him a crushing blow. Bon was crying and didn't understand what was happening because nothing could be seen because of the smoke, but he was almost 100% sure that their leader had really come to an end. Van Hill thought that the guy had really made a mistake, because no matter how strong his nigong was, such a powerful poison would corrode even bones. When everyone around was sure that it was practically impossible to defeat the clan chief with poison in this fight, they noticed that it was the man who was lying on the ground completely motionless, and not the 7th prince. And it was simply amazing because Khan was actually able to put the clan heads up against the most powerful poison. Sima Yi saw the chief's poison art during the war with the Murim Association, and its power was so terrifying that it was worth calling the spectacle a bloody massacre. Moreover, Master Oki Myung of the Wudang School, who had mastered the perfection realm, did not even leave behind a body after being subjected to the art of poisons, so no one could believe that the seventh prince was able to put up a fight against this, even though they had all seen it with their own eyes. At the same time, the head of the Poison clan was thinking that even with the protective energy wall, Han still broke all of his ribs, and not only his internal energy, but his power was beyond reason. And the guy also had this amazing power of regeneration, so the man was sure that he simply could not call himself an ordinary person. The seventh prince noticed that the man had managed to get up after his attack, so he quickly decided to strike him with the butterfly dance sword technique, 10,000 dancing butterflies style. The man couldn't reach his staff, so he decided to use his last ace up his sleeve. Nana reported that the enemy was removing the toxic substances that had leaked into the body and restoring the damaged areas. And although the white dragon blade managed to reflect the poisoned internal energy, it was becoming stronger. Khan realized that all this time he had not been using his poisoned internal energy to its full potential. And it became clear to everyone around that since the man had used this ability, it was too late, and now none of those present would be able to stop him. The very last 8th degree of the demonic wave Qi current is the level of a poisoner when he himself turns into poison, and compared to the 7th degree, which controls 100 types of poisons, in the body they are harmoniously intertwined 3 times more, and they strengthen the entire body like a count, generating poisonous Qi of unimaginable power, capable of melting a huge rock in the blink of an eye. The man himself couldn't believe that such a brat had forced him to use the 8th degree of intoxication, so he wanted to see how the guy could stop him with his vaunted saber this time. Khan realized that in this situation, the white dragon's blade would not help him in any way, so he urgently needed to come up with something. The Poison Clan chief noticed that the boy had started using the primordial internal energy, and he realized that it was incredibly dangerous, so he decided to attack the 7th prince first. However, his plans were not destined to come true, because Khan turned into a real demon, and using the symbol of the founder of the demonic cult, the sword of the heavenly demon, was able to destroy the man forever. Everyone was simply shocked because Han was holding the head of the Poison Clan Lord in his hands. The man thought that cutting the throat of an elder who had turned into a poisoner was something beyond belief, because even he was not confident in his own strength, that he could really withstand close combat against such a strong opponent. And the boy, who had barely begun to master martial arts, in just 4 years grew to become a master of the cult, which can be counted on the fingers of one hand. At the same time, watching the 7th prince's stunning victory, Chon Muen was incredibly angry, because Han really turned out to be incredibly strong. Teacher Ho seemed to just open his mouth in amazement, because this was exactly what the blood of the Chan family looked like, and although there were enough grounds for destruction, since the elder used a trick in front of everyone, it was unknown what the Poison Clan would do in the future, having lost its leader, and it was also unclear what the other great clans would do. Han was going to fight the man using only the butterfly dance, but his poisoner form made him fight seriously, and he also thought that all his other enemies, like the head of the Poison Clan, could keep a few aces up their sleeves, so the guy needed to become even stronger. For this reason, he firmly decided for himself that from this moment on, he would avenge his mother with all his might. However, be that as it may, Huaman congratulated the head of the Han clan on passing the 6th exam. And although this state of affairs could not help but shock everyone around, the 7th prince's team also joined in the congratulations. At this time, Sima Tso was distracted from congratulating the 7th prince because he was finally able to meet his father, who was the head of the Shaman clan. In order to keep their conversation as secret as possible, the man began to communicate with his son mentally, and decided to ask him if he had really found a leader he would join in the fight for the place of Heir. The guy just wanted to talk about this before his father left and apologized to him, because he was trying to find a leader among the contenders from the 6 great clans, but no matter how much he thought, his soul still lay with Khan. Sima Qi did not expect such a reaction from his father, however. He told him that he fully respected his son's decision, and joining the Han was a worthy choice without a doubt. Besides this, the man said that if they succeed, he would be happy if a guy like Khan became his son-in-law, so he asked the guy to try to help him in everything. An hour later, in front of the Madokwan chief's office, the man asked all the mentors to wait outside, and using his powers, he again created a dome around himself and the 7th prince so that no one could eavesdrop on them. Immediately after this, the man got down on one knee and told the young master that he had done a lot of hard work, so he congratulated him wholeheartedly on passing the 6th stage. This action of the head of the Mado house shocked the guy, and he did not understand what it all meant. Since Han had gone through all the stages, the man treated him not as a student, but as a true representative of the Zhong clan, and until now he had to follow the rules of Madokwan, so he asked for forgiveness for only silently watching him because he was overcome with doubts. So despite everything, I decided to ask the guy directly, or did he really receive the knowledge of the heavenly demon? Khan pretended that he didn't understand what the man was asking, and this was understandable, because it was still difficult for him to trust anyone. Therefore, Huaman, as the left guard of the great demon cult, swore that he would support young Master Han in the fight for the title of the cult's heir, and as proof, he decided to entrust the 7th prince with the guard's nameplate. However, even despite this, Khan did not understand why he should trust the guard who was the closest guard of the Lord. It was clear that the boy had become quite cautious and experienced, so the man explained to him that he served the Lord as the left guard, and according to the regulations, he had no right to take anyone's side, but he could turn a blind eye to everything else and make this a priority. They, as guards, recognized by the future Lord as the true heir to the knowledge of the heavenly demon, and what he will now tell the 7th prince is known only to a few in the entire cult, so the man asked to keep his words a complete secret. The truth was that the heavenly demon sword technique that had been passed down to the lords from generation to generation was not a true technique. In fact, the real technique of the heavenly demon was lost 500 years ago. The 7 guardians, divided into the main, left, and right, became the founders of many schools and accompanied the lords from the very beginning, from the heavenly demon to Chung Yu Jin. Initially, there were no 6 great clans with a bunch of heirs, and the Lord in front of the sacred fire on the altar of the palace of the demonic console took the chosen one, or blessed one, as a wife. And since the child of the blessed one became the heir to the cult, then at the meeting of the clans they did not pay special attention, but 500 years ago the entire cult was shaken by a terrible incident. The demon cult originated from the fire cult located in Qinyang, and the Lord had to make a pilgrimage to the Xuandashan Mountains within 10 years of ascending to the throne. The Lord of that period, Zhongmuhui, also went to the mountains in the 5th year after the ascent. However, he and most of his companions did not return from this pilgrimage, including the left guard. And the one who actually slew the Lord, who was called one of the 5 great masters of the plain, was the unrivaled sword spirit. The sword demon, considered a rare cult master, was the only one who could not be defeated by the unrivaled sword spirit. The Blessed One gave birth to a child for Chan Muhui, but it was a girl, and from the matter of a modest inheritance to the transmission of martial arts by the Lord, this incident cut everything short. Chan Muhui passed away to another world in her daughter's 8th year without ever seeing a successor, and the Lord's father suddenly died of illness, and the cult had to face a terrible situation. And then, in order to solve the problem, the Council of Elders chose the Sword Demon Lord, who was the first elder, as a replacement for the Lord. Fortunately, the Sword Demon turned out to be talented not only in martial arts, and very soon stabilized the situation in the cult, and then the most important issue became the lost techniques of the heavenly demon. but it is impossible to restore knowledge without knowing the breathing technique and controlling the Negong. Back then, the sword demon was the first to enter the demon cave without being related by blood to the Zhong family. But for several generations now, even after entering the cave, the lords have not been able to obtain the knowledge of the ancestor. The same fate befell the sword demon, and from the traces of the weapon left on the tombstone, it is possible to reconstruct the formations, but without the technique of breathing and control of internal energies, they cannot be put into practice in their original form. 3 years later, the sword demon emerged from the prison cave and, using the scars above the blood as a basis, he formulated his understanding of the technique, and a new technique of the heavenly demon sword was born. The new technique was not inferior to the lost one, so all the elders of that time recognized it and decided to pass on the knowledge to the Lord's daughter, and the sword demon transferred all the teachings from the cave to the secret library of Madokwan. It was clear that the seventh prince had seen all of this with his own eyes, but the chaotic scars on the back were left by the sword demon himself. The boy didn't understand why the man did this, so he asked if there was any other reason other than to ruin the legacy left by the heavenly demon. By that time, the sword demon had already copied the scars on the tombstone and personally arranged the formations, leaving them in the library, and damage to the tombstones was inevitable anyway. Later, or more precisely, 2 years later, one of the 5 great masters, the monk Sorim Gong Yu, was destroyed on Mount Song by the unrivaled spirit of the sword. And 2 years later, the unrivaled 2-sword master showed up in Jianghu and brutally dealt with another great master, the king of hand-to-hand combat, Yuk Chonggem, and perhaps he fell into a trap, but his body was found only 10 days later. Therefore, after the story, it became clear that the unrivaled spirit of the sword was targeting the 5 great masters. With the destruction of 3 of the 5 great masters, his fame skyrocketed, and although the only ones left alive were the immortal Taoist Cheng Myung of the Wudang school and the deputy demon lord of the sword, everyone in Murim already recognized the man as the strongest. Although the sword demon was an extraordinary master, the cuts left on the bodies contained a power beyond imagination, and one could only admit that with his current skills, he was unlikely to defeat the unrivaled sword spirit. To win, he needed a technique that was superior to the current one, and that was precisely the scars left on the sapphire tombstones, and the elders, who decided that they could not lose the demons of the sword, allowed him to hone his skills on the tombstones. Khan realized where the destructive formations on them actually came from, but he didn't understand why they all consisted of simple steps. 4 years later, the unrivaled 2 swords appeared on Mount Shiwan Dashan, which meant that he had first eliminated the swordsmen from the Wudang school, and it was clear that the sword demon was left for him to finish. Their battle lasted 4 days and 4 nights, ending in a draw, but the sword demon suffered an invaluable loss. He lost his right hand, which is a great treasure for a warrior. After that, the unrivaled sword spirit no longer appeared in Murim, and some said that he left this life due to the exhaustion of internal energy, while others believed that he disappeared because he had already received the title of the best and last swordmaster in Murim. But after what happened, the cult changed, and the sword demon, having exhausted his internal energy and lost his right hand in the fight, left the post of lord. By that time, the daughter of the previous lord, Zhong Muhua, had already turned 16 and assumed the position of lord, and the leaders, who were faced with a female lord for the first time, advised many times to change the selection system using sacred fire. Even after becoming a lord, she did not have any power, so the era of clan rule began, which continues to this day, and the woman had 5 husbands in her life, and 2 of them were students of the sword demon who adopted his knowledge, so they founded the clans of Darkness and Sword. The other 3 were the first, second, and third elders, and founded the current clans of Poison, Blade Sound, and then, in order to raise the young generation, the sword demons founded Madokwan. The 7th prince realized why the man was telling him all this, because his words meant that Madokwan's true purpose was not simply to raise disciples. And that was true. And to be more precise, he was pursuing two goals. The first was to find a successor who would inherit the true knowledge of the heavenly demon, because the sword demon himself did not have enough understanding to fully recreate the heavenly demon sword technique. However, he believed that one day someone would be born in the family who would be able to do this, so in order to protect the prisons and the sealed demon cave, he founded Madokwan here, thereby hiding them from interference from the clan, gaining more and more influence, and set a goal for all of them, to promote to the post of Lord the one who has the true knowledge of the heavenly demon. More than 500 years passed, but the demon sword's command was never fulfilled, turning into the will of the deceased, passed on by all the guards and word of mouth until the seventh prince appeared. Huaman said that he had often accompanied the Lord and had seen the heavenly demon sword technique on the battlefield, but he felt as if this was the first time he had seen Han's technique. 3 years ago, watching the battle of the seventh prince, Huaming realized that compared to the technique he knew, Han's technique was much more skillful. Well, back then he wasn't sure that this was the last true teaching of the heavenly demon, because it was only one formation and that this knowledge could have been passed on to the guy by the current lord. So he decided to watch a little longer, and soon the man was able to make sure of this when he watched the guy's next fight. Therefore he decided to ask the young master once again, or did he really inherit the knowledge of the heavenly demon? Khan realized that he had nowhere else to go, so instead of 1,000 words, he simply nodded. The next second, the man fell to the ground and began to bow to the guy, because he, as the left guard, greeted the true heir of the heavenly demon. However, the seventh prince decided to ask the man what was the second reason for the founding of Madokwan. So instead of explaining, they went to the library with the seventh heir and told one of the guards that they wanted to go down to the underground treasury. And although Khan had previously heard that there was another floor under the library, it was still surprising to be there. When they got to the very bottom, the guards greeted the head of the Mado house, and he, in turn, ordered them to open the doors of the underground treasury. Everyone around realized that this young man had indeed passed the 6th stage, and he looked like a person from a noble family. However, you couldn't say that he was an expert in martial arts, but he still came at the moment that the doors would open and they would be able to see such a breakthrough. When the men opened the doors at the same time with 3 keys, Khan felt a cold and strange smell, and it seemed like some kind of leather smelled, and it was extremely unusual. Huaman showed the second reason for the development of Madokwan, because in front of the 7th prince lay a severed hand and fragments of skin, and the room smelled of embalming preparations. The Khan realized that there were wounds and scars from saber strikes on this skin, but they could not be called simple cuts because a subtle energy emanated from them. So Khan imagined in his mind how these strikes would be carried out and could not believe how such a formation could exist. The level of this technique was so high that with the butterfly dance he could only parry 2 attacks, and the guy was only sure that this was not a resolving sword formation and a heavenly demon sword technique, because he had never seen anything like it before. Khan wondered if it was possible that the owner of the hand was the sword demon, so the man told him that he was quite insightful because it was the true truth, and it was the right hand that he lost in the battle with the sword spirit, and the pieces of skin belonged to the Lord and his guard who were attacked 500 years ago. In addition, the library's lower floor contained secret teachings left by the sword demon himself. In this box were books called Demon Sword, 24 Demon Sword, and analysis of the unrivaled sword spirit saber formation. Han realized that Madokwan existed not only to find a true successor to the heavenly demon who could master his technique, but also to find a disciple who would also learn the teachings of the sword demon. But to be more precise, all this was for the sake of raising a successor who could destroy the saber technique of the unrivaled sword spirit. The man also told the 7th prince that before he breathed his last, the sword demon said something. Namely, the fact that the sword demon and the unrivaled sword spirit were tied was not true, and in fact, the unrivaled sword spirit had suddenly disappeared right in the middle of the battle. The sword demon continued for another 4 days, but he did not show up to end everything, so the fight was declared a draw and 15 years passed, but the unrivaled spirit never showed up until the death of his opponent. About 500 years have passed since then, and to tell the truth, the man did not think that the successor of the unrivaled sword spirit would suddenly appear, but he asked the guy to still find a way to destroy the technique that is saturated with scars, and also to fulfill the cherished desire of the sword demon. The chief also told Khan that visiting the underground treasury was not limited in time, and he decided to give him the key, and from the inside you can get out even with the door closed, but it is impossible to get inside without the key. Han was happy that he had the opportunity to learn the secret teachings, so he asked Nana to prepare for the scan immediately. The new demon sword was a martial art of the great clans that was significantly inferior to the technique, but compared to the heavenly demon sword and the destructive formation, its level could be considered low, and Han thought that it would be a good idea to pass it on to his subordinates, who practiced their swordsmanship. After that, the boy realized that the analysis of the saber formation of the unrivaled sword spirit were notes made while searching for the weakness of the technique, but the sword demon did not make much progress, and he also found an improved version of the destructive formation in these writings. A unique technique created to counter the unrivaled sword spirit, however, as unfortunate as it was, if the battle lasted until the end, the sword demon would undoubtedly be the loser, and the saber formation of the unproduced sword spirit was so good that it was devoid of flaws, and even if compared to the fourth information of the heavenly demon sword technique, it was very weak. But the guy still wanted to check it out, and asked Nana to activate augmented reality, and asked her to scan her saber wounds and reproduce the formation, and also launch the fourth information of the heavenly demon sword technique with her and simulate the fight. The guy could believe his eyes, because the difference was only one blow and the saber formation was destroyed, but with its power, it pushed the enemy back about 3 steps. The heavenly demon sword technique is no more artificial, but the unrivaled sword demon's saber formation is superior to it in power, and if the marks left on the sword demon's hand are the final formation, then it is somewhat inferior to the heavenly demon sword technique. However, if it wasn't the last one, then the sword spirit saber technique would be the only martial art he knew that could counter the heavenly demon sword technique. And although the man asked the boy to destroy the formation of the saber technique, Han has Nana, who is able to accurately reproduce the formation left in the scars, and the saber technique is comparable to the heavenly demon sword technique, which was very ironic. A week after Han passed the 6th stage of the exam, it had now been 3 years and 7 months since the students entered Madaquan, and 56 people had passed the 4th stage, 7 people had passed the 5th stage, and 1 person had passed the 6th stage, and out of 1,000 who had entered, only 64 people had reached the end, and this could be called the best result in the last 100 years. However, the course of the battle for the place of the heir underwent significant changes earlier. Having passed the 5th stage, the candidates had to consolidate power and enter into a fight with each other. But Yuhan from the Blade clan, who was considered the most influential candidate, dropped out, and then the 7th prince's main rival was named a guy from the Sword clan, but even he lost his arm and voluntarily left the battle. 5 of the 6 candidates failed to consolidate their position and left Madaquan early, and in the end, only Han and Chon Muyon remained, and 5 months before the end, a battle broke out between the 2 candidates for the right to be called the heir to the cult. In the training field in the western part of Madaquan, the girl was wondering if they should really discuss the method of eliminating the 7th prince, since Lord Chonmuen was not here and there was no order from him. The Dark Clan boy Mujinyan said that it wasn't that there was no order, but that the master had decided to focus on cultivating martial arts and had entrusted him with everything else, so he believed that if they left Han alone, they would miss the chance to deal with him. Kikshin agreed with what his partner said, but what could they do against the guy who defeated the head of the Poison Clan, so he thought it would be better to focus on recruiting the remaining neutral 10 students. But first of all, as Kikshin said, it is important for them to get the remaining people, and no matter what happens, they must lure over at least Sima Tso from the Shaman clan and Huang from the Demon Impulse clan, and with these two guys, they will have a significant advantage. Sima Tso and Huang's fathers were the 9th elder Sima Yin and the faceless 11th elder Na Huang Yi, and accordingly, if the guy could still somehow be lured to their side, then this second candidate would be very difficult. Jinjun said that he heard that the other day the 7th prince locked himself in the training room and wouldn't come out, so this moment couldn't be more opportune. So he suggested cutting off Han's arms and legs and eliminating him. However, Kishin believed that the guy was out of his mind, because 2 candidates lost their hands when they touched Han's subordinates, and Junsumu, who climbed on back, completely destroyed his dantian. The guy said that they didn't have to face this monster themselves, because there is a saying that to dominate barbarians, you need to use them, thereby using the strength of one enemy to crush another. And what he meant was that there were 4 people in their academy who held extreme hatred towards the 7th prince. The next day, at the middle of the monkey hour, in the private training hall, Movahan trained with great diligence. And finally, he succeeded and was able to realize the first formation of the saber technique of the unrivaled sword spirit. Although he managed to obtain the techniques of the sword demon and the 6 steps read from the skin cut by the sword spirit saber from the Madokwan dungeon, but without the breathing technique, they could not be completed. But Han still did not despair, and with the help of Nana and solitary training, he studied the martial arts he had previously received for 3 years and 3 months. Numerous simulations would help to create the breathing technique, and since it plays a key role in generating power during the formation, the most important thing was to allow it to be stabilized. The boy thought that the sword demon would be surprised to see him as the formation was restored only by his father's footprints. So after that, he asked Nana to begin analyzing the breathing technique for the second formation. Soon after his training, the boy went to the Madokwan canteen, and with his nose he sensed that he would be served spicy food for dinner that day, which he wanted so much. He noticed that the cook who poured him this soup looked very strange and agitated, but the man explained that he simply felt a little hot in front of the hot pot. The guy who had been watching the 7th prince all this time noticed that Han was looking at the soup for too long, so he assumed that the guy had noticed his trick after all. However, moments later, Khan emptied his entire plate, and his enemy could not help but rejoice at this. A few hours later, in front of the private training room, John asked his comrades if their leader was going to skip dinner with them today. Bon said that the guy only eats once every 2 days, but the guy didn't see him in the cafeteria yesterday, so there was a chance that he was having dinner right now. Moon was outraged, because if only Sanghua and Bayek had hurried a little, they would have all been able to have dinner with their young master. Van Hill thought that Moon was no different from Bon in her devotion now, and sometimes it even seemed to him that the guy was in love with Han, but the guy didn't know that she was actually a girl. However, sometimes he noticed that despite his strength in martial arts, his body was as fragile as a girl's. At the same time, Khan was surrounded by 4 guys, and they clearly reminded him of someone, because among them, the only thing missing was the clan of the stream and darkness, and then the picture would be complete. In front stood Jen Fei of the Sword Clan, Han Yujin of the Sound Clan, Pu Yang of the Blade Clan, and Baek Cheolgu of the Poison Clan. Chulgu started shouting that the 7th prince was a complete bastard since he destroyed their leader Junsum's Dantian and also harmed the great-grandfather, so they told him not to expect that he would be able to go unpunished. Pu Yang began to shout at Han that there was absolutely no place for an heir like him here, even though he was related. Khan was amused by this situation because the guys seemed to think that if they attacked him as a group of 4, they would be able to defeat him, which meant that they must have reason to believe in it. The guy thought that Han was a pathetic offspring of an insignificant clan because the food he ate was laced with poison that destroys internal energy, so he thought that the prince did not even imagine how much effort this guy put into it. And he thought that even such a vigilant guy could not imagine that the cook, whom he sees every day, is capable of harming him, and he even filled the ladle with poison, with which he scooped up this soup. Perhaps he could block the poison that came from the outside by circulating his internal energy, but Han definitely couldn't imagine that it would work on the poison he had swallowed that had already mixed with his blood. Because of the poison that destroys the Nagong, the guy will not be able to increase his internal energy for 6 hours, and therefore this poison will melt all his meridians and organs, and after that, only a miserable end awaits him. Chulgu said that the 7th prince was very careless, although he would soon be able to meet his subordinates in the infirmary, if, of course, he could survive until then. Han suspected something was wrong and assumed that these bastards had allied themselves with the Clan of Darkness, and it would be dangerous if Chon Muen got involved in all this. The guy had very little time, so he decided to finish everything quickly and rush to help his friends. Eugene decided to attack the 7th prince and shouted at him to stop bluffing, and since Han had already cut off his sister's hand, then he was going to cut off both of his hands. However, before the guy could even blink his eyes, Khan did the same thing that he had done to his sister a few years ago. And immediately after that, an incredibly sinister aura thickened around the guy, and he repeated once again to all his enemies that he had no time to play games. Han used the glow of internal energy, and Cholgu couldn't understand how it was possible, because he saw with his own eyes how the 7th prince swallowed all the soup. The guy quickly explained all this and told the guy that his pathetic trick would never work against someone like him, and on top of that, he started pouring all the poison from his hands straight onto his opponent's body. After all, not long before this, he asked Nana to analyze the composition of this soup, and she told him that no harmful toxins or components that dissipate internal energy were found. And it was too predictable, and if the guy pretended to have guessed, the poisoner would never reveal himself. So he asked Nana to remove the toxins so that they would not spread throughout his body, but for now, he said to hold them until he said so. The guy couldn't believe it, because even he couldn't do it, and by absorbing the poison that was destroying his internal energy, the guy was able to concentrate it and remove it from his body. And although one of the opponents of the 7th principal tried to warn his partner about the approaching danger, it did not help them at all, because Khan dealt the guy an incredibly strong blow. The guy from the Sword Clan scolded himself for listening to Cholga, because now they definitely won't be able to escape from the 7th prince, and since Han wounded him last time, and the guy's wound still hasn't healed, this time something worse than the infirmary awaits him. Although the 7th prince's opponents begged Han to stop, he did not do so and completely destroyed Puyanggu. And no matter what the guys hoped for, it became obvious to everyone around that now it was their turn and the 7th prince would never let them go alive. So literally a second later, with the help of his incredible abilities, Khan completely destroyed another one of his opponents. But the guy didn't understand why. If his enemies were shaking so much at the mere sight of him, then why did they start all this? At this moment, Van Hill and 2 other guys from the 7th Prince's group were worried that Han was not in the vicinity of the training hall, so they headed towards the dormitory at full speed. However, Khan got ahead of them and appeared right in front of them, and everyone around breathed a sigh of relief, because everything was absolutely fine with him. The guy asked his friends not to worry about him, but on the contrary, he asked if they had been attacked by Chon Muen's people by any chance. He was absolutely right, because not long before this, Kekshin told Van Hill that he heard that his loyalty knew no bounds, but no matter how strong the 7th Prince was, now he was only under the protection of Madokwan, and once he graduated, it was unlikely that he would be able to stand alone against the 6 clans and other famous families. And their master Chon Muen, on the contrary, was so generous that he could shelter everyone present here, so they hoped that the guys would not make a rash choice by trusting Han. Bon ordered the guys to immediately stop talking nonsense, because they would never fall at the feet of the Lord of the Clan of Darkness, and in general, he asked them to stop repeating the name of their leader with such disdain, because for the guys, he was nothing more than an elder. This speech outraged Kekshin because he considered the guy too impudent, because he was just a weakling from a small clan. Bon didn't want to back down and said that he wouldn't mind testing his strength by facing Kikshin in battle. Von Hill said that he hoped the boys would stop deluding themselves that their leader was alone, since they were ready to give their lives for him at any moment. And it became clear that the seventh prince, as an elder, had benefactors, so their rivals, seeing the guys from this side, were even more reluctant to back down from the offer. Khan was surprised that they simply suggested that the boys think about it carefully, because the conditions were not that bad, and then just up and left. They may have had a plan, but they decided not to rush it since the seventh prince's allies turned out to be as numerous as theirs. The guy understood that in order to destroy him, all these bastards from the four great clans even set a trap, but the clan of darkness simply made an offer and left. They had not planned to lure away their subordinates from the very beginning, but rather to delay and distract them, since domination over the barbarians using them was exactly what they were after. Therefore, at that very moment, in the private training hall, Jinjun went to Chongmuen and said that they did as their master ordered, and whether Han would survive in this situation no longer mattered at all. However, it was difficult to predict the outcome, since the seventh prince had managed to put the elder himself against the poison. In any case, if the poison destroys the guy, Chongmuen will emerge victorious, and if Han survives for some reason, then with his character he will not just leave it like that, which will incur the wrath of the great clans. However, this turn of events made the heir of the Dark Clan very angry, because even if it was a chance to destroy the seventh prince, and they refused to participate in the cowardly trick of the Poison Clan, and the prosperity of the Han augurs could not be defeated by brute force, so they needed to use another method, namely, hurt their pride. How suddenly both guys turned towards the door, because someone was knocking on it so persistently, but they thought that they should not be disturbed because the hall was already occupied. They did not understand who it could be, and when he ordered Jin Yun to open the door, standing behind it was none other than Teacher Huo, as well as many other teachers who were armed. After all, just recently, they all received an order to deliver these two guys to the keyboard, and the man did not want to force them, so he hoped that the guys would abandon their useless attempts to resist. When the Dark Clan's heir and his partner arrived at the meeting place, they were simply shocked because the four guys they hired to eliminate the seventh prince were lying completely lifeless in the cold snow. However, despite this, they welcomed the head of Madokwan and waited for further action. Huaman decided to get straight to the point and immediately asked the two of them if those lifeless bodies were their doing. Jinjun immediately started to deny it and started saying that he had no idea what the left bodyguard was talking about. Chongmuen was absolutely calm and said that he and his partner were in the training hall, after which they were immediately grafted here, and they could not find out what was happening, and now the men, without any explanation, suddenly ask such a thing. But why did he even assume that the guys were somehow involved in this? When the two of them looked at Eugene, they realized that the guy had passed away from this life due to severe blood loss, but his blackened face indicated poisoning. They also saw that Genfi was destroyed by the Sound Clan's demonic Pipa sword, and it became clear that someone had made it look like these guys had destroyed each other in a duel, so it became clear that something had definitely gone wrong. The next body had incredibly brutal bruises on its back, indicating that the Dark Clan's fourth black cloud palm formation had been used against it. And looking at all this, the guy understood that all that was left was to mistakenly blame him or his elder for this terrible crime. Youngmuan warned his partner not to react to this in any way, as it was a trap, because on the 5th floor of the Madokwan Library there is a black cloud palm teaching. So he ordered the guy to act absolutely calmly, because he was going to deal with all this himself, and it was clear that Han had arranged everything quite skillfully, but using the palm of the black clouds was a mistake. Jinjun realized that I, his elder, was absolutely right, and perhaps that bastard Han mastered the technique precisely after completing the 5th stage. However, as soon as the boys saw the last body, it couldn't help but shock them, because it had traces of the Black Cloud Palm technique and scars from the Black Demon Destructive Sword technique. Chon Muen simply boiled with anger, and perhaps this was not enough to describe what he felt inside himself, because the seventh prince used the left sword with his right fist. Even among the 6 great clans, the Dark Clan held the dominant position, and the first elder and head of the Dark Clan, Mu Ji-won, became famous for his ability to use 2 powerful techniques with both hands at the same time, which led to his skill being recognized as the second cult. It was known to everyone that even within the Dark Clan, only the clan leader and Chon Muen had mastered this martial art, and he clearly demonstrated this when he fought for the yellow plate in the 3rd exam. It was for this reason that the boy did not understand what kind of tricks Han had used, because he had reproduced the formation he had used, which had been seen for a split second more than 3 years ago, and it was clear that even his grandfather could not have pulled this off. Jinjun just started shouting at Madaquan's keyboard that this was probably some kind of trap, because the leader of their squad had been in the training hall all this time, so there was no way he could have destroyed all these guys. The man caught the strange explanation from the boys, and it seemed like they knew why they were all gathered there. Jinjun knew that this was a complete failure, because in order to fully explain themselves, they would have to admit that they were accomplices in this incident, and besides, if all this forced the elder to leave Madaquan, then that bastard Han would become the unconditional winner in the fight for the place of the heir. The guy didn't care about the rest, so he decided to at least prevent the expulsion, but he said that their empty excuses without evidence only aroused more suspicion, so he ordered all the mentors to immediately capture these 2 criminals. Jinjun no longer saw any other way out, and although Chong Muen advised him to hold back, he still said that all this was done by none other than the 7th prince. Because in truth, Baek Chulgu of the Poison Clan had planned to poison Han quietly, and when he was weak, it would be a good idea to attack him with a crowd, and he offered them to take part, but they simply rejected the offers, considering this cowardice, and he swore that they knew nothing more about the death of all these guys, and they will find out about it for the first time. At the same time, Han had a clear reason to destroy all his enemies, so the guy asked to call the 7th prince and the other disciples, because it was completely absurd that only the 2 of them were considered suspects. Huamyan realized that Deputy Leader Chon Muyon seemed to have no regard for the current leader, and although the dead were no longer talking, so they could say anything, he simply asked them who they thought had discovered the bodies. After all, it was Elder Han, along with other squad leaders and their deputies, who discovered the crime scene and personally reported it to the chief. Jinjun simply shuddered from this shock and did not understand how this could be, because he continued to claim that it was Han who was the real criminal in this situation. Suddenly, Khan himself appeared in front of them and decided to personally ask the guys why they considered him a real criminal. Everyone around began to greet the elder, but Chomuen and his deputy did not want to show their respect. However, Huamen, as the left bodyguard and head of the Mado house, ordered the boys to immediately show respect to the visiting elder. Therefore, the guys had no other choice but to put their pride aside and do exactly what the man who was actually higher in rank than them ordered them to do. Khan was amused by the situation, that they assumed that the Blade, Poison, Sword, and Sound clans had set a trap for him, and he destroyed them all on the spot. After that, the boy asked if he could take a better look at the body, and it was clear that Han Yujik's hand had been cut off by Pu Yangan's saber technique from the Blade clan, and he had been exposed to Baek Cheolgu's poison from the Poison clan, and Genfi's heart had been pierced by the blade of the demonic Pipa sword belonging to Han Yujik from the Sound clan. And presumably, Pu Yang was inflicted with internal injuries using the palm of the black clouds, after which his head was smashed, and finally the leader of the squad, Baek Chulgu, was struck by the secret technique left sword right fist, which belonged to the plane of darkness, and he died from internal injuries and profuse bleeding. Han told Deputy Shonmuyon that it was very strange, because if everything was as the guy said, and it was Han who destroyed everyone, then he would have to know a lot of martial arts to do this, not counting poison. If we take into account everything that the mentors said, then we can only assume that they destroyed each other among themselves. At that moment, Zhang Muwen realized where he got that unpleasant feeling from, because the seventh prince had planned from the very beginning to not only eliminate the only remaining contender for the place of the heir, but also when these bodies were returned to their clans, the traces left on them would definitely point to the criminals. At that moment he was simply pierced by an overwhelming feeling, and he fell for his own barbaric method, because Khan's real plan and true goal was to suddenly set the great clans against each other. Therefore, immediately after this, Huamen ordered the teachers to immediately send Chon Muen and his assistant to the prison cave. Soon after, in the office of the head of Madoquan, Master Ho spoke about how the bodies of the four descendants had been handed over to their clans, and along with them, an official document was also sent to keep Chong Muen and Jinjun in custody until the lords and elders returned. However, the men understood that this was an incredibly graceful maneuver, and it was difficult to guess everything just by looking at these bodies, so they themselves were interested in how everything actually happened. After all, even his level of skill would not be enough to ideally reproduce a formation seen once in a lifetime, and moreover, this is not some ordinary formation, but a secret technique of the Dark Clan, left sword right fist. In any case, the five great clans have no choice but to start a war by any means, and it turns out that the Lord, although he tried to weaken the forces of the clans, but this only worked on the territory of Madoquan. But now they are fully ready, and the man was sure that the true heir will appear, as the sword demon wished. In the west of the heavenly demon cult territory, in the courtyard of the Poison Clan, a mother cried over her son's body and called on everyone around to stop enduring all this horror. Poison Clan heir. Baekmunsu of the Poison Clan was going to put off the showdown until his father's soul was at peace, but they crossed absolutely all boundaries. Outer Pavilion. Chief Baek Chao said that this time, the words of the heir apparent were 100% correct, and they could no longer tolerate the Dark Clan's antics. Everyone knows that the Dark Clan's leader responded negatively to the fight, but changed his mind after Madame Mu's visit, and despite that, she had the audacity to show up at his funeral. They realized that Madame Mu had ridiculed their clan and their father, and Cholgu would only calm down when the entire clan slit the throat of this shameless woman. Another man said that he was very sorry that he had to say this at a funeral, but now was the best time, because they had a chance to defeat the Clan of Darkness by attacking them now, while their leader and more than half of the warriors were missing. Everyone around agreed with this, and they would still think that the Poison Clan was in grief due to the funeral of their nephew, so it was obvious that they could not miss such a chance under any circumstances, because their opponents would hardly even expect such an attack due to the current circumstances. Therefore, the head of the Poison Clan first decided to hold a proper funeral for his nephew, and later he ordered a secret call for all the warriors of the Poison Clan that are in the cult, and that a general meeting would take place tomorrow at 2 in the morning. The next day, at around 4 o'clock in the morning, in the courtyard of the Dark Clan, the men realized that this was the only chance to win while their leader was away, so they decided to throw all their forces into breaking into the courtyard with lightning speed. When they entered the courtyard, they realized that something was wrong because there was no sign of anyone's presence inside. They realized that it was all a trap, and literally a second later, they started shooting arrows charged with internal energy at them, so they all started fighting back together. They were very angry, but they did not understand how their opponents from the Clan of Darkness could know that they would come today. However, they had gone too far, and there was nowhere to retreat, so the head of the Poison Clan, Baekmunsu, ordered his warriors to fight until their last breath. How suddenly, one of the warriors of darkness appeared among them and told them that the hunted mouse had decided to bite their cat because they had made too much noise. When one of the Poison Clan warriors attempted to strike his opponent, the man was able to block the blow with one hand. Besides this, he began to destroy his other rivals, since even a pathetic mouse is still a mouse. When the man saw that same heir of the Poison Clan, Baekmunsu, he told him that he was a complete non-entity, so he easily parried his blow. Following him, the same Mrs. Moon appeared and told her opponents that they were too predictable, because they had underestimated the clan of darkness so much just because of the lack of a leader. When another warrior from the Poison Clan tried to attack the woman and cause her any harm, his attempt was unsuccessful, and the woman was able to cut off his head with one light movement of her hand. In the end, only one person remained from the entire Poison Clan, and he couldn't believe that their rival clan still had such monsters even without the presence of the clan leader. The man thought of Lady Mu as just the Lord's wife, but all this time she hid her incredible strength from all of them. However, the woman said that she simply did not show it, but now was not the time for jokes, and she really needed to joke with him. In the end, the two people from the Dark Clan reported to Lady Mu that the cleansing of the people who had infiltrated the inner courtyard had been completed, and she praised them for their excellent work, although it was a little disappointing that she would not be able to use them anymore. One of the men asked her if he had not attacked them so decisively or if there was a possibility that the Blade Clan would not stand aside either, but the woman convinced the man that they had no reason to worry because they would not act without an order from their leader. So the man exhaled easily and said that tomorrow morning he would send a man with a report to pick up the young masters. To the man's surprise, Mrs. Mu told him to just leave them because Chong Muen should think about his behavior, because she knew her son very well and he was too self-confident, which is why he fell for the enemy's trick, so he needs time to collect his thoughts. And she was just about to show him that being a lord is not easy and everything turned out for the best. Now it was much more important to mobilize all the clan's forces and gather information about this filthy offspring, so the woman ordered to turn everything upside down, catch all the students who left Madoquan, torture his bodyguards and anything else, but she was waiting for some kind of result. However, one of the warriors began to worry that this could cause problems, but he understood that they had to be made to pay accordingly for the attempt. Mrs. Mu knew that it was too dangerous to leave things as they were because her son's strength was not at that level, and she knew that she would have to personally take care of this. 4 days had passed since the descendants of the 4 great clans had been exterminated, and after Zhongmuen and Jinjun had been isolated in the prison cave, sealing away their internal energy, their subordinates had panicked, and the disciples who had been specially hired to support Yongmuen had withdrawn their statements. The remaining subordinate disciples simply had nothing to do in Madoquan, which actually belonged to Han, so they independently decided to leave it in order to support the Chongmuen outside of it. 7 disciples, who among others had broken away from Chongmuen's subordination, and 5 disciples from influential clans, who had not expressed their support to anyone all this time, took an oath to the 7th prince. However, for Khan, the most important criterion remained loyalty, and since none of them had previously sought to swear allegiance to him, he did not accept any of them. Simtso of the Shaman clan and Sanghua of the Sea Salt clan had sworn allegiance to the 7th prince before the skirmish with the descendants of the great clans, so they were accepted into this team. A little later, Taehyung tried to convince his leader because they didn't talk about the students who came from Chonmuin, but he had to accept these ones as his team. All the guys in the 7th principal team understood his feelings, but if he was going to take the place of the heir, then at least 12 heads of the largest clans would have to act as witnesses. Of course, the fact that they have only been watching all this time and not taking sides may spoil the impression, but with these 5 students they will be able to get just the number they need. And it wasn't just him who thought so, but to her own surprise, Sanhua also agreed with the guy, because the most important thing was for Han to take over instead of the heir, so they all strongly recommended accepting these 5 guys. Even though they had only learned the truth about the need for 12 heads as witnesses 2 days ago, Han said that there was another way and he would do it differently, and literally a second later he stunned everyone present by announcing that he was leaving Madoquan. He has 2 reasons for releasing early. Firstly, he will find witnesses in another way, and secondly, at the moment, all the senior elders, including the Lord, have temporarily left their posts, departing to the central plain of Murim. It turned out that all 5 heads of the great clans were currently absent, but the girl thought that this was still too much. However, Vanjil told Sangwa not to worry about this, since the leader would not be left alone, because including him, several other people had decided to leave Madakwan and follow the young master. Moon and Bayek also decided to leave Madakwan, because they had already passed the 5th exam, and despite the fact that they still lacked a lot, they promised everyone that they would look after their leader. Khan knew how devoted they all were to him, but if they truly wanted to become his support, they should leave Madakwan only after they had mastered the martial arts to perfection. This information shocked the guys because it turned out that they would not be able to become a reliable support for the leader, but even now he continues to take care of each of them, so they must somehow become stronger. John, watching Bon, thought that the guy must be very upset that, given the state of affairs, he would not be able to go with the leader. However, suddenly the guy with enthusiasm in his eyes said that he would take good care of their leader, so he asked them not to worry, but rather to become stronger and come to them. Although it was a joke, everyone did not understand how the leader could do this to them, because he agreed to take Bon with him, but he told everyone else that they should become stronger. But Han did not have the strength to endure all this, so he told the guy to deal with the rest of the team himself. That same evening at the Floating Demon Clan's estate, Han, along with some of the guys, finally left Madakwan and decided that it was time for him to act immediately. The guards at the entrance to the estate saw the 7th prince for the first time, so they were ready to fight him at any moment. But they calmly asked, "What brought the guy here?" Han said to tell the 11th elder, Mr. Huang Yi, that the 12th elder Han is looking for a meeting with him. When the men finally realized who was standing in front of them, they greeted the 12th elder of the cult and said that they would definitely pass on this message, so they asked the guy to wait a little. Everyone around had the impression that a ghost was about to fly out from somewhere, and when Moon had been here with her grandfather before, she hadn't noticed that it was so creepy. So she was only interested in one question. Would the gentleman be able to convince the head of this console? And finally, Nguyen, who was currently acting as the ruler of the Floating Demon Clan, appeared before them. When he saw the 12th elder, he greeted him, and since Han was a guest of their estate, the owner offered him some tea and asked him to come inside. However, the 7th prince's team was not allowed to go inside because their master only wanted to see the elder, because their master was wary of strangers, so he asked for understanding. The boy knew that this might sound rude, but how could they guarantee the safety of the leader, who would find himself alone with the elder? The man said that Van Hill was so attractive that his loyalty knew no bounds, but the leader was not so ignorant as to recklessly attack an elder, so he asked them not to worry about it. However, the 7th prince's team made such a fuss that the man suggested that they let in just one person inside along with Han, since he couldn't afford more, otherwise the leader would scold him. And none other than Moon volunteered for this role, and in principle, everyone around agreed with this. Khan thought that even from the outside this place seemed strange to him, but the interior decoration exceeded all his expectations, and it was clear that the owner had some unhealthy hobbies. When they finally came to the head himself, they were very surprised because in front of them sat 7 people with absolutely identical faces. Han had heard that the great Huang Yi was the first to invent a realistic human face mask, but who would have thought that his skill was at such a level, since they all seemed to be the same person? Yet, despite the strange circumstances, one of the men stood up and welcomed the elder into his home and introduced himself to them and bowed. Moon was shocked, so she immediately mentally conveyed a message to the 7th prince that this man's face was completely different from the elder she knew. The girl decided to remind about herself and introduced herself to the elder and told him that she was a member of the Demon Palm clan, and she also told the man that she was very glad to see him again. At first the man didn't understand, but later he pretended that he just didn't recognize her, and later he said that he actually saw her with her brother before they entered Madakwan, and it looked like she handled it well. Moon was relieved because only the elder knew that she was wearing a mask, so she mentally conveyed a message to the seventh prince that there was really nothing to worry about now. The Khan asked if the man knew why he had asked him for a meeting, and he told him that most likely the seventh prince had come here to receive the elder's jade tablet. Of course the man understood, because Khan came to him immediately after he left Madokwan, having won the struggle of the heirs, and there could only be one reason for this. There were two ways to secure the right of succession. The first was for a boy to be vouched for by 12 heads of an influential clan, and the second was to be recognized as the heir by 3 of the 12 elders of the cult. Therefore, it was the extraction of the Jasper tablet that would become proof of recognition, and at the same time an oath of allegiance, which was what the seventh prince needed so much. Khan was pleased that the man understood the reason for his visit without explanation, so he addressed him not as an elder of the cult, but asked for an audience as a contender for the place of the heir. The man said that he had treated him like that from the beginning, and in order to receive the elder's jade tablet, he had to pass the appropriate tests. To be honest, he had planned to give the guy more time by having a casual conversation, but since the guy himself got straight to the point, the man told him that he would give him 2 tasks. The first of these was a test of insight, and if the boy could guess which of those present was the real leader, then it could be said that he would pass. Moon understood that it would be quite difficult because the masks were made too skillfully, and every muscle, every hair of the beard was identical, and besides, the man used some kind of trick because they all had the same aura. And it looked like they had been training for years to wear these masks, which contained parts of the leader's soul, and no matter how much time they gave it, it would be difficult to distinguish the original. The man said that he was not telling the guy to answer right now, so he suggested that they just sit down and have a snack and chat first. But suddenly Khan interrupted him and already said that he had found the real leader. And of course, it was none other than the same man who met them at the entrance and pretended to be just a normal subordinate. The seventh prince said that they told him to find his real one, but they didn't mention that it had to be one of the 7, so he made that choice. Nuyan found this funny because it seemed like Khan had decided that he was the leader just because of this, so he asked the guy if he wasn't afraid of losing all his chances in such a reckless way. Khan apologized in advance for his rudeness, but used his powers to prove the truth of his words. The man fended off this attack with a slight movement of his hand and was still impressed because it was quite difficult to find out which of them was really the leader, so he simply asked the guy how he figured it out. Khan said that before answering Moon's question, the guy noticed a pause in the man's answer, and it was clear that the vocal cords were still trembling slightly when transmitting mental messages. So the one using it is a real elder, so the guy thought that he needed to talk about things that are difficult to counterfeit, so he asked, or does the man know why he asked him for a meeting? When he carefully watched the 7 during this question, none of their necks even twitched, so he thought that he was wrong in his guess, or could the chinim be used completely covertly? So he decided to ask Nana for help, and told her to find sounds similar to Jonga Moon within this room, so she adjusted the user's hearing to perceive sounds of a different frequency and recorded a sound wave from the man's side. Although he felt that it was unnecessary to reveal it, he simply said that since greeting Moon, he had been hesitating in answering every question, so it all made him suspicious. And it was then that he thought that some of them were using Jongum. However, none of the 7 showed signs of using this technique, and in that case of those present, only the man was capable of it. He understood that he personally brought this child here in order to confuse him, but he himself fell into his own trap, to be simply amazing. So he simply said that he could finally introduce himself to him as the true head of the floating demon clan, and since the 7th prince had passed the first test very quickly, he decided to move on to the second one straight away. And it was obvious that the second trial was nothing more than a battle between the 2 of them, so Huang Yi used the demonic soul strike technique to strike down the 7th prince. And although Khan saw this technique on the 5th floor of the library, what the man used was many times more skillful, and all the weak points of the technique were eliminated. The man pushed the guy out with his incredible blow because he thought that if they fought inside, then most likely the whole pavilion would simply collapse. Huang had high expectations from the seventh principal after the news of the victory over the head of the Poison Clan, and although he looked like an old man, waving his arms left and right, he was actually a real monster, and even he himself was unable to measure his strength with them, because somehow there was no chance. But since Han defeated him, he would become a worthy replacement. The man heard that the right guard Sobmen gave Hannah the saber technique, which meant that he really became a saber master, and everything was going incredibly well, because the man's combat skills were also based on the soaring demon technique, and it was obvious that the butterfly dance technique used absolutely identical weapons. When the man saw the seventh prince's saber, he appreciated this extremely good saber, and it was clear that they would have a great fight, so he asked the guy to try hard, just like in the battle with the old man from the Poison Clan. And immediately after that, an incredibly fierce fight began between two insanely strong men. Huang did admit that the boy had incredible power at only 20 years old, but he understood that the abilities that the seventh prince showed were not enough to blow off the old man's splendid head. The young master knew that it was not easy to restrain the elders with just the butterfly dance technique, so he decided to take a chance once. The man couldn't understand what kind of stance the guy was using, because it was the first time he saw it, and after Khan told him to put all his strength into parrying because he could lose control, the man was completely thrown off track. Huang Yi knew that the guy was most likely going to use the saber technique that cut the throat of the Poison Clan leader, so he used the floating demon saber's strongest formation, floating butterfly, harbinger of doom. However, it was clear that even the floating demon clan chief's powerful technique was unable to repel Khan's insane technique. Naturally, hearing the sounds of the fight, the rest of Han's team rushed to his aid, but halfway to their master, one of the men used the nail technique against Beck. One of the close associates of the head of the clan of the soaring demon Ogun was outraged because it seemed that the guys did not understand at all where they were now. So all four guys stood in formation because everything happened exactly as expected. He noticed that all the warriors had exactly the same masks, and he thought this was complete nonsense. The man was outraged that not one but four of them had lost their fear, and he did not understand what kind of clan had raised such rude people. Beck began to complain that if we were to talk about rudeness, they were far from comparable to these people. But Van Hill stopped him and simply said that he was an investigator for the demonic Fist clan. Ogun realized that the person standing in front of him was the son of the head of the Ko Wan Hen clan, but where had he seen a son of a respectable class break into someone else's estate in the middle of the night without permission? He apologized for the fact that they didn't like something, but it seemed that their leader who had just entered was having some difficulties, so they showed tactlessness and immediately followed him. He couldn't believe that the 12th elder of the cult, Mr. Han, actually came to bow to the leader in person. They all heard the incredible sounds of battle, and since their leader's life was at risk, they couldn't just watch silently as his subordinates, so they simply started begging the man to let them check what happened inside. However, the warriors from the Soaring Demon clan, as subordinates of the leader, cannot interfere in his affairs, so they could not help the guys in this situation. He realized that in this case they had no choice, and they could not delay any longer, so they hoped that everyone around them would forgive them for their rudeness. Ogun, as the deputy head of the clan, told them that since they were so young, he would give them another chance, and if they retreated now, he would inform the head of the clan, and nothing would happen to young Master Khan for sure. Everyone around noticed Han's simply probably crushing blow, and naturally he dealt it simply to the wall and not to the head of this estate, because after all their fight was not serious. However, Huang Yi realized that the 7th prince was a real monster. Therefore, immediately after this, he, the 11th elder cultist, the head of the floating demon clan Huang Yi, recognized young Master Han as the heir and asked him to accept this as proof of his loyalty. When everyone else arrived there, they were truly surprised that the real leader was this man, but they still breathed a sigh of relief because their leader's safety was not in any danger at all. After some time, Huang Yi asked to apologize for keeping them waiting, but Han wondered if the man would finally show his true face. However, their clan is one of the secret clans that sometimes engage in hired destruction and information supply, so he cannot reveal his face to anyone except the cult lord. So the man told the guy that he will reveal himself to him as soon as Khan takes this position. Khan also mentioned the son of the head of the floating demon clan, because he met him before leaving Madakwan, and despite persistent persuasion, the guy said that he could not follow anyone without an order from the head. And although with Nana's help he was able to immediately figure out that the guy had a mask, he was worried by the fact that he respectfully called his father Chief. Huang Yi confessed that he actually can't have children, and their clan's cultivation method, the demonic shadow mastery, has very powerful dark energy, so in order to master it, they undergo castration from childhood. And in order to continue the clan line, they choose an adopted son, but in reality, his relationship with his son is more like that of a teacher and student. However, the next second, he turned to everyone present, and with an ominous aura around him, asked all the gentlemen to erase from their memories everything they had heard today. After that, Huang Yi turned to Moon and asked her when the girl was finally going to reveal herself, since she had already left Madakwan, but still continued to pretend. This shocked the girl, because no one except Han knew who she really was, so she simply said that later, when her grandfather returned, they would visit the Demon Palm clan, and then she would tell them everything. Before the seventh prince and his team left, the man told him that he was worried that he had not been able to give a worthy reception, and if Han did not mind, he could stay for a while at their clan's estate. Khan was pleasantly pleased by this, because the head of the clan decided to accept them, knowing the fact that they had nowhere to stay, so he simply thanked him for such hospitality. Also, the seventh prince, after the leader's permission, asked to bring another one, that same person, to which the leader gave him full consent and said that he would send someone to accompany him, but Khan said that he just wanted to visit him personally. After some time in the southern part of the demonic cult in the Khan's pavilion, the guy was very happy to be there, because in this place everything was very clean, and nothing had changed in so many years. Bodyguard Chang had always been hardworking and always got up very early and swept the yard after training, and now they would finally be able to meet the seventh prince, and he was very curious about what his face would be like when he saw him as an adult. However, when the guy walked inside, he was incredibly worried because he didn't feel any trace of Chan's bodyguard's presence. All his things were in their places, and it was unlikely that he had gone somewhere in the middle of the night, and also Han did not feel any warmth in the room, and it looked like it had been empty for 3 or 4 days, and if there had been at least signs of a struggle, he could have tracked them down, and if Chan's bodyguards had kidnapped him, then these bastards were much more consistent than one might suppose. It was difficult to detect anything with normal vision, so the guy asked Nana to scan the house and yard and check for signs of intrusion or struggle. Soon, the scanning and analysis of the information was completed, so Nana launched the augmented reality and showed the seventh prince a thin blade mark that looked more like a mark from an internal energy sword. However, even with this clue, nothing could be achieved, and if Han had at least reproduced the formation, he would have been able to find at least some kind of clue. Van Hill approached the young master and also noticed that there was a sword mark on the pillar, so he assumed that Chan's bodyguard had been attacked. However, when he turned and looked at his leader, he was incredibly surprised, because it was the first time he saw him so irritated, like a volcano that was one step away from erupting, so it became obvious that the bodyguard Chang was just like a father to him, and this was a completely natural reaction. He said that if it was a sword mark, then the search area would narrow down, because only 3 of the 6 great cranes used the sword as their main weapon, and they were the clan of the sword, darkness, and sound. It could have been any of the 3 clans listed, but the seventh prince thought that the Dark Clan had no time for him due to the discord with the other 4 clans, so he thought about it, or should he discard this option? However, he decided not to do this, because they were too meticulous, and on the contrary, could well have started their operation with Chan's bodyguard. Ban suggested searching the clans that had fallen under suspicion, since he had heard that all the elders were currently absent, so it would be much easier to infiltrate them. However, Moon denied this, because even in the absence of a leader, one cannot help but underestimate the power of the great clans, and even the floating demon clan, which occupies a high position, discovered the invasion, and they were met by high-class masters, and maybe they will be lucky enough to get inside, but the probability of calmly searching the estate tends to 0. Van Hill said that their target was not the bodyguard Chang, but the young master himself, because once they learned that he had left Madokwan, he would try to approach, and so he suggested that they capture them at that moment. At the same time, Chan's bodyguard was subjected to the most terrible torture, and all this was because he did not want to answer any questions. Lady Mu thought the man was too taciturn for a second-rate bodyguard, but she had important matters to attend to, so she decided to ask the man for the last time. Or was it the Lord who was imparting martial arts to the 7th prince? With the last of his strength, the man said that in his entire life he had never seen the Lord pay any attention to his last son. However, the woman did not want to believe this, and thought that the man on the verge of life was still stubborn, so she ordered her soldiers to continue torturing him. How unexpectedly one of the warriors approached her and said that literally an hour ago, Khan had already left Madokwan. This surprised and inspired the woman at the same time, because he left just in time, and it seemed his luck had finally run out. And although the man was holding on with all his might, all he could think about and hope for was that the 7th prince would be very careful in this whole situation. After some time, in the Inn of the Swift Wind, the guys discussed whether this method that they came up with would definitely work. But if we take into account what Van Hill said, then they would try to get in touch by any means, so all that was left was to hope for this. However, Moon wondered if they would talk to them in a crowded place, since they had decided to use the young master as bait, and the others would follow the movements of the 3 clans. But the plan was quite risky, and it was not a fact that they would try to come at all. Suddenly, a voice appeared in the guy's head, telling him to sit quietly and just listen, and if he turned his head or gave any sign to his comrades, something irreparable would happen. He was warned in advance not to try to use the senses of internal energy to calculate his location, and if the 7th prince did something stupid, he would be destroyed on the spot. Khan understood that these people were not so simple, and the methods of pressure were different from those in Madokwan, and the threats of kidnapping his man irritated the guy incredibly. However, with the help of Nana, he decided to calculate the location of the nearest source of Chanyam, but she decided to detect a sound wave of a different frequency and began to adjust it so that users could listen to it. However, Unknown continued to talk to the 7th prince and told him to come to the Poison Clan's manor today at the first half of the ox hour, and when he arrived at the manor, he should go to the duel hall, but if he took a weapon, they would cut off his hand before he even entered. Of course, the man told the 7th prince that he must come alone, and if they saw even a shadow within a radius of 300 steps, they would immediately destroy him, and also if the guy came at the appointed time, the same thing would happen, so he told Han to make the right decision. The man also threatened that Khan would get it firsthand if he tried to pursue him, but at that moment, the 7th prince had already managed to catch and find the man. And although it was impossible to make out his face, he was at the exit to the inn, so Han understood that he had to do at least something before he disappeared and the area of his sense of internal energy. Therefore, Khan found no other solution than to attack the people who were sitting at the next table, because a plan had already matured in his head. Grabbing one of the men by the throat, he said that he had better tell the truth, because he was so angry that he himself did not know what he was capable of at such a moment. The man was so scared that he couldn't answer the 7th prince, and it didn't look like it was them, and since there were too many eyes there, the guy offered to take them all with him. In the southern part of the Khan's dwelling cult, The men said that they were simply asked to watch the gentleman, but the guy was interested in what exactly this visitor looked like, but they did not know anything, because he covered his face with a bamboo hat. Van Hill said that it didn't seem like a lie, and judging by the identification plate, they were indeed from a regular fighting clan. Khan said that he would sit, but they would all have to stay here for 2 days, and after he turned them off, he ordered his partners to lock all these people in the storage room. It seemed that in order to find out everything, we would have to wait for everyone else, which could not help but be disappointing. At the appointed time for return, Bon, who had been monitoring the movements of the Sound Clan, arrived first and said that although they had visitors, no offensive actions had been noticed inside. Khan decided to check whether the guy had accidentally seen a man in a bamboo hat, but all he could do was shake his head. No matter how you look at it, there was a high probability that this was the work of the clans of Darkness or Sword, and they could only find out for sure after Bayek and Sima So returned. However, at least an hour had already passed since the agreed time, and it was clear that they were very late, so Van Hill had a bad feeling. Khan himself had already begun to think that something had really happened to his guys, and he was not mistaken, because the man found the guy in the vicinity of the Sword's residence, and despite the fact that he turned out to be surprisingly strong, they were still able to defeat him. By the age of 20, Beck had mastered the exceptional level to perfection, and it is embarrassing to admit, but if the warriors of the side clan had not come to the rescue, the man himself would not have been able to restrain him. Mrs. Musa said that there was nothing terrible about it, because in the end the task was completed, and she really wanted to look at his face as he tried to understand whose handiwork this was. The man understood that even after 12 years he could not get used to her, because she was a truly terrible person, and as soon as she heard that this ragamuffin had shown himself, she immediately recognized the trap being prepared, and if she had not wished to personally become the Lord's wife, she could well have taken the place of the next head of the clan. The warriors reported to her that these guys were Beck from a high-ranking clan of pure consciousness, and considering that Khan had such a subordinate, it was clear that the boy had done a great job. The second was Sima So, and the man said that she looked like the son of the 9th elder, since they had established that he was from the Shaman clan, which surprised the woman quite a bit. She realized that Khan had even won over the Shaman clan to his side, and that he was very lucky with people, so he really posed a big threat. Lady Mu thought that if she didn't destroy Han right now while the Lord was away, she might not be able to deal with him in the future, so she decided to put her plans into practice, so she waited for the 7th prince to finally come to her, straight into the snake's mouth. At the beginning of the Hour of the Bull in the western part of the cult on the outskirts of the estate of the Poison clan, Khan came to the appointed meeting place, where an incredibly large number of different warriors were waiting for him. And of course, at the head of this entire gang was none other than the clan leader, Mrs. Mu. Khan understood that everything that happened there was planned down to the smallest detail, and together with those people who were inside, his perception of the internal energy detected about 200 people, and it would be a matter of such a thing. They would not have prepared so well. The woman and everyone around her felt the inspiring energy emanating from the 7th prince, but despite this, she was incredibly happy that after so much time, they finally met. Before the 7th Lord's mother left, several of the Lord's wives came to see them, and it was the madam of the Dark Clan who made him promise that he would not master Negong until he entered Madokwan. The woman said that time was so fleeting, and that the same little boy had grown into a young man, and he was very much like his mother, and that his dirty mother, that he was equally causing difficulties to the Blessed One. Therefore, to fall into such a stupid trap by succumbing to some cheap feelings was stupidity, because she did not even have to try. However, the 7th prince did not pay any attention to this woman's speech, because he was interested in the question of where the bodyguard Chang and his men were. The lady considered this naivety, since they had caught them with such difficulty, and could the Blessed One have returned them just like that? The woman caught this insanely bold look, so she ordered one of her warriors to first destroy the 7th prince's Negong, and then continue. The man told the seventh prince to hold still and stay put if he wanted to save his bodyguard, but Han immediately realized that it was he who had threatened him at the inn. The man asked someone else to call his bluff and decided to attack the guy, but Khan could easily deal with the man even without a weapon. And after that, Han casually threw some box on the table to Mrs. Mu, and although she did not understand that it was in front of her, he told her to open it and she would find out for herself what exactly was there. When she took this box, she had an incredibly anxious feeling inside, and in the middle of this box there was someone's eye, and she doesn't understand what this all means. However, this was the wrong question, because she should have asked not what it meant, but whose eye is it? Indeed, her first thought was that the eye that was in that box belonged to her son, but she thought that it was impossible and told the guy that it was not bad at all. But Khan did not take the Blessed One seriously. After all, if my prince had actually entered Madokwan, the left guard would not have left it like that, so she said that she would never fall for such a cheap trick. However, 4 hours ago, in the dark cave of Madokwan, Han actually entered the Demon Academy and headed towards Jongmuyan first. With his incredible abilities, he brought the guy to his knees, and he understood that he could never withstand such power even in his best form, and he also did not understand how the seventh prince ended up there. Han told his opponent that his bodyguard Jang was missing, but the kidnappers said that if he wanted to save him, he had to lay down his arms and voluntarily jump into the trap, and he undoubtedly knew that it was Jongmuen's mother who did all this. Therefore, Chonmuen was even afraid to imagine what the seventh prince could do to him. But Han told him that at first he only planned to save Chan's bodyguard, but changed his mind because he wanted to reveal the real criminal. Therefore, he knew how much the people of the Dark Clan and Madame Mu herself treasured her son, so it was a better idea to harm him. Chongmuen told Han to calm down immediately, because if he touched him, who knows if his bodyguard has a chance that he can survive. However, the guy didn't even have time to finish his sentence, because with a sharp movement, Khan swelled both of the guy's limbs at once. Khan knew that cutting off both of his hands would not be enough, and it was unlikely that any hands would make a woman fear for her son's life. So such words made the guy really worry, because he didn't understand at all what the seventh prince was planning. Of course, it was clear that the eye that Khan brought to the woman in the box belonged to none other than her son, and after that, he threw her his tablet as another confirmation. The woman understood that she personally gave it to her son, and it became obvious that the eye lying in the box really belonged to Chonmuen, and who knew that Han would break the laws of the cult and do so. Han demanded that his subordinates and bodyguard Chan be released immediately, but the woman thought that she needed to play along and show that she was ready to exchange hostages and free her son, so she told the guy that he should understand that she needed a decent price for the freedom of those three. The seventh prince understood this, so the woman gave an order to one of her subordinates to immediately free Han's comrades and bring them here. Lady Mu said that now it was Han's turn to be conscientious and tell her where her son was, and since he came alone, she could send her man in his place. However, the seventh prince's subordinates were currently holding Chungmuen and Mu Jinjun in the Madokwan prison cave, so there was no need for all that. The woman was pleased because she thought that Khan had fallen for all this so easily, although he seemed smart to her. But first, she decided to eliminate all his minions, and then seize the initiative again. The guy threw her a pendant and told her to show it to his men, and then they would take out the two hostages themselves. But he was not going to let them go until he exchanged all the hostages, and he advised the woman to refrain from stupidity. Although out loud she said to listen and do everything that the seventh prince said, but mentally she told her people to immediately destroy everyone and return her son and Jin Yun. Madame Mu understood that Uncle Song was at the pinnacle of the exceptional level, and no matter how strong the seventh prince's subordinates were, none of them would be able to defeat the elder, and therefore there would be no problem in eliminating them. Therefore, all that Madame Mu could think about was that once the children of their clan were brought here, nothing good would happen to the seventh prince. When Mistress Mu's people from the Dark Clan infiltrated Madokun, They couldn't believe that the Demon Academy had such pitiful security, and that under such conditions, they would have been able to infiltrate it a long time ago and destroy the seventh prince on the spot. The man ordered his partners to wait in ambush at the foot of the mountain and also to attack Han's men as soon as he brought out Chong Muen and Jin Yun. When the man finally sensed Chong Muen's aura, he immediately headed there, but Teacher Ho stood in his way and told him that entering Madoquan was a complete violation of all the rules, which meant that the man knew no fear at all. Madoquan's teachers threatened the man and told him to immediately drop his weapon and surrender, and it became obvious to him that the men were wearing the uniform of a combat instructor. He began to suspect something was wrong, and it became clear that Khan had fooled everyone and lured them into a trap. The warrior of the Dark Clan was going to get out of there immediately, because he understood that they had to urgently return to the Dark Clan all the hostages that they had promised to release for the seventh prince. But when he was about to do this, he saw that all his warriors had been destroyed, and the silhouette of a formidable man was walking towards him. It was none other than the left bodyguard, who, with the help of his abilities, in one move neutralized his enemy. At the same time, Madame Mu was wondering why her warriors were taking so long, so the seventh prince thought that from her expression, one could tell that the woman was actually starting to get anxious. Khan understood that she planned to destroy all his people and rescue her son. But an hour had already passed, and there was no news from her warriors, and she really should start to worry. When Madame Mu realized that my prince had deceived her, she wanted to order all her warriors to immediately go to Madoquan, but they warned her that at that moment, enemies were advancing on their clan. When the Mu clan's lady went out to see what was going on outside, she saw Huaman holding the head of one of her charges in his hand, which left her completely shocked. She simply couldn't believe what was happening and that Uncle Song was no longer alive, so she came up with the idea that most likely the left guard was under the seventh prince's command. The woman started screaming and asking the man since when the guards were supporting a candidate for successor who had not yet been approved, because this was an abuse of authority, violating the law of the cult. However, Huaman did not lose his composure and told the woman that, as far as he knew, the battle of the heirs had long since ended. Khan understood that the woman had not lost hope until the very end, because she thought that she would be able to eliminate him and the rest of the guys would have a chance to compete for the place of the heir. Madame Mu said that the prince apparently had great faith in the left guard, but he should not provoke the Blessed One anymore, because if he angered her, then bodyguard Chang would definitely not survive. She thought that things were going badly, and first they needed to take the hostages and return to the Dark Clan, and to resist it, the power of the absent elders of the 6 great clans was needed. As one of the warriors suddenly said that the entire estate outside was now surrounded by unknown warriors, Huang of the Floating Demon Clan only thought that he was indeed very late. After that, the man informed Lady Mu that the head of the Soaring Demon Clan had arrived to carry out his young master's order, and the seventh prince was only curious or had everything gone as they had planned. Mrs. Mu didn't know what to do because she didn't understand what the people around her were talking about, and it seemed to her that the very same weirdo, the 11th elder, was really standing in front of her. Huang told her that her men had gotten off with minor injuries, but the bodyguard was in a dangerous situation and he had called a doctor first, but he could leave this world at any moment. When Han heard this, an incredibly ominous aura formed around him, and no one around him could understand where such a young guy could have such a cruel thirst for blood, because everyone's hearts seemed to be squeezed in a vice. Madame Mu thought that the guy had even managed to recruit the Floating Demon Clan, and he had exceeded all her expectations, and she couldn't believe that the Blessed One had lost to this bastard after all she had put in so much effort to make the Dark Clan #1. How suddenly Moon appeared before them and said that if the woman did not immediately retreat, these two would immediately lose their lives. No matter how sad it was for the woman, upon seeing her son, she had no choice but to simply kneel before the seventh prince and admit her defeat. She said that she was calling him as her heir and asking him to show mercy and let her children and the warriors of the clan of darkness go, after which she would immediately retreat and never show herself again. And although her son began to shout that she should not humiliate herself in front of the seventh prince, she told him to shut up, because if he survived, he should remember the feeling of shame. Well, she also asked her son to promise her that when his uncle returned, that they could pay for all this at any time. And also, for the sake of saving his child, the woman is really ready to bow her head to the seventh prince 100, maybe even 1,000 times, so she told Chomwen to think about his beloved mother now and just keep quiet. She promised that the Dark Clan would never cause trouble for the seventh prince again, so she began to beg the boy to have mercy for a few days. And although no one around could have expected such a turn of events, because she said that the seventh prince would never back down, he simply approached Van Hill and asked him to immediately release their 2 hostages. Huaman thought that this fight had come to an end, but on the other hand, even so, they had achieved a lot. But could this Iron Woman simply turn a blind eye to such shame? Lady Mu was incredibly happy that the seventh prince listened to her, but she was very much mistaken, because bowing her head once and begging for forgiveness would not change anything. As usual, Khan never ceased to amaze everyone around him, and immediately after Van Hill released the 2 hostages, Khan, with the help of his incredible abilities, destroyed them on the spot, leaving no trace of them. And all that was left for the woman was to hold her son's head in her cruel hands, which caused her incredibly hellish pain. And no matter how cruel it seemed, Han was truly glad that Lady Mu was suffering, because the pain that he had experienced would be fully experienced by the lady from the Dark Clan. When the warriors of the Dark Clan tried to attack the seventh prince, Huaman drew a line between them with his sword and told them all that if they crossed it, they would risk losing their lives, so he told them that they could attack them if they were willing to do so. When another high-ranking person from the Dark Clan tried to attack the seventh prince because he thought the whole situation was unforgivable, but Huameng simply angrily destroyed him on the spot with one light movement of his hand. Mrs. Mu was thinking about how it all happened and at what point everything went wrong, and although she realized that she was the first to set the trap, the woman thought that the guy should not do this to the Blessed One and take away her only son from her. However, Khan told her that the woman felt no shame at all, and it was she who had destroyed his mother in the past, and now she had decided to dare to hope for mercy. And although the woman did not understand what all this meant, Han simply took out a letter from his pocket in which Junsum wrote to the seventh prince that he had a message for him. 10 hours ago, in the main residence of the Poison Clan, in the house of Junsum, the head of the house came to the guy and everything that interested him, or was some movement noticed from the side of the Darkness Clan. According to the report from their scouts, the Dark Clan was dragging a man who looked like a subordinate of the seventh prince. The guy realized that they dared to touch a person from someone who valued his people too much, and he understood that this was a chance, because not long ago, due to the failed attack of the Clan of Darkness, their clan lost 80% of all its power. But if we are talking about the Clan of Darkness, then they will definitely try to eliminate the remnants of their people in order to avoid unwanted consequences, and while there is still time, he urgently needed to push Madame Mu head-on with Khan, and then one of them will definitely leave this world. So Junsum asked the chief to write down everything he said and immediately pass it on to the seventh prince. That's why Mrs. Moon was in complete shock, because it was all because of some piece of paper, and that's how Han found out who kidnapped his people, as well as the truth about how his mother actually passed away. She understood that the Blessed One had received a blow to the back from some invalid, but she had no other choice, and she admitted that it was she who did it, because the woman had forced such a dirty woman as Khan's mother to leave this life, and it was stupid to vent her anger by destroying all the heirs of the clan, and then finally deal with her. She said that a worthless person like the seventh prince had no right to touch her because her elder brother was the first elder and he would not leave it that easily. The woman said that if Khan dared to touch her, Her brother would tear him and his subordinates to pieces, but she did not have time to finish her speech because Khan simply took and gouged out her eyes, because such carrion as she is not worthy of looking at this world. And although Mrs. Mu continued to scream and be indignant at everything that was happening, so that the woman could no longer open her mouth, Han did the same thing to him as he did with her eyes. Her subordinates called on the seventh prince to immediately end this performance, because it seemed that the guy was not at all afraid of the consequences, so they said that not all the clan's forces were here now, and if the first elder found out about all this happening, he would never spare him. Khan found a very easy solution to this problem, so that no one could tell about anything. He simply destroyed all those people who were there. And after that, he sincerely did not understand what the elder of the Dark Clan's head should know about if they were simply defeated by the Poison Clan. And all these people who remained there clearly did not deserve to live in this world, so Khan ordered all his assistants to immediately destroy every last one of them. It was incredibly difficult for Lady Mu to hear that all of her people were leaving this world in incredible agony, but Han simply slammed her into the ground with his foot and told her that when their desperate cries died down, it would finally be her turn. After everyone was finished, Han ordered the elder Huang to send his men to the Poison Clan and have them look for some suitable poison and poison all the members of the Darkness Clan with it. And finally, it was Mrs. Mu's turn, and Han's rage simply knew no bounds, because now she would repent before his mother until she turned to dust, or else she would go to hell. The next day, the news thundered in the demonic cult that the Poison Clan, which was barely holding on to traditions alone, was completely slaughtered in battle. But the most shocking news of all was what this dark clan had done, and in just one day, one of the 6 great clans had disappeared, because in the Poison Clan's estate, over 200 dark military clans were found, their bodies melted by poison. Everyone doubted that there would be a special execution in the form of opening the coffin and cutting off the head of the corpse when a grave sin was discovered, because the poison horde had already been destroyed and the man would not cut off the heads of the destroyed soldiers. Some said that Chon Muen's body was found among the other bodies, but others said that the young master was not in Madaquan at that time, and the Clan of Darkness attacked the prison cave and helped him and his friend escape. And although they once had a huge influence, but didn't they explode too much, because they violate the order of the cult with such ease, because the mentors caught some of the criminals, and it was clear that as soon as the Lord left his place, the cult plunged into chaos. So everyone thought that if only the Lord and the Elder would return sooner, otherwise no one would be surprised if something else happened. In the soaring demon clan chief's office, the man simply admired the 7th prince, and although they were going to falsify the information anyway, his idea was simply beyond praise, and he couldn't wait for the moment when he would finally see the face of the Dark Clan chief when he returned. Soon after, in the courtyard of the soaring demon clan's guest pavilion, the guys thought that Han was very tired yesterday, but he still waited the whole night. This was the first time they saw their leader suffer like this. Dr. Bayek left the room squeezed like a lemon, and was very surprised that the 7th prince had been standing at the door the whole time. But the guy was interested in whether bodyguard Chan was okay. The healer realized why the left guard had come personally with the request, and yet he was surprised by how Khan had reacted to all of this, because the man thought that he was a stranger to any emotions. But this person was so important to him that his excitement was visible to the naked eye. It wasn't easy for Bayek to say this, but Chan's bodyguard had all his teeth pulled out, and he would probably live on decoctions and porridge for the rest of his days. Despite this, the doctor told the guy not to worry, because nothing threatened the man's life, although he barely managed to stabilize him, and it was clear that the man had an amazing desire for life, which could not but please the 7th prince. Besides Khan, all his loyal people started congratulating him on the fact that such a close person to their leader remained okay despite serious injuries, and the guys also told the leader that after such a hard day, he should rest as long as possible. Besides, bodyguard Chan needs silence, and at this time the seventh prince can relax a little while he is being treated, because he hasn't closed his eyes for a minute all night. However, even standing with their backs to their guys, they felt his seriousness, because literally a moment later, he said that no matter what, he had no time to rest, because if the elder was right, then the Lord would soon return to the cult, and they had to find 2 more witnesses. Thanks to the absence of the Lord and the heads of the great plans, he dealt with Madame Mu relatively easily, but when they returned, they would do anything to tie his hands and feet, so all preparations needed to be completed by then. There are currently 4 elders in the cult, including them and one of them. Namely, the 11th elder has already given the Jasper tablet, so only 2 remain, but the 9th elder will not be easy to convince. The Khan said that they would go to him together with Sima Tso when he healed his internal wounds, and then the choice was obvious. The next one they would go to would be the Flexible Sword Clan. The head of the Flexible Ball Clan is the 10th elder Nayen Muhwa, and among the 12 elders, only she, along with the head of the Sound Clan Han Soyu, became an elder, being a woman, and although the clan of the demonic sword is called a clan, but in fact in the estate, besides her, there are no more warriors, but only the necessary number of servants. There are only 2 people who, due to their specific character, even the Lord considers a headache, and that is the head of the Floating Demon Clan, the 11th elder, and the head of the Flexible Demon Ball, the 10th elder Nayan. However, the woman was the most frightening of all, and without the Lord's order, she does not leave her estate even for a meeting of elders, and in addition to this, she sends away all guests, but it is unknown for what reason. But once every few years, she contacts the head of the Sword Clan and the head of the Darkness Clan, and they always seem to meet at a deserted mountain peak outside the residence. Huaming personally sent a man to follow, but the level of martial arts of the 3 elders was too great to approach them unnoticed, and their gathering looked rather suspicious. But after that, she again simply locked herself in her manner as usual, so even the Lord stopped the surveillance after 7 years. Moreover, she has no power and no special merits, so she ranks low among the elders, but in martial arts she is better than the leftmost bodyguard. Khan was incredibly surprised by this turn of events, because he could not imagine that a woman could be better than Huaman himself. But the man said that her strength could not be argued with, but she was too obstinate and stubborn to dance under someone's orders, so it would be faster to convince other elders. However, even despite all these facts, Khan and his guys finally arrived at the Flexible Demon Ball Clan. When they knocked on the door, a man came out and asked the gentleman what exactly brought them here. So he said that in front of the man was the 12th elder of the cult, young Master Han, so they asked him to tell the 10th elder that they came to see her. After some time, the man asked if Han had come here without the Lord's order, and when he heard a negative answer, he apologized to the 7th prince, but the head said that she would not accept him unless it was the Lord's order. Han thought that she would at least show herself to him, but it was clear that the woman was incredibly stubborn, so he had to come up with some new way. The 7th prince decided to make a provocation, but even after using his abilities, nothing worked, and as the left bodyguard said, it was all useless. So he simply asked the man to convey his final words to the lady. His sentence was more like a question, because he asked to tell the head of the Flexible Demonic Sword whether she was going the same way as the Darkness and Sword Clan, and after the man heard this, he asked the 7th prince to wait for a bit. Van Hill wondered if the leader had come here to get her Jasper tablet, so he didn't understand why he was asking the woman about such a thing, but Khan wanted to know if she was an observer or an enemy. How unexpectedly Han and everyone around felt an incredibly strong surge of energy, and it was obvious that it came from the head of this Nain clan. Immediately after this, the same servant came out to them and said that this time the woman said that he could take them inside. When they finally saw the 10th elder, Han bowed before her and introduced himself to the woman as the 12th elder. However, the woman did not stop being angry with him, and she didn't care who was standing in front of her, be it a celestial or an elder. She definitely said not to expect good treatment from her, because no one except the Lord is worthy of her respect. The woman was amazingly willful, and after that she became incredibly angry because Khan dared to put her on the same level as those shameless traitors. Therefore, the woman decided to teach him a lesson and attack the young master. However, the two of them could not expect that they would use such techniques against each other. The woman did not understand who Khan really was. How did he destroy her formation? However, the seventh prince was equally confused, because he himself wanted to ask the woman how she managed to master this technique. The woman said that it was her clan's technique, so she didn't understand how the guy could recognize it, but Han said that it was the first time he heard that this technique belonged to the flexible demonic sword clan, and the first time he heard that the sword demon had a disciple. The seventh prince's companions did not understand what was being talked about and what kind of technique it was, so Han told them that it was the new demon sword technique, and they were simply shocked that the seventh prince was able to master the new demon sword technique after all. It was the second strongest after the heavenly demon sword technique. Bon heard that this technique had not been passed down for 500 years, and he was simply shocked that the leader saw them destroy this formation with just one swing. The woman was no less surprised, because she did not expect to see something like this with her own eyes, so she simply asked Khan if he really was that nameless saint. The head of the new demon sword clan realized that the boy did not have such information, but on the other hand, he himself would not pass on his art to descendants not connected with the sword clan. So it was even more surprising how the boy learned about the new demon sword, because he would not have been able to destroy this technique if he was not familiar with it enough, and it seems that Han does not know about the existence of the secret teachings of the sword demon. Khan asked the woman again how she was able to master this technique, but she repeated again that the new demon's sword belonged to the sword clan, and it was she who should ask where he knew it from. She was right that the new demon's sword was the swordsmanship of a sword demon, but it also applied to her, because she, just like the seventh prince, was not from the sword clan. This made the woman even more angry, so she decided to attack the seventh prince again, because she wanted to force him to speak. Han was sure that she already understood that the eternal demon's sword wouldn't work, but then where did she get so much confidence? What the woman used against the seventh prince was not like the famous sword of the new demon, and there were no more weak points, so she wanted to see how much longer he could block her attacks. As the woman expected, the seventh prince had indeed mastered the new demon's sword, and she felt sorry to use it against such impudent people like them. The woman realized that in addition to the guy mastering the new demon's sword, he had mastered another technique, and it was so similar to Nain's skill, but the order of building the formation was fundamentally different. Suddenly, the woman's body began to be captured by an incredible whirlwind, and immediately after that, the guy was able to overcome her, and she realized that her eyes could not lie, and she no longer had any doubts. After all, the 12th Elder Han had just actually used the formation that she had seen from the Nameless One. Khan asked the woman again to tell him how she was able to master this technique, but she answered the seventh gentleman that she could not do this, and if he expected payment for losing, then he could take her hand, because she was completely ready for it. The guy realized that such persistence indicated a deep connection with this very Nameless One, so he did not know how best to act in this situation. He decided to change the subject and told the woman to talk about something else, because in fact he wanted to know if she was connected with the clan of the sword or darkness, because he did not want to live on the same land with them. She realized that I was the very seventh young master of the clan standing in front of her, and Khan was surprised that the woman had heard about him before. When he was just born, this topic was raised a couple of times at the Council of Elders, but the guy only found out whether she was in league with those clans, and the woman realized that she had misunderstood everything, following her emotions. She rose from her knees and told the seventh prince that he was right, for it could be said that they were bound to each other by evil fate. Back 500 years ago, the sword demon had 3 followers, Kyung Cheon, Yon Hongsu, and Mujiran. For the sword demon, unconditional loyalty to the cult was of paramount importance, and he decided to accept the most outstanding of his followers as a disciple of the sword clans, who he trained as the main heir. The rest were to become bodyguards of the then-acting Lord Jongmuhwa. However, in their youth, selfishness took over in Kenchan and Mujuran, and with the support of a couple of neighboring treasures, they achieved marriage with the Lord. The sword demon was angry and extremely disappointed with them, and it seemed to him that he had stirred up the follower of glory with his glory, and therefore he decisively turned away from them. Her ancestor Yeon Hongsu tried his best to tie himself to the sword clan, but because of those two, he was the only one who suffered unfairly. But even after being rejected, he could not forget his teacher. The sword demon left this world without raising a disciple, and the bonds of the sword clan were broken, and after that Hansu called himself the successor of the sword demon and created a second sword clan, but only because he was chosen halfway through and the Council of Elders did not agree to recognize him. However, the Council of Elders who did not recognize her ancestor recognized the descendants of the sword clans as Ken Chan, who created the clan of the demonic sword, and Mu Juran, who created the clan of darkness. Her ancestor angrily opposed, refusing to acknowledge them, but because he insulted the Lord's family members, he was imprisoned for 10 years, and when her ancestor was released, both clans had already gained a high reputation, and he could no longer change anything. The angry ancestor founded the new Demon Sword Clan, determined to right the wrongs and set up 3 covenants. The first was to continue the legacy of the Sword Clan and restore the trampled honor of the Sword Demon, and the second was to completely recreate his new demon sword technique. And it was strange, because the recreation of the demon sword over the past 500 years could still be explained somehow, but the fact that she knew of the copper sword of 24 demons, which was created after a duel with an unrivaled sword spirit as an improved resolving technique, defied any explanation. And finally, the third testament was unconditional loyalty to the Lord and the cult, because her ancestor wanted, as the demon of agony wished, to cleanse the cult from the influence of shameless clans and return it to its former appearance. She realized that the left guard had told him that the followers of the sword demon were all proud people, but even among them there was one who respected the true will of the people and descendants who inherited this. Therefore Han said that loyalty to a woman kept for almost 500 years is truly amazing, and the clan of the new demonic sword is a true descendant of the sword clan. This brought tears to the woman's eyes, because just think, Khan said the words that all generations of the clan dreamed of hearing, and if her father or ancestor had heard it, how they would have been touched by his speech. Therefore the 7th prince approached the 10th elder, the true successor of the sword clan, and asked her to be his witness so that he could take the place of the cult's heir, and if she fulfilled his request, he promised that the great clans would no longer have time to rule over the cult. The woman was shocked by such a speech, because she believed that the guy would not have such an opportunity, and if everything were so simple, it would have happened a long time ago. However, Han told her that these were not empty words, because the Poison clan had already been completely destroyed, and all the people of the Darkness clan, including Madame Mu, who remained in the residence, were completely destroyed. The woman was shocked, and Han said that he would be frank with Elder Nain. If she swears allegiance to him, he will help her officially inherit the will of the sword demon. The woman didn't understand what all this meant, so Han simply told her that he would pass on the official martial art of the sword demon to her. He told the woman that the true purpose of creating Madokwan was to raise a successor to the sword demon, and that whoever passed all 6 exams would be granted the right to inherit the secret teachings that contained the sword demon's martial art. The woman didn't understand if the sword demon actually gave such an order, so Han said that it would be easier if she saw everything with her own eyes, so he used the new demon's sword in all its glory. This whole situation simply shocked the elders, because the 7th prince showed her the completed sword of the new demon. Everyone around was simply delighted, because the technique that Khan demonstrated was much more powerful and stable than the previous one. This brought tears to the woman's eyes, because this was the true sword of the 24 demons, and here it was, the very answer to all the questions tormenting her. Everything that she could not feel, no matter how hard she tried, was now clearly visible to her, namely, the true will of the sword demon. Everyone around was shocked, because it was after this that the woman managed to break through to the top of the stage of perfection, which the seventh prince himself had experienced just recently. Suddenly, during her meditation, a dart laced with poison began to fly towards the woman. The seventh prince told his boys to immediately take up position and guard the elder, and at that moment he pulled out of the mouth of the man who threw the dart a poison pill, which he had tied to his teeth, with which he was going to end his life. But he did not have time to do it, and Han asked him, who sent him to do this? Khan had no doubt that the man would not say anything, so he blocked his vocal cords, and since he was a spy, he was unlikely to speak. Therefore, the seventh prince told him that he would break one bone after another, and if suddenly the man wanted to talk, he asked him to move his eyes up and down, although perhaps the spy would not break for anything. After completing the breakthrough to the level of perfection, the woman's skeleton began to transform, and immediately after that, the end finally came. Immediately after that, she said that as the head of the new Demon Sword clan and the 10th elder, Na-Yeon-Muhwa swears allegiance to the true successor of the Sword clan as the lord of the Jonghan house. Khan was incredibly happy, because he finally had a second witness, and, as the left guard said, he had acquired the strongest ally. After that, in the office of the new demonic Sword clan's residence, the woman said that who would have thought that the servant who had worked for her for 10 years was a spy for the demonic Sword clan, so she was shaking all over with anger. The seventh prince, observing her reaction, decided to ask what exactly connected the woman with him. She said it all started 8 years ago, when one night during training, a man suddenly appeared in front of her. His face was covered by a mask, but even it could not hide his incredibly mysterious gaze. Naturally, she couldn't ignore his invasion and engaged him in battle, but was defeated in just one formation. And after that, the man said that she had managed to worthily revive the sword of the new demon, and if she wanted to tie herself with the Sword clan, then in 4 years she should come before the hour of the mouse to the top of the cliff of Ohen, which was located in the southwest of Shiwandashan. And immediately after he said this, he disappeared, and because of the changed voice it was impossible to recognize him. After much thought, she went to this cliff at the appointed time, and not only did he recognize the new demon's sword, but he also mentioned the Sword clan, so the woman could not ignore it. Having reached the top, she met those whom she did not expect to see at all, namely the head of the Demon Sword clan, Ken Bongi, and the head of the Dark clan, Mu Jiwan. She was very wary, but soon a man in a mask appeared, and they all couldn't believe who he was, that he could just gather them all together with just one mention of the Sword clan. The masked man said that they didn't need to know anything about him, and if it would make things easier for them, they could just call him Nameless. After all, he then gathered them all to give them the lost sword of the new demon, since they have the knowledge of the Sword clans. After his words, everyone could only be surprised, however, the Nameless one showed them the formation of the new demon sword, and it was a strength without flaw, because even compared to the technique of the heavenly demon sword, it was incredible, and they could not help but admit that this was indeed the same new demon sword. They did not understand how he knew this technique, but he could not tell them about it, because he only believed that it was correct to pass it on to those who received the knowledge from the sword demon, since he follows his will. The woman began to scream that this was extremely unfair, because the other clan heads had disappointed the sword demons, for which they had been expelled, and their clans did not deserve this at all. When the three of them started arguing among themselves, the Nameless one told everyone to shut up immediately, as this was not all of the sword demon's legacy that he was going to pass on to them. So immediately after that, he showed them a technique called the 24 demon sword, and it was the last technique left behind by the sword demon. The man said that today he would give them the sword of the new demon, and after 3 years, to the one who mastered it better, he would give him the sword of 24 demons. The woman trained incredibly hard to prevent her two rivals from inheriting the last teachings of the sword demon, and it seemed to her that only she had perfectly mastered the technique. But this was not so, because the men had developed no worse than her all this time. 3 years later, she met them on the cliff, and they appeared, having mastered the new demon sword perfectly, and the Nameless One could not reveal any obvious superiority in anyone, so he extended the term for 2 years, and promised to give 24 demon swords to the one who eliminated the weak points of the new demon sword. So she secluded herself and made up for the shortcomings of the technique, putting her life on the line. However, competition is truly a scary thing, and Mu Juon and Ken Bong are truly great masters, which can be counted on the fingers of one hand in the cult, so they did everything to complement their fighting skills, and of course, there were no shortcomings in it. And again, the Nameless One failed to identify the winner, so he announced the last offer. He said that each of them had outstanding abilities, and it was not easy for him to sum it up, so in that case, he decided to change the method and find out if they were truly worthy of receiving the sword demon's inheritance. The man asked if they remembered the first information of the 24 demon sword that he showed them 5 years ago, and naturally, all 3 of them simply nodded in response. He was happy about this, so he gave them 3 years to produce the first formation with an unwavering will and inherit the knowledge of the sword, and then they would definitely succeed. One of the elders was shocked that the man was offering to master a formation he had once seen without breathing techniques and teachings, but the Nameless One said that all this did not require a special breathing technique. Nameless suddenly drew his sword and showed them a few moves. It was an outstanding formation that had no flaws. Even compared to the 24 demons' sword, it was truly incredible, so they were all speechless in amazement. However, after the demonstration, the Nameless One literally fell off his feet, and his hands could barely hold his sword, and the other 2 seemed to know something about this technique. The man said that in 3 years, he would test them with this formation, and if they perfectly mastered the first information of the 24 demon sword, then they would be able to destroy the formation he used. The woman said that the day of meeting with the Nameless One would come in half a month, but she decided to clarify with Han that he also said that he would pass on his sword demon art to her, but she must at all costs prevent these 2 shameless traitors from passing on the sword demon knowledge. Khan wondered how this nameless man knew the technique of the 24 demons, and if he even knew the names, then he had definitely seen the secret teachings in Madokwan. But only the one who passed all 6 exams could receive them. But the 7th prince heard that there had been no such student in the last 70 years, so it was extremely unclear who the Nameless One really was. Besides that, what kind of formation was that could counter the 24 demon sword? So Khan decided to ask the woman if she accidentally remembered the formation that the Nameless Man showed her 3 years ago. When the woman said that of course she remembered all of this, Khan suggested that they visit the private training room together for a short while. The technique that could be destroyed by the first formation of the 24 demon technique was a mystery, but Han had his own thoughts about it. The guy used the heavenly demon sword technique, the first formation, and the woman was incredibly impressed because exactly 3 years ago, the Nameless Man showed the exact same technique to the 3 of them. She decided to clarify once again how the 7th prince knew this technique, because his performance was even more natural, and the sequence of steps was softer than that of the Nameless One. Immediately after that, Han was proven right in his guess, but he still didn't understand how the Nameless One knew the first formation of the heavenly demon sword technique. He heard that the ancestor had single-handedly copied the sword scars left on the sapphire tombstones and organized the information and stored it as a secret teaching, leaving it in the Lord's residence. And it turned out that the Nameless One could be a lord, but then this does not explain his knowledge of the sword of 24 demons, because in order to master this technique, you need to study only within the walls of Madokwan, and you need to go through all 6 stages, and the current lord was in his 6th decade, which means that he could not be the one who passed all the exams 70 years ago. And it was clear that the Nameless One, although I had learned the technique of the heavenly demon sword, was far from perfect, and one way or another, Khan must meet him in person. After they returned from the training room, the woman decided to make an announcement and said that from now on, she would be helping the young master by being by his side. After all, the young master must, at any cost, take the place of the heir, at least for her sake. But there are too many enemies, and the seventh prince is very strong. But their opponents are great clans and anything can happen, which could not help but shock everyone around. Moon had a strange feeling, and something was pressing very hard in her chest, so she said that of course such a decision would benefit the young master, but by leaving the estate, wouldn't she thereby arouse unnecessary suspicion? And this was quite logical, but the woman did not think about such a huge nuance at all. However, Van Hill was very amused by this and told Moon that there was no need to worry about it and suggested that everyone do exactly as he suggested. After some time, at the Floating Demon clan's estate, the woman and the seventh prince came to Huang, and he asked them if they had succeeded in accomplishing what they had planned. After that, he saw a girl whose eyes were incredibly frightening. However, after she opened her mouth, she had an incredibly aggressive manner of speech, and for some reason they were very familiar to him, when suddenly he realized that the one standing in front of him was that same Elder Nain. Han decided not to drag it out for long and simply asked the Elder Huang to create a mask for his new ally. The man realized that they wanted to hide her with the help of transformation, and they needed a fake that would replace her in the estate, because it was after this that the Elder would remain by the seventh prince's side and protect him. After receiving the order, Huang immediately returned to his workshop and began making the mask, and at the same time, Han, who had not rested even once since leaving Madokwan, decided to take a day to recover, and Van Gil and Bon decided to use this time to visit their parents, and Moon also decided to visit the Demon Palm clan home, worried about her younger brother. So the day passed, and Simpso returned to them, asking to forgive him for the trouble he had caused. But Khan was very glad to see him, and simply asked if the guy had already managed to fully recover. He said that everything had healed, and nothing was restricting his movements anymore, but Beck would still be unable to move for a couple of days. The Khan quickly apologized to the boy, because of him they were only wounded in vain, but Sima Tso began to deny everything and asked his leader not to talk about it, because his words upset him. Soon after, the rest of the boys returned and Han asked Moon if her brother was okay, so the girl told him that she was a little worried about her grandfather's absence, but fortunately, he was completely fine. Since soon after this all those who could had already gathered, Khan decided to tell them about their further plans. To begin with, he decided to divide the duties so Van Hill, Bon, and Moon would secretly meet with the clans of their people who remained in Madovquan, but Van Hill said that at least 3 should remain near the young master, and for this matter, the 2 of them with Bon would be more than enough. So he asked to take Moon with him. Khan agreed with this, so he said that he would go to the Shaman clan and rely on his guys. But after some time, in the eastern part of the cult, near the Shaman clan, the boy thought that it was very big and luxurious, and in terms of scale alone, it was equal to the great clans. So he wondered if he would be able to easily get the Jasper tablet this time too. The guards of this clan were incredibly happy to see their young master, because he had already grown up so much and during this time managed to graduate from Madokwan. But in addition to this, the guy asked that they immediately inform his father that he had brought young Master Han. Moon felt an incredibly warm atmosphere, so she thought that there shouldn't be any difficulties this time. Finally, the clan leader came out to them and greeted Elder Khan, because he had honored such an invariable place. The Khan thanked the elder for such hospitality, and the man invited them inside, because they needed to have a feast in honor of their visit, and even though it was still light outside, he offered to get them drunk to the point of hell. This state of affairs slightly confused the elder's son, because his father seemed too hospitable to him, which aroused some suspicions. At the inn, the man said that there was nothing much to put on the table, but he told everyone to help themselves and he still could not stop admiring how Khan showed divine power in the duel with the elder Ocholem. The Khan decided to interrupt his speech and said that he had come to him today to ask for something. So immediately after that, he stood up and said that he would very much like the man to become his witness in choosing an heir to the place of the Lord. Sima Yi said that the future heir did not have to behave so politely and asked him not to be so formal. And soon after, they were joined by an incredibly beautiful girl, namely Sima Yeon, who turned out to be the daughter of the clan leader. The man said that why shouldn't he really become the seventh prince's witness, but this trust must have some basis. Han didn't understand what the man was hinting at, so he simply told him that he had heard that the seventh prince had not yet celebrated his wedding. When Moon saw this girl and heard what the head of the shaman clan was saying, she couldn't contain her emotions. The Khan said that he was a little confused by the elder's words, which surprised the man, and he thought that perhaps his daughter was not to his liking. The seventh prince said that this was not the problem, so Sima Yi asked that if this was the case, then what if Han had some special reason for this? At that moment, Khan realized why the clan leader had been so polite to him, because it became clear to him that the man had planned all of this from the very beginning. And Sima Chi was thinking all this time that he needed to become related to Han in any way, because due to the victory over the head of the Poison Clan, he was sure that the seventh prince would become the first candidate for the successor of the cult in 500 years, who would not bend under the influence of the great clans and would be able to repel them. And although their clan had risen to the rank of one of the most powerful, they were still forced to look back at the great clans. And in order to break this tradition of the shaman clan, his daughter must become the legal wife of the young prince. So he told Khan that since ancient times, kinship through marriage has been used to establish strong relationships. The man expected such a reaction from the boy because he was still too young to think in politics, but he also told him that he knew better than anyone that in order to take the place of the heir, he would have to face the great clans. And if Khan was going to confront everyone, then he would need the appropriate influence, and in this case, their clan could become a powerful support for him. Moon was simply shocked by what was happening, because if everything went like this, then the young master and this woman would actually marry each other. How suddenly she realized for herself that this whole situation was troubling her too much, although she was only a subordinate who had sworn allegiance to her master. The man continued to tell Khan that he did not have his own clan, and that the only way to fill this gap was to lay the foundation through blood kinship, and if the son became the witness of the seventh prince, and then they could marry his daughter, then this would only strengthen their bond. Han said that the man's words did indeed make sense, which surprised him because he didn't think the seventh prince would actually consider the proposal. This turn of events shocked the girl even more, because she thought that the young master was determined to get married, and there was an incredibly strong pain in her chest, which could only mean that she liked Han very much. She thought that such a beautiful woman would definitely please the young master, and she, the one who had been temporarily wearing a mask and pretending to be a man, would hardly allow Han to see her as a woman. The man began to rejoice greatly and said that Khan had made a great choice, and that if they could become related in the future, then all the modest merits of their clan would be his. However, to everyone's surprise, Khan said that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding, since he had only said that the man's words made sense. And after that, he simply decided to ask the man a question, or without his consent to the marriage, he had no intention of becoming a witness? The man had already thought that the guy would agree to his proposal without any problems, but he definitely did not expect such a question from him, because if he confirmed the words of the seventh prince, he would put himself in a bad light, and if not, he would become a witness and miss the chance to insist on the wedding. So he thought it was better to show willpower for the sake of a bright future. However, immediately after that, the man thought that the young master was not afraid even of the great clans, and he would arouse his contempt, and this would entail huge losses. So his son decided to put in a word and said that ever since he passed the 6th exam, the 9th elder had shown him sincere favor, and even without marriage, he planned to give the 7th prince support, as he saw him as a worthy heir. The Khan realized that the man's opinion differed from his son's, and in that case, he told the elder that they had different paths, and thanked him for his overly warm welcome. And although Moon was incredibly happy that the seventh prince did not accept the offer to marry this woman, such a harsh refusal could still cause problems for the young master in the future. The guy told everyone that they were leaving there immediately, but the man tried to stop him and asked if he was just leaving there, and if it was all because of the wedding, then he could change everything. Khan said that he could do as he told the man, but he asked him if he could guess why the boy was going to become the heir. Or did the man think about what led to the power that the great clans now hold in their hands? As an elder, he should know very well that it was the power of family ties that created the current 6 great clans, and their connection was strengthened by marriage alliances, and he rose up in order to eradicate this and return the cult to its former form, and with such a mood he cannot go the same way as the great clans, so he does not need any blood relationship. The guy was not yet 20 years old, but he was already seriously thinking about the future of the cult, and the man realized that he had been careless, since the young gentleman was a bird of a completely different feather. Khan once again thanked the elder for his hospitality, but their goals were strikingly different, and as for marriage, he wanted to enter into it only with his beloved. When Han was about to leave, the man knelt down in front of him and said that he had been stupid and had completely failed to see the young master's intentions, so he begged him not to be angry. Therefore, as the head of the shaman clan and the 9th elder, Sima Yi swore allegiance to the young master and asked him to accept his jade tablet and asked for permission to become his personal subordinate. The man bowed before the greatness of the young man, who had barely turned 20 years old, and swore allegiance to him, so all that remained was to hope that his instincts had not deceived him. Moon was incredibly happy because when the conversation between the 7th prince and the head of the shaman clan took place, while Han was talking about how he wanted to marry the person he loved, it was at that moment that he looked at the girl. And although she understood that she could be wrong, he looked at her in such a way that such wonderful thoughts could not help but creep into her mind. After some time in the vicinity of Madokwan, in some chambers, Huaman was very surprised that Nayan had undergone a transformation, and moreover, Han had gained her confidence, which was a complete surprise for the man. After that, he asked if the young master was interested in something, so Han asked him to tell him who had overcome all 6 stages 70 years ago. Huaman was very surprised by this question, and he decided to find out the reason for such an action. When he finally found out the reason, he was simply stunned, because this nameless one had even mastered the heavenly demon sword technique itself. So he decided to tell them that the one who passed all the exams 70 years ago was none other than Han's grandfather, the great lord Zhong Yiji. The 7th prince's grandfather and the great lord of the cult was called the best martial artist among several generations of lords over the past 500 years. He achieved greatness by expanding the influence of the heavenly demon cult all the way to Zhejiang province from his many combat achievements in battling the Murim community and the occult schools. Khan heard that his grandfather had disappeared without a trace more than 200 years ago, and in that case, who really was that nameless man? Huaman realized that he had mastered 2 unique sword techniques that were only kept in the Lord's Manor and the Madokwan dungeon, and learning both was only possible with access to the Lord's Manor and passing all the exams. How unexpectedly everyone around was extremely surprised, because the Lord returned 2 weeks earlier than Elder Huang had expected. Left bodyguard Huaman knew this, and simply said that from now on, the real war would begin. How suddenly Han noticed his teacher and could not believe that a master of such a level, how could he get injured and damage his eye? And besides, his face was too pale, so it could be assumed that something happened on this campaign. And not only with Sobmen, but also the first 3 elders looked fine, but they were completely covered in wounds, and the 5th elder had lost his arm, and moreover, 1 elder was not visible at all. Moon thought that one of the elders who didn't come back might have been her grandfather, but she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was basically fine. The only one who was not visible was the 7th elder, Kon Sonung of the Clear Saber clan, but it was clear that soon everyone would find out what happened to these people on the campaign. When the Dark Clan's leader Mu Jiwon looked around, he couldn't understand why his sister and the Dark Clan's disciples were not visible, and he didn't know the reason, but he felt uneasy from a bad premonition. Following the Lord was the Murim community, which shocked everyone around because the locals did not like them, and also last time the community sent messengers, but this time there were many more people. The leader of the Soaring Demon clan said that things were taking an interesting turn, and although the information was being carefully hidden and he couldn't say for sure, something very unusual was clearly happening. However, it seemed like this was a chance for the cult to form an alliance with the Murim community, which was still surprising. At the main temple of the cult, 9 elders had arrived. However, 3 of them were late, and the head of the Poison clan must be uneasy. So the 4th elder, the head of the Stream clan Cha Geum-gyeong, told the 5th elder and the head of the Sound clan, Han Soyu, to understand his situation. Suddenly one of the guards announced that the 10th, 11th, and 12th elders had finally arrived, and it seemed that after the clan leader was demoted to the 12th elder, he had started messing around with people lower down. However, when the 7th prince entered, no one around could hide their surprise, because they could not even imagine that he could take this post. However, as was proper, Khan introduced himself to the other elders and said that he had recently been appointed as the new 12th elder. When everyone around couldn't believe that Han had actually passed the 6th exam and become an elder, the man from the Dark Clan kept thinking about why there were no people from the Poison clan in sight. After the 7th prince introduced himself, some of them thought that he was the one who had maimed their children or grandchildren, and they also thought that he was a pathetic offspring of Sarvana's servants, and they were sure that no one around would recognize Khan as the 12th elder. However, one by one, the people from the Demonic Fist clan, the West Gate clan, and the Fabu clan all began to bow to the young master, and they were incredibly happy that they were finally able to meet him in person. The opponents of the 7th prince could not believe their eyes and did not understand what the other elders were doing, because it seemed to them that they were planning to betray them all. They realized that Wang Bon and many other graduates from Madoquan had gotten very busy, and they didn't realize what had happened while they were away, and who knew that such a pathetic flea like Han, whom they could crush like a cockroach at any moment, had become such a threat. And finally, the most important person in the city, namely the great lord of the Yuchon cult, came to this meeting. When everyone around started shouting for the health of the Heavenly Demon cult, and that the insignificant followers of the Heavenly Demon cult respectfully requested an audience with their great lord, he told them all to immediately shut up and just sit down. As Khan suddenly noticed, the lord's breathing was uneven, and there was a possibility that he had received internal injuries during his campaign. However, judging by the healthy color of his skin, his condition was better than that of the other elders. At the same time, Sobmen did not believe in his student so much, but he was simply shocked to see Khan in this hall. He really couldn't believe his eyes, because even the way he held himself showed that his level had already surpassed even his skill. Also unexpectedly, Khan felt the Lord's razor-sharp gaze on him, and although he didn't show it, it seemed the man was quite shocked. The meeting was declared open, and to begin the 9th, the elder decided to report on how things were going in the cult in the absence of the Lord. So the man informed everyone that at the moment there were no living members of the Poison and Darkness clan left in the cult due to the civil strife that had broken out between them. In addition, the heads of the other clans learned that their children were also destroyed by the Blade, Poison, Black Cloud, and Demonic Pipa clans, which left them shocked and outraged at the same time. Besides this, the head of the Dark clan could not believe that his sister was not alive, and who was who, but she would not have invaded the Poison clan to start a war, and moreover, the reason was the destruction of Mukin Cholgu, and it could not be that there were traces of the left sword of the right fist on the body, and despite all this complexity, the man could not be convinced of this. Even Lord Yuchun himself thought that it was impossible for a woman to fall to the tentacles of the Poison clan, so it was amazing that here, young Master Han's plan shone with new colors. After all, now all the main enemies of the seventh prince, having learned such information, will no longer be able to live as before. The man continued his speech, and based on the rules of the cult and Madokwan, they made Elder Han the new 12th elder after he passed the 6th stage and had to postpone it due to the absence of the Lord. But now they are asking for his appointment to be officially confirmed. The woman started shouting that she objected to this, because they had not gathered here for the appointment ceremony, and it would be better to discuss this matter later. However, the Lord told Han to immediately step forward, and after that, he announced that in the name of the 23rd Lord of the great heavenly demon cult, he was appointing the boy as the 12th elder of the cult, so he told him to be loyal to him and dedicate his entire life to this. The man thought that some pathetic boy from the very bottom had climbed to such heights, and it was something incredible, and since he officially remained an elder, Yuchen said that he would listen to one of his requests. Without thinking twice, the Khan decided to tell the man in that case to allow him to take the place of the heir to the cult. In addition, 3 witnesses stood up for him and began to ask the Great Lord to allow young Master Khan to take the place of heir, which rightfully belongs to him. Everyone around realized that it was all over, and the guy had been aiming for this from the very beginning, and okay, Sima Yi, but for Nyan and Huang to go over to his side was simply unbelievable, because it was unclear how the guy convinced such obstinate and intractable elders in everything cult. Sobman was incredibly impressed, because this was his student, and in such a situation, they did not even have grounds to object, and if they thoughtlessly began to plot, they would only lose their authority, and all that was left was to get permission from the Lord so that the situation would take the worst possible outcome for them. Yuchen asked if the 3 witnesses would accept the 12th elder as the heir, to which they all responded positively, as they believed that Han truly deserved it. As soon as the Lord wanted to officially recognize Khan as his heir, the first elder simply burned with rage because they asked for permission as if they had only been waiting for this moment. However, Huaman ordered the man to immediately curb his thirst for destruction, as this was an incredibly impudent act in the presence of the Great Lord. When the first elder still couldn't calm down, an incredible aura began to thicken around the Lord himself, and he, in his full malicious tone, ordered the man to immediately pull himself together. The head of the Dark Clan immediately fell to his knees and asked to forgive his servant for such terrible rudeness and begged to forgive him for his arrogance. However, all this was a show, because when Lord Yuchen ordered everyone to return to their places, the man decided to get to the truth and tear the 7th prince apart with his own hands, because shortly before that, Han addressed him mentally and said that the man was thinking correctly because it was he who destroyed all his people and his sister. Therefore, he was determined and decided to attack the 7th prince, and even Huaman, who rushed to his aid, was thrown aside by him, and the man was able to deal him an incredibly strong blow. Therefore, the Dark Clan chief decided to use the new demon sword, the hidden formation, the ruthlessness of the new sword to destroy Han on the spot. The guy understood that the man was strong, and this technique was significantly superior in power to the basic technique, and he not only filled in the gaps, but also greatly developed it. However, Han also had some tricks up his sleeve, so he quickly used the 24 swords technique to counter the man. In addition, the man used the eternal sword of the body with his right hand, and the demon theme's smiting sword with his left, and it was no longer like a right sword and a left fist, but a right sword and a left sword, so the 7th prince's opponent still managed to deal him an incredibly strong blow. The man used both hands to create 2 different formations, and it was as if Khan was being attacked by 2 people at once, but Nana immediately began to repair the damaged area created by the classified energy wave. The man thought that he was now wounded and would be crushed after this with just 1 blow, and although he didn't know how he managed to master the 24 demon sword technique, not only could he use it, but the Dark Clan chief could too, so using the same technique, the man went for his next attack. The Dark Clan's leader understood that by using an attack like Mujiwan's strongest secret weapon, the left sword right sword, which even the Lord could not repel, he would definitely destroy the seventh prince. Khan knew that he couldn't handle the man with the 24 demon sword, so he used the same saber technique he used when he destroyed the Poison Clan chief again. He used an incredible formation and hit the man in the blind spots, which could not be covered even by the left sword, the right sword, and the man could not withstand it at all. The final formation of the unrivaled sword spirit was used, and although the guy didn't know its exact name, it looked exactly like this. His saber technique was like a heavenly dragon, and no one around could understand when the prince managed to master something so amazing, but he still managed to do it and destroy his enemy on the spot. Huaman simply opened his mouth in surprise because he used the saber technique of the unrivaled sword demon, and he did not just search for this technique, but mastered it, and the talent of the young master was definitely sent to him by heaven. How unexpectedly the bodyguard of the great kings, the keeper of Marakun, turned to the man and mentally told the left bodyguard that a little later they definitely needed to talk in private. Huaman was simply shocked, because the seventh prince took advantage of the necessary moment in such a way, and it was truly incredible, because Han loudly declared himself in front of all the major clans, and since he had dealt with the first elder, then it would be necessary to find a way to turn the remnants of the Darkness clan's power into the power of the young master. The Lord was only going to take action if the situation became critical, so he did not interfere. But what Han showed and the speed at which he grew was simply astonishing, and in 10 years, there might be changes in the famous 5 masters of the Central Plain. He understood that even his son's skill would be a threat to him, and there was nothing more useless than an uncontrollable pawn, so the man decided to watch him as closely as possible. The 2 elders began to shout that it was unheard of to injure the first elder at the Great Lord's meeting, so Han should immediately kneel down and beg for his forgiveness. Khan understood that he had no choice, so he knelt down and said that he felt a threat to his life. He did not intend to, but he committed rudeness at a large gathering, for which he sincerely regretted and expressed his apologies. The woman thought that Han's speech was very enthusiastic, but Lord Yuchen hated it when his authority was undermined, so she was sure that the 7th prince would not get away with it. However, unexpectedly for everyone, Huaman intervened in this conversation and began to ask for a punishment to be assigned to him because due to his impotence, the young master was in danger, and everything happened because he was unable to nip the incident in the bud. And it was no surprise that such a speech shocked 2 of Khan's opponents, but they still did not expect that the left guard would help the 7th prince, and it looked like he really changed not only the elders, but him too, to his side. The Lord told them to forget about this incident. After all, the reason for what happened was the spontaneous actions of the first elder, so this calmed the 7th prince and his ally, and they began to thank the great Lord for the mercy that was as boundless as the rivers and seas. The first elder dared to attack in the presence of the High Lord, but he had already paid an equal price, so he did not want to bring this matter up again. However, he told everyone to remember well that violating the rules of the Grand Assembly was tantamount to undermining his authority, and no one should expect leniency from now on. Khan realized that this was indeed a warning, and that next time his father would not turn a blind eye to it. But in any case, he expected this outcome. But this was not the last surprise that stunned everyone around, because the Lord himself said that Khan here and now proved his right to this, therefore he names him his heir. So, since no one dared to object to this, the man proclaimed that from this moment on, Khan became the heir to the great cult of the heavenly demon, and this was all undeniable. Just think, in the past 500 years, Khan was the first heir who did not belong to the 6 great clans, and perhaps now the cult can really change. Khan understood that he only had to deal with the tired elders, but now he could fight them on equal terms, and the guy decided that no matter what happened, he would crush them at least for the sake of his mother. Initially, the ceremony to proclaim the heir was supposed to be held in front of the cult followers, But there were many other important issues on the agenda, so they decided to postpone it. But the good news was that Khan would remain temporarily in office as an elder until an official replacement was found. Unlike the heirs of the cult, who had virtually no power, the position of elder allowed participation in meetings that had real weight, and knowing this, the elders of the remaining great clans did their best to stop him, but were ignored by the Lord. Therefore, Yuchen decided to move on to the next question. Since the heir's wound cannot be ignored, so let him receive treatment first. Han knew that he couldn't tell everyone that Nana had cured him, so he simply decided to ask the Huang elders to recount what had been discussed at the meeting so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. Soon after, at the floating demon clan's estate, Moon rushed to the boys' side as they heard that there was some kind of altercation at the meeting, and they were very worried, or was their leader okay? But as soon as Han wanted to answer his guys, one of the maids called him, because finally the bodyguard Chan woke up. Khan ran as fast as he could towards the man, and not holding back his emotions, he simply hugged him tightly. And although it was difficult for the man to speak because he had no teeth, he was incredibly happy that the guy really succeeded, and looking at the heights the young gentleman had reached, he thought that now he could leave peacefully. Khan was very angry about this, because he believed that his bodyguard, no matter how high the young master was, should protect him, and asked him never to say such nonsense. However, the man said that he could no longer protect his young master, as he was too badly injured from this torture. However, Han couldn't let that happen, because bodyguard Chang had put his life on the line for him, so he couldn't let him spend the rest of his days so miserably. So the guy asked Nana if there was any way to somehow restore the destroyed Dantian, and she said that if the owner meant the energy shell located in the lower abdomen, then a more complete analysis was required. Soon after, she said that there is a way to restore teeth now, because there is a possibility to replace lost teeth with implants or dentures, so immediately after that, she gave Han information about this, and he was completely shocked that such a technique exists, and even if the Dantian is still in question, but it will be able to return at least his teeth. So when he had the time, he decided to ask Master Seonung and Dr. Baek for a favor. But for now, he decided to tell the man that he wanted to share the news with him first. The guy was informed by the bodyguard of Jung that he had finally won the war for the place of the heir, and that today he was officially declared as such. The man was so shocked that he lost consciousness due to a reduction in blood supply to the brain due to severe shock. Han didn't expect that the man could even faint from surprise, so he realized that he needed to be more careful until the man got stronger. 2 hours later, the boy once again decided to congratulate the guy on becoming his heir. Everyone around was simply shocked and did not understand why the young master had remained silent until now and had not told anyone about this. Bond suggested that they throw a whole feast for this occasion, and Van Hill supported this idea. However, at the moment, this will be quite problematic, because the heir must be present with them at the reception of the precious guests from Murim. The man realized that first he had to report what decision had been made at the meeting, and that this decision was to accept an alliance with the sect, and it had been officially decided that they still needed to enter into an alliance with the Orthodox Murim sect. This meant that more than 70% of the elders and clan heads present at this meeting were in favor of this. However, this was the only way out in the current situation because Anhui and Zhejiang provinces were taken away from them. Han thought that it was done by an alliance of occult clans, but it was done by a school that they all heard about for the first time. It wasn't a cult, and it didn't seem like a cult of a heavenly demon, and it wasn't even an alliance, but some kind of school, so Khan didn't understand anything at all. In the domain of the heavenly demon cult, Zhejiang province is divided into 9 branches, and Anhui province, in whose territory there are 15 schools, headed by the Namgung family, the family of the martial sword Namgung Sun, who is one of the 17 pillars of the Murim sect. Since ancient times, these 2 territories have bordered the territories of the 3 rulers of Murim, and here, most often skirmishes take place, and therefore, great attention is paid to protection. However, not long ago, 3 branches of the heavenly demon cult in Jaya province were attacked simultaneously. The cult decided that this might be an attack from the Murim sect and sent messengers to the 2 branches near Zhejiang and the remaining 5 branches in Zhejiang as reinforcements. However, a little more than half a month later, they were all destroyed, and considering that this was an attack by the orthodox clans of the Murim community, the cult authorities began to prepare for war, but at that moment, a delegation from Murim arrived on Mount Shawandashan. The cult was going to deal with them immediately, but the delegation brought shocking news, because the Anhui province belonging to the Murim sect was occupied just like the Zhejiang province, and even the most famous warrior, standing in the sword Nagong, one of the 17 pillars of the Murim sector, fell on the battlefield. The Murim sect also thought that this was the work of a cult, so they sent a delegation to protest, and this was quite in the spirit of an orthodox sect that put duty above war. But Khan still didn't understand how they knew that they were damaged by a third force. For this reason, the Murim offered a time of truce until the territories were recaptured, and after some time, a delegation led by the leader of the Kaban, Han Paru, arrived again, and they conveyed the proposal that was discussed at the meeting, and, having accepted it, the clans sent their main forces into battle in order to recapture both territories. The plan was to simultaneously attack the school that had attacked them and retake the territory before it could strengthen its defenses, but they were defeated, and as the 7th prince could see, all the elders, including the lord, were injured. The 7th elder, the head of the Clear Saber clan, Kong Sonin, fell on the battlefield, and although the meeting did not say how exactly he was defeated, it was clear that something amazing had happened there. The Khan realized that this was why they had decided to form an alliance, because now they had a common enemy. The news of the conclusion of an official alliance will become known throughout the Central Plain, and even the union of occult clans will not be able to ignore it, and this was precisely the second goal of their agreement. Khan asked if he had managed to find out what this school was, and although there was no exact information, they called themselves the School of the 6 Warriors of the Unrivaled Sword, which simply shocked the 7th prince. Shortly after this, in the Lord's residence, in the right wing of the guard pavilion, in the chief guard's office, Huaman told Marikun how it all happened. The chief guard said that if the man's words were true, then the heir they had been waiting for so long was none other than the 7th prince. The left guard thought that the man's reaction was somehow strange, and even after learning about the appearance of a man who had inherited the knowledge of the sword demon, he was so calm. Huaman asked the head guard if there was some kind of problem, and the man simply replied that their problem was the 6 Master Sword Warriors School. The man wondered if all this was because of the name, and although it was not advertised at the meeting, the one who cut off the hand of the elder Han Seo-yun and deprived the right guard of his eye was the master of this school. When they reached the Zhejiang residence, they kept all their movements secret, but suddenly they were attacked from an ambush, as if they were just waiting for the arrival of the delegation. Although they were strong and outnumbered, being the main force of the cult, they were able to immediately respond to this attack. Soon, 3 unrivaled masters appeared who used a sword, fists, and steel claws, and somehow they looked like the leaders of the school. They had dealt with the squad leader and clan leader level masters too easily, so they all had to fight them personally, but even they could barely fight on equal terms, attacking 2 at a time. The temporarily precarious balance collapsed with the destruction of the 7th elder Kong Seonun and the loss of the 5th elder Han Soyu's hand, and he and the Lord were eventually forced to intervene. The one he fought was a master of the sword, and when he faced him, the man realized something, because fencing, hand-to-hand combat, and steel claws, as well as movement that simultaneously loads the body and all his techniques, came from the same martial art. Huaman realized that he was not pierced by a sword, but rather cut, and furthermore, these scars were similar to the saber technique of the unrivaled sword spirit. Even with Marakuna's internal energy, he couldn't avoid all of his attacks, and if he had used the saber formation instead of the sword, the man would have met the same fate as the first elder. At the same time, in the banquet hall near the main pavilion of the cult, Khan was thinking that he did not like the place he was in. Just then, the precious guests finally arrived, which were the 6th and 17th pillars of the Surim sect and the headmaster of the Huashan school, Pun Chonggun. And also, besides them, the 7th of the 17 pillars of the Murim sect, the head of the Moen family, Moen Khan, arrived. As a representative of the Murim sect, the woman greeted the lord of the heavenly demon cult with all her respect. And although everyone around, as well as the lord, also welcomed the dear guests from the Murim sect, the man was very indignant because the representative of these people hid his face, which was complete disrespect. Moen asked for forgiveness for her actions because she was excited from meeting the man and made a mistake, so the woman hastened to correct this and immediately took off her hat. The heir of the Moen family and the son of this woman, Moen Yu, thought that everyone around him was staring at his mother with their mouths open, and that was what the first beauty of the central plain meant. In addition, as the second military advisor of the Murim sect, Chigal Sohi greeted the lord and asked him to show good nature and forgive her ignorance. The head of the cult sent a valuable guest, so the man decided to greet him again and told them welcome to the cult. They thanked the lord for his hospitality and a little more, and all the food prepared by the mime would get cold, and they were all so hungry in anticipation of the banquet, and since the head of Pun was right, the man ordered to quickly see off their dear guests. In addition to the lord himself, the 9th elder of the great heavenly demon cult, Sima Yi, the 10th elder of the great heavenly demon cult, Nian, and the 11th elder of the great heavenly demon cult, Huang, also appeared before the woman. And of course, the cherry on top of this cake was the heir of the great heavenly demon cult and the acting 12th elder, Han, who also welcomed the dear guests from the Murim sect. They had all heard that the cult's heir had not yet been chosen, but it seemed that this was not the case, and although the guy looked like a young man, he also held the position of elder, and if he thought about it, the man did not see the poison lord Bek-O and the dark demon smiting sword Mujiwan there. A demon cult is a demon cult, and even a man could not appreciate the power of this heir, although he looked no more than 20 years old. A man in a hat was watching all this, and he thought that the elder was not enough for this, but Khan would definitely fit the role. How suddenly he hit his cup against the vase, and something seemed to ring in Moen's head, and she began to look like some kind of zombie. Therefore, it seemed like she was following the instructions to the letter, although some people thought she was drunk, because she quickly jumped up from her seat and asked Elder Naon to disturb her and sit next to the 7th prince. Khan understood that the woman was as if drunk, but he did not understand whether she could not neutralize this with Nagong, when suddenly she moved almost closely to him and told him that she incredibly strongly wanted to see him. Khan immediately told Nana to immediately begin analyzing her facial expressions, so she told him that her pupils were constricted and abnormal eye movements were recorded, which could indicate that the woman was under hypnosis. As soon as she decided to download the relevant information into the user's brain, the man hit the vase with his cup again to bring his plan to life. And then it became clear that the woman was indeed under hypnosis, because she decided to attack the 7th prince in front of everyone. Naturally, Khan was able to easily repel this attack, and it became clear to him that the woman was now beyond her control. Han asked Nana if there was a way to dispel this hypnosis, so she said that in addition to self-release, it is possible to stimulate the nervous system with an electric shock, and there is a possibility of destroying such artificially created impulses. Khan realized that this was a great idea, so he decided to try it immediately, but the woman's comrades did not understand what he was doing and called on the heir to stop. On the other hand, the 7th prince's allies were incredibly outraged that the Murim sect dared to attempt on the life of the heir and that they had to explain what advisor Moen was doing. The man was incredibly pleased with himself and thought that it all worked and that now just one word from him would cause complete chaos here. How unexpectedly, after Han, with the help of Nana, used electricity against the woman, the girl seemed to actually come to her senses and did not understand what exactly happened here. The stranger was in complete shock and incredibly angry that the suggestion was dispelled, but his partner told him that now was not the time to hesitate, so he told the man to immediately move on to the backup plan. How unexpectedly the man hypnotized her son, so the guy, just like his mother, rushed to the seventh prince and began to shout at him that he would immediately destroy him. However, Huang immediately stood up for him and told the guy that it looked like they weren't taking the demonic demon cult seriously. Khan understood that the hypnotist was somewhere very close, and it was obvious that he would not refute this alone, so the seventh prince asked Nana to turn on the Jonggum's listening module, and as soon as the man thought that he needed to finish everything by any means and would have to use the third method, Khan finally found him and immediately neutralized him. The man made a fool of himself and pretended that he didn't understand what they were talking about, but Khan told him not to pretend and to immediately tell him what their third plan was. A man came up to him and tried to stop him, and although he didn't dare deny that their sect had made a mistake, he had read that the guy was crossing the line by endangering the life of a bodyguard. When Han asked the woman if this man was really her bodyguard, she had no idea who was in front of her, which couldn't help but shock everyone around her. At the same time, the man was telling his younger brother that there was nothing he could do and that he would have to use the third plan while the master searched for the remains of the sword demon, since this was the only way they could help him wreak havoc. Once the man clapped his hands, all the people around him began to attack each other, and this chaos really came to life. Khan was shocked by what was happening, because he did not understand when so many people managed to be hypnotized at the same time, and the man used only the sound of a clap, which was the reason for this. Then at that very moment, the man also did the same. But is it possible to influence such a crowd with this? And naturally it was a negative answer, because obviously there was something else. Suddenly, before all those who were not hypnotized decided to attack each other, Khan stood between them all and called for them to stop immediately. He started shouting that all the people around were hypnotized, and that the recent strange actions of Advisor Moen were an evil trap to push the cult and Murim into conflict. The guy told the elder and the dear guests to make sure that those who were not under hypnosis did not get involved in the fight, and as for those who were still subjected to it, he said that he would deal with it himself. When the seventh prince came out, the simulated battlefield was in complete disarray, so Nana decided to upload the data into augmented reality, and he asked her to separate out those who were hypnotized from all these people. After that, she chose the objects according to the given condition, and therefore Khan said that as soon as he touched them with his hand, she would immediately send an electric charge, which she did shortly after. The man was in complete shock that the heir of the demonic cult had dispelled all of his hypnosis with just one touch, and just as he was thinking that the top of the demonic cult and Murim had intervened in this matter, Khan was already next to him. He himself did not have time to understand how Khan managed to put him on his shoulder blades, but Khan simply asked him, or did the man really think that he would be able to escape after he had caused trouble in the very center of the cult? One of the advisors from the Murim cult thought that the guy was really cruel, and his hands knew no mercy, because a demonic cult is still a demonic cult. The man knew that if something went wrong, he would simply leave this world. But Han knew very well in advance that the man would definitely try to do this, so he pulled the poisoned tooth out of his mouth with one light movement of his hand to prevent this, because he still needed to deal with this master of his. So he told the man that they would see each other a little later. In the secret library of Madokwan, the entire area was simply littered with destroyed teachers, which could not help but shock. Besides this, when the other teachers went down to the underground floor, they were shocked that these unknown people broke through the iron door to get inside, and it was unclear who was even capable of such a crazy act, and because of this, the mechanism worked, and the sapphire wall blocked the exit, and now he is locked inside, so they were waiting impatiently for the head. How suddenly they heard a noise from inside, and it seemed that the criminals were already trying to get out. but this jade was 3 times thicker than the tombstone in the secret library, and it would be difficult to break it with ordinary force, but the men were still incredibly anxious. And it was not without reason, because literally, a second later the sapphire stone began to crumble before their eyes. Along with the other teachers, Huamin immediately hurried to the main library of Madaquan, when suddenly, they heard an incredibly loud explosion. So the man hurried forward, and 2 men appeared in front of him, and he realized that they were among the bodyguards of the Murim sect. And it was clear that the energy they emitted was not at all up to the level of a bodyguard, and the man told him that after looking at enough empty shells, he was already disappointed, but finally, someone decent appeared. Everyone around was incredibly outraged that the men had sneaked into Madaquan, and the area was littered with their destroyed allies, but Huamin stopped them all and simply asked the men if their goal was the underground storage. The man was amused by this question, because everything was obvious anyway, so he told his partner that he would quickly sort everything out here so he could go for now, because he knew where the back exit was. Huamin immediately gave the order for all his allies to immediately capture the 2 criminals, when suddenly the man let out an incredible roar that deafened everyone around. And no matter how hard everyone around them tried, he informed them that no matter what they did, the end result would be their immediate destruction. And even when the left bodyguard himself decided to try to attack the man, he failed, because he was so fast, and it was unclear what kind of movement he used, and it was clear that he could not relax for a moment. His rival said that even the left bodyguard turned out to be a dud, and, to his regret, that was all that the cult was capable of, the skills of whose members were overgrown with such rumors. When Huamin asked who these people really were, the man attacked him again and said that they were too curious for those who would be immediately destroyed. And even though the left bodyguard used his strongest abilities, he realized that his opponent was too strong and superior to him in every way, but he also understood that he could not just defend himself. Therefore, immediately after that, he used the Red Flame Sword secret technique, Firestorm bringing doom, to somehow inflict damage on his opponent. The man was glad that his opponent had finally become more serious, but when he struck back, Huamin was simply shocked how he could do that, and where did he get such a fist style from? Immediately after, the man dealt the left bodyguard an incredibly powerful blow, and only then did Huamin realize that this bastard was from the 6 warriors of the unrivaled sword school. And he was 100% right, because the man standing in front of him was Sohyun, from the main school of the Saber Fist, belonging to the school of the 6 warriors. Huamin knew that he had to report this to the cult in some way, but he couldn't even move from the damage, so his opponent decided to deal him the final blow. However, suddenly, from behind his back, his partner's head was thrown to him, and he simply did not understand how this could even happen. And naturally, in front of him was none other than the 7th prince, who asked him whether he was the master of this whole evil gang. Huamin shouted the word heir, and the man realized that if he was the heir, he should be at the reception now, and he was sure that they couldn't figure out their plan, but he couldn't do anything, so he still decided to destroy the left bodyguard and get out of there immediately. However, Khan simply rushed there with lightning speed and was able to repel the man's attack, which could not fail to impress him. In this case, he decided to use the method of grafting a flower onto a tree, which was an attack in which the enemy's Nagong was used as one's own, to strengthen one's own power, just as gardeners graft a flower from a blossoming tree onto an unripe one to stimulate it to blossom itself. Khan understood that if he retreated now, the left guard would definitely be destroyed, so he decided to take the full force of the blow on himself, but he not only did not retreat, but on the contrary, he pushed his opponent back with force. However, even such damage was not terrible for Khan, because Nana immediately began to restore the organs damaged by the leaked energy. Seohyun knew that such a blow had not gone unnoticed by the 7th prince, but the boy told the left guard to immediately call the Lord and the other elders, because they should all be at the entrance to Madaquan now. The heir said that he would take this bastard on himself, so he told the man to leave there immediately, and he was hoping that Khan would defeat him, when suddenly the man caught up with him. However, the seventh prince was not stupid and immediately prevented what he so feared. Seo Yun already understood that it would be very difficult for him in this fight, because just recently he was sure that Han had very serious internal injuries, but he continued their fight as if nothing had happened. And even though Khan was a little exhausted by this fight, he still didn't stop asking how the man was connected to the unrivaled spirit of the sword. The man said that it was different from what he had said, because he had said that no one would know, but Khan could not understand what he was talking about. But this man could definitely belong to the school of the 6 warriors. Besides this, Seo Hyun said that if he knows the Nameless One, then he understands perfectly well that he and the cult are sworn enemies. Suddenly, an incredible number of the strongest people of the demonic cult began to surround them, and the man said that it was because of the 7th prince that it would now be difficult for him to escape. He told the 7th prince to be a good boy and follow him, because he would have to use Han as a hostage, and he had no time to hang around with him. Han realized that the man was using the 2nd formation and the saber technique of the unrivaled sword spirit against him, and he managed to rework the formation into a fist technique. But the difference in power between them was small, and in order to interrupt this, he must at least do something. Therefore, he used the 24 demon sword, the heaven-facing sword, but even this technique paled in comparison to his power. And although Khan was going to hit him in his weak spots, he changed his formation and tried to find his own weaknesses. The Khan knew that he couldn't keep up with the formation changes at all, and the man mocked the boy because he was sure that he couldn't do anything with his sword. Seo Yun told him that the 7th prince was indeed a worthy opponent, but he was still confident that he was superior to him in every way. The man dealt Han an incredibly powerful blow, and was surprised that even such a technique could not destroy him on the spot, so he actually told the 7th prince that he could accept his praise. However, even though this technique didn't completely destroy the guy, Seo Yun told him that no matter how hard the 7th tried, the sword demon technique wouldn't work on him. As the boy expected, Seo Hyun was familiar with the 24 demons' sword formations, and the man was glad that the 7th prince realized this, because now it was clear that the demonic cult would not be able to defeat them at school. And although Khan's sword was broken, he was incredibly outraged that the man was saying that their cult would not be able to defeat them, so no matter what, he decided to demonstrate all his abilities, and right before the man's eyes, all his wounds immediately began to heal. The man realized that his wounds were simply healing, and that Khan had become even more dangerous, so he decided to destroy him on the spot before he regained all his strength. However, Han decided to move on to his most secret move and used the heavenly demon sword technique. The man simply could not believe his eyes, and did not understand where this guy got such incredible power from, but he did it in order to pay for the insult to his cult. A little later, in the main square of Madokwan, the man finally arrived to the Lord and told him that now a fighter from the school of the 6 warriors was fighting the Heir, and they were in front of the library itself. Immediately after the man shared this information, he lost consciousness, and it looked like it was due to his internal injuries. When Marakun decided to block the Lord's path to protect him and prevent him from entering the battlefield, Yuchun was incredibly angry and outraged, because how could someone like him dare to block his path? The man fell to his knees and told his lord that he would be the first to go there, and asked him to mentally take care of his health, because he had not yet fully healed his wounds from the duel with him. The lord knew that his bodyguard was right, so in addition to him, he ordered the 4th and 10th elder to head there immediately. However, it was when Marakun's bodyguard arrived there that he saw the formation that Khan was using, and it was clear that he had that same black sword in his hands, because its blade was absolute, and it seemed like the truth. Khan was shocked that someone had actually managed to see him when he used such a secret technique. But still, he was the only one who saw it, and when the other 2 heads arrived, they were shocked that the guy single-handedly defeated the master of the school of 6 warriors, and Nyan was worried about whether her dear heir was injured? Marakun also hurried to the heir and told him that he was really glad that the guy was absolutely fine, for which Khan really thanked him. Immediately after this, the Lord arrived on the battlefield and Khan simply fell at his feet and bowed. The seventh principal understood that although it was said that the guardian family honored the will of the sword demon, it was impossible to ignore the fact that the head guard was the Lord's right hand, so there was a possibility that he would tell him what he saw. The Lord inquired as to what exactly had happened here, so the man said that when he arrived at the scene, the heir had already defeated the master of the 6 warriors' school. The man understood that their opponent was not simply pierced by a sword, but the wound was as if several formations had been strengthened in one blow, and to think that his son was hiding such abilities, it was clear that it was better not to relax with him. Soon after, the Lord decided to go down to the secret floor of the Madokvan library, and was quite shocked, because they were actually targeting this very place. When they went down to the very bottom, they realized that these men had actually burned the secret teachings of the sword demon, and not only was there a place like this hidden in Madokwan, but the enemies also knew a secret that even the Lord himself did not know, so it became clear to the man that he was not taken seriously, so an incredibly harsh aura formed around him. Han believed that they were targeting the library because of the sword demon's legacy, but they were interested in the scars left by the unrivaled sword spirit. Even if you think about it, the man was already familiar with the 24 demons' sword, so the 7th prince didn't understand why he needed the marks from the saber when they called themselves his descendants. So he just kept asking himself who these men really were, and what was their real goal, and what was this school of the 6 warriors of the unrivaled sword. Because of what happened, the entire cult of the heavenly demon was plunged into chaos, and it took a whole night to remove the dead warriors and capture the enemies who had penetrated the territory of the cult. All forces were thrown into searching for whom, but apart from 4 people, no other traces of anyone's presence could be found. At the cult's banquet square, the people from Murim didn't know how long they would have to stay there, but for the sake of the alliance, they needed to prove their innocence, so they asked the head of Moen to wait. They had told everything they knew, and now the cult had to make a decision, whatever it might be, so she hoped that the elders would find the strength to endure this. She understood that only now all the memories became clear, and she could not imagine that she could be used in such a way. After being defeated in the Battle of Anhui, she went south to join 2 mobs located in Zhejiang province when she was suddenly attacked by unknown assailants. When she came to, she discovered that she had already joined the colony of the Murim sect, and until the hypnosis was dispelled, she perceived her enemies as her bodyguards. For the sake of the Union, her movements were kept secret, and only those present at the meeting knew about them. So the woman realized that in this case there was a high probability that there was a cruel spy among the 17 pillars. She knew they had to return with a successfully formed alliance, but the attack on the heir meant they wouldn't be let go that easily. The demonic doctor Baek Chanwoo, upon learning that they had been hypnotized, assumed that they would have physical changes, but other than a slow pulse, there were no problems. One of his men also said that they checked all the food and drink in the reception hall, and no drugs or poisons were found. Khan suggested that a drug that would put a person into hypnosis was used, but this appears to have been a mistaken judgment. Soon after, the doctor greeted Khan, and the guy told him that he had tried well, and also asked him if there was any progress, which the man shook his head. As the young prince had ordered, they checked all the hypnotized people, and also checked the food in the hall, and nothing indicated the drug he had mentioned. He realized that the food was clean, and if hypnosis were really possible just by clapping, everyone in the room should have gone into a trance. But that was not the case. The Khan asked the man to personally verify this, and the doctor was quite shocked, because this crowd of doctors worked all day and all night long, but still could not find anything, so he considered the 7th prince very stubborn. The man said that nothing was found in the food, so he thought about how sound could put a person into a trance. To eat, you need to touch the dishes with your lips, so Han asked Nana to check if the utensils were coated with any substance, so she immediately began to analyze the composition of the dishes and asked the guy to touch them with his fingers. Immediately after Khan had set out the dishes, and he asked his guests whether they remembered where exactly they had sat at yesterday's reception. And after the men gave positive answers, he asked them to take their places from yesterday, with the exception of those whose tables had fallen into disrepair, but no one around understood what the seventh prince was really planning. The people from Murim, who were hypnotized, sat down exactly where the heir had turned over the glasses, and it was still unclear what would happen next. So Han asked the Dr. Bayek to sniff the part that came into contact with people's mouths. And when he did this, he realized that on these saucers there was nothing but sleeping poppy, and it was obvious that these cups were selectively smeared with poison. But he still could not understand how the seventh heir could have found out about this. Not long after, in the heavenly demon cult in the Lord's manor, the man finally completed his treatment and thanked his private doctors for it, as they had worked hard. After that, in the dungeon of the Lord's estate, the man was meditating and realized that a similar aura was emanating from the man's saber, to whom the hand belonged. He appeared in Zhejiang just before he was about to destroy the Claw Master and inflicted a wound on the man, exuding a martial majesty that went beyond any imagination. And besides that, the man said that the Lord was not at all what made him even more angry, because the man had disgraced him even more with all this. Suddenly the man was called and said that he would go up to the office right now, because immediately after that, his bodyguard presented him with a report. The Lord asked how they had dealt with this, and Marakun told him that the jasper vessels, secretly taken from the reception, had been destroyed in the gorge of Ujjal Hill. The Lord was worried that these vessels would not be found, but they were washed with water, then broken and thrown from the water of the gorge, and therefore this should not happen. Yuchen thanked the man for his excellent work, because thanks to him finding the drug vessels first, they gained an advantage in this alliance. Marakun also informed him that the Dr. Peck and others were still investigating, and since even the heir was dragged into it in front of Sokka, she could not challenge the decision, so he ordered the man to recall all the doctors and take the people of the Murim sect into custody. They were suddenly interrupted and informed that the demonic healer was immediately requesting an audience with the Lord, which was just in time. Baek Chan-woo greeted the great Lord, but he told him to stand up and tell him how their investigation went. Therefore, without thinking twice, the man told him that they had finally found out the cause of the madness, which simply shocked the head. The doctor showed him the glass and said that a large amount of medicinal substance was found on them, which included the sleeping poppy, which causes hallucinations, and it was clear that this news did not please the Lord at all, because a dark aura began to thicken around him. Marakun realized that in all this fuss, he had only managed to replace the vessels, and who knew that this doctor would actually find a glass. The Lord understood that the doctor should have been warned in advance, and their mistake was that they left the investigation without any attention. So after the Lord asked who had discovered all this, the man said that the case had been solved thanks to the insight of the heir. The one who took the substance falls into a special state, and the leading in the art of hypnosis can quite easily put this person into a trance, but something in the man caused doubts, namely the amount of substance on the cups. To hypnotize a person, you need much more sleeping poppy, but it was not found in the alcohol inside the vessels, and because of this, the heir assumed that the vessels could have been replaced and personally decided to check the remains of alcohol in the residence. However, the Lord interrupted him and immediately called his bodyguard and told him that since they had learned the cause of the incident, he ordered him to immediately release the guests from custody and convey something to his heir, namely, that he should immediately stop his investigation. The healer understood that the Lord most likely had something to hide, since he was going to report that there might have been a spy among the inspectors, but it seemed that there was no need for that. Meanwhile, in the kitchen at court, Khan asked his interlocutor Marakun a question to clarify whether the Lord had really ordered the investigation to be stopped. The man he was talking to confidently assured the boy that, in truth, the vessels were hidden by order of the Lord, and they asked him not to tell anyone about it. Hearing these words, the guy immediately thought about what he was planning to take advantage of the situation, and of course now it was obvious that the Lord was very artificial in tricks, and even using him in Madokwan as bait, he still won. So Khan decided to ask another question, which was that he wanted to know and the main fear really knew about it from the beginning. But without waiting for an answer, he understood perfectly well that if this was true, then the issue with the vessels was also settled by the person with whom Khan was speaking, which was confirmed by his interlocutor. After which Khan added that if he were in the man's place, he would never have gotten rid of all the dishes, although the man believed that this was not entirely objective, since it seemed to them that there were essentially no other options. Khan then said that if they could analyze the substance's composition and take action, they would not fall for the same trick twice. After which he noted that this was where his participation in this matter ended, and that he had gotten involved in all this in vain from the very beginning, so he decided that he would be the first to leave. In his mind at that moment, he was thinking that it was bad enough that the Lord's plan had burst like a soap bubble, but considering the consequences, it was perhaps even for the best that it had happened, because thanks to it, they were able to detect traces of the substance. Meanwhile, people from the Murim sect were saying that apparently everything had fallen into place and there were no more misunderstandings, although given the face of the leader, it was impossible to say so. The whole point was that the man believed that the union could not be dissolved in any case, and they did so in order not to suffer senseless losses in the battle with the sect. Given this opinion, most of his interlocutors believed that this made sense and was definitely worth thinking about. Although Moen, who listened to all these words, thought that the demonic cult could gain advantages from the alliance, and demanded them as an apology for the incidents, however, the one who took a step back was Heir. Moreover, she knew very well that he did not hide the truth and preferred to follow principles. In other words, it could be said with certainty that if he had not intervened in time, a sea of blood would have spilled here, as the school of 6 warriors had planned. So it seemed to her that everything was possible, and who knows, maybe he would become the pearl of the demonic cult, the heir who made the sect indebted, but the girl was sure that she would definitely repay him this debt. 3 days had passed since the attack of the school of 6 warriors, and the signing of the alliance of the dark and righteous paths was successful, which was announced to everyone at the residence of the cult. But it could not be said that the followers took it well, given the long-term confrontation with Muramu. By this time, Lor's current allies had come to him and decided to leave him, so Yuchun began telling them that if the reason was the followers, then he believed that they shouldn't worry about it. Moen immediately told him with a smile that in fact this was not the reason, because according to her, some circumstances had arisen that forced them to leave ahead of schedule, and she would also like to thank the Lord for his hospitality. At the same time, her advisors thought that perhaps Advisor Chagall could act as a spy for the 6 warriors' school, but on the other hand, if that were the case, then there would be nothing suspicious, and most likely they needed to go back and investigate everything. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when one of them extended his hand, which contained an invitation from the head of the sect to the Murim competition. The Lord was glad to inform them that since they had entered into an alliance, he would definitely take part, and he asked that this be conveyed to their lord. At some point in their conversation, Lord Marakun's chief bodyguard entered the room, wanting to tell the man that it was almost noon, which meant he should prepare for the official announcement. Hearing these words, the delegation from Murim decided that since Yukon was busy, it would be better for them to end the conversation, and they should also go and start preparing for departure, to which the Lord agreed and wished them a good journey. After the Lord's guests successfully completed their dialogue with him and left, the man thought that it was not surprising that they did not want to stay here while an unknown spy was walking around their neighborhood. At noon, the floating demon clan Bon was quite active, because according to one of the members, everything else had already been announced, so they couldn't understand why it hadn't been revealed yet that the leader had taken the place of the heir. Van Hill agreed with these words, asking the leader to note that there was meaning in Hobon's words, and he also felt that there was something fishy here. Sima Tso, in turn, told them that, as far as he knew, important decisions that were made at the meeting were announced in the open pavilion, and the fact that they only missed the news about the disclosure of the heir could mean a lot. In addition, they did not forget to note that the leader took this place according to all the rules, namely, he won the battle of the heirs and gathered witnesses, which led to the assumption that the Lord could change his decision only at his own discretion. Huang was no longer sure of this, because he believed that they could not know about this, and it was definitely not worth saying anything about it. But on the other hand, he also knew that the Lord had every authority to remove his candidacy, as long as it did not go against the opinion of the great clans. In other words, he wanted to say that for now, the situation does not greatly affect their interests, so they will not oppose the change of heir. Well, what's more important is that the man didn't notice any change in Khan's emotional background at all, but on the contrary, he was so calm, as if it was someone else's business and didn't concern him. So he wanted to say one thing which he intended to announce later, but it seemed to him that now was a more appropriate moment for it. After which, he began to talk about how they had been trying to lure the remnants of the Dark Clan to their side all this time, but last night, when they went to negotiate again, there was not a single soul in the entire Dark Clan estate, which was already alarming and looked quite strange. Given this information, it could be assumed that the remaining clans had begun to act, but on the other hand, it was very, very difficult to even talk about it. Huang also wanted to add that, according to his information, the movement began in the Lord's residence, and thus he apparently wanted to start talking about the warriors who are subordinate to the Lord. The remaining forces of the Dark Clan were divided equally between the Sword Clan and the Blade Clan. From this information, they could deduce that the Lord had personally increased the clan's power of swords and blades, which made Sima Tso feel that this was an obvious attempt to restrict the heir. But Khan immediately interrupted him and assured him that this was far from true, because all this was done, in their opinion, to maintain balance. This was a bit surprising to hear for the other participants in the conversation, so they wanted the seventh prince to explain what he meant, to which the Lord's direct heir gave a clear answer. In his words, if they increase the strength of the two clans and limit the strength of the seventh prince, then they will be able to restore the balance, and the lack of an announcement about the appointment of an heir indicates that the remaining four clans still have a chance. To sum it up, this only means one thing, that he is essentially encouraging Khan to face four clans at once, and then the outcome will be obvious. But then it was not entirely clear how the Great Lord could come to such an act, because the Lord they were used to seeing was an extremely heartless person, and for him the concept of blood relationship and paternity did not exist, and in his eyes everything was just pawns to strengthen his own power. So it turns out that the Lord is far from being their ally, which is why they don't even roughly understand what they should do in such a case. So at some point, Khan decided to ask everyone present if they could trust him and follow him no matter what happened. This was quite a shocking statement for their leader, causing all the participants to go into a state of shock and remain in it for some time. After all, the current cult has made many mistakes, and so Khan decided that he wants to return it to the times when it was founded by their ancestors. And it seemed to him that even if it meant that he would have to face the current top brass of the cult, he would still try to do everything possible to win this unfair battle. Therefore, all he asks from his allies is to believe him and follow him to the end, no matter what happens. A few seconds after this amazing speech, Bon immediately stood up from his seat and said with a smile that everything the leader had said to him was just offensive words, because he was ready to follow him, no matter what path he chose, and he didn't even need to ask for it. This guy was followed by several other candidates who completely agreed with him and were ready to follow their leader anywhere, and they were even ready to give their lives if only everything that the leader had planned would come true. Well, after these guys, everyone else stood up and confirmed their words, so now Khan has some opportunities that he is obliged to use. After such a decision, Huang had a question about what the seventh prince was planning to do now, because fighting with the great clans in their current situation would not be a very reasonable decision, with which the guy agreed, noting that one way or another they would have to abandon all their plans. He already has one plan, the basic idea of which is that since they are going to establish a balance, then the best solution in this case is that he should essentially break it. They were all a little surprised, because if they understood him correctly, he wanted to increase his power, and for this, he was going to go to the demonic Palm Clan, which Han himself confirmed with a smile. In that case, they, together with Elder Sima Yi, can go to meet with Mon O, who is the head of the Dream Ball clan, because they are their close friends from Mataquan, and in this way, they will definitely be able to resolve this issue. Khan was not at all against it, and noted that it was a pretty good idea, and since they decided to do so, then he, as an elder, and Moon, would go to the meeting together, and in the meantime, he wanted to ask Vanhill to take up the recruitment of the middle clans. Bond decided that he couldn't do that, and most of all at that moment, he wanted to go with the leader, because he believed that he could be of much more use in that case. Looking into the eyes of this young guy, Leader Han realized that he had no other choice, and apparently this guy was simply impossible to convince, so he began to think about agreeing to this proposal. In the end, after a few minutes and some time of reflection, the leader finally made a decision and agreed with Bond to go with them, which could not but please the guy. After this decision, another proposal was made, which consisted of the guys offering the seventh prince to take Beck with him, who was clearly surprised by such a proposal, because he did not expect at all that he would be offered such things. Beck wasn't exactly happy about it, but apparently he had no other choice, especially after the leader noted that they could definitely use some extra hands. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Demon Palm clan, the leader received a report from Bu Song of the military guards, which was a little unexpected for Clava, because he did not expect such a report so early. But it turned out that the heir had decided to urgently see the head, and for this he had sent one of his assistants to inform the head about this, which was certainly surprising for the head. Therefore, the head decided to order the manager to be called immediately so that he could prepare the guest pavilion, and he also conveyed that they should do everything as smoothly as possible so that there would be no mistakes. Meanwhile, the heir was already on the territory of the clan, who at that moment were being shown the garden. Even Bon, who knew absolutely nothing about gardens, remarked that this garden seemed beautiful to him, which was truly a very good compliment. As a friend, their dialogue was interrupted by the eighth eldest Mu Yeon, who came out to personally greet the heir. Han, in turn, also showed respect and noted that he was very glad to see Elder Mu Yeon, and also very pleased that he met him personally. After which the elder noted that he was going to personally lead the heir to the guest pavilion, which looked very thoughtful on his part. But suddenly they were interrupted by one of the warriors, who apparently ran very quickly to the leader to tell him some very important news. It seemed that right at that moment, the third and fourth elders, as well as the young master Chong Mu-gyum, were standing at the main gate, and according to the soldier, they were asking for an immediate meeting. The Khan heard this and decided to turn to the elders and tell him that the man should not worry and not think about the heir, but should act as he sees fit. The elder was very grateful to the heir for understanding this situation, because he really would have to immediately run to the main gate and meet such respected guests. He ordered his men to take the seventh prince to the guest pavilion so that they could rest and recover. Walking around the area of this plain, Khan couldn't help but notice that it was incredibly beautiful there, and they weren't lying at all when they talked about their deep knowledge of gardening. Meanwhile, dinner was already ready, and the elder invited the heir to come to the table and share a conversation with him over the meal. The table was truly magnificent, that even Bon was incredibly surprised, considering the dishes that were brought out to them. But also in his head at that moment, there was a thought there, that in every visit of the elders something happens, although this time it seemed to him that everything should go smoothly. Besides, he heard that the head man has a granddaughter, and Moon said that he has a twin, and this must be his younger sister. Considering all this information, he began to think that perhaps the head, like the clan of shamans, would also try to match his child with the heir, because it was more than beneficial for them. But suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by some loud conversation of one of the soldiers, who was trying to forbid some unknown person to enter the clan territory, because now the leader was receiving other guests. But apparently this person did not care at all, and he intended to go there. As it turned out, it was the fourth elder and head of the Stream clan, Cha Gumgan, as well as the third elder and head of the Blade clan, Bu Chorin. Well, following them was a guy from the Blade clan, as well as a candidate for the successor of Jongmugeum. The head had to get up from the table and ask the heir for forgiveness for the fact that he would apparently have to disconnect and talk to these people so that they would not have any problems in the future. The first thing the chief decided to tell them was that he had already asked them to wait a little since he already had guests, so he wanted to find out from them what made them act so impolitely. Cha Gamgyong immediately began to say that since the heir was here and they, as the elders of the cult, simply could not help but show him respect, so they made a decision and came here. In other words, they simply wanted to ask the chief for forgiveness and also ask for permission to greet the heir, which the chief had no right to refuse them. Thus, after a few seconds, third elder Bu Chorin greeted the heir and the fourth elder followed suit. As for the successor candidate from the Blade clan, he was not entirely happy with what they were doing at the moment, because it seemed to him that he should not bow to some scum, although he simply had no other choice at the moment. After this, the fourth elder decided to tell that they came here to get an answer from Elder Moon, and after a lucky chance they ended up together with the heir. The leader heard such words for the first time, so he decided to clarify with Bu Chorin what they were talking about, which is why the man began to say that he should not be so surprised, and especially not put them in such an awkward position. And then he turned to the head with a sly smile and asked him a question in which he wanted to find out whether the head had forgotten that he had already sent a matchmaker to him a few days ago. The head immediately began to talk about the fact that he had made it clear that this should no longer be discussed. But before he could finish speaking, the fourth elder interrupted him and began to repeat that the leader had promised him to at least think about it. But now he had apparently made a decision. Because of these words, young Master Jongmugeum personally came to meet his granddaughter, so the fourth elder felt that it would be foolish of him to refuse a simple meeting. Having heard these words, the head immediately thought about the fact that in such cases one cannot give a categorical refusal, so he said that he would think about it and apparently did not perceive his words as he would have liked. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by the direct heir, who turned to Elder Moon and asked him to listen. After which he stood up from the table and with a rather serious face began to talk about how the opinion of the wedding's immediate participants was important. These words made the head laugh, and he happily answered the heir that he was absolutely right and he should respect her choice. The fourth elder, of course, did not like this way of thinking, so thoughts appeared in his head that Elder Moon was digging his own grave, and it seemed to him that the girl's opinion was completely unimportant. Moreover, he was more interested in whether the elder would be able to ultimately turn down his candidate's offer. Moon decided to butt into this whole conversation, so she decided that now was the time to take off her mask and show everyone in all her glory. Everyone around was shocked by this turn of events, especially Bayek and Bon, because they certainly couldn't have expected that there was a girl next to them all this time, and not a guy. Immediately after this, Moon greeted the elders and the young master, and also introduced herself to them that she was Elder Moon Yan's granddaughter, Moon Gyu. Bon simply couldn't contain his emotions and started to cry bitterly, because he remembered how just recently in Madoquan he ran completely naked in front of a girl. Third elder, Bo Chorin, never thought that Moon Yan's granddaughter would hide behind a mask, and even if he had such a beauty in his family, he would have done the same. The father told his son that he was a real lucky man because he would connect his destiny with such an incredible beauty. But Moon said that as soon as she saw the young master, she immediately remembered the words he had spoken to her in Madoquan. The fourth elder was incredibly glad that the young people were already acquainted with each other, because he sincerely believed that it was for the best. However, the girl said that due to the constant refusals to his proposals, the young master promised that as soon as he became the heir, he would wipe the Demon Palm clan off the face of the earth. But fortunately for everyone around him, he never became the heir. The man was simply shocked by his son's words, because he did not expect at all that the boy was capable of saying such stupidity. The Demon Palm clan's leader was so furious that an incredibly evil aura began to thicken around him, because he couldn't believe his ears that someone dared to say that they would wipe his clan off the face of the earth. Bo-Cheren told the elders that the young master was probably still very young and could have simply misspoke, but the man didn't even want to listen to these pathetic excuses that they tried to write off as just a mistake. The fourth elder from the head of the Stream clan also began to burn with anger and decided to check with his friend, or was he not going to draw his sword on the man? The man made it clear to him that his now adversary should not think that he would not be able to do this. However, the third elder began to realize that things were getting hot, so he immediately decided to stop them, because it was clear that the two of them had to moderate their ardor. He told Moon Yeon that he understood his state of mind, but what power was in the words thoughtlessly thrown out by the young master during his years of study? And who in the culture would actually risk touching the Demon Palm clan without a good reason? And by the way, the man heard that the elder had been looking for an outstanding healer for many years, although he still did not intend to use the tablet, since it might come in handy later, but he still decided to do it. Therefore he said that if the granddaughter of Elder Moon Yeon marries the young master Jong Mugeum, then they will receive this incredible tablet as a dowry. The Demon Palm clan's head opened his mouth in surprise, because this was a jade pendant that could allow him to meet a divine doctor. The man said that as the elder Bo-Cheren, he does not throw words to the wind, so if this really happens, he will hand it over to Moon Gyu so that they can heal her brother. The man was shocked that they were giving away such a valuable thing as a dowry, so he did not understand why they were doing this. They had not had the opportunity to tell him before, but the elders of the four clans had decided to make young Master Jong Mugeum the common successor. The man realized that the remaining four clans supported Jong Mugeum's candidacy for the position of heir, but his granddaughter had already sworn allegiance to the seventh prince, so he did not know how he should act in this situation. But he also thought that with this pendant, he would be able to cure his grandson, who was born retarded. Khan wanted to receive Elder Moon's loyalty for free, but they were the ones who brought what the man wanted, so the third elder was confident that the winner had already been determined. He asked Moon Yeon whether he would allow his granddaughter to marry the young master Chon Mugeum. However, without ceasing to amaze everyone around her, Moon grabbed the young master's hand with an incredible grip and told everyone that she already belonged to him. Even Khan could not have expected such a turn of events, and despite the fact that he was incredibly evil and strong, such a situation could not help but embarrass him. The girl immediately began to apologize mentally to the young gentleman and told him that this was the first thing that came to her mind. Seeing that Jung Mugum was watching them from the side with an incredibly angry expression on his face, Han didn't lose his head and simply hugged the girl, confirming all her words. The guy was angry that this damn spawn not only took away what belonged to him again, but also dared to mock him. Naeon noticed that Mr. Han's opponent was up to no good, so she immediately decided to put her sword to his face. The boy's father was outraged that some pathetic guard dared to raise a sword against his precious son. However, the woman said that she felt the thirst for destruction from Chon Mugeum, which was directed specifically at her dear heir, which is why she acted in this way. The fourth elder thought to himself that he had warned his son not to act recklessly. After all, he was their only successor who had valuable hands and feet, so he had to stop them by any means necessary. The whole situation made the guy even more angry because some damn girl dared to point her sword at him. However, when he tried to attack her, the woman's sword did not move even a millimeter, which left the heir incredibly shocked. Ever since Han took the position of heir and destroyed Mu Jinwon and the master of the 6 warriors of the unrivaled sword school, the remaining 4 great clans felt the strongest threat coming from him, and then the Lord gave them an excuse. The reason is that the title of heir can be transferred to another at any moment, and as ironic as it may sound, Chon Mugeum was chosen as the general successor only because he was the only candidate who did not lose his arms and legs. He thought so much of himself that he kept yelling at the woman that she thought too much of herself because Nayeon dared to do such a thing. Bo Chorin was already starting to get really nervous. After all, at the meeting, the seventh prince had cut Mu Jinwon into pieces for just threatening him, so the bastard behind young Mu Guillaume would definitely take this situation as a chance to destroy him on the spot. Therefore, the men had no choice but to kneel and beg him to forgive the young master for his childishness, because it was all an unfortunate mistake, so they asked him to show maximum leniency. However, Khan was incredibly angry and simply asked the men why he would do this. Therefore, the seventh prince immediately ordered the woman to destroy Chong Mugim on the spot, but the fourth heir arrived in time and did not allow this to happen. And immediately after that, he started fighting with Nain, and it was clear that the woman was not a simple bodyguard. After all, with such fighting skills, she couldn't be just a bodyguard, so he didn't understand who she really was. He ordered the elder to stop immediately, because it seemed that his order was a trifle for the man. However, the incredibly aggressive guy still decided to teach the guy a lesson so that he would not do that again. The man just started screaming and begging the seventh prince not to do it, and swore to him that they would give up the marriage and everything in the world, so he just begged him to stop. Khan knew what he was doing, and naturally he wasn't going to destroy the guy right there. So at the last moment, his sword just got stuck behind his back. The third elder said that they would fulfill any wish he asked, as long as he removed the blade from the neck of their dear prince. The Khan did not lose his composure and told them to give him that very jasper pendant that would allow him to meet with the divine doctor. As the man guessed, the seventh prince asked for this very tablet, and he had no other choice, because now saving Chanmu Jim was a priority. So the man immediately handed him the sign, just so he would show his favor, and after that Khan said that in general the policy is to give the subscriber what he wants, having first found out what he wants and received the corresponding payment. These words of the seventh prince simply shocked the man, because not long before, communicating with the help of thoughts, he and his friend said the same thing. However, the pendant alone was not a profitable deal, so Khan decided to offer them something else. Therefore, a second after that, with one light movement of his hands, he simply cut off Chong Mugyum's limb, which was so precious to him, which simply shocked everyone around. The man was in complete shock, because it became obvious to him that Han had planned this from the very beginning as soon as he found out that Young Mugeum had become the general successor. He decided to ask the fourth elder of the Stream clan if he had any objections to this matter. The men sat with their backs to him and said that they had no objections, and were grateful to the heir for his leniency. However, he himself thought that they needed to endure, and that the fact that Chongmu Jim had released the thirst for destruction was already a reason for punishment. But Han had saved his life, and if they continued to insist on their own, then they would have to put their own lives on the line. So immediately after that, the man said that the young master was not feeling well due to the absence of one of his arms, so he asked permission to leave them. However, as they left, the men still thought that this was not the end and that they would definitely show their claws,